Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
The final week here of tour number 1 of the DPC Division 1 Southeast Asia, brought to you by ePulse and EBN, starts right now. And what a way to start. Happy Lunar New Year, everyone. I'm your host, Tsunami, for this last week of regular league play. I was told to wear some red, and I said, I can make that happen. Can I wear bunny ears also? And they said, no, we're not that kind of stream. So I'm only half delivering, but it's okay. I have a panel that is helping me keep up the theme with the rabbit. There we go. There we go. Mike, that outfit looks very, very new. It almost looks like you haven't even washed it for the very first time. Looks fresh.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just you've just had this for how long does 12 years?
No, this is my
12,
childhood
13?
jacket.
How long does it reset?
12.
Every 12.
Yeah, every
okay.
12.
So the last year of the rabbit.
Year from now, yeah, it'll be a rabbit.
I see.
Hopefully I'll be the same size still.
You're gonna be smaller, Mike. I know you've been hitting the gym. Welcome everyone to the last week of regular play. Adam, how was your Lunar New Year? And how do you properly? What's the actual term for Lunar New Year?
I'm not sure.
I saw it in your Instagram story. You had
Gong Si Fa Cai, that's
Yes.
like Happy Chinese New Year.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically you just meet someone, you go Gong Si Fa Cai, which is like
Can I say it one more slow?
Gong Si
Gong Si
Fa Cai.
Fa Chai.
There you go.
Gong Si Fa Chai.
That's right.
All right, there we go.
Did you get a lot of ang pao?
Bao? No,
Ang
not a
pao?
lot, man, unfortunately.
Did you give a lot?
No. I mean, I only give to like my parents and my girlfriend's parents.
Are those
yes.
gifts?
It's
Like
just a
money in an
Oh
envelope
yes,
usually?
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
the
familiar
red
with that.
packet.
Mhm.
They call it ang pao or hong bao, which
Okay.
basically means red packet.
Okay.
So people just basically the married give the unmarried, and
Well, never
usually the
getting
kids
that
give
then.
their parents at a certain age, you know. So. Yeah.
Anything else? Any other festivities? You eat anything? festive?
Usually there's a reunion dinner,
Okay.
which happens like one day before the first day. First day is today.
Okay.
No, first day was yesterday. Sorry,
First day
today's
was
the second
yesterday,
day.
right.
Yeah, so Saturday had every night. Saturday night you have like a reunion dinner. It's basically family. People come down from like all over, gather in one place, like eat together.
Wait, is it on a specific day
It's
or
on the
is it?
eve.
It's always on Sunday.
Always on the eve.
Oh, okay. I see.
Always one day before the first day.
Okay.
Is there like a specific dish that you guys like make for
I don't
the
think
Eve
so.
or no?
I don't
Okay.
think so. I'm
It's not like turkey
100%
for
sure.
Thanksgiving.
No,
Right.
it's not. But I would say the food's been like pretty same, but I don't think it's like specifically because it's Chinese New Year. It's just kind of just tradition, I guess.
Okay. Well, I feel like I've been culturally enriched, so thank you very much. But now I'm gonna, oh gosh, I forgot it already. Gongxi Fa Chai.
Gong Si Fa Chai.
There you go.
That was
Got it.
Well, let me bring you some Dota action for this final week as we are stepping into Southeast Asia's last tour or last week of regular play. But chances are we'll probably have some tiebreakers in this region. As you know, we have 3 full slots to send people to Peru. And right now, we have no idea who's going. We have a strong feeling on some teams that may be going, but that 3rd slot is probably gonna have a pretty lengthy tiebreaker. So let's take a look at the standings that we have after 14, well, I guess not technically 14 days. We've been playing for 6 days, yeah.
My
6
God.
days of play. Geek Slate and Execration currently topping the charts. Geek Slate undefeated in series score, and they're going to be the first team that we'll be saying. Execration hot on their heels with a 4-1 score, so they've played 5 series. Blacklist Rivalry at 3-1, Bleed at 3-2, and Talon 2-2. And not only are we going to probably have tiebreakers to determine who's going to the major, but we may also very likely have tiebreakers to figure out who's going to get relegated to Division 2. Because this 6, 7, 8 spot is pretty undecided, I would say. SMG, Boom, and poor Fnatic having suffered their loss. Mike, what are you chuckling at over there?
You just had to say poor with Fnatic.
Poor Fnatic. I can't think
Caught
of
me off
another
guard.
adjective to describe them right now because, yeah, they had a loss against Boom Esports, who were also no wins at the end of Friday. They were the final series. Went to a 3-game series. I highly recommend it. It wasn't necessarily the best Dota, but it was very exciting Dota.
It was a close game. But I feel so bad for Fnatic. They've been in so many of these 2-1 series where they look like they could have got it, but they didn't.
Yeah, I know. And there is still hope for them. They are not yet in relegation territory guaranteed. They are definitely not going to the major, that's for sure, but there is a chance for them to squeak out in Division 1, but they will have to rely on some tiebreakers. And those tiebreakers will be determined this week, because we can take a look at our week's schedule. Monday, right now, in just around 15 to 20 minutes, we will have Geek Slate versus Talon, as you see on the left side of your screen, the first column. After that, it is another potential relegation-thon. SMG versus Boom. If Boom managed to beat SMG,
It's really spicy though.
it's pretty spicy then. Yeah, because SMG has already played Fnatic, and they already got a win versus Fnatic, but I believe we don't use head-to-head results when determining tiebreakers.
Yeah, I saw it
Correct.
on Twitter
If
about
Yeah,
it's
so-
your relegation or you're going to the major or not, it's always tiebreakers.
So you will have to play out the game no matter what. So even though SMG has beaten Fnatic, if they have the same series score at the end of this whole thing, they will still have to play each other to find out who gets relegated.
Question, is there still an advantage on the seeding? Because I know before, first seed automatically playoff or something, they did something like that, right?
Yeah, so I think
still the same?
if there is a tiebreaker for seeding, and both teams are going to the major, I don't think you play a tiebreaker. I think you use head-to-head in that situation. But otherwise, the main difference is DPC points and prize pool.
Okay, yeah, that makes
Once
sense.
you're at the major, it doesn't matter what place you got, other than maybe group stage seeding.
Because I vaguely remember that they did remove that
Three
kind of
section, it's gone.
They never formally announced it, but yeah, there's no more getting straight into upper bracket like there was 2 years ago.
I felt like that's so boring for the team that gets first.
Yeah, it was a
I do
dumb
want to play more Dota.
it was a very, very dumb system. And then the last game of the day is Bleed versus Execration, but we can take a look at our proper menu to see those matchups in more detail. So yeah, Geek Slate is currently fully undefeated. They are 4-0, 8 games won, 1 game lost. The only game that they have lost was actually versus Boom, which is a bit surprising. And Talon is right now middle of the pack. They are 2-2 series score, 5-4 game score. And so safe to say that Geek Slate will be the favorites for Set A, which will be available in just around 20 minutes. Set B, SMG versus Boom. So this doesn't really have too heavy implications for, obviously both of the teams are looking to win, but it doesn't really change Fnatic's situation because Fnatic has already lost to both of these teams.
Yeah.
So no matter what, one of these teams is going to get 2 wins by the end of today, and that's really all that matters for Fnatic. And then Bleed versus Execration will be the final series of the day. Bleed is currently 3-2 in series score, and Execration is 4-1 after losing to Geek Slate as their 1 loss on Friday. So any picks, Adam, on the series that you've got your eyes on? and not just the first one because we're going to be paneling it. You can't use
I
that.
guess SMG Boom is like the most hyped series because they're both 1-1, and whoever wins gets 2. And I guess I wouldn't say they're secure, but they're definitely in a way better spot.
Yes.
Like it's a good place to start the week in. And like you said, Fnatic 0-5, they've played both the teams at the bottom, and they have like tough games ahead of them. So securing that second win is definitely going to be really big for either team.
Yeah, it's like for SMG, they're fighting against Blackers Rivalry.
Correct.
And then Geek Slate, which is like first and third respectively.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
rough matchups ahead, rough waters.
Yeah, so those are those 2 remaining opponents, and then Boom will have 1 remaining opponent of Blacklist Rivalry also. And so there's a very strong possibility that all these teams will be on the border of 7th and 8th. And then if Fnatic can manage to win their final 2 series, which is against Talon and Execration, then we'll have a 3-way for...
What if like Fnatic wins all the remaining games and doesn't get regulated?
It's a possibility.
It's definitely possible, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, but Fnatic the past year, like they've always been in this situation.
I know.
Where they're, like,
Not
in the
for
middle.
relegation,
Yeah,
but like,
for like
they're
major,
always right at the border.
Yeah, they're always in the tiebreaker.
Yes, and that's also what. So they did not qualify the last TI on points because they were on the border between them and outsiders.
Oh yeah, it was like the 1 point
Yes,
thing.
it was the 1 point thing.
0.25 or something, yeah.
It was a matter of rounding differences that controlled Fnatic going to TI or not. And then they ended up qualifying through the Southeast Asian qualifier, but it was dangerous. And then, yes, there have been many times where Fnatic is like so close to being able to go to the major. And most of the time they do end up making it. Most of the time they prevail. So
Have they missed a year?
Wait, is that right? Fnatic went to TI based on points last year.
I think you have the.
Because
sorry,
it
other-
was,
it's the other way around.
Outsiders was the one.
right, you're right. Yes, outsiders is the one that were not able to qualify. And then they ended up not going to TI at all.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't make it past the LCQ, was it?
LCQ's rough. Yeah, they didn't make it past it.
Yeah, I don't remember which Eastern European teams were sent to that LCQ, but yeah, that's
Was it Bad Boom?
okay, let me look.
All right, I don't remember either.
Yeah, it was so long ago already.
Was it?
I don't know. I'm an old man.
Okay, regional qualifier, Eastern Europe. Finals was, it was 3-0 Bet Boom over Outsiders.
Oh yeah, that was like they got wrecked.
Yes, they got obliterated. And it was funny because Outsiders was fully undefeated up until that point. They made it, they were 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, got to grand finals, got 3-0'd by Bet Boom.
Rough.
Yeah, so they're in good company. But yeah, Fnatic has usually come out on top in these very, very difficult situations. We won't see them today, however, because we got to figure out all these other placements first. And the very first placement that we're going to figure out is Talon versus Geek Slate. So stick around, and we'll be back with our game number 1 after the break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the Flame Cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hulk.
What is this? Is this corn?
Yeah.
Butter
Yeah,
on
it's
corn?
corn. It looks great.
Oh. All right.
I have a real question. What's the difference between shawarma and kebab?
I don't know. The name, I guess.
Right.
The difference between what?
Shawarma and kebab.
Isn't shawarma like a wrap?
Yeah, I think shawarma, I mean, like a kebab, I perhaps foolishly always assume with being like on a stick or
Okay.
on a skewer.
I think you might be right about
Okay.
that.
And
but-
shawarma, I think, is usually
It's a
like
wrap?
in something. Yeah,
Okay.
like a pita or something. But yes, we have, well, I guess I'm going to have to learn another word. Maganda hapon?
Magandang hapon.
Magadan.
It's like good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. Because yes, we have moved to the Philippines. As you can see, I am now in charge of Sophie's Corner for this week. Last week we were at Tsunami's Tetorik stall. This time we got the Beast Corner. Okay, wait. So what language is the subtitle next to Beast Corner? Ang
Ang
sarap.
sarap ng pagkain nyo. Like your food is so good.
Oh, okay.
We got a new bouncer too.
We got a new bouncer,
Oh boy,
Brewmaster. He's XDDing inside and I'm pogging out above my head as well. You know why I'm pogging out is because we got a series of Dota. The very last week of regular play is beginning here. It's Talon versus Geek Slate. Geek Slate is beyond expectations. Yet again, this is a team that is technically coming from Division 2. These players didn't come from Division 2, but this slot was given to Geek Slate from Lilgun. Lilgun got promoted at the end of last year, and I suppose decided to disband or not play together, and this slot was taken by Geek Slate. And
I believe
They're in
there's-
Div 2 now.
I think they
qualified
just
through
sold it
Opens.
just to like
Really?
Yeah, because I think they like we can just get the slot again. This is just my
I mean, they tried it.
huh.
They're playing with newer players now. They lost 2 of their players, so maybe their org decided to choose a path of like from the bottom again. That
Real,
makes
eh?
sense. Yeah.
It's like how much does the slot cost?
I would assume it's close to prize money, right?
no, I would imagine it's more than that because like you get a chance to potentially play at the major.
I guess so.
If you're in a Div 1 slot, so I guess it just depends on
Bargaining.
how
Yeah.
your negotiation because like in Western Europe, I imagine
it must be really high.
yeah, it's like the opportunity to play against other Division 1 teams is also pretty great for a lot of these teams.
And I think like those Div 1 teams won't want to train with you unless you're in a Div.
The thing is, the
Exactly.
schedule matters a lot too, right? Like if you're on Div 2 and you're playing next week, you're and the Div 1 teams are done. Like you're gonna be screaming Div 2 teams,
Right.
which is kind of. I think in a lot of regions there aren't even like 8 competitive teams in Div 2, you know.
But at least I would think that after the division ends, then finally your region DPC can start playing each other. Because every single interview that I've seen in every other region, players are like, we don't scrim our own region. You only scrimming other regions. So like, I know for Western Europe, they talk to Liquid and Liquid
Play like
said-
EU,
Yeah,
right?
they're
Yeah.
playing like BetBoom and they're
Right,
playing like
correct.
Shopify Rebellion from NA. And same thing for Shopify. They're not playing any NA teams. They're playing European teams and South American teams. And I imagine the reason is obvious that like you don't want to play
Your
the
opponents,
teams that
right.
your opponents that you're going to be competing against to find out who's making it to the major. I guess maybe after you play them in the league, then you can start scrimming against
Yeah,
them.
that's a nice benefit of our
Yeah.
new schedule too. Like you're done with week 1 and suddenly you have like 2 more teams that you can like
Right.
scrim. Yeah.
So in theory, that is what Geek Slate has been up to because they have been on a tear ever since they came into Division 1. And now they will be going up against Talon, who has had a kind of heartbeat of a path into this Division 1. They are currently 2-2. They were able to beat Boom and they were able to beat SMG, which might I remind the viewers, are currently at the bottom of the division. Meanwhile, they went to a 3-game loss against Blacklist Rivalry and got 2-0'd by Execration on the very first day of the DPC. So maybe they have shown growth over the past 6 gameplay days, last 14 normal days. Have you seen the growth, Adam?
I feel like they've had like time to figure themselves out, but like I don't see a clear. I see a clear idea of how they want to play, but I kind of don't like what they're doing right now. They have like 3 very talented cores, I would say. 23 Mikoro Jebs, arguably top 3 at their role
Yep.
in SCA, and I feel like they're playing around Jebs, and I guess that's like the way he's always been, like even in Fnatic. But I don't like this role that 23 is playing on the team right now. I feel like he's so good and he can like carry, but they're kind of missing the balance right now.
I can agree with that. He's not really being able to spread his wings, but I just kind of assumed that was a stylistic choice of the team, because like I have to imagine you have to know what you're getting yourself into on a Jabs roster.
Yeah.
That like someone has to suffer. And I guess the alternative question, Mike, would be between Makoto and 23 Savage. If Jabs is being the greedy one, then which one of these other two cores has to be more sacrificial?
I mean, I put 23 Savage there.
Yeah.
Just because you ideally want your mid to be more smooth, just because he's, the one making all the rotations, the TP ganks, and just creating the tempo with the team alongside, Jabs. So yeah, that just seems better.
But in the draft, they almost always pick Mikoto's hero early. They kind of pick supports to like help him, and
Yeah.
I think maybe I worded it wrongly, but I don't feel like 23 is being sacrificed too much. But I think it's more of the heroes he's playing. Like I don't like him playing this like Doom or something,
Correct.
I still want him to be on a carry, even though he's
Traditional
like
carry.
a bit more. I think he plays fighting carries well, like this Faceless Void Monkey.
His Monkey played
like
really well.
He can fight with these carries, Like I don't want to force this Doom and hit Jebs playing Naga.
Right.
To me, like what's the point?
And maybe 23 Savage kind of reestablishing his identity after T1, I guess. Because on T1, I am assuming that he was able to have
They were 4 Protect 1.
It was
right?
very 4 Protect 1. And so not only is he... So on T1, Carl was his mid and Kuka was the offlaners. And that's a very, very, like...
Different setup.
It's a different setup completely. And so finding a new identity on Talon seems to be a bit of a challenge for him. But hopefully they can pull it off. Meanwhile, Geek Slate, you want to talk about carries. Scam is setting the world on fire right now.
Yeah.
So Winter even said Scam is his favorite carry right now in Southeast Asia, and I'm inclined to agree. Most consistent, most reliable, and obviously highest win rate. I don't know why he was always bouncing around on all these other roles. His heart is as a carry player.
I can kind of like understand, because like the reason why I swapped over to support from a carry is because you can control the game more as a support, but obviously you need to find these cores that you're willing to sacrifice and willing to like
Trust.
Yeah. And I've considered in the past to go back to the carry, but it's like I was just in the support for too long that I'm just like nah. And I also like commanding. Like that's where I really enjoy the game of playing Dota, like being able to make these calls that like the game winning and game losing calls.
Yeah.
But just like I can reflect on my performance more as a support than as a carry. But for him, he's obviously transitioned amazingly back to the carry, and the team is built really well, and they're playing really well with one another. They're very clean. It's very hard to say that about these other teams.
Yes.
It's rare to see them make these avoidable mistakes and cause them like games.
I think they're very decisive, Geek Fam, in what they do. Like, there's definitely, I don't know if everyone's calling or like someone's calling, but they're very like, let's do this together. Like the way they hold heals and fast, they're actually like pretty fast.
They're all on the same page.
Yeah, they're just fast. Someone says hold a heal, they're all TPing and they're coming there. I think the thing for me about Scam is I feel like every time he plays a new role, he does well. Like the first 3 or 4 months. I think it was the same on Boom. Same when he played post 4, same when he played offlane, which was, I think, was it Geek Fam? I'm not sure. But he always did well at the start. And I think credit to his team as well. Like as a unit, they look really solid.
And they've kind of also brought Force and Narman, which are probably the less experienced players on the roster, very much into their own. I know.
Also the mid, like I mean, he's played in Neon, but in terms of like this international experience, the 3 of them are
Close to 0. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and it's nice to have those kind of players in your team. Like you can see the excitement from them, and you just want to also like bring them up there and help them get to the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel they're in a position where they can really ride their momentum. It's really easy to like come in with a new roster, kind of inexperienced players, and everything can just go downhill. Like if they're 0-4 now, they probably wouldn't be together after this season, But if you're 4-0, you're doing so well, and it just carries you to to the door where you open and go to the next level. You know?
Winning solves everything.
Yeah,
or
it does,
at least
it does.
the inevitable.
Top 6 teammates, but we're 5-0. You know, like, what the hell?
That's what Winter was emphasizing also, is that like you can kind of mask the problems if you keep winning,
Yeah.
which I'm excited that Geek Slate's doing so well in this region and that they are being decisive, because the thing that I'm most afraid of is who's gonna bring in
Shuffling.
he's getting sturdy over there, okay. Nature's Prophet bringing in our draft, but the reason why I'm encouraged by Geek Slate being decisive is like that seems to be the biggest problem in Southeast Asia, is that teams are just not knowing how to close games out.
I agree.
And that is going to be a problem when you play Europe, North America, South America, China.
For sure.
It's-
They will punish you for every mistake. That's like the first thing I learned, like being in the international scene. I was just like, oh my God, these games are rough. I still remember the first time playing against EG in Scrim. It was just like, wow, we got dumpstered in 20 minutes.
you do like one mistake in lane and it snowballs so much.
The sad thing is, like, after a game, you watch the replay, you play OG, they're like best team in the world. You scream and then you watch this replay. It's like, it's because you like did something wrong in the lane for 2 minutes, that the 40 minutes of your game were impacted, and you're like, but this is a
butterfly
replay effect. Yeah. And then you watch the
Butterfly
replay
effect.
and you only can get that 2 minutes. It's so annoying.
First draft of the day, Bat Rider, Mirana banned out, Nature's Prophet, Brute Mother taken out.
Yeah, I like those two bans from Talon. Scam definitely a menace with his Furion, and obviously Cook showcasing his Brood. Destroyed Bob at mid. Geek Slate responded with Tuss and Death Prophet. I noticed towards the like in the Fnatic and Boom series, I think all games with Death Prophet won, right?
Yes, and
So-
she was exclusively played offlane also.
Yeah. So like maybe there's like this resurgent of this Death Prophet hero again, because it kind of started that day. Like teams were starting to pick that Death Prophet hero. Rubik very good against Death Prophet though. You do like stealing,
Everything.
Yeah. You'd like that exo.
It's just a decent lane against the trend, right? Like you have the HP suck, you can kind of go through armor, you don't care too much.
If Winter was here, he'd be like, I did not like the opening of Talon.
Really? I love their opening.
No, he doesn't like picking two supports.
Yeah, double supports.
But I think if Rubik is one of the support, it's fine, because it has that initiation factor even without a dagger. The cast range is very good. It's instant.
They're also very neutral heroes, right? And I feel like Talon, like, they have 3 very talented cores that all want to abuse their pick, so I think it's warranted to like just pick very neutral supports. They have teamfight, they have catch, they have decent lanes.
I'd probably just ban out Scam's hero. Maybe
Not
one more.
ban each
No,
hero
maybe one
though,
more
right?
Scam hero, the Dro.
Draw.
And then, wait, is Geek Slate last pick or I didn't catch?
The Geek Slate's first pick.
Okay, so
Like last pick to Talon.
they don't have to worry about like some cheese force hero. They could also like remove the Viper if they opt to, like if they prefer to go for a Spectre, but it is a Spectre versus DP. Might not be the best pick there. A lot of these, like
I feel like all these teams, they have like a tier list of like, I would say mostly carry heroes. Like how good is Joel, how good is Lina, how good is Sniper. And you can like kind of see from their like drafts what they prioritize, and it's kind of easy to ban if you don't pick it early.
yeah, and you can also like see what the opponent like prioritizes in terms of cores, and then you can like aim for a specific carry.
Yeah, I think it's what you set up for too, right? Like this Talon, they have this Trion, so they probably want like this. They want the draw, I think. Or even some like TB kind of hero against the DP. Like you see his Death Prophet, you have your Pros 5, you want a range hero that's good against Death Prophet Tuskar.
Yeah.
It's kind of easy to ban for.
SF. Okay.
Just targeting Cox.
Yeah. No, he
I
definitely.
think they're banning for the 15 Kodo hero. Looks like a Pangolier for now. SF Ember ban.
Yeah.
What else is there?
I feel like they might be lacking a little bit of damage if like dealing with this DP.
They have like 2 more core picks. I think it's okay.
Sure.
I mean, their supports just don't have real like big damage in general, right?
I think you just pick a 23, right? Hero, because you see the offlane.
I think normally you would
'cause
pick your carry, but I think Talon specifically will pick Mikoto's hero here. Just because of how much they... I mean, it's also like mid heroes now, there's just
no
a
cost.
small pool
Yeah,
of it.
Probably Pango. Yeah, you're right. Nice. Good prediction.
Damn.
That's fine.
They can even flex it also, because Jabs is also
I'm
played it.
curious though. They didn't
Yeah.
ban Bloodseeker. Like, isn't the response from Geek Slate here just Bloodseeker?
I think if they pick Bloodseeker to counter a Pango, and Mikoto, he's like a bit farm heavy, buys his Lincolns, and eventually you have a core Bloodseeker now against whatever 23 is gonna pick.
but
It's not too nice, I think.
But it's like it's sure you can go for the Lincolns, but it's still a ways away. You know.
I think it is, but it's not like a end of the world kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's still playable. And you also you're also trading a core, right? Like you counter my Pango, your Bloodseeker, then my pick counters your Bloodseeker DP.
I would have probably preferred maybe either removing the Ember or the Shadow Fiend, and just because you just don't want like.
They have no catch for Puck though, I think.
No.
damage, though.
You keep the puck.
Oh, you mean change the Ember or SF?
Yeah,
I
one
guess
of-
I can see the Ember
Yeah.
like being there, but
But yeah, just I could even argue
there's also like lack of mid heroes in the pool, right? And Cox is he hasn't showed too many heroes. Maybe like some Primal Beast or something. We'll see.
I
To be
could
fair, he hasn't had to, because he keeps
That's
winning.
true. That's true.
I could argue you can even remove the puck because puck hasn't really had much success, and I mean I'm sure Geek Slate could do well with it, but just based on stats.
Yeah.
Okay, let's verify this, because I feel like anecdotally Puck has been on a resurgence.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a lot of Puck too.
Okay, you're right. 9 picks, 44% win rate.
Yeah, it had a couple more wins last week, but still, it's not as terrifying as it once was.
Yeah.
IO Gyro, now what do you pick for the carry here? Oh, this is a straight yes.
It's a Morph ban.
It's a rough, yeah, because Morph is probably the best. It's range, can deal with the DP, very good against. What are the go-to? CK seems pretty good, but
Oh, I think it's a debate.
is it?
I think so.
It can kind of wreck.
You need damage. They have no damage on Talon. They have like so much lockdown, but they need damage.
No,
I think they should just pick some like draw or something.
It's like Droll just gets run down, man. Like
I mean, they have supports and their draft is set up this way. I think they have to like force.
I only say CK because like traditionally CK is very good against DP and can if it's ahead can wreck this IO Gyro.
I think it's hard to be ahead though. Like you have a CK 3 lane, you're not
Is it,
gonna
yeah.
like. Yeah,
It's a big if, though.
sure. Big if.
No, I know it's obviously not the easiest lane.
I see TB as well, but it's kind of slow. I would prefer the draw for sure. They need something like maybe like a Skadi carrier or like
Probably
some
just
draw
Monkey.
shard. They have a
Like,
lot of heals.
If they're
on
going like
different-
out of comfort for 23, Monkey is probably or Lifestealer like, but it's still such a weak lane. Lark,
they're looking at the tier list, man.
terribly.
TB.
Yeah. Now they gotta remove the TB counters. Maybe a Zeus.
Lash for sure, right?
Lash.
They have IO.
Yeah. Yeah, Lash is
Ember's banned. I feel like Geek Slate need a go-in hero. I think like Primal
Initiator.
Void Spirit are like better bans than this like Lash.
No, but I still think you need Lash because it just pushes the tempo. Diabolic Edict
I guess so.
and Exo.
Too much heal.
Your map becomes so small so
Fair.
fast.
For my own knowledge, if IO wasn't picked,
Yeah.
do you still consider Leshak to be a good TB counter? Or,
I think it's good against Trian. Not specifically the Terrorblade.
okay, because like back in the day, it used to be the go-to,
I would another pick.
but I feel like Lesh has lost some of his potential against TB.
I think the neutral items, the Trickster Cloak and Mage Slayer, because it builds into Bloodthorn now, it
yeah.
kind of gives you a timing later in the game against these heroes that they
And-
kind of just lose to you.
And his Ags also is like you can go like Go Scepter, like, and then you have the Ags.
Yeah,
you
that's
have like
true, that's
additional ethereal form.
It's a lot on the game pace. It's
It-
just
it
to
needs,
ban the
like-
Darkseer. That's a good ban. That's a good ban. I can respect that.
I mean, another one, Cox
Wait, is
played
it a
Underlord
ban?
mid that one time.
No, it's pretty good against DB. Like,
But you're playing against Pango and Trian, right? Like your illusion can't really hit.
no, I think it's just like win lane and snowball from there. Like and Darkseer Tusk.
Do you win your lane? Is Darkseer?
I don't think TB wins the lane though.
Maybe.
The
I feel
double
like
iron
Trian
shell.
TV will like zone you. Leech Seed like really strong.
Yeah.
Burbu. What's the jabs hero gonna
I
be?
think like a Tide would even be really good for Geek Slate. Just have that frontline hero like
I can see a type.
like
I can see a type.
and they based on the stats that got out before, like they always say save force for last pick.
Primal Tide.
And it's like what does Talon pick to counter a Tide?
I have no idea what Talon can pick.
I feel the TB put them in a hard place in terms of the draft.
They just need a fighter, right? Basically. Timber Brew removed.
Vessel. Okay, that I wouldn't have predicted that, but sure. Maybe they got some inside info because the coach is laughing. It's like, they
Weird,
knew it.
yeah.
They
Just illusion clearer, I guess.
think
I mean, they have like this
Oh,
mass
man.
heal strat too with minus armor.
Dude.
I can see the dazzle.
What if they
actually.
pick Witch Doctor on Geek Slate?
That'd be super cool. Actually, I would love it.
the Western.
Ace played it.
yeah.
Gaming
Ace-
Gladiators.
yeah, Gaming Gladiators.
They play with the IO max
IO,
heal head
sure.
mag. My god.
And even actually a few days ago, Dendy played it mid, Witch Doctor mid, on bait versus Shopify Rebellion, and they almost won that game.
OP hero.
I think we were testing him out in ESL. Like I forgot who was next to me. I think it might have been Sidrin or Fog.
Probably fogged.
'Cause, like, and then he made a tweet that the heal wasn't doing the correct damage.
Yeah. I think whatever it is, I imagine it's been fixed because it looked terrifying in that Gaming Gladiators game.
If Geek Slate just wanted to be stable, I feel Tide is really good.
What's he saying?
Dude, he's putting something together. He's like,
Guys, you're gonna run to the top
he's-
lane and then run back to mid lane. And then they're gonna go back to the base.
he's talking to Force, so it's a Force hero.
Or if he's forcing him to play.
I think it's Tide. Tide is the most stable pick. You just stick together with Exo Tide.
That's a great pick, I think. They have no damage to like break through him.
Lash.
I mean, that's okay.
Could be a Force hero too.
What's the pick here? Queen of Pain.
yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Jabs to pick something like Queen of Pain.
I
Do you put Pango in Jabs' hand and pick a different Mikoto hero now that you can?
I think you have to.
Oh,
I don't think Pango mid is enough. Or like
Jab should play anti-mage here. Alright. Honestly, it's a pretty good Kunkka game.
Anti-mage is
I'll
actually
pick
pretty
Kunkka.
sick.
Oh
but-
yeah.
I like Kunkka here.
But then
But I don't know if Pango
had-
offlane. Like, I'm a super non-believer in his Pango offlane. Man. What's he gonna buy? Vessel? I guess it's a pretty decent Vessel game. I don't know. Not a big Pango offlane
Dude,
fan.
AM actually.
AM looks good, right? Yeah. just pick AM Jabs. Let's go. We played Naga. Like, why
But
not?
it's such a dumb lineup.
Both the brothers together.
The War
Heaven
3
and
lore.
Earth. Yeah.
Coddle.
What can you do?
I mean, that can delay you. It is a normal,
I see so much Coddle against DP.
but it is a normal like vessel hero, and it is going off lane.
It is, but they're just gonna farm and you're gonna
No,
lose. at some
I'm not
point,
saying it's the greatest pick.
You're
but
justifying it for me though, and I appreciate that.
it does feel like it's kind of what they need. Like they need the delay for this 23 to come online because
I don't think Coddle stops Exorcism and Diabolic Edict with IO on your towers, man.
I mean,
It looks hard to me.
eventually there will be a point where it does it, but you know, hopefully by the time TV's like, guys, I'm ready to join. Oh yeah, Geek Slate's lineup just looks really
Oh.
clean.
Stop it, Furin. Our draft.
He seems way too happy about
Stop
this.
bringing food. He's like, no draft for you.
I'm definitely Geek Slate favored for this one. I think they kind of backed Talon into a corner.
Yeah.
Let's see the opinion of our casters, though, which I actually don't know who it is as we zoom in. What is this combination?
Hello.
Winter Avo.
Hello, Tsunami.
Also
Hello.
known as Wavo.
I have I have stolen Winter away from your panel. I will
I
get
know-
him back after the series.
Yeah, you can keep
We don't
him.
want him back.
I'm in no rush.
You
Take
sure?
your time.
I've not
Red
heard enough
shirts
base
only.
takes.
GG guys, GG. Nice one.
Yeah, you
No,
know,
no ang pao for you guys, man.
Oh no.
Winter thought this
I
was
didn't
red.
say anything. I just laughed. So you can give it to me.
All right, well, I can't wait to hear this duo, Avo and Winter. It's all yours.
Thank you, Tsunami. Gongsi Fatsai Winter. Thank you for coming in on your day off. Just
Where's
to,
my orange?
I actually have 12 packs of Mandrins for you, one for each month of the year. So you know how much I appreciate you.
I know. I'll buy you Bakute next week.
I actually would love that. No joke. Please take me to Bakute. There's this place near you that is incredible, Winter. It's incredible, much like this Geek Slate lineup, isn't it?
No stuns though, only Tusk.
Lesh stun.
Yeah, I mean the panel didn't have much faith in the Talon's lineup.
Do you agree with them?
But I think that the Geek fans lineup is not Geek Slate's lineup is not that easy to play as well. They have no stuns, only Tusk, so they have to play. They have to rely on the snowball, and
30
maybe the
seconds to
Lash is gonna have to buy use. I don't know. I've never seen anyone buy use anymore. Lash nowadays.
But what do you need to stun here if you're Talon? Like, Talon doesn't have too many movable
I mean,
heroes.
how are you going to lock down the Pango and the Kotal? I mean, you need to kill them, you know.
You not rocket the Coddle.
If you see him, sure, he's like 450 move speed, running around. I actually 500 with travels.
Okay, fair enough. I see your point.
And your task is a support, not a call, you know.
Yeah, that's true. You think he's gonna probably max snowball, bottom lane, jabs? Already holding missile. Look at that. He broke it. He's too fast, Winter. What do you think of the Coddle going off lane, by the way, as opposed to mid?
I think it needs to be a call for sure. I mean,
Right.
I feel like the lane matchup, if you put Kotal, I mean, I think it's not much difference though.
Really?
Maybe it's player preference. Jebs wants to play the Kotal. I think Pango against Lash, and you compare it to Kotal against Lash, it's pretty much the same.
Okay.
The Lash is going to farm regardless. I mean, the Kotal is also going to farm regardless of the lane. And it's more about which lane you can pressure the carry more, I feel. And if you put the Pango at bot, I think the Gyro is going to be much fatter than comparing against the Kotal.
Okay, so the early pressure is important. Is the farm preference on Coddle here matter at all?
For sure, man. He's a Kotal.
I mean, like compared to like a mid lane Coddle, does off lane Coddle farm less?
I think it's the same though. He's a very expensive offlane hero. Like you're gonna take a lot of space on the map. You're gonna buy travels. So the Pango has to play kind of like the offlaner. He needs to play in a more cheaper fashion. Okay. Move around for the team. Try to help out.
What about the role of the TB in this lineup? Does he just perma farm early, letting his other cores do the job, and eventually he joins the fray? Or how does that work?
I actually don't really like playing TV like that. I feel like whenever you have meta, you should try to at least defend your mid tier 1 or go for some tower pushes. I don't like it if the TB is just jungling and ancients with the metamorph all the time.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Do you like also the TBs that do the shoving with the lane illusions as well?
This lane is gonna be a bit annoying because there's a Lash.
That's a good point. What do you think of this matchup, actually? I've seen this before, and obviously Lash against Illusion Hero is always really strong, but Terrorblade usually has the range to kill him. Where do you stand in this core-to-core?
Somebody has to buy Pipe and Mage Slayer, then the TB will be fine. I think
that Pango?
Pango can buy the Pipe, I guess. But I've seen like, who was it that bought Pipe on? Rubik, I think it was Bleed's support player.
Yeah. The mech build is very popular these days, so it's kind of similar. Mikoto got the rune. Well done. Mikoto actually could now maybe try against Cox, but no, just a little bit of damage.
You do not mess with Cox, you know? He's the boss.
No, you never got the chance to make those puns. Now, welcome to the cast, where all the Cox puns are available here. I'm glad I got you for this game, Winter. I appreciate it. Okay, let's look at the other side though. And what is Geek Slate's plan? Like, if you don't have any stuns, how do you play this lineup better when you have less ganking potential?
I think their lineup is more about being in a ball, and the Io and Gyro will be somewhere else, like playing around the map, farming. And the Lash, I would say the Lash, Tusk, and DP, they're going to be mostly together as a 3-man ball. Yeah, but I do feel like somebody has to buy like something to catch, you know, like relying on this Tusk. Don't feel like it's going to be enough, you know. And I don't think that he's going to have a dagger at a very good timing unless they're owning so hard.
Yeah, what is that something to catch, right? You suggested Yols on Lash, but is there any item that might be better?
I mean, their lineup is just no catch, you know. Some games you can fix it with items, but I think this game they just have to play with a lineup that doesn't really catch the enemy, you know. Because I don't feel like DP wants to buy the eels as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's no Atos builders here. Scythe is a very late item. Maybe Gleipnir on like Gyrocopter.
It's just a ball lineup. That's why the last pick Kotal, I can understand why they want to go for it. They don't really want to fight head on. Like the panel mentioned some tight, some team fight hero, but I feel like they have a different idea of approaching this game, Talon. You know, they want to delay the game because they feel like no matter what they have picked in the last phase, it doesn't match up against what Geek Slate have. The Gyro, the DP, the Lash, the team fight is too much already. So they have to just play the map and split push.
And that's the role of Coddle. I mean, to some degree, Terrorblade can also aid in that, right? So you can actually do deviate into that role decently. Pango as well. You actually do have some pretty good lane shove if you look at Talon now. But is there a moment where they win? Like Talon wins in the late game, or they have just a superior carry? Like, what's the win condition eventually? They can't just be split pushing.
Time. More than, they need like 45, 50 minute game.
Really? And then,
your classic C game.
Okay, all right, sure, yeah. I mean, you are here with me. I am the caster with the longest average game time. Did you know that, Winter?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not a good thing for my relationship, but it's a good thing for the broadcast.
so far the lanes are just going pretty evenly. Everyone is getting, I think mid lane is also 50-50. Both the side lanes are also kind of 50-50. It's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be like a kind of like a boring early game, and then when the Pango gets his level 6, the Lash gets more levels, then the game is gonna start to roll. But before that happens, the game is gonna be a bit more static.
So is Talon the ones that are going to initiate first? Like they're the ones who make the first move?
They're gonna be the ones that are more keen to upset the balance with the mid Pango.
Okay, okay. Do you think Mikoto's going to change the build, by the way? You talked about the possibility of Mage Slayer Pike. Or does he just go with the Fusil Blade like always?
Don't know about Mage Slayer on Pango though. I think.
But it seems pretty good, right? You Swashbuckle, you Mage Slayer the Lash?
Did anyone buy the item on Pango though?
No, I've never seen that.
I think maybe the TV has to buy it on himself. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Or maybe nobody will buy it, and it's just gonna be a pipe on either the Cotter or one of the supports.
I mean, but Cotter also has to go Vessel as well, right? And travel.
He's gonna be rich, you know. He's a fucking Cotter. He's gonna have travels, Vessel. He might want to get a 4-star. I know 4-star is nice this game against the Tusk.
Sure. Okay. Okay. We're starting to build up the Cotter. I like that that idea with Mikoto as well, and this should be enough to deal with Lesh, right? So maybe. You seem to be leaning towards Talon's lineup, actually. The more you speak about it. Like
I'm just telling you how they can play, you know, to deal with. I think it's quite a even draft. Like both teams have they have very different ideas of how they want to play the game, you know. I mean, but some people might say that you rather play the Radiant lineup because it's just easier. It's very straight to the point, you know. They're gonna group up 3-man. The IO Gyro is gonna be farming around the map. Just running around, maybe getting some kills along the way, and then if you look at the Talon's lineup, they have to survive until 45 minutes, you know, so it's definitely harder to play their lineup, if you put it that way.
Sure, I can see that. On the other hand, though, Geek Slate has not been one of the teams that has had difficulty as well.
Do they have the fastest game type?
In C, yes, but that's not saying much, but yes. I mean, you compare this to like, what, Boom, SMG, Fnatic, they all have issues with the closing games, right? I think Talon even has had issues closing games. Geek Slate has been the only ones that have been consistently doing it pretty decently.
Yeah, they've been, I feel like they've been probably the best team playing around the map. Using the Observer Wards and the Smokes are the best.
What do you think that comes from? Where do you think that great shot calling comes from?
If I have to guess, it's probably Scam.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Because I feel like if I look at all these 5 players, I think Scam is the most captain-like player here in this team. And I feel like Force also talks a lot in the game.
Oh, Force talks a lot.
Yeah, he talks a lot. He makes a lot of calls.
Does Raji not talk a lot? I know he has been a captain for a while as well.
He talks, but he's not... okay, Mikoto is here with the Pango, so the first rotation is made by Talon.
Yep, and is it going to be successful? Top lane, they're almost killing Terrorblade as well, by the way. But I think he'll barely survive. Actually, he fights back Norman, now really low. Bottom lane, they try to finish off Raji, and the auto attack from Q will secure that kill on the IO. Finally, first blood going the way of Talon, and eventually, though, 23 Savage does fall on the top lane. He overfought against Force and overextended.
Oh, he used Sunder, so they were trying to kill the DP?
They tried to kill the Terrorblade. He used Sunder against the Tusk, almost killed Tusk, but then he...
Cox.
Yes,
oh,
Cox
no.
is in trouble. But with the missiles, Cox might be fine. In fact, Ollie's the one who's going to die.
Look who's here, Scam's here, the carry's here.
No, they killed Mikoto as well. Thanks to Scam's call, Q will be able to TP at least, but that was a really good defense of the Cox.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why he was there. So they killed the IO, so he just went to jungle and he was around the neighborhood and he saw they have an observer ward on the river. So I guess he saw the Pango going towards middle and then he just decided to, I'll just be nearby, you know, just in case something happens, and something did happen.
So this is what you were suggesting earlier with the Terrorblade as well, right? Like having a carry that despite your build not being very early game oriented.
Obviously, it's harder to do it as a TV if you compare it to Gyro. Gyro has cooldown, so...
Are you sure? Look at his build though. He maxed Flat Cannon. Only 1 point Rocket Barrage from Missile.
Yeah, but it's still easier to rotate as a Gyro, you know, your cooldown. Whenever you have cooldown, I think it's good to make that kind of play, you know. I feel like carry players have to...
adapt.
They have to play more for the teams, you know, at a very high level. You can't just sacrifice everybody's lives and towers, you know, and then you just get the highest GPM. That's not how the carry role works anymore nowadays.
Sure.
It's more about how to get GPM on yourself and on your team at the same time, you know. Even though it means that you have to sacrifice some of your farm.
Interesting. How do you make that calculation? Like, when is the right time? How do you get the feeling there to
mid tier 1 for sure. Mid tier 1 is the tower where I feel like the carries should pay attention to, and they have to help out, in defending it. And we see a smoke here. They're gonna find 23 Savage.
Yep. He has Sunder though this time. Should be able to use it. Uses around Cox, but unfortunately he's still stunned. That split was pretty strong. The Ice Shards keeps him in place, and Pickpull will not save this Terror Blade.
That's a pretty big kill there. I feel like the TB felt safe because there was an observer ward there, so he feels like, okay, maybe I can take this wave. My meta is coming off cooldown in a bit, and then I might decide whether I want to rotate to bot lane to secure the tier 1 at bot. But unfortunately, he got smoke ganked, and right now he has to decide whether he wants to TP to the bot side. I think he should be playing the bot side now. Top side is no longer safe for him. Cox is here with a haste rune, so arguably the best rune for the Lash at this stage of the game. Yep. So the TP is probably not going to want to go there anymore. He's going to go bot.
He can't contest, so they just take the tower. They use Exorcism as well to come into this tier 1. That's going to be the tier 1 fallen. You're talking about other plays the carry can make. Can the carry also... I've seen a lot of carries that as soon as the map opens up, they also farm very aggressively, as a way to open up the map. Is that one of the other things that you talk about, being more active, even though it's sacrificing GPM, or puts you in a dangerous position?
No, that depends on the carry hero, because if the hero is like something like, say, a Drow, the Drow's not going to be doing that.
Sure. Yeah. I get your point, but I mean, like, in the case of, like, for example, a more active carry, a carry that can avoid ganks, right? Like a Monkey King, we've seen that doing a lot.
Monkey King, Gabby. Like how Gabby played last Friday?
Yes.
I think that was pretty good.
Really? That's not what you said on Venom last Friday. I remember.
I said he played well. I said he deserved to win that game, man. Come on. I give credit when it's due,
Yeah, you want to do the tier list of worst carries of SCA again here, or
no?
Not
sure? Now.
I'll save it for
the game. The game is pretty interesting now.
Oh, is it? Good to know. Good to know. Cox is not taking over the top lane. So where are the Geek Slate heroes? Are they to take top tier 1? What's the next objective? Where should the heroes be playing here?
I think should be thinking about the mid tier 1 and then Rosh already. I think Roshan is pretty easy for their lineup, their DP. Once she has the EXO up again, she has a mech up, so she's going for a Greaves. The Greaves will be good at dispelling the overgrowth, the solar bind. I think those are the two things that come to my mind right away. The rest of the debuffs are not that important anymore.
Sure.
But I feel like maybe the plan is also just the ball up plan, So you want to have the aura items.
Right. You think DP goes commits to the full aura as well, like after Greaves? Or?
Yeah, I think so. I think you go full aura.
Narman in the mid lane has been caught by Q. His Ice Shard stolen. He doesn't know how to retreat. Snowballs avoiding the shield crash damage. Not that bad. Narman still has the Water's Punch, by the way. They have to be a little bit careful because Cox is nearby. But thanks to the Solar Bind, the Fade Bolt will kill him. Bye-bye, Hustler.
Yeah, he's rushing a Blink. I like it. He understands his role in this lineup. That's very nice.
Which is stun.
Yeah, he has to.
He's the stun.
Yep, I mean, you can put it that way. So Lash is going for Bloodstone. Gyro is going Maelstrom. Yeah, I think pretty standard across the board. Io's getting his Holy Locket.
If you were the Gyro player, would you consider an earlier Gleipnir than usual on this hero?
Yeah, I would consider it because of the lineup.
Right, because you need more catch, yeah. So that would be the solution to the catch, maybe.
Yeah, they tried to push the tier 1 mid, but Geek Slate is able to fend it off. So right now they're going to be, the 3-man ball is going to commence, the Lash, Tusk and the DP, but they might actually let the Tusk farm a little bit, They need his Blink. He's at 1.3k now. And usually I always say this to the players, if you're not 1.7k and 1.8k, you have no right to take creeps as a support, if you're 1.8, 1.9k, it's like 300 go away, okay. Right. You have the right to farm, but otherwise you have to just do your thing and get the goal from the team fights. If you're not getting the goal from the team fights, then good luck, You have to figure out a way, but you cannot be taking away farm from the carries. Sure. The cause.
But do you think the exceptions would be like this Tusk Blink Direct is so important for the game?
Yeah, maybe this game I would give a exception, but he's still doing the right thing, Like, look at how he's posturing around the jungle. He's trying to anticipate. Maybe there might be a smoke. He's actually right, Talon is actually smoking up. They are running in. And then he just ran away. I feel like he's making a very good read on what's happening on the map. Io Gyro is taking the very, very safe farm. Look at how the other two are posturing, the DP and Lash. They're like really, really aggressive, and Tusk is always running into the jungle to see if he's going to run into a smoke.
And that's what he does. As the snowball doesn't prevent too much damage. Here comes Skem, though. They join in. Water's Punch as well. The 2 stuns have been used. Mikoto is now free to swashbuckle himself to safety. But look at that missile go. Bang.
I mean, he didn't even want to commit the Rolling Thunder for that kill, I feel like It was probably also the right call because they don't really have vision over there, so he didn't know that what he is going to be heroed.
No, they did have vision, but they just got awarded.
Oh, he just got the other.
Yeah.
So I guess he just didn't want to risk anything there.
I think it's because they had vision in this. Yeah, there we go. The observer's marking it. Thank you very much. They had vision over there, and as you can see, the Tusk was roaming around that area like back and forth. So you probably assume Tusk is there to break smokes, much like you said. They already knew everything you told the stream. They knew as well because of the ward.
Yeah, and I feel like they're also having a very good idea of what their draft is supposed to do right now. They're not taking risks. They're just buying time for the TV to keep farming, keep scaling. They're not taking unnecessary risks. Yeah, I think overall I like how they are playing the game. And the Kotal actually didn't go for Burst of Travel. He went Vessel into Force Staff. And he's going
Vessel into Dagon.
And he has a Force Staff now.
Oh, wow, that is quite a lot of fun.
He's going Dagon next?
That's interesting.
Really?
He could be the pipe builder, honestly.
Yeah, why won't he just... I mean, I guess your Kotal, you don't really want to get a pipe. You rather the Rubik or the Trian get it. Like, I mean, I understand.
Sure, but you're stealing the farm from them, right? Like, it's very difficult to farm as a support.
I mean, the Rubik has mech already, so...
Okay. Oh, maybe not. Would you reckon the Q should have gone for a pipe instead of the mech, or you just like the mech build more?
Q?
Yeah.
Oh, I think maybe you can get both though with how the game is going, because they want to play late game anyway, right? So maybe it makes sense that Jebs is not getting the shittier items, if you want to put it that way. The non-core items, you know.
What's the Dagon for this game though? It's just to like burst. That's quite tanky here.
Pick off and delay the game, I guess. He wants to just pick someone off really, really quickly with the Pango, the Rubik, and then run away, split the map. I guess that's the idea.
It does not feel like you have easy pick-off targets, though.
I actually much rather going for the Aghanim still on the Kotal. I feel like they should buy team fight items.
The Kotal. Ooh, up to the high guard. Yeah, vision out. And they use it on the Tusk. Snowball for Q. Gain some space, Q. Okay, he's going to get stunned like that. As Narman dies to the TV illusions, Fateful to finish him off. The roll has been used already by Mikoto, and it catches not many people, just deterring their aggression.
Poor Narman. He's at 1.7k just now.
Oh, he was about to be able to ask for farm winter. Now I can't. He has to shut up again.
If you go past that threshold, you're allowed.
You're allowed. He has to find those extra 100 gold now. We'll see what happens to him as Talon. They get a small kill, but like you said, they're just playing defensively. They just want to make sure that the MA team can't like over-aggress here. The Roche we're talking about though from Geek Slate. Can Talon defend this?
No roll though. I think better not. They can try to steal, but
they have overgrowth though.
It's not that easy though. I feel like they cannot really commit. They can try to poke and prod and try to steal maybe.
Okay.
It's too difficult. The DPS Greaves.
The Force Staff sitting Q, the Snowball. Narman. Oh no! He was so close to 1700 again, back down to 16.
Wait, the Rubik has Ghost? Oh no, he has Snowball. Okay.
He does not, he just took Snowball.
They actually should have just focused on Roche. Now they can't do Roche anymore.
Yes, that was a really weird play by them.
Yeah, I mean...
they got overzealous.
Yeah, a little too overzealous there for sure, but mistakes are made. And now TB is just happily farming almost half of the map.
Yep.
That's like 2 more minutes to farm before Force has his ulti up again. So that's a pretty big deal. Are they thinking about Sting Rush?
They don't have the TV nearby, so I don't know how they would. Oh. Cox thought there was going to be someone in the Roche pit. There wasn't anyone in the Roche pit.
Yeah, this so far has been a really good game, by Talon. They really understand what they need to do with their lineup. Yeah, sure, Geek Slate didn't, play the game perfectly, but I feel like this lead here is a lot of it has to do with how well Talon's using the map with the TB, the Pango, the Kotal.
And they smoke. They're gonna steal Roche, it seems like, or maybe go for a gank. Ooh, they are. They're just going for a gank here, trying to find the IO Gyro. There's the Coddle, initiation, Soulbind, with the Vessel on top of that Scam. Reload on mana, Overgrowth has been used, and the relocate got stopped by that Overgrowth. Now the IO's in a difficult position as he's just lost a partner. They bring back Scam, they stun him with his own Split Earth. Scam almost fell to the Illuminate, but the Snowball barely saving him here as Jabs gains some space. Cox wants to try to get that kill here, and he will not succeed. Jabs is still alive, Cox is dead, Narman's dead too. Everyone's falling, and a sad Force just watched this whole team die.
Yeah, that was such a good move there. They realized after the DP ulti is down, Geek Slate is gonna definitely rotate back to push out the maps, being split apart again because they have to farm. They don't have their spells, and they were able to shove the bot lane really quickly with the illusions and make that really quick smoke there. And I mean, this is what I'm talking about as TB. You have to participate. You can't expect like he didn't even finish his Skadi, but he decided, okay, it's time to go. As a carry, and that's something that I don't feel I see a lot from 23 before, and it's good to see him being able to improve and elevate his play as a carry now.
Yeah, expand his play pool. Something that actually you'll see later in the season. We got an interview with Brave, and he was talking about that as well. Like how sometimes you just have to adapt to this kind of play style, and it's not. Otherwise, you get stuck.
Not exactly just adapting. It's more about like improving as a carry. You don't want to be playing a carry in a way where you're so selfish. That you're just taking farm on the map.
It used to be the right way to play, though. What did you say?
I guess that's true. But
that's what I mean.
It hasn't been that way for like a long time. I think.
That's also true. That's very fair. Yes, some carries would argue against that, but yes, you're very right.
Yeah, the carries are not in, the top of the table for sure.
Yeah, but for example, South America, they do. Actually, I guess not. I guess that was Esports that did that.
South American carry players are one of the most aggressive players.
What, Hector, you mean?
I guess he's the best one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Skev, he's going to die here with the Illuminate. That was easy. No IO.
Yeah, where's the IO?
I'm not sure.
Oh, he missed the relocate.
Oh, he missed the relocate. That's why Narman also falls to the Illuminate. That's 2 kills more for Talon.
Yeah, now the game is really hard for Geek Slate already. They didn't get the first Roshan. The task died a couple of times.
Oh my god, the IO now came back, missed relocate, and Raji's dead too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the C special, buy one, free one. With the IO, your gyro, you always get the bonus kill.
Oh yeah, it's the Chinese New Year deal, right?
No, Chinese New Year, there's nothing free for you. Everything is more expensive. Come on.
I've ordered from so many places and they all give me free stuff.
Okay, fine. I'm buying at the wrong places then.
Yes, you're giving me an ang pao. That's free too, right?
No, that's not free,
I have to I give you mandarins.
You're exchanging it with Mandarin already.
12 bucks.
So you're taking a bad trade.
I don't know, man.
Unless the ang pao is a very big ang pao.
I've been collecting the mandarins from the grab drivers, and I just put them in a box. The free ones the grab driver gives you when you go?
So smart, yeah.
I know. I've already collected 64 of them. They're a little bit old, but still lucky though.
And I have to give you that, you're a smart guy.
You're really learning sarcasm, Winter. I'm very proud of you. 23 Savage is going to put some pressure into this mid lane. Scotty's almost completed though, even though he has Aegis. Oh, he wants to commit to it. Meta. Okay. They have good coverage for him, I guess. He is...
Wait, the Cotter has BKB, by the way.
He disassembled the...
Just saying, he Cotter has BKB.
Cotter has BKB. Didn't go for the Dagon at least, that's good. What is the BKB on the Cotter for? Just in case he gets caught by the one stun, he can BKB before that? I suppose.
The silence, I don't know. I don't really feel he needs it, but I like the idea that he's trying to make the game as hard for them to lose as possible, because he's not dying. Okay, they called out Roger here.
Yeah, Roger's dead. Ooh, nice Illuminate there. You see it, he guessed where he was going to tether to.
Good guess,
Yes.
Who wants to be the millionaire guess?
You're not supposed to guess in that show, Winter. You're supposed to know.
Sometimes you have to guess, you run out of your 50-50, you run out of your call a friend, then what? You have to guess, right?
No, the call a friend is only to call your dad to tell him you've won $1 million.
Oh, not that guy, man.
He's my favorite man in the history of Earth. He's very suave. Narman, unfortunately, not as suave.
Did he get his dagger?
He does. He just got it. But he doesn't have it as an inventory yet, but he has the gold for it. He bought it. He's going to TP at least. And there we go. Look at this, Winter. Look at this glorious moment. Narman with a blink dagger. It's finally here.
The game is gonna turn now with this blink.
Yeah, if only the Coddle didn't have BKB. Now you can't snowball the Coddle. You have to Walrus punch him first.
I mean, they have pretty good base defense, so I feel like the game is gonna still drag on for a bit. They have Gyro, they have Lash.
It's 23 minutes in. It's crazy that Talon's winning this early.
I mean, they're playing the game really well. I have to say that this is by far, I think, the best game I've seen Talon play so far.
They look very composed this time.
Yeah,
maybe the weekend helped them.
The movements, the itemizations, everything. It's sort of like they're on the same page now. Everybody's 100% fully understand what the lineup's supposed to do, what's the timing, and oh, they're gonna smoke behind here with the blink on the task. There's still Aegis for how long? 10 seconds. Okay, they're trying to time this.
Yep.
Radiant are
Scam is leading us
They
with
know.
a tether.
Radiant's
Okay, your
top tower is
BKB
under
Kotter,
attack.
go out and tank.
They're on the trees though. It's a difficult position to go into because your initiation, like Winter's pointed out 1,000 times, is not that great.
Where's the ops? Okay, they have a lane ward.
They do have a lane ward, putting an illusion, pretending like this illusion is TB. Obviously, they know it's not. It's black.
Okay, Manta Skadi completed on Terrorblade.
Scam TPs. So you lost your gyrocopter, force us to TP. Can they cancel this TP in time? No, they cannot. Neither can they, Rogers. So at least they didn't lose anyone, but that was a lot of wasted time for Geek Slate. And now Pango has Ags as well.
I mean, I like that they tried, you know. I feel like whenever you're losing, you can't just turtle all the way. You have to find a timing
Yes.
where you can try to make a play to get yourself at least back in, maybe not fully, but get some of the deficit back, you know. You can't just expect, oh, okay, I'm going to sit on my high ground, wait for the enemies to make a mistake, and then we'll slowly get ourselves back in the game. When you're playing against a very competent opponent, that is a very, very bad way of approaching the game.
I agree with that. It's actually a very poor... If they give me a second, I'll explain to you my favorite story in Esports.
Oh, here we go.
Mikoto. He is rolling. He got the combo, Gyro Io. Now starting the Tusk as well. Oh no, Narman, not again. Gyro is forced back to BKB. Now it's Cox who's the target. Scotty. So now the Gyro, the Walrus Punch for Q. That's not going to work out. Narman's dead. And now Cox goes to the middle of this. There's the overgrowth to stop him though. And with the Scotty, he's not even healing that much. Cox is just going to die. In goes Mikoto as well. The relocate is unsuccessful. Force is dead. And Raji will come back to a surefire death as well. That did not work out for Geek Slate.
Okay, the game is not going to last.
No, it's done. Bye-bye Raji. Bye-bye Tower. Winter. What was that from Geek Slate? Are they just a little bit stressed out?
Yeah, even if they landed the stun on the Lash, I
Doesn't
feel
matter.
like, they are still going to lose the fight. Though. I think that they are overestimating how strong they are, or maybe underestimating how strong Talon is at this point of the game. But that was a really, really bad fight for Geek Slate, you know. But then again, you know, because of their lineup, and maybe sometimes the lineup is playing in your head a lot. You shouldn't be this far behind at this point of the time.
Right.
And then you're like not focused 100%, and you just make a mistake, you know.
Right. That's actually something that Seb commented on. That in like old... Now Dota is like so much standardized, and there's all this understanding of Dota to a much higher degree, right? People are less common at adapting like mid-game. They just go in, they have an idea what the lineup's supposed to do, the win conditions.
If you don't have like a very, very experienced captain in the team or someone, and maybe it's the co-captain or someone else, you know. But and then it's hard for the whole team to do that on their own, you know, if they're not experienced enough. You generally see players just go with the flow. Okay, this is the lineup, this is how we should be playing, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then they roll, you know. It's hard to do it in a game where, okay, even though our lineup is supposed to be strong enough, but we fucked up like 10 minutes ago. So now we are not stronger, so you have to deal with it. And then some players will tell, but I'm playing Viper, I can't run. But I'm playing DP, how can I run away if I'm DP? You know, I have to go in.
That's true.
Or they tell you, that's not how I like to play Dota, but oh, too bad, son. That's just how the game is right now.
That's not how I like to play Dota. I'd rather lose my way than play your way.
You'd be surprised a lot of the players say that, you know. I'd rather lose trying to fight instead of trying to hide, you know.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you for the insight there, Winter. Another based take from you. Are you those kind of players? They say, Seb tells me that all the Dota 1 players are a little more adaptable because they understand they have to fix a problem every game.
Yes, correct. The older players, you know, the old uncles, the old the old mans.
Scam. Okay, they're actually going to try to go for the Trim Protector, and that's Snowball. Fishman got caught in his own ice shards. Now Blinding Light himself away. 23 charges in the high ground. Narman will get the kill, and exchange for his own life, though, as Force is being decimated by a Terrorblade. The Swashbuckle didn't quite kill the IO, and Mikoto once more. He has Rolling Thunders, going for the IO, perhaps Cox. Cox, not an easier target. He's committed, and the little cube, companion cube will fall as Mikoto goes back for Cox. But Cox a little bit too slippery, activating the Bloodstone now. Cox with Blood not gonna survive, it seems like. He's been slowed, he's been forced to activate the BKB last second, losing all the resources they now have. How will they defend this last tier 3?
Kotter did not even pop BKB one time this game, just so you know.
Yeah, because he didn't need it. We already knew this from the start. But if they ever made a mistake, that BKB will probably save them.
That's why I say, even though I don't agree with the item, but I like how he's thinking in the game, you know?
Yes. This BKB is like buying a house when you're like 25, right? It's not, you don't need it now, but in the future, it will save you. It's your savings account, right? It's your 401k. You make sure you never end up homeless.
Radiant's top
Smart thinking, you know?
But this BKB doesn't give him any
rent.
interest or rent. No cash flow.
Yeah, but the house you bought doesn't give you any rent either, so I think it's gonna even.
Okay, here comes the last hurrah, the last smoke.
Last smoke, Raji, Skem. They're gonna try to lead. Narman once again. Oh no, Narman! He went in for the Terrorblade. Jab activates the BKB. He feels threatened. Skem, he dispels the vessel, but he's still being hurt by the Scotty. He's slow.
Nice
Now the overgrowth. Narman's already dead. Mikota got stuck in the ice shard. Doesn't really matter because Skem can't last either. Talon is destroying a Geek Slate that calls the GG. They know this game cannot be beat. And Talon, one of their best performances this season.
I mean, that is worthy first placing team performance, you know, by Talon in Division 1. I feel like they just played the game so well. I mean, this comes back to the fact that, I mean, we've been talking about this task, you know, so much. I mean, that's the thing, you know, your whole draft, I feel like this is the kind of draft where I would say there's too much team fight and there's not enough catch. So, like, you see the task, like, he's trying so, I mean, sure, he messed up a lot, you know, of the initiations, but I think that he feels that it's so hard for him to play.
Yes.
Because he's the only stun. And then he's trying hard to get the dagger, but at the same time, he's trying to break the smoke and whatever. And also the fact that they fuck up the first rush, and it was kind of also his fault, you know, because he tried to initiate.
Right, that one was a little bit too much. You're right, but that comes, as you said, because of the pressure.
The mindset, yeah, because he knows that he is the only stun, so it's hard for them to play mentally, for him to play mentally.
Yeah, and then from then on, Geek Slate doesn't really manage to recover at all this whole game, but they do have a chance to recover in game number 2 of the series. But before that, we have a winterless panel to discuss this draft.
The best kind. God damn, Talon came in with an axe to grind this morning. That was surgical precision. And not just against any team, this is against Geek Slate, the currently undefeated team that they just made look like chumps. Where has this Talon been? Where they gave 23 Savage a traditional carry?
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
I feel the thing about 23 is he's so good at like joining fights on these traditional carries. Like you think you're picking him a fighting carry, but he's actually better off joining the fight as a Terrorblade or something than a Doom, you know?
No,
I mean, they look super clean. I was so impressed mid, the one where they stopped Roche, and then 23 was like hanging around mid lane and just waiting for mana, and they smoked to Roche. That was like so game winning for me.
No, yeah, they played this game near flawlessly. Like, impressive all throughout. Like, probably the only mistake we can point out in Talon is 23's back-to-back deaths in the top area.
Whatever, who cares?
Yeah, but he recovered, you know, very well.
Though honestly, I feel like Geek Slate didn't play the game.
No, I feel it's
Is
also...
it credit to Talon? I feel like they had like mech, they had like IO, Lash. They took top tower. They could have like invaded the jungle and like wrapped mid. How's this tier 1 still alive? They have Lash, DP, IO, Gyro, you know?
I think that goes to like Jab's hero and his item build. Such an early Spirit Vessel can screw, and like no one can frontline when he has that vessel.
Why
like,
not though?
Who
You don't
can
think
save
this
him?
like Lash or DP? I mean,
Like,
yeah, they have
they will
Below,
get
they have Snowball.
they will get bursted.
Burst, but they have no burst damage.
With Illuminate
The Snowball, right? And
I know,
relocate.
but
Like you roll and
No, he's-
relocate, and there's no more like interaction.
He's saying that Geek Slate will get bursted.
Yeah.
They can't fight because such an early vessel from Jabs means that no one can frontline on Geek Slate. And so like
Lash can't frontline. You
No,
put a
I
best.
feel otherwise though. I feel like the Pango rolls and then you press relocate and then you traded roll for relocate and they just go hit the tower again. They have no more spells.
I feel like he would get bursted, but you know, like, agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree.
but we can all agree that Jabs rivalry MVP for this game.
His item build for me won them the game. You know that
I mean Vessel.
the vessel into the quick force staff. That means like they abused the lack of initiation and lockdown that Geek Slate had,
Yep.
and so they could never like they felt like they couldn't do anything, and then it feels so awkward for a DP and Lash to be farmed. Like they felt like they couldn't do anything in the map because they had that lack of initiation.
I feel like their draft was not meant to initiate though. Their draft was meant to like reach the tower and then go like
Slow siege.
come fight us if you want, you know.
Yeah.
But it like
like you said, maybe the Vessel was
a lot
stopped them.
also like happened, you know, with that first Roshan. Like a lot of their tempo was lost, and they felt like they couldn't frontline until they had the BKB. But at that point, like Talon was just like full gear. Like they punished Geek Slate ever since they stole that Roshan and never stopped running at.
I think Jabs' 4-step also helped confirm that Roche, because there was that ice shards that got the Rubik stuck. And I think that may have been like the 4-step debut, which like you never really expect a 4-step to like take the enemy by surprise, but the Tusk was like, oh god, I'm snowballing
I'm in, guys.
way too deep.
The ice shard backfired on him. He got trapped.
Like, let me out. Like, I don't want to be over here. And so, yeah, and then after that, Exorcism didn't have that much time left, and Geek Slate looked totally off balance after that.
No, for sure. Yeah.
They just didn't really know what to do, I feel. I feel like this DP, he had a good game. He had mech pretty early, but they never like put it to use with the IO. They had like this healing composition, but I guess you said the Vessel came into play. Although I feel like even with the Vessel, they might have like, they needed to like trade kills and like still fight for the tower anyway, I think.
I get your
like,
point.
Play this game.
I get your point, but sometimes like the invisible pressure that you get in the game, like because of a certain item, like it forces people like not to do things that they normally do.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, maybe we can see Talon start to make a strong case for being one of the 3 contenders that Southeast Asia will be sending to Peru. Or if Geek Slate will return to form in the rest of the series, we will find out after the break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
I'm going to all of the different countries for my cultural references. For this one, I was like, yo, what's a traditional Thai breakfast? Because Talon must have woken up and eaten some of it. And apparently, a very traditional Thai breakfast is called joke.
Joe?
It looks like that's how it's pronounced. J-O-K or J-O-K-E.
Chop pad
It's like a
thai,
rice
really.
congee. What is a
Cool.
what is a congee?
Porridge.
Oh, okay. Yes. So Thai congee, known as joke, pronounced joke, is a rice porridge breakfast dish that is commonly served with pork meatballs and a variety of Thai condiments, such as fried onions, garlic, chilies, fish sauce, sliced ginger, green onions, and cilantro. And seeing as how Talon have 3 of 5 Thai players on their team, I have to imagine that's what they woke up and ate.
So you basically went for a whole round to call
Yes.
Geek Slate a joke.
Correct. It was a long
I love that.
Lacoste-esque setup, but that's what I was getting
Oh,
at.
man.
It made them look like jokes because that was leaps and bounds beyond what Talon has shown so far in the DPC, but if this is how they're going to be playing, then why have I been considering Execration and Geek Slate to be my favorites? Because I got to put Talon on that list.
Yeah, no, they look clean, and now it's all about remaining clean and being consistent, you know, for the remainder of the matches.
I will say Talon has been like probably the team that I had higher expectations for. Like they have like a very superstar roster. Like
Yeah.
Q and Ollie as well are like really good. Both probably best in their role again. But I think Talon has been, like I said, figuring it out. And this game, even though they look clean, I think the game was a bit too easy for them.
Yeah.
Just because there was nothing really able to be done by Geek Slate. They couldn't like group up to take towers, which was what their lineup was meant to do. I think the Jab's call pick was pretty sick. It ended up working really well in the end.
Yeah.
And like Mike said, they just couldn't execute what they wanted to do and just seemed very lost.
Yeah, the Pango and Kodo, like, threat for the defense really, like, scared them to do any tower pressure at all and just gave enough space for the Stevie. And credits to, like, you know, Winter pointed out, like, the TB was doing things even without items.
Yes.
Just meta, joining fights, taking towers.
Part of that was also because Coddle was just chucking chakra magics to get that meta off
No,
cooldown.
for sure. Definitely, like, over, but still, like, a lot of, like, traditional carries in C would just
Yes.
AFK jungle and
That's true.
just be a non-factor for like the first 20 to 30 minutes. And by the time the team's either losing so much or it's all on him. And yeah, no, credits to Talon. They played really smooth.
I wonder if Geek Slate will think about this trend now, because they definitely feel like this tower was an issue, right? The mid tower was an issue. Just couldn't hit the tower in general, you know? Do they like, was it a draft? Was it them? Was it the Treant Protector Rubik that came out first?
Well, allow me to find out. Let's bring in our game number 2 draft.
You're banned.
No, I
He's banned.
Oh,
There
wow.
you go. He's
But
the scam
Bruno
nature's
gets-
prophet.
No, so
He's
they
banned.
opt to go for. Have we seen Talon run Brood yet?
No,
But I mean,
not that I know.
sure, Jabs is a
We have
disgusting
not
player.
seen
He does. He plays everything, man.
Which it may have just been constantly banned against him.
Did they Naga here?
Uh,
Stark Naga, probably the two we've seen more commonly.
I don't think so. Oh, wow. Is that a first for Southeast Asia?
Good question.
I think it might be.
Probably is.
It
Geek Slate is
has-
increasing the biodiversity, as what Cap would say.
So why is
Biodiversity. Spearbreaker is not only not picked, he's never been banned either. Totally uncontested.
Yeah. Dude, there was a phase where I just hated seeing this here. Every pub. fuck.
Yes. It was
The
like a
null-
year ago.
The
almost.
null build face food.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, this
I-
guy is so disgusting, man.
I just farm.
I mean, does the charge kill the spider?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Later on, yes.
But yeah, it is good to like catch his brood. You know, he shows once in the lane, smoke up.
I will say this is a very interesting response to me.
But it's
because
like,
I
why
feel-
so early on?
Yeah.
Like,
it's
they-
never going to get banned.
Exactly.
I
Like,
feel like conceptually, this Brute, he buys team fight items and he wants to ball together. And the Spirit Breaker is not one of those
like
heroes.
I'm sure there's higher priority heroes that you want for your
Force
draft.
also plays this hero, I believe.
No, I don't doubt anyone can play. It's a pretty brain dead hero, man.
That's true. That's fair.
You just charge in and press your second skill, and you do so much chaos.
My assumption is that this must be some scrim technology that, like, obviously you have to have anti-Broodmother strats. And so they're like, let's just pick Spirit Breaker first phase. It doesn't really matter what our cores are because we just want to put the fear of God into them.
No, I understand that, but it's just weird.
You pick
for
up
me.
Purge here or Yule's hero.
What is a traditional?
I don't know actually. I mean, it used to just be like maybe like some puck here.
Maybe like an Enchantress.
Ember, yeah.
Yeah,
kinda the
you
same.
need that for your mid, like those elusive.
And they're gonna ban Mikoto heroes anyway. Might as
Sure.
well.
Two
I like-
cores off the bat, though?
I think if you first pick a core, your second slot is usually a core too. Because you still want to abuse the 8, even though you first pick a core. And then you use your supports to just cover your
and
legs.
you don't have overall aspect anymore.
But these aren't even like flexible cores.
Yeah.
I know where Ember's going and I know where Brood's going.
No,
So-
it's fine as long as they have the right supporting cast to round out the draft. Then again, you're forcing the team to react to you, right? And I'm not saying it's the best strategy, but
I also feel like Spirit Breaker is pretty good against Spirit Heroes also. Not just because of the name, but like the initiate. It was not intentional. But the initiation that, like, obviously we've seen Ricky be used to great success, but all these like low committal ways to get in, which Spirit Breaker with Bulldoze, I feel like he's going to be able to get out of most situations.
yeah. I mean, later on in the fight, he's definitely gonna be annoying and force this Ember to buy Lincolns, but. Ideally, in the early to mid, you want a mid hero that isn't susceptible to like those early
Being
rotations.
broken.
Yeah, because that really that can tilt your mid player, And even though you have like those rune wards and whatnot,
I
he
think also
comes from a
this like
smoke.
Ember Puck idea against Spirit Breaker is good if he's a pos 4 and you expect him to like kind of put pressure on you middle. So it kind of like stops that from being an option for Geek Slate.
Yeah.
They ban out the Enchantress, so keeping their eyes on protecting the Spirit Breaker, which maybe it's a Force Spirit
So
Breaker.
Purge as well.
Yeah.
So good ban. Ollie, big comfort for him.
Yeah, but it's actually so hard to like. I mean, sure, you can technically enchant them, but
It's hard, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of the game is also like you have this creep, you go hit tower, like Spirit Breaker is the one I'm playing against that too.
sure. And I mean, and also like just enchant and brood can cause a lot of chaos to your bottom lane,
love tower pressure.
and then enchanters can just like connect to mid.
It's also a flex for Talon, right? I believe Q plays the enchant as well.
Sure,
Although
but
we haven't seen
I would prefer him like on the
on a stun.
I don't know, like a
Tiny
Rubik,
Rubik
like
kinda hero.
The X Factor kind of hero.
X factor, the Q factor.
Clockwork can be kind of annoying for Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I think among sure SD can be strong like with that purge, but yeah, that battery assault can really just annoy.
Willow was one of the heroes that was quite popular against Spirit Breaker because you can't charge into the area.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, but the status just makes it just like
Yeah, but you
So
stop
good.
the charge and you're used buyer as well, naturally.
no, for sure.
And Clockwork's a bit off because of the Snapfire, but it does definitely kill the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
I think Talon just want like Ember partners right now. Rana's removed, there's like, what, Hoodwing?
No, I don't like Hoodwink. Like
Like-
Hoodwink kind of like cries with this against the Spirit
I guess
Breaker.
so, yeah. What else is there?
I do like the Dark Willow option that you mentioned.
I don't see too many heroes for him. I guess Tiny is nice too. It's okay, I guess. It's not great, but it does stop the Spirit Breaker. Big Q hero. Silencer ban. Okay, cool.
Yeah. There
There
it
is
was.
Bat versus Ember is a Cox special. He has, I believe, so
He-
far not lost to the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
But
Right.
he wrecked the Bat Rider as Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, he just understands the
Coded
matchup.
up
I
the
guess.
matchup.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Talon have reviewed that replay too, like because I'd say it's more unlikely that Ember wins the Bat Rider matchup, and he destroyed that matchup.
I used to play with like Alacrity, right? And he would always want to play Ember against Bat, and he says because you get to skip Flame Guard, which is like really really special on Ember. You can give so much map pressure if you don't have Flame Guard.
But these days, Slight Max is very common.
Yeah.
Flame Guard Max is like one of the rarities.
Omni Knight. Okay, can do well.
Takes Lasso off.
Yeah, and a lot of like these debuffs gives that additional strength to the, you know, the core.
But he doesn't really play with Ember very much.
No, but once Ember starts like running in and whatnot, he'll definitely be there. And he's one of the supports that if the Batrider's like diving your tower, you TP in, you could turn it around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting hero.
I feel like you just go for this Q Rubik. He's pretty bonkers with this hero.
You like the support duo though?
No. I feel like the Embers has no one to play with right now.
Yeah.
Rubik.
The Brute's lane is really important, but they also didn't ban for the Brute. So like all these Nagas and stuff are still in the pool. The Slark, the Naga. So 6 Slark game, by the way.
I don't think that Naga is a scam hero. Like,
He definitely plays it. Definitely plays it. I don't know if it's like comfort for him, but he definitely plays the hero.
because I've noticed he doesn't really play that much
What
micro.
else is there? Honestly, this is probably one of the bearish
Like-
ball games because you can dispel Omni Knight. There's like
Sure.
not much to kite you as well. You dispel
Fine.
chains.
I
If there's a game for it, I would
There's a
see this
game.
as being
I
the
would
game
prefer
for
the-
it.
Slark,
I would just agree with the Agadim's troll build, sure. But troll seems like he's just not
He's
a
just
hero.
trolling.
Yeah, you troll your team.
What else is there? Yeah, Slark, Naga. I like Naga with their heroes.
Phoenix, okay, they don't really have ways to hit with the egg.
I feel like
Team
this
fight's
tells us
pretty-
that Scam's going to be playing like
It's-
something that we won't think about. Probably some like Spectre or
So
something.
it's looking like a position 3 Spirit Breaker with a position 4 Phoenix. I know Force has played, you know, I mean, I guess they can just
I
swap
think they
it
want the
out.
Phoenix against. Actually, they're both good against Brood, right?
Yeah.
Because when he insatiable hungers you Fire Spirit and he can't like hit you to lifesteal, which is kind of nice.
Sure.
And you also want to be away from the Omni Knight.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Force did play the Phoenix against
Oh, that's true too.
Lead.
Yeah, but I think you'd want the Spirit Breaker to be
Core
a bit,
here, right?
a bit rich.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he just runs in and, you know, doesn't do as much.
There's not that many stuns for him though. I feel like he runs in and he can
He
get
just
out.
runs out.
Yeah. Like no one's really gonna keep him in place.
Yeah, but based on like the farm distribution that Geek Slate has, like their support doesn't really have much, like, you know, like we saw the toss earlier. Like sure, it was kind of like losing in. Oh, they surprisingly.
Yeah, it's because they took out a Bloodseeker and it's also for a lane, right? He's good against Bat and Phoenix.
And we
and
also saw SMG do well against Brood with Blood as offlane.
Yeah, I remember that. Blood Coddle, right?
Yeah.
Also, didn't we see a Slurk beat Ember mid if they wanted to like
Yeah, it
make
was the Moon against Corden.
Yeah, so if they wanted to like, I don't know, make Batrider an offlane or something. Or that
They definitely need to pick a hero to
Their
play.
heroes are really bad against Slurk, like Talons. They don't really have much to deal with the Slurk. But I could also see why Geek Slate removes it because just that bad.
What's
bad hero.
the S23 Savage hero here? No Naga, no Drow, no Slark.
I think you just go
The
Monkey.
coach is out of here.
Monkey,
man.
no,
Got your
Lina.
hero.
My work here is
Lina.
done.
It's like, yeah, drop yourself now.
Lina.
Geek Slate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Geek Slate.
I don't think you think of having an egg hitter.
Yeah, you probably got it right.
Yeah. Morphling, maybe?
Morphling? Yeah, I could
Morph
see
could
Morphling.
work. I just don't think you go the route of like, guys, we try to kill this egg. I think
Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Ah, no, they just don't have much
Spectre,
follow up.
Spectre.
No,
I see
no,
Spectre too.
I don't think Spectre.
It's a scam hero though.
Oh, are you referring to?
Oh yeah, Geek Slate.
Okay, I was talking about Talon. Morph.
If he sat back down, he's like, I'm back, guys.
Wait, we're not done? We have to pick another hero?
I thought they like decided that we were gonna go.
Banned
Yeah.
Slurk? I was trying to pick Slurk.
Yeah, Morph is, I think, the best.
Oh, he's smiling.
He has a laptop. That's cheating, man.
Oh, we forgot about the Morph Bara interaction.
What? Okay, no wonder they were smiling so much.
Oh, I love this. Dude, this is a sick meeple game. Their heroes are so bad against meeple. Dude, what do you do here? You tri-lane bottom with the Morphling. That's what they gotta do. I'm sure Talon will do it. Talon's the kind of team that would do it, I think. Then you put the
Yeah,
top.
sure. But
So this is not a meme pick. This is a legitimately good
who's
Meepo game.
who's the Meepo? Is it Cooks?
It has to be Cox. Cox plays meeple.
And then I think you go position.
Embarrass
Yeah. Oh no,
Oh, no, it's a scam meeple.
Whoa. Okay, I've never seen Scam play Meepo.
Me neither.
It's a bit.
Surprise, guys.
I mean, you know, they're 4-0. Even if they drop the series,
No, it matters.
I mean, it matters. It matters, but it's like you can afford a loss. Like I'm just saying, you can afford a loss.
Good Meepo game though. I don't think you have to be like a bad tier Meepo player to like play this game. I think you need to be like
But it's
good,
like
just good Dota player, you know.
it's like you're fighting into like a morph Baratro. Like if it reaches that
Oh,
point,
that's true. The more
like-
into the Bara.
it's a bit scary, man. And it's a 23 Savage.
Phoenix Meepo is like one of the most OP Meepo combos.
No, for
Like
sure.
so much heal and so much.
What about the lane against a Broodmother? Meepo v Brood.
I would think it's pretty easy. He has the Phoenix too for
Once
the
he has that
trade.
additional Meepo.
Yeah,
it's
I mean just go
pretty
jungle at
scary.
some point and Phoenix holds
But
the lane.
If they do that suggestion that you made, the tri-lane bottom,
I think they should try it. It's gonna like make the game very messy because Meepo is heavily level reliant. Heavily level.
Well. I am getting a real treat for our first game of week number 3. So let's bring in our casters and see if they are studied up on their Meepo. Winter, Meepo, what's going on here?
He's gonna lose.
Oh, it's just that easy, huh? Even in one of the best Meepo games possible, he's gonna lose.
I don't think he plays this hero that much though. I could be wrong. Maybe he's playing on a Smurf, but it doesn't feel like a scam hero. And I feel like
Pro players don't have
Mike must be onto something, you know. They have an extra game to lose or whatever, you know. Just try
and
something.
they're facing SMG like later in the week. So,
You
and
this game matters. There's no way that Geek Slate are like, whatever, let's make Meepo in a joke game. We'll find out how much of a joke or if it's gonna be a tie breakfast with game number 2, Avo and Winter. It's all you.
Winter, you're a very negative man. I feel like if there is a Meepo game to play, this might be it. The Meepo Phoenix combo, incredible. You have all the coverage from the Batrider and Spirit Breaker, incredible. Nobody that can deal solid area damage except for the Ember Spirit, and it's not even that good against Meepo, incredible. You know, sometimes you just have to trust the draft, right, Winter?
Yeah, when it's already picked, done and dusted, you know, that's the only thing you can do, trust the draft.
Exactly. Right now, you go, yes, Skem, we believe in you. That's all you can say, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a timing where the Geek Slate lineup is going to overpower the Morphling Omni, but overall, I feel like it's a very sharp timing, you know. He has to hit that timing. I guess he probably has to coincide with getting Roche as well. Like the first Roshan is going to be very key for them. If all those things don't happen for them, then I feel like the Morphling with the Omni Knight is going to ball out of control.
The battle begins.
We'll see if that's true. As the fight gets started down bottom, Jabs already slowed enough, or sorry, with very slow attack speed. Skeb went for the first level on Ransack to make that lane a little bit easier for him.
I think this lane is going to be easy regardless for the first couple of levels. I don't think he's going to be pressured. He's going to free farm, get his second clone up, and you know, leave the lane, eventually go jungle, and then Phoenix gonna nice, my carries in the jungle. I get the lane, I'm Phoenix, I'm gonna carry the game, you know. And that's what you want, you know, when you're playing Phoenix, Force 5.
Yes, you want to be the win condition, and I think Meepo enables that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Meepo enables a lot of things around your team, you know, because of the way the hero functions.
Right.
He can jungle early, so it means that he's getting experience in a way where none of your other heroes are going to get it. So it's going to give your team more room to get farm, more room to get experience, especially on the supports. So I think all in all, it could be a nice game for the Phoenix and even the Spirit Breaker. I think Spirit Breaker enjoys games like this.
You also talk about the fact that, like, right now the right way of playing carries is more, you know, active carry when you have the timings, right? Like, you have to do more with a carry than just simply AFK farm. And Meepo is the quintessential hero to do that, right?
But you see a carry though, that I'm not sure.
I don't know either, but, you know, he's a Meepo. That's it. And Skeb is looking decent right now. He's gotten good last hits with him. That's already solid as a start, right? Yeah?
I'll reserve my judgment until later.
You know, you're more based on the panel. I feel like you're a little bit quieter here, a little bit afraid of this Meepo power. Let's look at the other lineup, though. I mean, you talked to me about the strength of the Omnight Morphling. What else is there to it? What about the mid lane match between the Ember and Batrider? How important is it for this game?
Usually you would expect like the Ember to have a very hard lane, you know. But most of the time I've seen this matchup, it's like the Ember is doing okay. He's doing well. He's even having more CS than the Batrider. So I don't know if, because I'm not a mid player, you know. But I'm just saying that based on the matchup, it should be hard for Ember. But I think the first couple of weeks, I've seen this matchup like maybe twice, and the Ember is always doing well.
Okay. And he is right now, so I think it makes sense. But when it comes to the mid lane matchup, or the mid game matchup rather, more than the lane, would you say that there's a stronger power spike for the Batrider or the Ember here? Like, who's the one that's gonna lead the charge out of these two mid laners?
I mean, it depends on how well they get out from the lane. If Batrider has a better lane, Batrider is going to be obviously going to be leading the charge more. And same goes for the Ember. So
okay, you don't think one is faster than the other? Like Emerald has Orbital Corrosion, one has Boots of Travel. That's why I ask, right?
Okay, if you put it that way, then the other thing I would say that is important is the rune. Who's going to get the rune? Then you decide who's going to be able to move. Because I feel like Ember and Bat, they both can move, you know. And if you think about Bat, you don't necessarily need to move when you only have your ulti. I think sometimes it's okay to move when you get a good rune and you're having a good lane, you can move. Especially a haste rune, you know.
Okay, I see that, I see that. Now look at the final lane when it comes to this Spellbreaker plus Snapfire off lane, actually. It's been a while since we've seen this hero in the off lane role. Mid lane is more common these days as a core.
Yeah, I wonder actually what's the reason behind it. I guess they feel like against the because of the Omni Knight, because they picked the Bat and the Snap early, and they have the flexibility in terms of the lanes in mind. And then once they see the Omni Knight being picked, so you don't want to lane the Batrider there.
Sure, but then the Snapfire, like, what's the purpose here? Like, what role can she fulfill? But back in the day, I know she was really good at. She used to go the brush for the Ags in SCA. It was very common here in the offlane. But these days, that build is kind of dead.
Aura hero, I think.
You just go like what, pipe mech kind of situation.
Yeah, I think most likely. I don't think you need to go Vessel this game because there's an Omni Knight. So you probably just go mech, pipe, and maybe. I'm not sure if you want to go Axe though. So I mean, after that, I think it will depend on how the game is flowing.
You could Ags, you know, you could spit the Meepo, and then you poof into the Meepo, right? Imagine that combo.
Okay, sure. Okay, Ember, is he in trouble? He has 2 points in the chain, so that should be enough to give him some time to get away. I mean, I think I see this build all the time. Against the Bat, you just get more points in the chain. You don't even get 1 point in the Flame Guard. You just this build allows you to survive.
It's very uncommon these days actually to see Embers maxing Flame Guard at all. Usually it's just the 2 points at most, and just against matchups that have a lot of magic damage that's unavoidable.
Yeah, that's true. And bot lane, so Meepo is still doing. I mean, he's
Meepo.
He's fine. He's Meepo. He's gonna get his farm.
Yep.
Brood is also getting his farm.
Do you kick the Broodmother out of lane when she hits 6, or does she kick you out of lane?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's getting the boot here. I feel that. Okay, if you have double Meepo, I mean, unless they need to bring another hero to kick the Brood out, for sure. But they're gonna kick this support out. The Rubik's in trouble here, Q.
Yeah, Q is being body blocked, now slowed by the Icarus dive. He will die. Jab still going after Skem. But Skem has the help of the other Meepo. In fact, Jabs might have bitten off a bit more than he could chew, quite literally here, as that bite's not strong enough to stop Skem whatsoever. We still have the poof available, one more Earthbind on the Meepo with low HP, but Jabs, he has webs, and he's waiting to that right moment to use him here. Oh, Jabs, he's being corralled. Besides the DP, very clever play there. Worked out, he's alive, Winter.
I feel like maybe we would have been able to get him with the net there at the edge there. I'm not sure though, because he didn't even try. You know? That was a chance there.
Because you got the low HP Meepo, you have to send him back, right? You don't want you die for no reason. And then the Earthbind wasn't available.
But I mean, it's okay, you know, not the worst, you know, missing out on that kill. The Brood had to walk all the way back from the lane, you know, so it's still annoying for him. Spirit Breaker's trying to get the rune at top, so he's gonna die for that.
Yes, Narman, oh, maybe not actually. Sleight of Fist, I spoke too soon. I'm sorry, Winter, I defied you. Mikota's the next target. He gets sticky napalmed, but has full mana and a stick, so he's going to be fine. I will never doubt your calls again. I apologize for that, sir.
Okay, I don't mind, you know. It's okay to be wrong.
It's okay to be lower, more and wrong, right?
Okay, here you go. A charge. Spirit Breaker's going in, but bad
dive. Cox does have the flame break. The auto attack from Rubik is strong enough, and Narman regrets his choice to come into this lane. We do have a Searing Chains available, but Mikoto will decide not to use it.
I think he should have TP back to the lane though to refill the bottle on the Batrider. I'm not sure about charging back into the lane. I feel like the Batrider was kind of low there, so he needed a bottle refill.
Sure.
But as Spirit Breaker players, you know, sometimes you're like, why do I use my 100 gold, you know, when I can Charge
for free. It's infinite value, truly. I have definitely been on the receiving end of that. I think that's fair.
And then your mid players like pinging you. I need a bottle refill, man.
Bottom lane, they call Little Spider, but jabs. Too sneaky, and in fact, the Wild Wing Ripper does not like this bird competition, pushes the Phoenix away. Force could be in trouble though in the top lane as Mikoto hits him with the Searing Chains, and one sleight of fist will settle this kill.
Yep, there we go. That's what I was mentioning before. The Ember having a better laning phase, he killed the bat, and now he's able to hence rotate.
Yeah, but you see my point though, the bat is like, he's not even close to being able to rotate. He starts to farm his travel.
Yeah, I think you have a point as well. Like during this stage where if you're rushing the boost of travel, sure you can rotate, but you're not so keen to rotate like an Ember.
Yeah. Mikoto didn't go for the over-corrosion this game though, sticking just Blightstone. What do you think the idea behind that is?
I think you want move speed. You want against Bear Rider in the
face boots,
Yeah,
right?
the face boots as soon as possible. I think that could be the idea. So right now the two supports are just playing around. I like what they're doing here. They're just playing around the Ember, because if you think about what the supports can do in the game at this stage, you know, for Talon, they don't really need to be around the Morph. The Morph is farming. They don't really want to be around the Brute. The Brute wants the solo XP, so they can only be around the Ember, so they're just helping him control rune, just be there, you know, just in case he sees an opening. And because of your skill build as the Ember, you have max chain and sleight of fist, so it's easy to set up for a kill. They're just posturing so aggressively. They have to observe what here in the jungle. So they're using this vision well to
Mikoto, he avoided the first spirit, got hit by the second one, so has a sleight of fist in the second, but Icarus dive will save Raji. He's committing a spirit here. Raji is dead now. That's Ollie.
Oh, here comes Scam again. The exact same position as the last time, right?
Yeah, but
he rotated.
difficult.
Yeah, but he's not a gyro this time.
Exactly, so Scam won't succeed. Q will die, however, as Norman gets the kill up in the middle of the forest there. Mikoto happily goes back to lane, continues to farm. Bat Rider's losing a little bit of space here, and now they're sharing farm between Sky and Bat. Not great. They don't have enough space for them both to farm.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, so Brute has secured the tower at bottom.
So she booted the Meepo, essentially.
Yeah, maybe the Meepo left, or I don't know.
Yeah. Right, it was a mutual decision. Yeah, that's like, let's say most breakups.
That's what they tell you all the time. It was mutual. But then when you drag them into a dark room, you put a mask on them so you can't see their faces. And then they'll give you the most based answers.
Please do not drag people into a dark room to investigate their relationship with her. Cox comes back to the mid lane, and they see an opportunity now with the lasso perhaps to go on the Ember, but he's a little bit too quick with these spirits. Force joining as well. He has a spirit though, one more.
Nice
Mortimer's Kiss is committed. The chains not going to help him out against the lasso as Mikoto almost died there to the remnant damage of the Mortimer's Kisses. Lasso completed, and they just didn't have enough damage. That was even without Flame Guard in December. Incredible. I can't believe he lives.
He just had way too good of an early game, you know. Yes, a little bit more items than usual. And maybe the first couple, I wasn't sure. I think the first couple of kisses didn't land. He missed maybe one or two. That might have been the difference maker there. Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's a big opportunity missed on Geek Slate. Spirit Breaker is still level 4 right now. Who got the book? He didn't get the book? Oh my god, the Phoenix took the book.
Who took the book? Phoenix?
I don't see. Like, they're both level 4.
Yes, who took the book? Cores?
Oh my god, the Cores took the book.
Did they?
The Meepo took the book. Meepo's level 2.
No, there's no way. Meepo should be level 9. Maybe Layers can tell us and can shed some light on who took the book.
The supports need to study, man.
Nope, well, supports don't have the resources this game.
I mean, as SB and Phoenix, you're both very level dependent, you know. And so right now, Phoenix is just taking the mid XP, soaking XP there. Spirit Breaker is trying to get some XP at top. So it's time for the Cores to go fight and defend the mid tier 1, so your supports can take levels. And here we go, Mac on Force here. He's TPing into the lane.
Q. And I guess rid of the Meepo. There's a nice little cookie though. And that's
Very
Q,
nice.
unfortunately, unable to get away from the Meepo. Ollie's trying to distract him now as Jabs joins with a bunch of spiders here. It doesn't seem to be Force. Magic damage is high, Mechanism healing a little bit higher, but Force will die to the auto attack of Mikoto. At the end, 23 Savage imitating the Skemberlu play, goes and rotates mid before he has a single item.
Radiant's middle tower.
These two carries are just, oh, I love it, man. I love it when I see the carries participating in the mid tier 1 fight. This Morphling has perseverance. And he's coming.
Persevere.
He's coming to the fight.
Radiant are
Yeah, because he perseveres through it, right?
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, he definitely did,
Yeah.
It's a very, very good move, like he already pushed up the top lane, so where else are you going? It's either you go jungle or you just run to the bot lane. So I think he made a really good decision going to the mid lane to secure the tower. I feel like his team might not have felt so confident if he didn't come to the fight.
Going through Savage, now playing quite aggressively near where the Meepo is.
He's still posturing
He is?
around the high ground here.
He doesn't have Lincoln's Cox has been stuck with the Searing Chains, the cookie. Also stun, waveform damage. Look at Savage go!
He's
Maybe
dead.
that's a little bit
Is he
too
dead?
far. No, accurate shit, saving him with a Heavenly Grace.
Oh
23
my
Savage.
god.
He gives no fucks, he gives 23 no fucks. Yeah, doesn't have his mech yet.
Hey, you have to respect the packing order, The Morphling is a higher packing order compared to Ember.
That's true. Ember is second in command. He's the beta male.
The Ember is kind of like the lion in the jungle, and then the Morphling is like the elephant. So he's number one.
No, but I don't. This is not what pecking order is. I mean, they're not part of the same pack, obviously.
Okay, fine. So the ecosystem.
Morphling is like a big wolf, and then Ember is like the smaller wolf.
No, but on land, elephant is like the largest animal. Nothing can eat an elephant, Nothing hunts elephants.
That's true. They only hunt baby elephants. Yeah, it's true. They have to wake while they're small and weak, or sometimes sick elephants as well. If you get sick, they leave you behind.
Or if the elephant
They hunt you.
steps on a ditch, and he gets stuck there. Then.
That's true. Yeah. Yes, you can only hunt elephants if they're small, sick, or in a ditch. As Norman, he's found himself his own ditch, a ditch of his own making.
No,
as he charged
he's gonna be alive.
really far. Does anything hunt cows, Winter? Apparently, nothing can. I can't believe the Rubik didn't see him. Huh. It's because he doesn't have the directional movement, I bet. And so he was like...
Why are you bringing this up every time? Directional movement, I get it, you're using directional movement. It works great for you,
Look, it was Richie that brings it up all the time. I'm just saying. I just said it once. But you can tell he's in that directional movement because, he walked around.
Okay, I'll try directional
Please
movement.
try it, Winter. We've been telling you for ages. It works great.
I feel like it's only good on heroes that they have some vector targeted spell.
Radiant's top
It's because
tower
Richie plays a lot of
is
Earth Spray. That's why he talks so well about it. I don't personally care for it. I don't really care. But that one was an obvious one. Mikoto has Maelstrom now. And over Corrosion. He went back for it, Winter.
Yeah, it's too good of an item to pass,
Yes. Pango and Ember, too good an item.
So what does the Meepo have right now? Double Dragon Lance and going into the Axe. Axe?
Ags,
Is that the build, no?
I don't know. You're asking me?
Max HP restore.
Are you reading what Dig does?
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So yeah, he is the spell as well, which is nice, right? It's similar to the...
Feels like a Pokemon spell.
It's not a Pokemon spell. It's like the Visage Stone Form, similar to that. Except it heals as well. Mikoto got saved by the Heavenly Grace there, and they even killed Armin thanks to it.
Best effort.
Not much more to it though, unfortunately. I've never seen the Axe build. I don't know if that is the build. I honestly have not seen people in pubs.
I remember the build before. It's like you get
It was the Blink E-Blade.
Blink E-Blade. So now he's going for just fight. Is this like kind of like a fighting build? You just go in, hope you don't die, and if they focus one meeple, you just dig one meeple and you
Yeah,
fight.
I presume. I mean, invulnerability is really strong, right? So I can understand the strength.
Yeah, if you look at their lineup, they have a lot of poke damage. They don't have like what Laguna Blade or something to kill you instantly.
Good point. But because they have a lot of poke as well, invulnerability is not as impactful, right? Because if they don't kill you, it doesn't really matter. They just keep poking and prodding from afar. They have a lot of save. 23 Savage. He already started attribute shifting just in case. He got hit by the Earthbind there as well. Cox has the lasso, but there's a link into the Morphling, which is why he's not able to use it. Jabs with a little bit of extra damage to the Spiderlings. They're going to keep poking and prodding, man. There's just no commitment. Oh, what a nice evading into the cookie. Really good. Really good Mikoto, Ember player.
Why do you even get excited over?
Because I think he has directional movement on him.
That was like, you know, that was like, oh, he dodged it. He dodged, you know, the TA phase shift.
Yes. You know what? When you don't play as good Dota as you do, right? We still get excited over dumb things. Because to me, it's impressive because I can't do that. It's not impressive to you because you played at TI. Once you MUFC at TI, you know, you don't get impressed by
Okay, fine. My bad, you know, my bad. I know where you're going. Okay, that's a smoke. Where's Talon going right now? They're gonna go sweep the map at top. They're gonna try to get the... I guess they want to get the Meepo here. They have an Observer Ward. Not sure if they saw him previously. Okay,
Sure.
Probably not, because they are turning around.
They're just trying to scout. I guess the easiest, the
they
most
should have
likely
seen
place.
him, right? Like, he went past the vision a little bit. Maybe they didn't pay attention.
Yeah, but Meepo can always, I guess, poof. Oh, they found him here, though. And they have no catch. Because it was the Morphling leading, and unfortunately, telekinesis was out of range.
Too eager, man. Too eager.
Too eager, indeed. Yes.
Q has used on the Rubik. It's pretty good against the SB, and it's pretty good at getting away from our good friend Meepo. I'm actually figuring out isn't 4-star just straight up better than the use?
For Rubik? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
But the use is like the feel-good item, you know, you have move speed, you have mana regen.
No, sure, the stats are great, but like, isn't Rubik better with mobility, like Force Staff and Blink?
Yeah, I think 4-star is
Cox?
better for me.
Cox?
no.
No need the Yules, you have telekinesis. Goodbye, Cox.
Yeah, a little too greedy there.
But isn't he supposed to make that play right now?
Yeah,
Like, he needs to
he's supposed to, but just maybe he could have hit a little bit after he cleared the previous wave. Because sometimes the barrier players they get a bit greedy. You still have some duration on your Firefly, so they go for the extra wave instead of just waiting for the next round of spells and then you die there.
That's fair enough, actually.
I mean, I'm not saying like it's a very bad mistake. You know, I can understand what he's doing. You know, he's just trying to get as much efficiency out of the Firefly.
But you explain why this is important to not do that as often, right? Especially when you're losing. I understand. I don't think it's Flamewood too.
Thank you.
That's it. If you guys have any complaints at Winter Dota
every
on
time you
Twitter.
tell me, Winter, stop flaming. It's too much. No lunch for you, no lunch for you.
23 Savage turned to the Spirit Breaker. Scam lost his main Meepo. He's down. Narman could be in trouble as well as the Ember goes forward, trying to kill off Narman instead.
Oh, nice
Telling
stun.
for the egg, but the stun was fantastic by Force. Might have just saved the egg, but Force! That did not help at all. They still scrambled that Supernova. Everyone around him is dead, and Force, despite a great cookie, he's now gonna get baked. Goodbye to all of Geek Slate.
Points for effort, Alvo. That was a really good cookie there by Snapfire.
It was a really good cookie. Did he hit the egg, by the way? Was that crazy?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Just double checking. I thought I must have seen things wrong. I'm just hungry, you know.
No, you're just smoking too much, you know, before the broadcast.
The baked was a reference to the cookie, not to the others.
Okay, so Morphling has BKB up fairly soon, and Broodmother has... Oh, he's going for the Wraith Pack. I think that's really good against the Meepo.
Yes, it's very good at Meepo.
Ember has BKB done.
But can't Meepo break the Wraith Pact easily? I guess if you... I guess
Yeah,
you have to overcommit.
if you get it, but he doesn't have Blink, so it won't be that easy.
Good point, good point.
I feel like it's so hard for them to win a team fight now already for Geek Slate.
Radiant's top tower is under
The other
attack.
team has all their BKB, all their item timings up. The supports have mobility items kind of with the use on the Rubik. Omni Knight has an Aether Lens very soon.
Radiant's top tower
That's
is
going to
under
help him
attack.
tremendously in the team
Dire
fights.
are scanning.
I mean, they are looking so good, you know, this Talon team today.
Oh,
Radiant's
from behind, look at Jabs. He's gonna be the one that scouts them. He's ready to tank all of his damage. He's saved by the Heavenly Grace. Look at this, Omni Knight. He was ready to help out Jabs, allow him to get the kills on both supports now on Geek Slate. Now Force dies as well. No good cookie this time. And Jabs is still alive, Winter.
Wow, the team play is just absolutely amazing. They made it seem like They had a chance to kill the Bruma.
Yes.
They tricked them.
They really, really did. That was incredible.
They're like, oh, we're in such a bad position. We have to try. We have to try and do something.
All these Omnites is looking very good this game. In fact, this pick in general is looking very, very
I think
solid.
he's very good at the
Save.
backline saving. Backline saving support heroes. I feel like he's not so good at the ones that require you to push out lanes and be in certain places on the map to be more greedy. But when he's playing a saving support, I think he excels a lot.
His Oracle's also very good, right? Even though he's out of meta. Oh, hello. 23 Savage just finds a meeple farming, and he is ready to sacrifice himself. His age is still. There's the dig coming into play. That's one meeple underground as the Supernova has been used, but the Supernova has been cracked in a matter of seconds. Ollie slowing down Skem. There's the Sleight of Fist as well. A little bit more area damage with the Guardian Angel to help him out. And now Skem's a target. This meeple has no dig. This meeple has no life. Neither does Norman. And only surviving member of this teamfight will be Force, who now gets charged by a Morphling. Turn into your teammate. Oh no, the Spirit Breaker now. The combo with the cookie as well. They just copied your strategy. They sent it right back at them. Tasted their own medicine. Absolute win for Talon.
I guess it's pretty much very close to GG already right now. There's not much they can do, you know. They don't have enough damage. They can't execute the team fight with the egg. Like, every time the egg is popped, it's just gone, you know. It's just scrambled egg after. Snapfire is not able to do a lot of damage in the team fights with the Kissers. Just nobody can stand in front, you know. Like, the Bat still does not have his BKB.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible actually how well Talon's playing as well. They've dominated the map, they have not let the meeple exist at all, and then it doesn't feel like the meeple is the dominating hero you're supposed to face. Doesn't matter if it's a good meeple game.
It's just hard, you know, like the lane's not going so well for the Batrider especially.
Oh, and they kill the Batrider too. It seems like Cogs will just die to the Flame Guard damage as Norman tries to save him with a charge, but instead he'll just sacrifice himself. Skem is now going in, a futile effort at doing something in this game. The dig on the meeple. Well, they know where he is. They're pinging it. You can't really see it in the camera, but there is a little hole there. Skem. Oh, the cookie didn't work out this time. That being Q's cookie, mind you. I've never seen a team upgrade so much because of Lunar New Year. Maybe they're all from this the Year of the Rabbit.
They got a very big ang paos yesterday.
Now we know all of Talon is single winter.
Oh yeah, no, except for my jabs. Yeah. No, you only give ang pao if you are married. You know, even if you have a boyfriend, I think is.
Oh, that's why. That's a trick. So that's why you never marry. So for the Omni Knight, we still do have a Heavenly Grace to save him, but Ollie, he might be dying this. Finally, they get rid of this pesky Omni Knight. As a result, though, 23 Savage gets rid of the egg, and maybe also Skem, as Mikoto has no chill, as he realizes there's no Omni Knight. Apparently doesn't need one. Mikoto just running away. The charge hitting the last people who was left behind. They lack the damage this time, though. The last was stolen by the Rubik. Is sending him back. Skem a little bit in trouble. Now low on HP. Finally, the Brumar starts hitting him, and Skem will fall as Force also dies. The Phoenix is almost collateral damage here. Talon will win the fastest games, I think, in the CDPC. A 25-minute win in their second game. Q, it was so quick he can barely smile. Oh, look at that. So much happiness from all the Thai players.
I mean, I feel like Talon look like the strongest team. I'm not gonna lie. They look like they literally look like the strongest team this series in Division 1.
They look so good. And as well, doing this against Geek Slate, which is looking as one of the stronger teams as well. Like it shows even more prowess by this team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have some idea about the meeple, but it just didn't work out here. And credit to Talon, they played so amazingly well. You know, as a team, as a unit. You know, like the way the Morphling is coming, the carry players coming to the fight so early with not too many items, and then how the supports are playing around the carries, keeping each other alive. You know, there were some dives, some overextensions, but sure, you know, but just overall how they played the game, how Jabs is playing the bait, you know, that you don't want to go on him, and then he's taking the map. It's so nice to watch. You know, it's very good Dota.
Yeah, I know. I've actually never seen him smile this much in a game, casting a game of Dota. Very proud of Talon. You think this is the team that actually would have solid chances against international teams as well if they go to major?
Yeah, if they play like this, for sure, you know, they are playing the game so well.
Consistent, coordinated. This is the Dota that you want to see from C.
Yeah, for sure. This is very, very nice Dota. That's why the players were smiling so much. After you win a game like this, you feel good.
You feel good, yeah. All right, well, let's see if our panel feels good as well about this 2-0. Let's see if Mike believes, as you know, you can always lose one game. It's no big deal, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, what's like 120 points of DPC points between friends, you know? That's never come back to bite everyone in the ass. No, of course not. You can afford to play a Meepo here and there, do Gyro IO, which they did win with earlier, but not against Talon. Not against this Talon. Who is this Talon? Where did this Talon come from?
They apparently are celebrated New Year.
Yes,
New Year, new me. They look so good.
No, yeah, and like I gotta give some respect to Geek Slate for like kind of picking like these unorthodox picks, because like they're in a very comfortable spot.
Keep saying that, Mike.
No, I know, but it's like, let's say they do pull off this Meepo lineup, and it adds like another layer of like, oh guys, what if they pull off the Meepo?
Do they need another layer?
No,
They
I
only
know.
have they have Blacklist, Rivalry, and SMG left to play.
No, I know, but it's like as a team, like moving forward, you do want to like increase your hero pool where like the opponents are, you know, a bit fearful for, and but it's also a wake up call, you know, like they're not as undefeated, like what's the word I'm thinking about?
Unbreakable.
Yeah, like you know, like teams are improving as well, and you know, it's not as one-sided as maybe they thought initially. And yeah, props to Talon. They really showed up this series.
Week 3 and we looking like we're heading to tiebreakers somehow. Or
Oh, it's gonna be a long day.
There are going to be multiple layers of tiebreakers, not only between figuring out who goes to the major, but figuring out who gets relegated as well. Because this Talon was not really in any danger. I mean, they only did have 2 wins, so if they lost all of their upcoming series, which this one was against Geek Slate, which they got the win, and then their other 2 opponents were Bleed and Fnatic. And so if they lost all 3 of those series, then technically they're kind of in the danger zone.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be one of you watching this series if I was Fnatic.
But
Word.
But now, like they have like the major dreams, you know, like it's getting there. If they lost
get
this,
there.
then you know they probably should be realistic and just say like, you know, let's just get ready for the next season. But no, they do it with the #1 seed. They do it against the #1 seed.
And not with the #1 seed throwing or anything. This was, like you heard from Winter, they're looking like the best team in SCA if they can play like this, which isn't just anecdotal as we see Mikoto get our rivalry MVP on the Ember Spirit, but like the numbers as well. They actually won in under 30 minutes both games, whereas so many times we'll see teams build up a massive lead and then they still can't close it out until like 40 minutes or 45 minutes or something like that. So Talon in rare form today, which is encouraging because, like you said, Adam, at the beginning of this series, this was a roster that pretty much everyone had high expectations for.
I was saving this for week 3. They're very talented players.
This guy right here.
He's ready to be a dad. He's dad jokes, but like, we're getting old.
We are getting old. I made Brewmaster sad. I'm sorry.
He's crying now. Aww.
Why is he so sad, Tsunami?
I don't know. Maybe because he's not inside the bar
The
drinking.
inside.
He's the bouncer enforcing everyone
that's
outside, which I appreciate his service, but I mean, he's gonna have to start letting Talon into the major club potentially because they are now 3 wins, which can be shared with Blacklist, Rivalry, Bleed, and those are all the 3 win teams.
And who are their last 2 games?
Their last 2 games are going to be against
Fnatic.
Fnatic and Bleed.
That's more like easy. Like, sure, Bleed's gonna be a bit of a rough one, but you know, just based on stats.
Based off this game.
Based on this game, Talon wouldn't have won today.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, based on stats.
So if there was ever a day for them to be on their best form, it's a good thing it's against Geek Slate. And it's a good thing that we actually get to speak to someone who has some of the information. We got Mikoto here, our MVP of the game. Mikoto, what is going on today? You guys look amazing today.
I don't know. We just feel confident. I think we have like a good result on the scrim, so we feel more confident like against Geek Fam especially. Yeah.
Did you have a scrim this morning?
Not this morning, but yesterday.
Oh.
And yeah.
And you keeping that momentum going. I mean, I love to see it. You're even grinding out scrims on Chinese New Year. This Meepo pick that Geek Slate whipped out. What was your guys' reaction to that?
it's so unexpected for us. Like we will never thinking of Meepo last week, and then maybe it's not. Yeah, I mean, our hero is still good against Meepo. I feel like, and maybe they trying something too against Brood Mother. Yeah.
Adam or Mike, you got any questions for Makoto?
Where's your jersey, man?
Yeah, that's a jacket, right?
Jacket, dude. It's Talon.
Okay.
Oh wait, it has the
Like-
logo. Wait. Can you stand up a little bit? Okay, he's repping it. He's repping it.
That would have been a fine, right?
I had a question. All right. Ember versus Bat Rider. I've seen Bat Rider win so hard, and I've seen Ember win so hard. So, what's the normal like matchup? 60-40, 50-50, skill based.
For me, I would say it's 50-50. It depends on the player. Sometimes
so you're just better.
sometimes I don't know. I mean, I'm just lucky maybe with the rune.
Okay, for me, question. It's kind of unorthodox. What has been your favorite Dota moment as a player?
Favorite moment as Dota player? Compete in TI. I think. Probably that's the best feeling for me till now.
And when you went to TI, you were already playing in majors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to know his favorite moment.
How did the TI experience compare to the Arlington major experience for you?
I feel like it's so much different, like TI compared to major. I don't know, it's just like meeting a lot of pro player. It's just a new experience for me, and yeah, because this is my first time too, so
Right.
I would say it's so fun. Like,
I'm glad you enjoyed it then, because I'm always curious from the player perspective, especially from someone who that was your very first TI. So then, I'm also glad to hear that you weren't emo afterwards, or maybe you were for a little bit. But like, I know some players like after they get eliminated, they're just like, I'm done with this whole event. I want nothing to do with it anymore. But you still spent some time like hanging out with the players and stuff like that.
yeah, we watched TI till the final stage, so it was pretty fun. Yeah.
Not a lot of players stick till then, you know. I remember my first TI. I also like stayed till the end.
There you
Hard
go.
to watch.
You just gotta have
It hurts your heart because you want to be in that position, but you know it also like drives you to like, okay, next year I'm coming back.
I mean, you got to look at it through the eyes of Makoto, a young up-and-comer looking for his opportunity, and you're making a name for yourself right now on Talon, Makoto. So congratulations on this win, and hopefully we get to see you in Peru.
Thank you. See you.
See you later. Dude, that's the attitude that I've been missing from you guys. You jaded old bastards are just like, no, I don't watch these things. Yeah,
We've been through it all. It's all the same. Like my first TI experience, it's like I was kind of like sad because I was playing in the year where there was so many majors, so many minors. And some majors were like really like up there, and some majors were really like didn't feel like a major. So by the time I got a TI, I was just like, this is TI.
My TI experience was really weird too. Like I didn't really like feel much emotion. Like when we won or lost, I just felt like a bit of sadness every time. Because TI was like it felt like the end game for Dota, and when like you eliminate and like you shake hands, and we play against friends like all the time.
Yeah.
Every team we beat was like friends, you know. I was like kind of sad.
Hurts.
I think it was only when we like got further into the tournament that I started feeling it less, because we like got pretty far, so it felt less bad. You know?
Top 6 or top 4?
Top 4, yeah.
And then also I hear continuously though that while some moments are sad, the main stage experience is like unforgettable. You need to absorb those minutes that you're in the booth or whatever.
For sure, man. I live for those moments. Like
It's so hype.
Like for me, like it was the TI9 moment versus Secret, you know, like those epic games. And TI always just brings out those epic games, you know. It's just like playing behind it. You're just like, what the hell is happening?
thing I remember wasn't TI, but was I think Manila Major where we played LGD,
Oh.
and DJ had this black hole, and I was
Oh,
dead. You know,
I
so was
remember
just
that.
Like, the DJ was like he just tried to be like cool, you know. He doesn't say anything. I'm dead, so I click on his career, refreshes flying over, but he doesn't say anything, you know. He just doesn't want to say it. Refresher comes, he refreshes black hole. No one on the team knew it was gonna happen, and then we won. I'm like dead the whole time, you know. So I just get up and like hug DJ.
Mine's the same feeling with the Nico baby, the chrono hold. Like I was just like, this is over, man. Like, and then I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, it's great, man.
Those are the moments we live for as Dota fans, and it's always nice to get an opportunity to know more about the players and know more about the history. So we actually have a content piece prepared for you guys. I hope you enjoy it.
Due to the success of the full Thai Motivate Trust lineup, there has been a new influx of Thai players into the Dota scene. People like to talk about the talented Masaros or Jackie, despite him being from Laos, but they often forget to mention Q. Q is an incredibly solid position 4 player that is currently playing for Talon Esports. Today, we will be looking at his competitive history. Q's first recorded competitive team was #Z, one of the 2 teams owned by the Thai esports org #Esports. Back then, Q was not playing the support role, he was the carry. The team mostly competed in local tournaments. #Esports decided in 2018 to merge their #Z and #team into a super-powered punctuation team called ? During the merge, Q changed positions and became a mid laner. ? Had questionable results, mostly only succeeding in local qualifiers and country-based tournaments like WESG. After 8 months of staying together, the team decided to import Axmo, a Russian mid laner, into the team. This forced Q to move into the 4 position, and they continued to play together for 2 more months, after which the team disbanded. The next iteration of ? would have some familiar faces like Jackie and Fearless, but Q would not be included. For a while, Q would remain teamless, and occasionally play as a stand-in for other punctuation-based SCA teams like ! And no, I am not making these names up. These teams really exist. Remember that other iteration of ? I just mentioned? So they went on to become To Be Continued, but found no success, only making it through a couple of rounds of open qualifiers. That's why the team lost their carry, Jackie, and they picked up a 4 position? I'm just kidding. Q changed positions again, became their carry, and they actually started winning stuff. Sure, small local tournaments and national competitions, but they actually got first place now. This led to the team getting noticed, and they finally entered the big leagues, being picked up by RRQ Trust. Small sidebar for those of you who aren't familiar with old Thai Dota. Thailand has always had a decent amount of organizations supporting Dota. You've had your #Esports or Alpha, your Links, now your Udvesuan, etc., etc. These orgs would usually combine with one another to form teams. I'm sure many of you remember Alpha X #, which is just 2 orgs helping field a single team. Back then, though, there were 3 organizations that would essentially take turns fielding the very best Thai Dota talent. Those orgs were Signature Gaming, Trust Gaming, and Made in Thailand, or Myth. Trust Gaming started out with Myth as the best Thai team, called Myth Trust, and then Signature would take Myth's place and become Signature Trust. This is where the original generation of Thai Dota players grew up in. Your Lackles, your Mypros, your Jabs, they all come from a combination of these orgs at some point in time. Being picked up by Trust Gaming, especially in combination with Rex Regum Kaon, the biggest Dota team of the time from Indonesia, was like making Division 1 nowadays. It was the final step before making it into the international scene. To further this point, the team would even pick up Lackles, the best known carry from Thailand, Naga Siren Spammer, as their coach. RRQ, however, would leave Dota after only 2 months of fielding this team, and they signed with another Thai organization, Motivate Gaming, which would become Motivate Trust. Despite all these org changes, this team remained the same, and so did their results. It looked like a huge break for this new generation of Thai players, but they were unable to improve the Thai standing in the SCA scene. That is, until they made some roster changes. They kicked their offlaner and their 5 from the team, the 2 veterans, Mypro and Tigger, and decided to field a new squad which fully represented the new generation of Thai Dota players. They rejoined with Jackie, who now had some international experience under his belt, and picked up this promising offlaner called Masaros from Seth Gaming. This would be the last time that Q would play the core role, as he retook the 4 position and let Boombell become the captain and the 5. This roster was something else. Results and praise started pouring in from everywhere. Before the DPC, they won a couple of BTS Pro Series and people started looking out for them. That is when disaster struck. The 2 star players from the team, Jackie and Masaros, got poached by T1 and Fnatic respectively. Meanwhile, Fearless and Boombell left to create a new team called Hoyo. Q was left all alone, unpoached and unapproached, to create a new team. And he certainly tried. He joined with some of the old veterans like Lionax and MyPro, but was unable to qualify for the DPC in its first season. Q was not the only one that struggled though. Hoyo? Yeah, same story. Unqualified and disbanded. Meanwhile, Jackie from T1 gets replaced after qualifying to the Singapore Major, as 23 Savage, who was originally going to Vici Gaming, became available. Then Masaros, who had a fantastic season, underperforms in the Major and he gets replaced by Chuen. All of a sudden, all of Q's old teammates are available. Since Q had already stayed in Motivate Trust, he was more than happy to welcome them back with open arms. They managed to qualify for the DPC this time, and they dominated Division 2, not losing a single series. They participated together in TI-10 qualifiers and had solid performances and good chances, but were ultimately unable to qualify. Despite this, they stuck together this time. Next season, despite seeming promising, they don't deliver, ending up 7th and being relegated to Division 2 after some difficult tiebreakers. Now, it was Q's turn to be poached. Talon Esports had an unsuccessful first season SEA DPC, but were looking to remake their roster. Q seemed like the perfect fit, but once again he was forced to change positions, this time into position 5. Q, the ever-adaptable, succeeded once again, and managed to make it to upper division, becoming one of the strongest teams in the last season of SCA DPC. He even went back to 4 to really showcase his talents. They didn't perform well during the Arlington Major and dropped in groups, but during the close qualifiers of TI-11, Talon Esports pulled through and made it to TI. They came in as one of the stronger teams and dominated everyone but Polaris. This would be Q's first TI. But, you know, we all know what happened. I don't think C needs to talk about this TI. We're just gonna skip over this part. Yeah, let's skip over TI 11 for now. Post TI, Talon made some roster changes and included 2 more TI players into the team. Little by little, Q got closer and closer to his roots. Now, will he be able to showcase the talent that bedazzled us in the last SCA DPC? Does a Dota team get better the more TI people you include? Only time will tell, but we will sure have a blast finding out.
As week 2 rolls around, it definitely seems like, oh no, I'm sorry, it's actually week 3. As week 3 rolls around, it seems like Avo's theory is holding water, because right now, Talon seem to be getting into their groove more and more as they play together, because this was a standout performance that they had against Geek Slate, which I would also wish that I could interview Geek Slate, because I would love to know what the motivation behind the Meepo pick was.
Well, they are bootcamp in too far from here.
I know, it's a little bit out of access.
No, they're here.
Oh, Malaysia?
Yeah,
Oh,
here.
sorry.
Like 15 minutes away from here, I think.
Oh, if only we could reach them.
Too far away.
It's too far.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Probably Apple can. We can just send him, right? He does all the dirty work.
Get Winter.
Yeah, Winter can do it. But yes, that was a fun little look back at where Q originated from and how he's found his place on Talon, especially with reuniting with 2 other TI players. But that's it for that series. I want to look forward to our next series, which may be a little while from now, because that was probably one of the fastest series we've ever had here in Southeast Asia. So we're going to have a little break, but then we're going to have a little discussion panel and some content from SMG's mid one as well. So stick around and we'll be back.
Three, two, one.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Ooh, I'm loving all these new food B-rolls that we have. This looks like straight out of like some resort or something.
This weekend, I'll take you to some of those.
Yeah?
Who is this? What did you
Who just came onto my panel? I'm Tsunami, I'm still here. But who's this mystery gentleman who has joined us now? Who is he? Oh, it's Winter. The suspense was killing me.
This is not red, Winter.
How many times have you washed that shirt? It started red.
Was it red?
This is a lighter version of red.
Oh no.
Light as shred.
One of those guys. See, that's red, Winter.
How was your Chinese New Year, Winter?
Eating, just eating.
Just eating. No.
I mean, I'm only doing, because I'm married, I'm only doing 2 things.
Where's my ang pao married man?
I'm eating and giving away my fortune, you know.
Yeah. So overall, you do not look forward to middle of January, as I take it.
Okay, there's one more fun thing. You get to launch some rockets to the sky.
Fireworks. I heard them outside my window, yes. You guys, it's more disciplined than in America, I feel like. I feel there was maybe like a 30-minute window. Everyone had their fun with their fireworks. And then it was...
I'll tell you what the what's the fun part about the parents. They're literally thinking about launching their kids off the... so you don't have to deal with them anymore.
Alright, calm down. So I got a fireworks story. This morning at 8 a.m., I was walking my dog. And like tied to the gate, you know, because I was like taking the bag or something, and fireworks went off, and my dog actually started panicking and ran, and the leash broke.
Oh my God!
I spent like an hour this morning looking for my dog.
Whoa!
She came back and she was escorted by a pack of dogs. There were like 3 other dogs, okay, and she ran over. And the other dogs just looked over, barked, and then like turned around and walked away.
Whoa!
Some VIP service.
It's like straight out of a Disney movie kind of thing.
Bodyguards.
Wow. Did you? I know that a lot of dogs freak out in general over fireworks. And then what do you do during the Lunar New Year? Do you put like there are these things called like happy hoodies, where you like slide a thing over their head and it covers their ears?
Is that a thing?
It covers their ears so they don't hear it as much.
I just keep my dog in my room and like, try to be somewhere muffled. Maybe in the toilet, or she'll go hide.
What about like when there's thunder outside and it's raining?
She doesn't get scared of rain. It's really just fireworks.
It's a dog, you know. It's not. They can deal with those kind of things, you know.
Maybe in Malaysia when it's like constantly raining, but like in America, I know that thunder freaks the dogs out.
Oh, okay.
They go crazy.
But if your dog is accustomed to outside of the house and they always hear the thunder and rumbling,
My dog loves the rain.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's just fireworks specifically that she'll like go hide forever and ever.
Maybe she was just looking for an excuse to hang out with her other dog friends.
Maybe.
They like to trick you, you know, sometimes the dogs, you know, they make you think that they're afraid or they don't like this food, but actually they'll eat it anyway. But they know that every time they behave in that way, they get the better food, they get the better treatment. So that's how they trick us.
I have a very similar habit of how I treat you on this panel, Winter. Sometimes I feel like you get a little too comfortable. If I give you all the easy questions, I have to make you do some of the hard work every once in a while.
Hard work, no ang pao. Easy questions, ang pao.
Okay, great. Then in that case, I will give you nothing but easy questions because I want my red envelope. So let's take some time and reflect because we have an interview with Mid1 that I'd like to take a look at.
How was the process of becoming, like you say, like a real captain, not just staying there and asking for advice? Like, did you read any books, for example, on leadership? Did you talk to any people that like maybe helped you along the way? Was there anyone that was important to you in that process?
I talked to people, but I think what shifted my mindset was, I think it's the pain of losing.
The pain of losing?
Yeah, I think I lost for 2 years. Because like I was at the peak of my career, right? I was in Secret, and then I was in OG, and got kicked by OG, and then now I didn't achieve anything for 2 years. I was actually just wandering around, no idea what I'm doing, and then at some point it's enough, you know. Like you lose twice, you didn't get to go to TI, you watch people play TI, and then you didn't get to play TI qualifier at all. I think that's what shifted me. It's like something triggered. It's like you cannot do this. You cannot continue like this. This is not cool. Like, you cannot be nobody. This is not what you want, you know. Like, that's when I'm like, okay, if I want to win in C, since I don't really want to go to a European team, maybe I did, but I'm not sure. I just didn't want to go to Europe again because of family reason.
Okay.
Ever since my dad passed away, I didn't want to go back. Because maybe if I look back, I think it's definitely not good for my career, but I still think family is important to me. And family is very important to me. So I stay here because of family reason. And so if I want to do this and win in C, then I need to step up, do more work, be more willing, be initiative, anything. Things that I don't like to do, I have to do it.
So it feels like now you're forging your own new path in C, rather than like following in the success footsteps or whatever. You're just doing your own thing now.
I think in C is a hard route. It's very hard. It's the hardest. You can say it's the hardest difficulty. If you want to win a TI in C, like from a C, came from a C team, I think it's the hardest route.
Really? You think this is the hardest region?
It's definitely the hardest. You can look, like there have been like 11 TIs, right? Mm-hmm. 0 times C1.
Yep.
And
best
zero,
start, third place.
Yeah, best start is like third, fourth. It's third, fourth. I remember. Yep. Yeah. So C is actually the hardest, besides Peru, I guess. But Peru is like coming up already, you know. They're getting better. C is like still very behind. It's very behind. I think one of the main reasons is the lack of leadership, and they are. I think cultural difference are a huge main point. Because I think for Western people, it's like they know what they want, they will work towards it, you know, independently. For C people, they don't ask for more. They don't aim for the highest. They only look at the. Okay, this life right now that I have, it's enough.
Did you used to be like that before you went to Europe, or were you always an ambitious person? And
I've always been an ambitious person. I knew I was different. Even when I was with my friends, I knew I was a bit different, like what I look, what I aim for. We see very different things. Like they all look for a stable life, get married, cool, stable income, cool. For me, it's like, I don't know if I want to do that. I want to do something, you know, like I want to achieve something, like Dota, like let's say Dota, right? I would never say like, oh, I want to be top 5. No, to me it's like I just want to be top 1.
Okay. What's important about this whole idea of like achieving something? Like what do you think this achievement fulfills for you? Is it the idea of creating a legacy? Do you want to be known? Like what is it about achieving something that fulfills you?
Never really thought about it.
That's fair.
I never really thought about it. I don't know. I just feel like, I think it's just a sense of fulfillment, yeah. It's just for me, like, I will feel fulfilled if I manage to live the ages.
How long has that been your goal?
Ever since I joined Secret.
Yeah? That's when you started to seriously consider it?
Yeah. At first in Fnatic, I didn't really think much. I just want to have fun. Like, I enjoy playing against other mid laners, like the top mid laners that time. I just want to push my limit to see how far I can get. Can I go?
Right. Is there a pride then for Dota? Because Dota is known as one of the hardest games, if not the hardest, in terms of esports.
Yeah.
Is there also a pride that you're competing in that kind of environment? That you didn't pick the easy way out, you didn't pick the MLBB or whatever, you're competing in the hardest esport known?
I think so. I think there's always a pride. For example, like six packs, right?
6 packs.
For example, 6 packs.
Like this?
Yeah, the 6 packs of your body. Like people are proud of it, right?
Sure.
Why are they proud of it? Because it's hard. It's very hard. It's very hard to achieve. You don't get it in the day. Like you have to do all the hard work, blah 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 blah. So it's basically same as Dota. It's like it's a hard game to achieve. You come here, it's gonna be hard. If you win, why not feel proud? Like it's not easy. Not everybody can do it. You know that kind of stuff. If it's easy game and you achieve it, yeah, you know, I see your accomplishment, like I give you a thumbs up. I recognize your effort, everything, but back at the end of the day, to me, it's like I feel like if you can achieve something that is fucking hard, then you gain more pride and proud of it, for sure.
Obviously a very aspirational man, but it's interesting that he's more intent on doing it on his own terms. Obviously, the dream of lifting an Aegis is not one that's exclusive to him. I'm pretty sure every single Dota player fantasizes about it, but how much of it is fantasy and how much of it is reality? And for Mid1, he is looking to make that reality in Southeast Asia. You heard that he puts a big emphasis on making it in this region specifically. It's been 11 TIs, and he was right. It was top 3 orange,
Yep.
I believe, TI 3.
All right.
That was the last time that Southeast Asia got top 6.
That was the only top 3.
Even top 6, I think.
Yeah, 6 top 4.
TI 6 top 4 was
Fnatic.
okay, yeah. But it's been a while, and it's kind of a little bit intimidating that even South America is catching up, because then it's like, well, what's going on in Southeast Asia then? Seems like Mid1 is citing what most people cite, a lack of leadership in the region. Is that a scapegoat winter, or is that legitimate? Can people keep using that excuse?
Half true, half true. I think there are certain other problems as well. Like I feel like the players here grew up in a certain way where it makes it very hard for them to work in a team environment. You know, I always use that as an example. You know, a lot of the Dota players, you need to throw them out to the corporate world, put them in the workforce, and then they'll learn certain things that you don't learn in Dota, and then you realize you have to be nicer to people. Then they come back, they are better teammates.
Mm-hmm. It's I guess the experience of having colleagues, as opposed to like, there's compromises have to be made in a proper working environment. You can't always get what you want.
You can't tell people to. You can't.
Be alone.
Well, that, and also I feel like the other end of the spectrum, where some C players are just too passive, and then they'll like let other people walk all over them.
Yeah, I would say it's harder to come up with a working team in C, like a team that can do really well, because of a lot of like differences between the countries. Like you come from a different country, you have a totally different way of approaching the game and thinking about life and how to work together. Mm-hmm. So it's tough to build that kind of team, and we've seen the one nation teams. Sometimes it works really well, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the third place orange team is a full Malaysian squad.
That was 9 years ago, though.
I mean, it worked. So.
It did, yes, but since then, I mean, is that more a testament to the level of competition at the time, or was it lightning in a bottle that they were able to capture?
Because I think Mushi is really good at building a team culture and like how to develop a team, which was something that didn't really exist back in the day.
Yeah, he's like, very good at bringing out the best of
your
you.
routine and like.
Yeah, but the one thing about like his way is sometimes it's hard to sustain over a course of a year. Yeah, but it's good like if you find the right time to pick it, like before TI, then the team becomes really strong.
So after TI 6, I did not want to look at my computer for like 1 month. There was like this message in the group. I remember someone asked if we were like coming back, and there was a chance we were gonna start screaming in like 8 days or something. I was like, no, I'm not
after
coming
TI.
back. Yeah. I mean, it didn't happen. It didn't happen, but there was a kind of a hint there, and I was like, no, I'm out, guys. Bye. No way.
He looked like I was telling him, hey, Neil, I'm gonna take you out for dinner tonight. Yeah, let's go. I want to go. And then I'm bringing you out to some steak, you know. And then his face just looked like that when you said 8 days after TI.
Bring him for steak. Damn winter.
This guy's cold as ice. Yeah, and I think that I can agree that Mushi does bring success to a team, but then what's up with Boom right now? Because Boom is not looking too great. And yes, maybe you need to strike the moment, and maybe he's doing a delayed release kind of thing where it's like right before TI, like you recommended.
Not really,
That's
though.
when you hit it.
I feel like somebody picked ingredients that he didn't want to pick. Like some of the ingredients.
The generation coming into play. Like when you or me play with Mushi, we are like similar age people. We kind of see things, can see things the same way. But now it's different. Now you're talking to someone like 10 years younger than you, and the things they experience in life and the way they grew into like a team or like their competitive experience is different from what any of us have been through, and it's like another step to understand these things and learn to breach communication again.
That's true. I didn't really consider the age differential being a thing, but yeah, everyone has a unique perspective depending on like your origins. And I know for Mid One, his origins, as his name would suggest, were as a mid laner, and now he's playing offlane. So how does he stack up compared to other offlaners? Definitely seems like he's a little bit more greedy, but let's put some numbers behind it. Let's take a look at a head-to-head of Mid One versus what I would consider to be probably one of the more sacrificial Southeast Asian offlaners, because there are a couple that are of the same ilk as Mid One. I would say Jabs is also quite greedy, whereas, and Cuckoo probably, but the other end of the spectrum is like the KPs and the Forces. And so you can see that despite Geek Slate having a way better series score right now, Force is not really being the front runner in any of these numbers.
Guardian Grief buyer versus non-Guardian Grief
Yeah,
buyer.
he's I think the balanced one. I feel like you have to be the.
Someone has to enable the team,
Some
right?
games you have to be the mid one. Some games you have to be the middle person. And
Some
sometimes
games or some teams?
I think
some
it's
games, some
I think it's
games.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes the offlaner has to be the mid one. Sometimes they have to be the force. And I feel like the best offlaners right now, they have the balance. They know, okay, this game I have to be richer. I have to be the expensive one. I have the luxury to get the Rolex, so I'm going to farm it. And some games, oh no, I can only afford my poor flip flop. So that's the only thing I'm allowed in the game. And then they're just running around for the team.
Some players tend to lean towards I forgot who told me this, is like some post trees they lean towards 4 and some lean towards 2.
Yeah.
So I think the thing about like Mid One and Jabs is like in the games that they choose correctly which side to lean to, they look pretty good, but they don't always make the right decision.
Let me ask you a question. You say they leaning towards the richer side of the person, but what if it's actually their comfortable way of playing? They play like this no matter what. I'm not sure if we have enough of a sample size of games to say that.
That was going to be my question, is like, does Mid One ever turn it off? Does he
I feel like he's always rich, He always tries to be.
Which is why I was like, maybe it's just a team dynamic. Like, you can't turn it off on a game-by-game basis. This is just how my team operates.
Yeah, but we are saying that it's best the player can look at the draft and adapt towards.
I mean, I think it depends on the way you draft and it ends. Like, for example, Geek Slate's game just now in game 1, I feel like they had to turn it off and like go run at them, Some games your draft just requires you to play at a certain pace, and some games you want to scale. You don't want to be 30 minutes with Greaves Pipe as a whatever offlaner you're playing, And I think that's like game sense, I guess.
Yeah, and Mid One's going to have to reevaluate that because he is going to be going up against Boom Esports shortly. And now, if you've been paying attention to the state of Southeast Asian DPC, you know that obviously this is a very, very critical series for both teams, because if you win this, then you probably have a slightly better shot of not being in the relegation territory. Both these teams currently have 1 win, which is 1 above Fnatic. So Fnatic's currently pretty comfortable in 8th place, probably very uncomfortable in 8th place. But they are very, very nervous about, obviously, the outcome. But either way, it doesn't really matter for them, because one of these teams is going to get 2 wins, and then the other team is going to stay at 1 win. Which one's going to get it between SMG and Boom? Well, there's only one way to find out, and you will find that out with Sophie when we return after the break.
Three, two, one.
Take up like the Flame Cloak, that's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Yummers. Look at the butter on that corn. Did you guys see that?
No.
I can take you to a stall after this.
Oh, really? You'll take me to a corn stall?
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere.
Okay, well, thanks, Winter. Well, welcome back, everyone, to DC DPC. I'm your host, Sophie, and we're at my stall today. I got a little stall. It's cool. I got my corner with my Pinoy food, but I'm also here with Pai Lai Dai and Winter. For the first time, Winter, how do you feel? We're on the same panel.
Scared.
Scared? Why are you scared?
I don't want to piss you off.
Why would you piss me off?
Some may say I tiptoe over the line a lot.
I see. Well, I'm excited to be on the panel with you. Let's talk about last game really quick. Do a little recap because I know we had quite a bit of content in between. So what happened? You guys get to catch the game? Oh, you were casting. Tell us
I
about
definitely
that.
caught the game.
Yeah, you definitely caught it.
I mean, I feel like Talon played some amazing Dota. I feel like they look like the team the best team in C. And they're like in third or fourth place at the moment. They definitely improved a lot. I mean, some would say that Geek Slate is kind of drafting some meme stuff, you know.
Sussy.
Yeah, some sussy stuff. But I think they have an idea about what they wanted to do, but it just didn't work out. So they weren't quote unquote letting the opponent win easily, you know.
But I mean, they kind of drafted what they drafted before, right? Except the Meepo.
Yeah, except the Meepo.
Because they did their, what is it, Gyro IO? They've done that before.
But did they do it with Tuss as their only stun? I remember they had
that I don't know.
They had another, like, because I would say that DP and Lash, they're two similar heroes, right? If you have two of them in the same game, then it must mean that your other hero has to fulfill a different role. But then you have a Gyro, so everything becomes very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm saying that they can't win with that draft, but it's...
Yeah, but everyone kind of also gets... They had a Terrorblade, right? And like, Leshrac can be good versus Terrorblade, but they all kind of get countered by this range here with Scotty. Like, you have one of those.
Yeah, and Tuss is their only stun.
Yeah, so it's hard to make moves, for sure.
But it was quite an exciting game. Clean Dota, finally. No throws.
Talking about clean, you're not supposed to clean your house during Chinese New Year.
Really? Why
Bad
is that?
luck.
Why?
It's just bad luck. It's like you're cleaning away the luck.
You clean before, or?
You have to clean before Chinese New Year. So like Saturday is like the eve, so everything has to be done before that. The moment Sunday starts, you have no cleaning, you have nothing, you can't throw the garbage, there's nothing you can do.
How do you say, what's it, the Happy Chinese New Year phrase? Gong Hee Fa Choi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means hope you get rich.
I hope you guys get rich.
Is that Chinese culture? Yes, hope you're rich. No.
What is this color, Winter? It's like a tuna color. That's not red.
Yeah, I'm wearing red.
Red, orange.
Well, at least he's
Red
like
and
the,
orange.
what's the
I'm in
orange?
between.
You got a little orange there. What's the significance?
The Mandarin?
Mandarin orange.
That's it?
Just prosperity.
Oh.
More money.
More money. Well, let's see who will get more money in this next game. Who got some gold? Who's going to be rich and whatever else will happen. That SMG versus Boom. Exciting game because this might determine who will get relegated to Div 2. It could.
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking. Boom did beat Fnatic in the, what did they call it? The Trashico now?
Oh my
I mean, you know, ups and downs. Sometimes you're on top and sometimes you're down there fighting it out. But Boom did win. So for this game, I get the vibe that either SMG are going to win. Like, it's going to look like Talon versus Geek Slate right now. Like, it's going to be quick games. Or, you know, it's going to be a toss-up. Like, when the game gets beyond 40 minutes, you know how it is. Like, anything can happen.
That's very true. I mean, do you think, though, like, watching SMG over the past couple of weeks, do you think that they've shown improvement and they've shown the ability to actually be able to close out a game?
I think they've gotten worse. I mean, like, the thing is, they have the first 3 series, I think they looked normal, like they looked like they look. But then their last series now that they played, that was awful. That was their worst.
Too much fighting in the team.
I don't know. I don't even remember. Who did they play last? Was it No, it wasn't Execration. It was...
You mean you're talking about SMG?
Yeah, SMG. Oh, whatever.
Was it the Fnatic game?
No.
No, that was...
It was a slightly bleed, maybe. But
yeah, it was bleed.
Oh.
It was like, it looked impossible for them. It was like horrendous games. So...
Right.
Was it the game where they drafted like all to counter the opponents and they had a draft that has no synergy?
Yes, they had one of those games, and then this Oh yeah, they messed up. We cast, yes, we were on the panel. It was Caudle, Ember, safe lane. And it was just a disaster.
Oh my God.
Absolute disaster.
I remember that game.
So what about Boom? Do you think that Boom have shown improvement throughout the season, or do you think it's also like kind of
I
rough?
think they showed more weaknesses. Like if I'm watching their games, the more games I watch, the more weaknesses I'm picking up from this team. You know, like the most glaring one is the lack of a very good carry hero for the team to pick. You know, and I feel like if they want to solve this problem, right, they might have to pick his hero early. But then when I'm looking at his hero pool, none of his heroes are good picked early. His heroes are very, very situational. He has a very small hero pool, but they are very dependent on the situation, so you can't really pick them early. So I'm not sure what I would do, you know. Like he doesn't play many of the conventional characters.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking because it's Morphling is like his best hero, right?
Level 30.
Level 30 Grandmaster Morphling.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That
well,
Tekken's sick.
Sick. But I feel like they should have been able to practice it so that he can play like Drow or something. There should be heroes.
Drow is like not his kind of hero. Drow is like you want to give it to some very stable carry and very reliable. Like he is very. I feel like you need to give him a hero that can be played in a very risky manner, very fancy hero. You know? That's how I feel about like his playstyle as a carry. And I'm not sure it's something that 1 week we practice during the weekend and it's going to help him improve his hero pool. It's like difficult to change over a short period of time. So I think they have to make use of what they have right now and figure out a way to draft around it.
Right. So, I mean, since you guys say that both teams have gotten weaker, there has to be a stronger team.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say they gotten weaker. I just feel like people are better at figuring out what are their weaknesses, you know, what heroes they don't play and how they are playing. They are playing in a very certain specific way, which can be easily abused during the draft.
Do you think that like the team though themselves, do you think there's any like internal communication issues, or do you think that they're probably trying to figure out things together? Because it must be kind of demoralizing to be on the lower end of the DPC. So do you think like there's confidence issues or?
I think that depends also like the past few days of scrims, like how did it go?
Right.
And it's also very easy for it, like even if you had some good scrims or like you're feeling good now, like we have these heroes, it's easy to fall back when you start losing a game. Like it's just, oh, okay, this is like that game just a week ago. You remember? I mean, I remember. But like you're not saying it, but everyone, it's just a collective feeling like, oh, okay, we're gonna lose like this again. Like, we got wiped at the SMG cliff. Like, okay, here we go.
All right.
Done this before.
Winter, did Tsunami ever ask you because you've been asked like your top carry list and your low carry list, right? He's asked you that a bunch.
Yeah.
Do you have a support list, like a top support list?
Support list. Top support list. I would say probably at this moment, I think either the Geek Slate supports or the Talon supports.
Oh. So who's on
I think everyone else feels very, very close to each other.
Okay.
The other day we highlighted the carry role. It's because the carry role, you can see that there's a very big difference between Natsumi and Gabby back then and the other carries, but Gabby did show and Natsumi did show some improvements after the last series. But overall, I feel like if you still look at the carries as of right now, I would still put Natsumi at the end. You know, I think that he's very inexperienced in a lot of the environments that he's been placed in the game, and he's not making very good decisions on where he's farming and on the map. And I feel like that's a very, very easy tell, you know, to say that whether this carry is a top tier carry or he's just a top 1.5 carry or 2 carry.
So what about Natsumi versus Chidori, right? It's Chidori on SMG. How do you think that will fare out in the late game? Just on like themselves as players alone.
What they kind of share is throughout the DPC, they haven't played the meta heroes as much as everyone else. Like Chidori has played like a lot of Bloodseeker and Weaver. Like, I don't think anyone else really has played those heroes that much.
He's been put in a very weird role because they are giving Nana the actual carry.
Yeah, but I feel like even when you're putting Nana on this like kind of carry-ish hero mid, you could probably still play a real carry. Like I feel like there's enough farm on the map to get away with it, but I don't know.
You think they have enough farm? Because mid one is like, he's also really greedy on the off lane. He takes a lot of farm.
He does, but I feel like he takes farm that he can take. I don't never really see him stealing farm. Like I remember one game he had when he was bench, and he was like top net worth, but he wasn't really even farming. He was just killing people and then farming where he killed them. And he's had like other games that were kind of weird, but overall I wouldn't say like he's not
Like sometimes you would see when OG played, right? Like Uragi, the carry, he comes to Amar's lane, he ganks for him, like rotates. Amar dies, but Amar then TPs back to the lane and kicks his carry out of the lane and picks the farm. Like it's nothing. I mean, and they were still winning games. Like they weren't doing bad. They were a strong team. And mid one does not play like that. So yeah, I don't think they're probably overthinking it. Like when you're countering a mid with like a carry-ish hero mid. That kind of made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then it's fine. You can still have a Drow Ranger carry. You don't have to pick a stupid Weaver. Like you don't need that.
What if it's trust issues though? Something else within the team that's making them play this way, you know?
Yeah.
They don't really feel like he's good enough to.
Oh, you like that? Like, oh, he can only play this Weaver.
Yeah. What if that's the case? You know, then it's gonna be hard, right? Because then they can only play in a way where the actual carry is the mid hero, and we always have to pick his hero last because he wants to counter the matchup. Then that's the only way you can draft. So then it becomes hard, right? That's why they're always drafting into this corner.
I mean, you have to say the hero he's been looking good on is Nature's Prophet. He's carried hard with that hero, Chidori. So hopefully they get their hands on that.
Hopefully they do. Well, let's find out who they get their hands on in the draft. Coming up, I think we got a breakdancing Nature's Prophet. Ooh.
Damn.
Getting down with it.
More moonwalking, right?
Yeah, that is a shuffle. It's like a shuffle.
Oh yeah, shuffle.
Yeah. All right. I like the bans. I'm tired of seeing these heroes.
Yeah.
Yep.
What are Boom known for?
Zephyr is like he likes tree a lot. I know he's like the tree specialist, right? But it's gone.
It is gone.
Yeah, and they don't play Brood Mother. That's why their enemies don't ban Brood Mother against them.
Let's see. I feel like you want that Nature's Prophet, man.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think MP he's in a way where he can be the carry and he can play for the other people. So it allows Nana to have, if you want to pick his hero last, get a counter matchup, whatever, you know, it's still possible with MP.
But it also seems like Ember Spirit is just a very popular hero here. People, they go with their Beastmaster. Respectable.
Yeah.
Is that a mid one special?
I mean, they definitely have a plan for this. Your first pick, you're using your number 8 pick for a very important hero during this phase, and they are choosing to put a Beastmaster there. So it must mean that they are drafting something around this Beast, you know, some very fast-paced game. You utilize the aura, you probably want to have like some DP kind of hero, pushing hero to abuse the timings of the Beastmaster, and they're on the Radiant side, so they can get Roshan easier.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone on panel has said like, oh, we want to see mid one play the Beastmaster, because he played one game and he like completely destroyed the game.
I see. I saw Zephyr yawn. He has to wash his face.
Yeah, wash your face. For me. For my sake, for my sanity.
For your sake, yeah.
Why not just
for your peace of mind?
Just have coffee, you know.
No, you need to wash your face.
Yeah, you need to wash your face.
That's what you learn from TI.
Yep.
TI 10, right? Yeah.
I have a question. So you guys are talking about like SMG picking these, you know, funky carries. Do you think then like Chidori is having an issue performing because of like his teammates drafting, or do you think like he's the one who like wants these carries?
Is he even playing worse? I feel like his heroes, I don't think that he's playing very well or he's playing bad. He's just doing his job in the game. Like his job, like in the drafts, are always a job that is not the important job.
Right.
He's there to allow other heroes to succeed, or he's just there to, you know, to give them the stability they need. And he's not often, I don't remember seeing a game where he's on a win condition hero. Maybe apart from the MP.
Yeah, no, the games he's carried has been on Prophet. I mean, they only won one series, right? I'm pretty sure he played Prophet 2 of those games.
Yeah.
Because it is hard to carry like a 50-minute game with Bloodseeker when you're like 4th pick Bloodseeker. I think. I mean, you can do it, but I don't know. You'd rather be, I mean, then you look at like Jackie, what he's playing. Like it's easier to do with a Drow Ranger than with a Bloodseeker.
Jackie is in fact built differently.
Yeah, nice.
Yep, so they ban out the Sniper, the Naga, Night Stalker, all these to protect the beast, and Boom has to pick first next. They ban out the MP, SF, all just the range heroes that are really good with the Beastmaster aura, MP and SF. What else are good with the Beastmaster aura? Some range hero that can kill the towers.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you can get away with anything. Like you don't even have to. Yeah, Drow is fine, but you just need. Oh, Mars.
The FBZ Mars.
Ew. hero's been hit so hard, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen it much actually.
Yeah, no, you just feel weak.
Yeah, his laning is pretty weak now.
Yeah, because you're low armor too, right? You're like 2 armor. Your God's Rebuke has been nerfed to the ground. And it's a lot of the time it feels like you hit the arena spear, but you're not dealing any damage. Like nothing is happening. But he is one of the better Marses, right? That's what I remember.
Yeah, his best hero is Mars. I mean, I feel like I'd rather have an offlane Pango nowadays rather than Mars.
Yeah.
I mean, it does work well with the Mirana and the Tiny, you know, providing them with team fight control, setting up for the arrow or the stun toss combo.
Yeah, they have a lot of lockdown on Boom.
Ooh, nasty. I love this. Is such a good pick, I think.
Yeah, with the lineup is really strong.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be draw, right? What else are you picking with these kind of heroes?
There's Mars. Almost, what could you pick? Like you could pick so much. Yeah, I think this is fine too. They have a lot of weird stunts, like you could get caught out, but you have the shard now, and I don't think the lane should be that difficult either.
So do you try to switch the Mars around now? And
no, you just have to.
Just leave it in the offlane, because then the morphing is going to be free, like it's going to be very farmed the morph.
Yeah. Is Xnova a bottom player? Or are they thinking like we kind of want to put this Tiny mid? Because Tiny mid is very difficult to play this game. It's so hard.
I think he is. I think there was one series where both Xnova and Zephyr played bottom.
Oh, they like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Because I mean, Snaking definitely showed that this hero is kind of broken as a fight.
Wow.
Oh, I like this. I forgot about this hero. I like that they go for something that can just win the game.
It counters the Tombstone and the morph. And it's also pretty good against Beastmaster in the lane. Yeah. So this is actually a perfect pick. We haven't seen this hero a lot because he's been nerfed so much, and there's a lot of like other carries that are just better than PR. So we have to see how. I mean, it does work so amazing.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it's like that good in lane anymore. Yeah. Like you actually, if you 33 kind of reinvented it, where you just go axe.
Go axe against go axe against PR.
And but like when the game hits 30 minutes and he has Manta Heart Diffusal, he's gonna be very strong.
Okay, so they have to ban all the illusion counters. They take out Lash.
Yeah, you ban the classics. But I feel like Nana will get something.
Zeus? Is he gonna play Zeus?
Yeah, exactly. He can get Zeus. There's still Ember.
It's Pango, right?
Pango too. Yeah. So like there are enough heroes.
Well, which are the ones that you don't really want to play SPL?
I mean, I think Leshrac is the worst to play against.
Then Zeus second or Pango?
I think Pango. I think Pango is worse than Zeus.
Yeah, at least Zeus is easier. It's easier to kill him, right?
I mean, yeah, you can like hope the Tiny or
Mars to catch him. Just hope, pray.
So this PL pick is just very situational then.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they've had their 3 heroes, right? And then you look at SMG's 4 heroes and they're like, wow, their heroes are way better than our heroes. They look like really good together and stuff, and we have a few stuns.
Seems like they're going Pango on SMG. I think they're banning Puck.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think that's a good call.
So Pango and
nice.
Boom is going to go for. They need like a. I think they need like a hero that can still initiate fights. Or do you want a damage hero? A hero that can hold lanes?
Yeah, I'm wondering because
DP.
Boom's lineup is a little bit like some Tundra lineups where you have these heroes that can link up and get kills easily, like just 2-3 heroes. And then you have this stupid Skeeter hero that just gets fat.
They need a lane holder, like some Cortals kind of hero that can hold a lane.
Yeah. I don't know what that would be though.
DP.
I think you get baited into maybe you're like, can we do Tiny mid here? But I don't think.
And then pick what Disruptor plus 5.
Oh, you pick something else for 4 then, right? You pick
for 4.
Oh, it's hard. Maybe they'll show me something that feels good.
Yeah, there's not many good picks here.
Yeah.
40 more seconds.
Yeah, I feel like it's easier to finish that draft up with some hero that can hold lanes and push out. Because the other 3 heroes, the Mars, Mirana, and Tiny, they're going to be moving around together as the gang squad. PR's going to be farming, so you need another hero to hold lanes and connect.
Yeah. No, because now they're. Yeah.
Oh, there's still Bat Rider, right, in the game?
Bat Rider. Could that be it? It's not amazing, this game, but it is.
A lane holder, yeah.
It is something.
Wait,
okay.
Okay, so Tiny's mid.
Yeah. And then you hope. But I mean, like the Beastmaster is going Axis now 100%.
Yeah, there's no way you go the ball for the lane. So the idea is they have this kind of, they want a more team fight centric support to hold the lines when the Beastmaster is balling out without dying to push the towers. So I guess that's the idea here.
Boom look really happy. I mean, look at his face. X-Noah and FBC are giggling.
They're putting Chidori on the win condition this game.
Yeah, a vibe check. Nana is not.
Vibe check.
The vibe check goes to Boom, so.
I have a question.
Everyone.
If you're playing Chen, can you take the Beastmaster's animals?
Yeah.
Oh, but what about if
you're
Beastmaster and you get like Helm Dom? Can you take Chen's animals?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, they get really buffed. They get really like when you take his Hellbear Smash or whatever. That's a big boy. He's very strong.
Chunky tomato.
But eventually he will get Ancients. But then it's kind of, you can get, it's the Ag Shard you get on Chen, and then you can steal his Ancients.
I see.
So it's kind of weird that way. But like usually it would be like Beastmasters would turn off their brain, they would skill Boar, and you would go there with Chen, and you would take the Boar, and it would be GG. But now, I don't know, Beastmasters, they have gotten a bit smarter, so they don't skill Boar that early. And then what is Chen? He's just a 1 armor hitting for 40 damage.
I see.
I think mid-1 will do really well.
Okay, well, let's get this show on the road, and let's get our casters over here too. We got SVG and Cap. How you guys doing?
Good, good. I've actually got a question for you, Soph. It's a riddle of sorts.
Okay.
Okay. If Tiny and Pango had a band, what kind of music would they play?
I don't know if I have enough time to answer it, so tell me.
Rock and roll.
Oh my god. Okay, I've had enough. All right, enjoy this game. Please take it away.
Why are you waiting for me to laugh at that? Like, you think I'm going to laugh at that?
I saw you smiling.
You think I'm going to
indulge
this blasphemy against the panel?
He's a cranky old bastard over here, but there was a little bit of a smirk. There was a little bit of smirk when I said that.
Only at my thoughts of anger towards you, not at the joke itself. I want you to know that.
Oh, so you were thinking about violence.
Yes.
And that is what,
me.
okay,
Yes.
yeah, I understand. Let's get into
proper
the game
retribution
where we're going to see
joke.
some violence between Boom and SMG because these two teams are battling for their very lives, or at least their lives in the upper division anyway.
Do or die.
They're currently both sitting at 1 win. And,
not a lot.
Yeah, they need to.
But one of the teams will have 2 wins after this.
Yes.
And that's 100% increase.
Wow.
That sounds pretty good.
That's some good numbers right there.
Better to have good numbers than bad jokes.
But isn't that the point of them?
At least tell me you came up with that one. You didn't steal it from somebody else.
Of course I came up with that. The hell?
It's even worse, I think.
I mean, the whole rock music thing. But I feel like I put my own little spin on it there by adding Pango, rock and roll.
I think we should just move past it.
I've got more of those.
Okay, well, we definitely should move past it now.
All right, so what do you think? Do you think the panel adequately broke down this matchup?
Yeah, they did a pretty decent job.
I mean, that didn't sound very honest of you, but all right.
Well, the thing is, what do we know about PL in the current? Are you talking about the PL Morph matchup? Are you talking about the Boom SMG matchup?
Whatever you want to pick apart of what they said.
Okay, I have a feeling that this Phantom hero is a hero that tends to fall into the AFK carry trap too much.
Okay.
And I think
you
that's
think it's
one
too
of the
active of a meta?
Yes, I think it's one of the issues people run into with this hero. They pick him and they feel like they can just farm forever and eventually he'll 1v5 the game. I don't think it's true anymore. I think people are better at itemizing, they're better at team fighting, they control the map better. And if you just fall behind, this hero does not just win you games from behind anymore. He's not the like auto-win matchup carry he used to be in a 1v5 map state. So I think you have to kind of decide how you want to use him and what you want to use him for. I think there's a couple routes you can go, but the two that stand out to me are you go this diffusal hard type timing and you team fight with him. Like you're willing to join early skirmishes, you're willing to join early fights and actually contribute to those. And this is a game where I think he can do that as long as Pango is not snowballing and rolling around too much. I think the other route is you can actually play this hero for pickoffs, which I don't think is something we've seen in a long time. But in my heart, I know is viable.
Okay, even if nobody else believes in it, you do.
Even if nobody else, I think there is a like diffusal Silver Edge build out there.
That's a dead Rubik. Pushed into a corner, blocked pretty well by FBC as well. Zephyr will end up taking the last hit, and that'll be your first blood.
And that's pretty much how you want to start a Mars lane. Get the early kills.
Yeah.
But anyway, to finish my point before Boomy so rudely interrupted it with his death.
Very rude.
I do think there is a Silver Edge build out there for PL where you aggressively pick heroes off on the map.
Oh, you Silver Edge
bypass the vision.
I thought it was some sort of like how you play with Diffusal Blade, but...
I think you can just go Diffusal Blade Lothars to bring some old school terminology. I think it's viable. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think we're ever going to see anybody do it, but I think it's viable.
All right, so it's been a very long time theory crafting something we will not see in this game.
The ultimate point here is I want to see this PL get involved in some aspect of the map control or the team fight.
Okay.
Take your pick. I don't care how you do it. I don't care what you do to buy it. But do not just AFK for 3 or 4 items. I don't think it's a recipe for success unless you're right. That is the summary. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now you can go back to telling your awful jokes.
I told what joke? What?
It seemed like 8. My brain malfunctioned. What do you think about this ice armor, though? We haven't seen this in a while, but this is still an insanely broken ability. I don't know how it's still in the game in the current state, but good luck winning this lane now.
Yeah, look at he should put ice armor on the ogre itself, and it's just battling and undying. And Beastmaster isn't able to do a whole lot against Phantom Lancer either because of that armor.
The kind of downside of Ice Armor in this lane is you can't... Ice Armor is not a really aggressive spell for this type of lane where you have Chen PL. It secures you farming, which you're very happy to do, but Beastmaster is also an offlaner who's kind of happy just farming if you're not aggressing on him, right? He's just like, mid one's just free farming the lane, getting up the helm. He's super chilling. So in that sense, Ice Armor is amazing here, but it's not helping you shut the Beastmaster down.
Oh, he can't get aggressive, huh? Looks like Afu perhaps a little too aggressive himself.
I'll eat my words, and I don't think that's a kill that should have happened like that, but they will definitely take it as Boomy goes down as well. So early support deaths here for SMG, pushing these side lane cores into pretty good territory.
Yeah, they are kind of bleeding out. At least it does mean that there are plenty of TPs mid available. So Moon can go ahead and get some refills out of that bottle and probably secure the 4-minute water runes as well, away from Yopaj. Which Moon is doing pretty damn well against Yopaj.
Oh, he's hiding that creep to deny it, though.
Oh.
The moves.
I can't believe Yopaj is giving him the right-hand side. I thought because the Undying, they were going to try and grab both water runes.
Yeah, he didn't see the creep, but... I mean, he doesn't want to linger too long in this river as Undying. Like, Undying does not want to be in these river areas early on. This hero is a lane dominator. He wants to be spamming decays on lane. Every minute he's off the lane in the first 4 to 5 feels pretty bad. So I can understand him wanting to just get back up there, especially if you go these mango builds. Like, these mango builds suck if you're not on the lane.
Okay, but
Really
counterpoint, if Beastmaster is fine in lane, he prefers to be solo.
Yeah, that's the kind of the paradox he's stuck between. That's why this Undying Beast lane is kind of weird fundamentally.
Yeah.
It's a lane where Beast wants to get as much solo XP as you can. Undying wants to play the lane to abuse the core usually as much as you can, so you kind of have to find the balance. I think they're doing a decent job on it.
Way too low and bursted down by Yopaj. So Yopaj finally finds his opening and secures his supremacy in the mid lane.
That is a very surprising kill to me, but a very good one for this Tiny.
Nice arrow. Zephyr is just nailing Boomy over and over again.
Courier?
And a free courier. All right, not too bad. Had 7 stick charges, so I'm a little bit surprised he didn't fight Boomy a bit more. But
maybe he's just happy to keep him low here. I mean, FBZ is just free farming it up. Might just kill him later on anyway, you know. But yeah, that's the regen dead on courier as well. So this Radiant safe lane is struggling right now. They're playing off headdress regen, but someone's gonna die here.
Another arrow scoots on by. 4-0 though. Boom, certainly coming back with a bit of vengeance. Perhaps maybe it's just comfort, as they said. FBZ Mars, pretty iconic at this point.
And
but
Yopaj is just taking it to Moon in this lane. He just went to base, got phase boots, TP back, so he kind of rushed the acceleration here, and he is hitting very hard. 180 damage on this Tiny.
Yeah, how did he get so low already?
He just comboed him, smacked him.
Okay. That's all it takes, huh? Well, he's got level 6 on the Pango now, so perhaps a little bit better fighting action, but won't be able to help out Afu. He's already dead.
And Yopaj is really taking advantage of these small windows he's got. Accelerate the items into some early burst damage, and suddenly you're just killing people on the runes.
Now, that being said, they got all the kills, but CS isn't too terrible.
No, it's doing all right. And like we said, mid one is pretty much had an absolutely free lane. That is the hero you want to be having a good game as Beastmaster, but you are feeding. I mean, this is, you know, there's a couple support kills you can give away. This is a little too many.
Yeah. Yopaj is going to get a very fast Blink Dagger at this rate.
He's just going to have a very fast high level. Like, he's already level 7. This is one of the best killer mids in the game. You give him the extra levels, and if your supports fall behind, it just makes them even easier targets.
Right. Like, all of a sudden, supports can't afford raindrops or something. He's got his maxed out abilities.
Yeah, it's rough. These are also susceptible supports this game if they fall behind in terms of the team fights. Like, you have this Mirana ult to get on the back line. You have PL who's going to rip them apart. There's no counterplay for Rubik Undying. So if these supports get gimped for SMG, it spells bad news in the mid game.
Yeah, and Undying is already countered, right? We're not going to see probably a whole lot of really good tombstones because it's matched up against a Phantom Lancer. So
yeah, you got to throw him on the high ground.
Yeah.
Fight near the cliff, throw him up there. Hope he topples up and traps himself, you know. Boomy, you looking for number 4 or what, my friend? Dangerous territory.
Yopaj is tiny. It's not to be trifled with right now.
At least they forced the TP back to mid from this Tiny to contest the rune, so they're getting some map movement wasted from him. There's Tombstone drop. Thinking about ulting too, but just not a fight. Not enough damage. But look at the rune though for Moon, which is huge here. He had some time to catch up instead of being stuck on that one-on-one that was not going well for him. Now he has a DD, he's basically the same level, almost the same net worth.
Top tower is under
A pretty big 2 minutes here from SMG to stop the bleeding and get their mid back in this game. Now it's a question of what do you want to do with this DD, because this is the strongest rune in the game right now. Moon has all the options at his fingertips.
It seems like they really want to kill Yopaj.
This is
but this is going to be a stretch. Yopaj seems pretty skittish already after his mid ward died.
He's also just the hardest kill.
I mean, Moon is still trying to like threaten this, and I don't know, maybe this is just pressure on mid tower with the DD.
It's a lot of pressure here, but Tiny has 14 armor and 1300 HP with Fairy Fire. This is the hardest hero on the map to kill.
Maybe this is a better use of the double damage, though. Instead of trying to run around to the side lanes, like trying to take this mid tower with it, they're doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, this actually just got chunked. Got arrow
toss
comboed.
up in the air, into the arrow, into the spear as well. Bye-bye, Moon. And the two supports are stuck inside the arena. It's Undying. Get as many decays as you can, but you aren't going to be tanky enough to survive against this kind of incursion from Boom. 9-0 now at 9.5 minutes in as they continue to take a bigger and bigger net worth lead.
That's why FBZ likes this Mars. He likes to get active early, likes to join the fights with the early arena, putting it to good use. 3 kills, can't really ask for much more. That ward behind the tower also did him almost no favors there because he just TP'd in the trees.
Yeah.
So they felt like overconfidence by all this good vision, but doesn't count for much if you're just manning up on the tower. Like you said, they got a huge amount of damage, but the downside is you're just setting up the perfect arena for this man.
Trying to force out all the leaps out of Zephyr, and he will oblige, so it's going to be a while until he gets the full amount of charges back up.
If FBZ is lagging for that one, I don't want to see him when he's not lagging.
Yeah. Man's walking around with 2 bracers, phase boots, a magic wand. He's sitting 4th in the overall net worth, but higher than the Morphling who's he's matched up against. I don't know, Chidori feels like you need your allies to be doing a little bit more, because I don't see how he carries this game if Phantom Lancer is just totally free farming and Tiny is just being a monster around the map.
Just comes from their 5-man being stronger. With this Undying Beast, you force like early Roche fights, bait them in, win those engagements off the early spell utilization, kind of snowball off that. I think that's the general game plan here. If you're just going even at 40 minutes, yeah, you're probably not going to have a great time in this game unless Pango is just popping off. I do think Pango can do some serious work this game in terms of the scaling. Can't really underestimate this hero going into the late game with those like Diffusal, Ags, Basher type builds. You can deal with a Phantom Lancers. Like I said, this Phantom Lancer is not just some you all insta-die anymore.
Sure. What do you think about the fact that he is going to Fuse a Blade? Pretty normal, yes, but against Phantom Lancer specifically, Do you think it would have been a better idea going for a Maelstrom build-up and play more for that longer, later game counter against the PL would also give you more farming power? Or do you think him being active early is important with the Diffusal Blade?
I think you want to get active early here. I can see either timing being okay. I think most Pangos just prefer Diffu because it's going to be better against everything in this game outside of Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, for sure.
That value is just way higher. So I don't blame him. I wonder if there's a world where you ever go both, but probably not.
I think what my read of it is, I think it's the right move because he has a Beastmaster offlane. If he had a more active offlaner, right, then like, okay, maybe our Pango needs to be more of a traditional, like, actual 2 position. But here in this game, your Beastmaster is kind of like your the second carry in this game, right? It's the other hero that you want to be focusing on just AFK farming a lot.
Well, it's also mid one. And as we've seen, mid one is kind of just playing mid out of the off lane.
Yeah.
So his farm priority, I mean, he almost always has the best early game, and he's just taking ancient stacks right now. So you're seeing the farm priority they're giving him. Like, this Beastmaster is the one taking the highest priority farm on the map right now. The safest, the highest value. Even has this Dying from Afu just leeching up the XP, which he desperately needs. But this is a lot of investment in your Beast here. It's going to push him to the top. Then it's a question of what do you do with it?
Well, he's going to be going for the Helm of the Overlord, so obviously the Helm of Dominator doesn't have a whole lot of power against a Chen, but once he completes the Overlord, then he'll be able to run around with that Ancient a little bit more effectively.
Chen can steal it later, though. You're still running some risk here.
Sure.
So this tells me SMG really want to push the tempo of this game. They want to play around this Beast, getting that Overlord as fast as possible, and then do as much damage with it as you can to transfer into map control. Hopefully line this up with your Pango Diffusal. Morphling's even going Dragonlance, so Chidori wants to probably join early fights too. This is ramping up very quickly here. Cannot mess up these defensive fight orientations for Boom. And if you can make the first move, that's even better. One of the best tools to getting these 5-man push lineups off their timing is force them to react to you. That's something they can do with Chen in this game. Maybe X-Nova just starts running at some towers here. Like, even if they respond and kill him, so what, right? Then they're not doing what they'd rather be doing, which is taking the fight to you.
I wonder how many Chens use this Ogre Bruiser now that it's got the smash ability. Zephyr, leap after him, Boomy.
Even from the brightest light.
Mango for the leaps. No detection, though.
No, goes invis, and all this time, they take the bottom tier 1 tower.
Also,
Vid's almost dead as well, though.
Afu went 3 decay. I don't know if it's standard for support on Dyings this game, but in this type of game, maybe if you're just going to fight, you can get more spells off on this Tiny and Mars. That's the idea. Like, the Tombstone is too susceptible. He feels like it's going to die of it. But I think not having these early Tombstone points for the early fights feels a little bad when you're looking at these tower pushes.
Yeah, like Chen pushing in and stuff like that, right? Yeah. It's just Tombstone is going to feel a lot better.
This is blink up for Yopaj.
Oh, it's so fast. And Afu's going to be the recipient of that 13-minute blink dagger.
They're going to purge up this morph. They have a stomp.
They do. Hit the stomp.
Too slow.
FBZ is going to sit here and help with this push.
Don't have your Pango Diffusal, you don't have this Dying. It's a hard D-push. Does not feel natural. Your morph is kind of here by not his own volition.
TP coming in. Yopaj tried to get the entrance. They do manage to land that arrow, but a beautiful counter by Moon is going to be able to stop Yopaj's aggression and perhaps collect some more of the tombstones at it. Well, beautiful bumping all over the place. The Tiny still on the run here. Chidori looks to be able to chase him down. The Avalanche gives him a little bit more cover. Meanwhile, X-Nova being chased down, but Big Bad Undying will be able to at least get the 1 support. But how did Yopaj get away from that?
X-Nova pays for his core sins, hurricanes him to safety, and sacrifices his own life.
Oh, the Wild Wing Ripper push?
He ripped him out of there. I didn't even see that thing in there, but that was just an overextension. I don't think you have to take that fight like that. Like, you're giving it to this Undying. He just ults and starts hitting people that Chen has to overextend. Not the way you want to do that if you're Boom. If you're going on a core and you're tossing someone back, maybe it's a different story, but that was probably not what they were looking for. But the thing is, again, though, it's still an aggressive move you're making if you're Boom here, which means SMG have to react to you. And that's what I was talking about. You get the Chen kill, but they're not forcing the issue, right?
Sure.
So
well, they're not forcing the issue yet, but they have the Helm of the Overlord complete. So that timing, we should be hitting it now, right? What do we want to do with this, though? If you're making the shot calls right now, where are you telling mid one he should be going?
I think you just Roche. Because you have DD on Pango. I think it dies super fast here. I think you just clean it up real quick. I think it could already be dead by now. I think they're lingering too much around mid because mid tier 1's already dead. Now
Once
Boom
again, the Undying gonna get bursted down first things, but Yopaj, he's not gonna survive this time around. No, no, no.
Another aggressive move for this Tiny and pay the price. I think you can really look at like early Roche into early tier 2 and then control the map with Beast. The downside with this type of lineup is your pickoff is not amazing and you're kind of getting punished on these side lanes. So Moon just goes down. And this is the PL involvement I'm talking about. Every type of one these kills he gets, Boom are super happy in this game because it's so much time that this group up doesn't happen and they don't get punished anywhere. And this PL has Midas. He is massively out farming the map right now.
So it just puts even more urgency on SMG taking the map with this Overlord.
Yeah.
Big bad Ancient Hide, Thunder Hide is still yet to do any work.
Yopaj just tossing his own boy up here. They do not feel pressured. There's another tombstone drop. Gotta get something out of this if you're SMG.
Yeah, they really do. Oh, what a swashbuckle hit. They do manage to get a shield crash slow onto FBZ. Moon sticking with it. We'll be able to get the Mars kill, and X-Nova is going to fall. Zephyr should be fine, but...
this is Roche for sure.
Yeah, SMG winning a fight just outside of the Roshan pit. Maybe they weren't ready to force the issue, but a fight like that opens it up pretty cleanly.
That is the double-edged sword. Boom kind of want to poke these things to slow the tempo, but if you overextend a little, you get stuck in the slows. You are not escaping the amount of chain slow this lineup has. And now you're feeding the kills into the objective. Natural kind of game flow that SMG wants here. Now it's a question of, do you just go tier 2? Do you try and force early high ground in this game? Do you have the catch to play the map versus these blink cores on a PL that might be difficult to catch? I feel like the most natural move is just tier 2 into high ground, force them back. But you have to be able to win that fight. Tombstone's on cooldown right now. Boom might look for something here.
The Hawk just got a lot of information on Boom.
FBZ
goes for it anyway, despite the information. What a beautiful avalanche off of that spear. The roll-in, though, is still going to hit a lot of heroes, and the stolen avalanche as well hit a couple, but they couldn't quite finish off in one hero. It was Natsumi here. Well, the Pango is pretty effective. Chidori, not so much, though. They find the real PL. Telekinesis him back as well. They need to keep the vision. They've got him. They bring him down. Yopaj, who already used his combo, is going to find himself burned out of mana unless somebody can stop Moon. Oh, speared into the arrow. Zephyr comboing beautifully off of that one. Will get the pick off on the mid laner, and Chidori is unable to go for the punish onto the Mars. FBZ still hunting. Catches Boomy as well. FBZ finding just all kinds of openings in this team fight.
What a team fight from FBZ. I mean, that's why you picked this guy Mars, right?
Yeah.
Zero Fierce starts that fight and ends it at both ends there. Definitely the biggest beneficiary from there. Yopaj going down, pretty nice for SMG, and Chidori got a lot off that. He was cleaning up the end of that fight. But you can't help but feel like that's a win for Boom just because you killed this beast, you killed this creep, you're stalling out that 5-man push that they wanted to commit to the tier 2 on. The only thing you're not happy about is your Phantom Lancer pretty much just showed up and died.
Yeah.
Natsumi got nothing done in that engagement. Got mana burn, disarmed by Pango into a doppel, into a morph, just right-clicked them down.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, Chidori's going to keep up the pressure in this top lane. He's got some supporting crew, but the biggest thing is he has the Aegis. Moon, he really wants to complete his Blink Dagger, but it looks like he's being pulled up here.
Yeah, but FBZ says, not on my watch, son.
Yeah, he's going to try and stop the creep wave pushing in.
He has another arena.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They could fight this, but if they were going to fight it, I feel like it would have been around that glyph, you know?
Radiant's middle tower.
True, I mean, they have this ward, though. FBZ sees everybody here, does not want to give it up. Has to. Maybe afraid of this high ground Tomb as well. Remember, Tomb was on cooldown for that previous fight. That's why they can kite it in and out. And now here's the decision. You force the high ground, and how much do you commit here? You definitely want to bring them back. If they all come back, are you happy with pushing out the other lanes? Because PL is farming with Midas right now. I think you commit with this Aegis.
Radiant's middle
There's not much
tower
poke
is
here from
under
Boone
attack.
other than the toss back, which you can
Dire's top
lift.
tower is under
If
attack.
Yopaj jumps, he just gets lifted into Tombstone. He's dead for sure, I think.
Yeah, I feel like as long as you don't get tossed back or speared back,
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm feeling pretty good about just like keeping this going.
Yeah, and I think that's just Boomy's job. Make sure these cores can't just jump his more for free. Free drop that to him. This tower's just dead. Orb has that frenzy buff. No joke.
Oh, they really want to save this Tombstone. They're going to pop the Mirana for daring to try and finish it off. They go for the buyback now. SMG, though, they're going for the throat. Avalanche entrance, toss up, Undying, does manage to get off his ultimate. He's still alive, he gets off the self-heal as well. He's not going down so easily. They have to throw everything they have, but they finally bring him down, but it's just a fight position. Meanwhile, the rest of SMG cores, they feel pretty good about this fight.
Rax is dying.
Chase, backing themselves up. The melee barracks almost dead, but another entrance. What an avalanche coming out. FBZ managed to finish off at least one. They're going for Europaj though, and Chidori is cleanly just cleaning out Boom as one by one they're gonna fall to him, and he still has games to work for. Back to the buildings, back to the objectives. Boom, have to take a reset here. They've already lost the melee. No point in continuing this fight any further, I think.
That's a pretty decent outcome for SMG here, all things considered. I mean, you're fighting through this double glyph here, so it takes a long time, and you're fighting through multiple spearbacks and Avas, but eventually you get that Rax and you don't even lose Aegis. That's not too bad for an early high ground 20-minute push.
Oh yeah.
I think you'll take that outcome. I mean, the net worth is still going to be even in this type of game because these 5-man groups, they don't really result in too much nowadays, just how the kills gold works, but that's definitely some early objective pressure. You get the high reward melee racks over the range, and now you're going to have lane control. Maybe you can go down another lane and makes that push even better because you're getting less value on the other side of the map.
Chidori is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Correct me if I'm not wrong here, but you can still just cast it on an illusion and it still affects the primary hero.
As far as I know, yes.
Yeah,
that is how it functions. So
I couldn't believe that it worked that way, but I believe it still does.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the Naga interaction works, so it should work the same here. Unless they added some,
Smoke's gonna break.
Timeout feature.
SMG like the fact that they're just keeping it going, keeping up the pressure. They're trying to break Boom here and now.
I mean, you have to. You don't want this game to just go ultra late, and your lineup's built for it. Moon finds a freebie. Chen down again with his creeps. Even if he respawns, not much of a hero. Why not just go high ground again? Or at least think about it.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point about going high ground. Because if the Chen doesn't have creeps and Phantom Lancer's not ready to fight yet, then you're basically playing a 3 versus 5.
Which is why that fight's just hard.
Yeah.
Outside of Yopaj hitting everybody with an Ava and trying to smack down the lizard himself. And the thing is, the only way you engage with this Boom lineup is FBZ jumps or Yopaj jumps. And if you're not killing Undying off the jump, the turnaround is nasty.
Oh, look at this.
That's why they're flanking. They're trying to find
around Moonlight Shadow. They're going to go for the Beastmaster first. Trying to burst him down. The heal came out from the Undying, though. Mid one, not quite dead. Gets off a few spells. Still not dead. The pipe is keeping him alive. And both FPZ and Yopaj, they went for the route. And boy, did it work against them there. They both die without claiming a kill. And this could just be the end of the game, perhaps.
You have your hard PL, but he needs the other heroes to engage with him here. That turnaround, like we said, if you don't find a kill, it's just devastating. This 5-man push lineup from SMG might be the fastest tempo game we've seen in SEA so far. No 60 minutes for you, son.
Yeah, considering the type of heroes on both sides, one side is a Morphling, the other side a Phantom Lancer, seeing this kind of fast pace, like you said, even net worth, but SMG just knew they had the advantage. And, well, they just took 2 lanes of barracks.
It felt like everybody knew this was coming, but again, you mess up one fight, and that's the outcome, right?
Yeah.
It's just not enough damage to fight through the sustain. You have this Undying, you have this Morph who's tanky as hell. You had this early pipe pickup from mid one for that push. Just beautifully timed here. Saves him for sure. The EHP is just through the roof for this SMG lineup at this point in the game.
Amazing
what I really like about SMG's position is I don't feel like there's a rush to take that final lane. Because they have Pango, like the Aghanim's Morphling plus Pango just being a natural counter to Phantom Lancer. I feel like they could still scale, their 10, 15 minutes and be really strong.
Oh yeah, I think they're very chilling now. Like, you have tools to come out with deal with this PL. You shut down the other threats in the game, which I think were maybe even more important. PL joining the fights was more about helping his Tiny and his Mars scale into this game. Because the fights are not easy for them either. You have to fight. That's where the Undying pick really just crushes them, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you jump anybody else, this heal and Tombstone come out. If you try and jump the Undying, well, he has Aeon Disc now, so I don't even know if that's an option. We saw last fight they try and jump the Beast to remove the auras from the fight. Not a bad idea. But then Soul Rift comes out, a Lift comes out, Fade Bolt reduces a bit of damage, maybe you get disarmed. Very hard, you kind of have to pick your poison here. Maybe you just send the PL in first or something.
Reminder that like 15 minutes ago, the score was 0-9. Now 12-18. SMG still behind in kills, but very ahead in the overall game. Now lanes of Barracks in, about to get a second Roshan unless Boom can put a stop to it.
They feel like they have to. They do not want to take a high ground fight into Aegis, but you're missing BKB on your two
Arrow
jumpers.
Scout with the illusion. Oh, Moon popping his bottled illusion just at the right time.
Trying to kill the Tomb. Getting defended here, healed up.
Yep, Natsumi's still going for it with the illusions, and they will be able to break open that Tombstone. So
that's a big window.
Yeah, and the Undying ultimate as well. Gonna go on cooldown soon.
This is an awkward spot for SMG. This Undying ult is even running out. Boom got a lot out of that for no committal.
And in some ways, Boom is in a position to prevent SMG from retreating back to their side of the map. They've traded spaces here. They're going to smoke up on the side of SMG.
Natsumi going in first. I like this.
Yeah, he wants to draw attention, but SMG, at the same time, they need to be aware that Boom's coming around the side. FBZ, he got out the Arena Spear, but not nearly good enough to be able to kill the Pango. Roar goes out, rolling on through is going to be Moon, trying to catch some of these heroes. Shield crashing, running after them as best as possible. Back into it, though. He's like, no, now we'll deal with Natsumi if possible. Chidori doesn't really seem to have the option to be able to fight this Phantom Lancer, and yeah, they really having a hard time fighting him. They just do not have the spread of damage, and what a beautiful spear from FBZ. Moon rolling it up, bouncing around a little bit, does have the shield crash, swashbuckle over the side. They're still fighting this one out, and FBZ is actually going to fall. Boom, he blinks in and finishes him off, but immediately gets avalanched by Yopaj. Boom. An opening here. Can they actually take Roshan themselves?
I think they should force it. Like, what other play do you have on the map right now? You got the dieback from the Dying.
Oh, but what if
this is the other play?
Pango, Moon. Oh no, he tried to cut a creep wave and immediately gets punished.
That was just too greedy, too slow to get in there and out. Now you're feeding a huge amount of golden XP to this Boom Tricore, which now you get to your double BKB timing. Like, that was the big fight where this Tiny was not going to get to this BKB. This Mars is not going to get to it. Now they get to it. Anyone wants to contest this? I don't think so, son.
I mean, they did have buyback available for the Pango. And a tier 1 tower up at top lane. I think they could have gotten here in time if they wanted to invest in it. Stalling him out, but the avalanche catches them, and the arrow's going to come through. Mid one, caught, stunned for a while. Covered avalanche from Boom. Does a lot. Now trying to get away. They got the real Natsumi. How did they manage to find the real one and burst him down so quickly?
I guess if you can do that, it's contestable.
Okay.
You have a PL buy? You don't. That was his buy, and somehow that fight gets salvaged. It cost you Undying dieback, and it cost you Moon's buyback. But I really thought that was going to be Aegis for Boom there.
I mean, part of that was definitely Boomy. Quick reactions with his Blink Dagger pickup. He's gotten a couple of crucial counter spells off, and that time the counter avalanche on the Phantom Lancer is what helped allow Chidori to focus down Natsumi.
I guess these auras are adding up too. Like, you have a Crimson Guard pipe on mid one, you have Greaves on Boomy.
Yeah.
Some significant aura that you have to cut through if you're Natsumi in this type of fight. I really thought that was going to go worse for SMG there after that initial river fight where you lose the Undying twice. Because he's a huge deal in terms of control for the two beefy boys of Boom here.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Ancient Ice Shaman
Are scanning.
doesn't look too happy about that one. This man's got a grimace of steel. Every time I look at this Creep's face, it's
that is a face only a mother could love right there.
It is something else.
That is a healthy underbite.
Yeah, maybe he had one of those burgers, you know.
You want to bring that back now? Okay.
No. I'm leaving that. I'm leaving that.
14-23, only a 4,000 net worth lead for SMG, but they are one team fight away from being able to get Megas here, and they're set up well for it. Let's see. SMG just kind of camping out here in the triangle, but because the other two lanes are super creeped, then Boom don't really need to leave their base too much. It's all going to come pushing in their way.
I mean, is SMG waiting for anything right now, though? All right, they have BKB coming out for more. Maybe that is the go signal, because I think you do want to push this higher on with that Aegis. Otherwise, you're just waiting till even later, and this PL is still farming. You have the double BKB for Boom now.
Boom actually pushing out, but not as a group, as a small little kill squad here.
Oh, this is a great
Zephyr
find
and
for
Yopaj.
SMG if they get it.
SMG somehow, they're going to try and wrap into the base here, I'm sure, and they're beginning to TP back. Oh, they found the real one! Real Phantom Lancer covered by the Avalanche as well. Oh, the Avalanche Spear going out, but the Rolling Thunder didn't quite hit the real Natsumi in time, and he got to retreat. And now Apu's committed himself, as well as the Tombstone. They're going to try and deal with that one quick as possible. The Mirana and the Phantom Lancer make short work of it. SMG calling full retreat here. Going to quickly deal with that Ice Shaman, but a toss back perhaps by Yopaj. Couldn't get the real one, but got off the BKB before the roar. FBC managed to nail Moon, but he gets a swashbuckle away at the same time. Mirana force staff down, up to the high ground, leaps away. X-Nova also going to walk away from Chidori here.
FBC rooted by the Hawks, nowhere to run. Just too much gunk in the fight, even with the Tombstone down. It's just not enough to engage here for Boom. I think they really wanted that toss back.
Oh, yeah.
But there's too many units.
Yes.
Yopaj cannot find the real hero to toss through all of the zoo here. And now the high ground is open.
Oh, it certainly is. And Boomy, look at him go. Fearless, blinking in, immediately two-man Avalanche, and they get in a quick assassination on the Chen before the fight even begins.
I mean, Natsumi has to start burning some mana down here. He is the only real poke outside of a tossback, which has just been too hard for Yopaj to find.
Yep, Chidori just fighting through without the mana burn.
Taking 0 damage.
The damage is pretty lackluster.
And finally, that Vessel charge comes out.
They've only got one more Vessel charge to go. Oh, nice two-man hit between Moon, hitting the Mirana and Yopaj's Tiny and keeping them chain stunned for the rest of the team. Natsumi, though, quick to react. He went straight to the backline, killed the Undying, now sticks on top of Big One. Hard kills to get, though. Crimson Guard makes it difficult. And meanwhile, Yopaj and FPZ did manage to burst down the Morphling. Life number 1, life number 2. BKB goes off before the Spear can last, commits, and gets the Megas. Now with a waveform away, and boom, they needed that kill so badly, but he just simply TPs out cleanly. They get Megas, and they get all of their cores out of the team fight alive.
I mean, what more can you ask for? Sacrifice a little Undying, that's his job. Sure, your Rubik goes down, but you got buybacks, you got Megas. Is that the nail in the coffin here? I mean, can you hold off Megas from 30 minutes in? That's very early to be Megas here. You don't even have tier 4s left, basically. Very rough position for Boom.
Yeah, one single hit on one single tier 4 tower. That's all that's left.
It's like so early in the game for Megas, you don't even have a gold lead. I don't think I've ever seen Megas with this little of a gold lead.
Yeah.
It's still basically an even game, but not base-wise.
Yeah, and that pressure just kind of means you're never really going to be taking a fight on Boom's side that allows you to get objectives, right? Because you're always probably going to be fighting deep on your side of the map. The enemy team is going to have buybacks all the time.
I mean, this is a go 60 minutes now for Boom if you want to win this game.
Yeah.
And it is going to be difficult because you're going to have to show on multiple lanes. You don't have the best lane out spam here. It's one of the downsides of this lineup. Someone's just going to get picked off, right? You smoke down one of these lanes, kill whoever's showing there. It's too easy of a jump.
Boom gonna get a haste rune while the smoke starts moving down the lane like you were talking about. Boom did back up at the right time, it seems, but
you even have Hawk vision for the base.
Yeah, are they gonna be prepared for this blink jump? from Boomy and the follow-up from mid one.
Link lift.
They got the successful scan. They back up a little bit more. Moonlight Shadow's going to be used, but then once again, they found the real Phantom Lancer. Can they get the stun this time around? Moon gets it. Force Staff gets him away. Natsumi is going to be able to retreat back to his fountain. Meanwhile, anybody stuck inside of the arena. And yeah, they couldn't even finish off that Rubik while being ripped apart. FBZ quick to fall and does not have a buyback. Same goes with X-Nova now. Natsumi trying to battle it out, but the tier 4s are dead. The throne is open. Chidori is just, they've made the call. They're saying just avoid this Phantom Lancer, focus on the throne, throw everything you have at it, and let's close out this game number 1. Well played, SMG. A strong focus on objectives, a strong recognition of timings gets them, I would say, a pretty decent looking game 1 victory.
That's one of the most well-executed push strats I think I've seen in a long time. They are pretty hard to pull off in this meta. I think even as we saw that game, you're up 2 racks and it's an even net worth game. Like, that's one of the reasons these types of strats are just not that easy to convert on, because if you lose one of those base fights, that game goes horrendous. We saw even that river fight went a little bad. That game almost swung the other way. Imagine PL gets an Aegis or something. That map looks very different. So even though that game looks super convincing from SMG, that's not an easy game to win in this type of meta, and they did it pretty damn well. Just hit their item timings, accelerated that Overlord off the Ancient stack, grouped up for the Roshan pretty early into the tier 2. Nice straightforward win for SMG here. Probably feeling pretty good about that one.
That win probability at like 19 minutes was something like, I'm going to get, it doesn't have numbers, but it looks like 75%, I would say, to the favor of Boom. It was deeply in Boom's favor, and then SMG just, they hit that timing, and it just, very impressive stuff. Very well done by SMG for this game number 1, but I'm sure our panel has a lot more to be able to break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Cap and Avery. I mean, like Cap said, Boom was looking really good near the start of the game. Like, FBZ was rotating really well. They were getting kills. They were fighting together. Their little gank squad was doing well. And then all of a sudden...
Yeah, they just go high ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was super impressed with Boom's laning and like how they moved early game. Yeah, they played the lanes beautifully. Like, that game can be so much worse for them if they don't do that well in lanes. Like, I think how X-Nova played a safe lane was perfect. And then I think SMG kind of messed up their own safe lane. Like, they did not play that lane well. I mean, Morphling still got a little farm, but that should have been better for them. Mid lane, they overextended like 2-3 times. I think Yopash got a solo kill. Then they pushed the tower. They died like 3 people. And it looked like Boom were just cruising.
Yeah, this is a fight where we felt like the game started to turn. I think the PL came to this fight like I feel like he has this issue like we've been saying. He doesn't know like who to.
Here he goes in again.
Target. Yeah, he could have just ran away. I don't understand why he, like even then in the first initiation that he did, I feel like he could have just sent his illusion so he don't take damage as the real hero, and then see how the fight goes and then decide what he should do later. Because I feel like
because look now, like
he could have cleaned up this fight.
He didn't do anything this fight, and his team still wins. And then here we have other, like they already pushed the top racks, right? Where I think here is like the biggest team fight mistake, where the PL is getting hard delivered to him, so he's waiting in base, but then they initiate like 1,000 range away from the tower where there's no need, like they're not ready.
I mean, all these issues is, I feel like could be like communication issues, like the player getting the heart, or like sometimes I feel like in this kind of event, like 30 minutes, like mid-late game team fights, the carry has a huge responsibility to say a lot during the fights. Or wait for this, go on who, I need you to do this, I need you to do that. And I feel like maybe this kind of communications that it's missing from the team fights. That's why it feels so random. They're going on different targets. They're initiating in a position where the carry is not ready to go in.
Yeah, you have to give credit to SMG though. Like they took their chance. Like I would say their first racks push there when they go for the top racks, it's like a 50-50 fight. I think if Boom like takes that fight correctly, SMG probably lose. But like that pressure when they don't care, they don't give a shit. They just go, and you have to defend. You have to do something. And then you use the glyph too early, you mess up, then you do a bad initiation, and you lose a racks, you get wiped, and they just keep rolling. And then, like really good itemization. Yeah, here mid one, he got Crimson Guard, he got, like they had so many team fight items. He had Crimson Pipe, the Ruby got Greaves. And when they got all that up, like there was
but much. Talking about all these items, don't you feel like it's very risky for the PL to get a Midas in this kind of game?
That's what I don't know. I don't play enough PL to know. I feel like if he played more like you said, like even when he showed up to the fight, if he played more defensive, like if he didn't get picked off.
Don't hard commit,
Yeah, because I feel like he was strong enough to hold until he got his heart, where he can like bait a little bit. So I don't know if it's wrong to go Midas. I think that death is more wrong, and like how they like the bigger problems was him feeding there, and then how they took their base fights.
Yeah, then also going back like to the early game, you said SMG kind of they messed up with the bot lane, the Rubik.
The safe lane, yeah.
The Rubik went for a headdress and his courier got killed, but I don't even think he needed a headdress in that lane.
No, I don't think so. No, it was just they were kind of getting rolled down there, like outplayed. But they caught back up.
They did indeed catch back up. I mean, clean game by SMG. I wonder if we're gonna see another clean game by them. But first, we're gonna take a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Ooh, fried rice. Do you enjoy fried rice, guys?
I mean, I'm guessing you do, Winter.
Whoa, whoa, come on.
I would guess it's your favorite dish.
Why?
Whoa. It's not?
What an assumption.
Fine, one of my favorite dishes.
Of course.
It's fried rice. Well,
I feel like you have to grow up with it or something.
what, fried rice?
Yeah, to like really like it.
I mean, I guess. It's just
I mean,
fried
for
rice.
me, it's just rice. I don't know.
I like Uncle Soon's fried rice.
Uncle Soon. I see. We gotta eat some of that. But anyways, welcome back to the DPC, everyone. We are back for Game 2 of Series 2. So this is the Boom SMG game. A lot on the line here. The stakes very high. Yep.
Yeah. No, there's still a little copium from SMG too. Like they can dream about tiebreakers if they win this. They can.
Can they dream about the major?
Yeah, exactly. Tiebreakers for the major.
Oh, really?
Tiebreakers for the major?
Yeah, they will end up with like they have 3 losses right now. So if they don't get any more losses, like Talon, they're what are they? 3-2. Bleed are 3-2. Like there's a Blacklist 3-2, I think. So there's a bunch of teams there that could possibly end up with 3 losses, and then maybe there's hope for the 3rd slot.
You're like
that's like extreme
pure copium.
Yes. Boom, on the other hand, they just don't want to get eliminated.
That is true. And Boom can avoid elimination if they win the series, right?
I don't know. It's not 100%, but it's like
50-50.
Yeah, it's like
they definitely have to win this series.
They do have to win. Yes.
Yeah. What do they need to do to take it back, though?
What do you think? Because I think they looked like they played so well the first 15 minutes.
The team played so well. Then
Yeah.
again, I said this before. The team plays well, but the carry just lets them down. Like by making very like the mistakes he makes is not like really many mistakes in the game. There's just 1 or 2 points in the game where he always dies, or in a team fight he goes on the wrong hero, and then the team just loses the whole game. And it can be very difficult to play in this kind of scenario situations because the teammates will feel like, are we actually doing the wrong thing, or are we actually? Then you start to doubt yourself, and the game starts to get worse, and everybody start to play worse. Because when you doubt yourself, then in the game your decision making will definitely be slower or worse. Yeah.
Aw, that hurts my heart. You gotta be your own biggest supporter, because if you're not supporting yourself, who else will?
Yeah, and like the point like I mentioned before the break, I said about like the team fights and how Pai is mentioning they're initiating when the carry is not ready. Like he's taking some item on the high ground. Why are they moving in? It tells me a lot is missing in the communication. Like people are not passing information in a very efficient way where you understand what you have to do in the particular situation. Yeah. And when the information is not passed fast enough or efficient enough, then people start to feel like, oh, I just need to do something. I can't just let them hit my buildings for free. I can't just lose the Rex.
Yeah, no, because I feel like what you even could have done that game, which is extreme, is after you mess up the glyph on your tower and they get the tower down, like you could just say, all right, we give up this Rex. Like we actually don't even fight for this Rex. And we're just super ready for the next one. Because it is one of those games where even if you're racks down, like it's fine.
They can win for sure.
Preferably, I think they can fight there, but you just need to do something as a team. Like you need to commit together at the correct time. So like what they can take away, I don't know. They should be happy with how they looked so good at the start. Then I mean, maybe they want to play a different type of game plan, different draft.
But it comes down to again, the same issue. Like how do they pick the carry hero?
Yeah.
Like when I feel like this game they pick it as a sort of like a nice junction.
Yeah, it looked like it's a clear plan, like what you want this guy to do. I think it made perfect sense.
So you just have to try to do the same thing and hope he just understands what he needs to do in a game.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's not much you can change, right? In that.
No, yeah, I don't think like what you have to discuss like how you took those team fights a little bit. Like when I say go, we go, or I don't know what.
Do you feel like PL though, like is like the win condition hero for them?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You saw it. There was one fight there on Roche, but they were 2 racks down.
Yeah.
And you could see like he was starting to go kind of crazy, but.
Yeah, that was the hope. That was the slight moment of hope.
Yeah, because the fights have to be very drawn out for the PL to win.
Yeah.
He needs to make sure that he pokes and prods and he just burns all the Morphing's mana, and then after that, the Morphing's useless, then you pick off his teammates one by one, and then you slowly just finish the fight on your own. But the way he was initiating the fights and the way he was positioning himself, he's always over-committing, and he always feels, he's too aggressive, That's why he's like always dying very, very early, when we felt like if he would just be patient, just chill, wait for the right time, the fight would have been easy for his team.
That's so true. Actually, yeah, it looked like every team fight that Boom did win was like when it was already kind of drawn out and everyone on Radiant used all their spells, and then there was like time to go, but then they just wait too long or they go too quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of rough. I did really think Boom was gonna win it though, man. Like it looked so promising.
No, I think the graph there was fair. Like I think they had like a 70-75%.
Yeah.
But then SMG they just went for that OG's Chinese push where you're like, all right, 50-50. You guys want to take it? And then they took the fight and they lost.
We were talking about the Tiny though, and you were like, oh, it's a hard game to be a Tiny because when you jump in, you kind of just die.
You get stuck, yeah. And that's, I mean, I think we saw that happen several times. Even he got a pickoff, but then he just gets roared. Like you could see Midwan was really looking for him. Like whenever he could, he just roared the Tiny and they would finish him off.
Well, let's take a look at the draft. Is this game going to be hope or despair for Boom? I like this NP's moves.
I like this ban. Beastmaster is a very, very good hero for SMG.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Like the hero gives them a very sharp timing in the game, and I think that's how they are really comfortable playing in the game. And the last game also, they made a pretty good adjustment. They put Chidori on the win condition hero. How do you feel like about that? Do you think that they should just go back to the same thing, put him on a win condition hero?
Yeah. No, I hate Bloodseeker and I hate Weaver. I don't think they're good carry picks. You can win, but every time I see it, it just looks awkward.
You like the MP for him the most, right?
Yeah.
So they have the selection here again, their first pick again, once again. So they're Dire first pick, so I guess Boom decided they want to have a second pick.
Yeah.
So they go for the same opening, Rubik into whatever they want to play around. So they don't have Beastmaster now.
Yeah.
So MP seems like the next logical thing for them since they've been successful with it so far.
Yeah, I wonder, do they have another mid one hero they can pull out like that? I mean, there is, like, Beastmaster is kind of his own. You were saying Visage, which is fair, but...
Magnus.
Yeah, sure. Definitely not the Beastmaster, but they're probably going to play around the same idea.
Do you like Boom's opening?
I don't.
You don't?
Really. I think it's okay, though. I don't know, like, I usually don't like these, like, you have... I guess Snapfire is a little bit of team fight, but you're, like, very pick-off heavy. But at the same time, I might also be wrong about that. Because a lot of Tundra's lineup are like this. They will open like a Tuskar mid with a Potom, and then like a Hoodwink. And like that.
Two flex heroes, right? Like one flex hero and one support hero.
Yeah, kind of. But they're just like not very teamfight heroes, but they have like insane one target burst. But it'll work out. Like they want TI, right? A lot of that, I guess, is also 33, like building very...
Yeah, but would you say that way of playing Dota is not easy? Like, it doesn't make everything simple. It means that you have to execute much better to make those kind of draft work.
I mean, you really need to know what your heroes are doing, for sure. But I mean, if we're speaking Tundra, they also have this where they'll pick like Phoenix. They can go into a heavy team fight if they want to. But like, I think a lot of their TI run was where they had these, like you can just kill one guy super
So
fast.
against Magnus, what do you think would be good? Like, should they go for like a more split pushy or team fight lineup against him? Like, if you play late game against Magnus, depending on what they choose as the call, it could be difficult if you get dragged into a very long game.
Yeah. Aren't there like so many good heroes versus Magnus? I feel.
As a call, you mean?
Yes, anything. Like, I mean, he kind of does the same thing, whatever does. I mean, the thing about Magnus is he's actually a very strong laner, which sometimes you don't expect, but his spells are just, especially Shockwave, like he just gets spammed out.
Is there a lane that can pressure the Magnus more as a carry?
I mean, Ursa is a classic. I mean, you can get spammed out there though, so it's really hard to just own him. Like, Lifestealer can do it if he has a good 5. Heroes like that.
But Lifestealer will be just good for the lane, right? Later in the game.
Later in the game, it's like...
Yeah, so.
It depends. Like, sometimes it can be good, but you don't just want to pick Lifestealer right away when you see a Magnus. Because then, I mean, you can get RP'd, right? And then if you're countered by everything else, it's not a good time.
Yeah, before people would just pick like the saving supports against Magnus. Like you would see like the Y1.
I mean, if we're thinking Boom specifically, right? They're probably thinking about Morphling. Like,
yeah, I mean,
Natsumi loves Morphling, and
Morphling is good against Magnus.
Yeah. But then you have like they banned Undying themselves, which is a very good hero versus Magnus. We have like the old, like I think Silencer is really good versus Magnus. Not as good anymore, but still pretty good.
Yeah, talking
Wyvern is not
about
bad.
support silencer, call silencer,
support.
We saw Magnus previously in the CDPC. What other team was the one that played it? Was it Geek?
I think Execration's played, and I think Geek Slate.
Yeah,
Force played it.
Oh,
yeah, it's more of like just like a team hero.
Yeah,
you build all the auras.
Yeah, people just go Greaves now.
Would you say that he's a hero right now that you don't really need like a melee carry to abuse Empower? Is more about how you're placing yourself as an aura hero?
Yeah, I think people definitely play it that way. Because Empower, it's very awkward to try to like follow the carry and make sure he has Empower all the time. Like you really have to be like a position 5 to like really use the Empower to farm.
Yeah.
It is nice for fights. Like if it's a good Ember game, right, then you can have an Ember mid, then it's really strong. But I think you're right. You shouldn't overthink.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't really just focus on. Oh, okay, we have Magnus.
We need to pick Lifestealer or.
We need to have a melee hero. Yeah. It's more about just the game. You know, what's good for the game can be a range hero. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Why'd they ban Bloodseeker?
I mean, SMG,
Slug?
right?
Is
They
that
have
Slug?
maybe they want Slug, but it's also they have a lot of respect for that hero. They picked it a lot. They played it offlane. They played it carry. So yeah, they.
With success, or?
I mean, Natsumi has actually played Bloodseeker too. So no success. I mean, neither of these teams has had any success so far.
You really don't like Bloodseeker and Weaver, huh?
I mean, Bloodseeker. Mid one played one game of Bloodseeker where it looked fine. But as a carry, it just doesn't seem like it carries.
Lackluster.
Yeah.
DP. Okay, solid hero. But against Magnus, can be annoying sometimes with the skewer back.
Yeah, so I think in situations like these, right, it's as you said, you don't have to hyper-focus on getting a melee carry. You could just play Prophet carry.
Range hero, right? Just draw Prophet.
Yeah, like you don't have to... Because what you want versus Magnus, you want an insta-stun. The TI-10 Spirit versus LGD, like whenever they had Rubik, like it looked super strong.
Wow, they
are taking Morph.
They're attacking the Morphing.
Would this be a mid DP or an off DP?
Not sure if I like it though. I mean, if I already picked the DP, I see you pick the Morphing, I'll just move my DP to the Morphing's lane so he can bully the Morph in the lane. So I'll put him off lane, and then I feel like...
I mean, like it used to be that Morph lane beat DP, like wherever. You would actually pick Morph lane to play versus DP mid. But nowadays, it just... I don't know. It doesn't.
I mean, the lane
really work out.
If he has a Tiny in the lane, Tiny plus DP, and you have Morph, I guess it'll be
no, you get harassed too much nowadays. I don't know.
Oh, CM. So it's gonna be a Morph CM. I mean, it's a very very fast-paced kind of like draft around it. Like the CM makes the game a lot faster. It's I feel like it synergizes a lot with the morphing as well in the game.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about how well the lane is gonna go. I feel like.
I mean, I'm worried since I saw last game. I think they played that lane really bad.
I think the lane is going to be really tough for us. If it's a DP plus Tiny, it's going to be very hard for them.
Yeah.
We're
We're
saying it. Do you feel like though if SMG like do destroy the lanes, then it'll be kind of a clean game for them? Because I feel like had they won last game's lanes, it just would have been over quite fast.
Yes, but I don't think this game is like that. They don't. The lineups are they're more even now, I feel. Like last game, you could just see what SMG were gonna do. I mean, they did it, but like with one lanes, like they can do it way easier. You just go from racks to racks and you clean them up.
Yeah. So SMG, they kind of need. They don't really need Nana to be on the carries, quote unquote carry hero anymore. He just needs to be like on the last game's kind of hero, like Pango or some rotating hero. As Konka. But I feel like even last game, I feel like he played too greedy, like because he made a rotation it took so long. I remember in the game, the Beast, he's so fat, and they were not making any rotations to take the tower, so the Beast decided, okay, let's do Ancients. So he went back to the triangle and just farmed Ancients, and his Morphing got bullied. And I feel like that's not the way to play when you're not the win condition. Maybe he's so used to being the win condition hero, like the key hero, and then he doesn't really like to rotate so much.
Maybe. I can see what they did though, because they did pressure mid. It's just they didn't do it correctly. Like I think everything would have been good if they were hitting mid tower with DD and they got it down to like 200 HP. If they just back off, like if they just played really crisp,
they
forced so many rotations.
They overcommitted Mars TP down and they all die, right?
Yeah. So they you don't have to get the tower. You just make them all come there, and then like that's even better than rotating. Like Morphling will have a free lane, and so yeah, I think that was fine, because I think Midvan's plan all along was like, I'm gonna farm these Ancients. I'm gonna have like a really. So
you feel like he wanted to farm it regardless,
Yes, I mean unless they for some reason just leave the top lane. But I think that was their plan. Like no one else could really farm Ancients either, so he had to do it.
So here for SMG, I guess probably one of the few better picks remaining is like Kanka, and there's what else synergizes well with their lineup?
Yeah, I'm thinking what Nana plays.
There's still Monkey, but you can't pick it blind here.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
He has to play a neutral hero.
I feel like they need a hero with a lot of uptime.
Yeah, that's because Magnus is slow, Morphing is slow, so you need somebody to fight around it. There's no Pango, there's no Ember. I mean, Void Spirit, I feel like it's pretty trash hero.
Yeah, it's okay, but it doesn't really give you that.
There's no pass.
Because I would want to play like a Zeus, but I think it's what you guys said is
you
like
and your Zeus. Yeah. You and your Zeus, man.
Maybe it's too much this game to
Pick a Zeus.
But why do you want the Zeus here? It's just because you want him to defend the towers and provide damage during RP.
Okay,
Storm?
I like this.
Storm is CM, yeah.
Yeah, this seems better. The Zeus would not have been good.
I'm not a fan of the Zeus.
I love Zeus.
Just because it's so easy to get on top of. Like, he has Heavenly Jump, but like, after that's over, it's...
Yeah.
I mean, Zeus itself is a pretty greedy hero in a way.
Yeah. No, and especially if you have Crystal Maid and Rubik, there's no one really.
Okay, so if you're Boom, you see this, do you put the DP against the Storm or do you put the DP against the Morph? The lane.
Like, what else would you pick offlane here? I feel like you just keep it offlane.
Doom?
Doom. No, I don't like it. There's Rubik. Morphling is already like okay versus Doom. I would just pick another mid, I feel. Because FPC loves playing Death Prophet too. But it seems like they are discussing
or do you play the Tiny mid against the Storm?
Is this it? Tiny.
I mean they have squishy heroes, you know, CM.
There are some, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, that's your hero. That's your hero? You look like him.
What?
Just put on a helmet.
That's true. It does give winter vibes. So, whose draft are we liking better?
Who I like better? Okay, yeah, it is the Tiny mid, of course. The Nyx.
I kind of like the Nyx pick.
I like it.
You know, during CM ult, you just walk in there.
It's the Nyx DP again, you know?
Yeah, yeah. No, they're ready to destroy. Was it? It was these guys who played it last.
Yeah.
No, it was.
No, it was Boom.
Talon.
No, it was Boom.
Sure.
DP Nyx, yeah. We were on the same panel.
Yeah, but wasn't it Talon? It wasn't it? What is it called? Jabs. DP. With that guy Nyx. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's Boom.
Okay. Well, if they were the ones, they played it really well last time.
So what's the vibes?
I mean, I like Boom because how they play the lanes last time. Like if they can do the same thing this game. There is no death timing from SMG this time, so they should. Come on, man. They can do it.
Come on, man. Cap and SVG. Who you got on this game?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and back Boom because winner is correct. I think this lineup is actually almost the exact same they played against Fnatic last. And it did go an hour long, but it's the same exact heroes except for instead of Tiny, it was Pango.
So it worked before, you're just going to go with it again?
Yeah.
Terrible reasoning. I think Natsumi is going to destroy with the Zerza. That's why.
So you agree, just different reasons?
Yes, but for an actual reason, not your reasons.
I see. Well, we're going to have to find out if Natsumi does destroy. Take it away, guys.
Caught you for a minute there. You thought I was disagreeing.
You learn from history. I feel like history is the best proof.
When has history ever repeated itself in the history of history? Never.
That's a good point. That's a good point. We shouldn't learn from history.
No.
All right. That's a North American captain right there, everybody.
All I know is every time I've studied the history of Dota, it did absolutely nothing for me. You think like, oh, this is good for this reason because it worked before. Yeah, well, guess what? The other guy you're playing against, he studied that too. So he knows that. And so when he's doing it to you this time, it's because he's studied the same history you've studied and come up with something new.
Did you actually go back through and like watch old TIs ever and be like, I wonder if there's any old wisdom?
Yeah, I have.
And what legitimately, no jokes, what did you find? Did you find that there was old wisdom, or did you find you were like looking back and you're like, man, these guys were dog shit?
30 seconds to battle.
No,
Be honest.
it's like the progress of Dota.
Right? The progress of Dota.
So people did stuff that other people learned from and adapted and built, and it shows in the games today. You might not realize it, but TI1, TI2, TI3, even the early ones, the developments that happened at those early tournaments are in the gameplay that exists today.
I see.
They are just hidden under layers and layers of development, right?
Okay.
It's the counter to the counter to the counter, that type of thing, right?
Begins.
That's why I say you can't get stagnant. You can't just keep doing the things you've done before and think it's going to win you the second time or third time around, like you assumed so brazenly.
But Boom is doing almost the same thing that they did before.
Yeah, and I think it actually looks pretty good this game, so
Okay.
we'll see if it pays off. I like their draft.
So you were saying, you said for the last pick, instead of Nyx Assassin, you said Io.
I think Io could have been interesting.
And I said, well, don't they have some decent answers to Io? And you said it's not about the Io, it's about the Ursa.
Yeah, because when I looked at this lineup, I don't think SMG can really deal with Ursa in this game. I think he's going to accelerate too fast. He can go in the early Roches with him in the DP. Storm cannot fight those early Roches because this is an awful Storm game until he has BKB. Like, there's DP silence, there's the tiny combo from mid that destroys him. They blast pick the Nyx to make it even harder. Later on, when you have BKB, you're a bit harder to deal with, but that's where the Ursa with an Abyssal is going to destroy him. I feel like Ursa can just run this game over. And so, if you're thinking about that in terms of, well, they didn't really answer the Ursa too well, and if we pump him up, he'll be a beast. That's where I thought this, like, last pick surprise Io and you comboed up with the Ursa and just accelerate even faster could have been pretty cool. But Nyx obviously is trying to help with some of the other issues of him getting in the team fight or playing the map.
Sure.
I think it's an equally valid pick.
Or maybe they just picked Nyx because they picked it before.
That's true. That's true. Well, you would know, Cap, you know, because you like to come up with phrases that you've casted before and reuse them.
What? Since when do I reuse phrases? What are you talking about?
Well, it sounds like you need to go back and watch some VODs, because I've watched them. I know all your cliche catchphrases. Rattle the saber.
Wait.
I know that's not you.
Are you talking about my cast at TI2? Because I wasn't there. Is this when you were going back through old TI VODs? Did you mistake me for AC? Is that what's going on?
I think you were there, son. You might have not been casting.
I was there, actually.
You were in the shadows.
That is actually true. I was an absolute nobody at TI2 and TI3. I just attended as somebody who loved Dota.
And nothing's changed.
And I'm still a nobody.
10 years later, our producer, we came in today and our producer said, who the hell is this guy? I had to convince him you were actually working here.
Yeah, he said, oh, Avery, I'm such a big fan.
I said, rattle the sabers. Oh, that guy. I know him. He casted at TI2.
Well, okay, you're talking about the man, I love that guy. He's got such a great voice. Boy, things really fell off, huh?
You have a different hair color now.
So you're saying you think the Ursa could take over this game, and that is particularly concerning for SMG because, well, hold up. Maybe it's a little bit more concerning for Natsumi. He's burning through regen and actually might be able to burst him down first, and he gets the Ursa kill. Maybe walks away too. Hidden in the trees. No, Boomy. That must have been a high roll on that last hit there. That looked like it was a lot more damage than I expected. But
easy early game Ursa takeover.
But the point I was leading to was SMG got absolutely swamped in game one in the laning phase. It was not close at all. They were getting stomped for the first 15 minutes before they turned it all around with a rather brilliant, just push strategy. They just recognized a good timing. My concern is that if they get stomped again in the first 15 minutes, like Ursa is the kind of hero that takes over the game, right? There is no pause.
Wait, wasn't the first game like a 1K goal difference in like 10 minutes?
I mean, the score was 9-0. There was a 75% win percentage on Dota Plus. All right,
Dota Plus
I trust the algorithm
Dota
more
Plus
than I trust your read
I'm just gonna. What the hell? First off, Dota Plus doesn't know what the heck it's talking about half the time.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't know what it's talking about when Spectre's in the game.
Dota Plus is like your drunk uncle watching football like Thursday night. He doesn't know what the hell's happening. He just bet on the game and he's going to say whatever team he bet on's winning. And number two, how can you trust an AI more over your own friend, Cap? That hurt me. That stung a little.
Because that AI is developed by Valve, who is full of a lot of very smart, intelligent people who also determine the hiring choices for TI. So I have great respect for them.
That was a pretty good, yeah, that's true. The AI is probably pretty good. I'm going to retract my statement after you made some arguments here. That AI knows what it's talking about.
Listen to reason,
It's sobered up. It's sobered up really fast. Oh, Yopaj, combo.
Oh, okay. Yopaj being pressured a bit, decided to strike back. Nice use of the glyph. That was smart.
Moon's doing a bit better this time around, huh? He got his Storm, his comfort hero.
Yeah, but aren't you supposed to do better? Like Storm versus Tiny, isn't that a pretty favored matchup, laning phase-wise?
I always liked Tiny in this matchup, actually.
Why?
I feel like every time I had a mid player who played Tiny versus Storm, the Tiny destroyed the Storm.
Well, that's your mid laners.
Okay, well, I feel like every time I've watched a Tiny versus Storm, he does pretty well. I think it's a fine matchup for Tiny. I think it's really good in the early mid.
I feel like I'm having a bit of deja vu. I'm pretty sure we've had this exact argument before.
Have we?
Yeah.
Possible. I don't know.
Yeah, because I definitely recall, well, I mean, it's Stormsphere versus a melee hero, and that hero's got no armor at the start. And Storm likes to right-click him a whole lot.
Oh, I mean, sure, the early lane, I think, is fine for Storm, but I just think it doesn't really matter. Like, Tiny does well enough most of the time. He goes even, and then the combo is just super deadly in all the fights and the rune battles and all of that.
Yeah, well,
and you do have early kill potential in Storm. Like, we're not seeing some super hyper roam meta anymore, but Tiny's one of the heroes who just avalanches you and tosses you back on the wave, and some support can TP in or just be there, and you're just dead, right? And those 1 or 2 early lane kills on Storm can mean a lot.
Dude, that is so interesting. Did you see what Moon just did? He moved pre 6 minutes, stacked the hard camp again for himself, and actually went into, he didn't try and secure the power rune at all. He went into the enemy jungle and grabbed bounty runes to refill his bottle.
Yeah, it's an interesting economic move. And now Yopaj is down here and he has no rune. He's like, what the heck? Where's my rune? He thinks it's warded. It's not even warded. He wasted a century. The economic damage Moon is inflicting right now, off the charts.
Moon also set it up so like he stacked remnants, so if the support came back, he would have gotten a kill. Boom, he's gonna die here.
Pretty nice heads up play by him. I mean, not everything always pans out, right? But
yeah,
some nice little moves by Moon.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. He cleared through that triple stack, by that way, that hard camp stack. So
he stacks for himself, gets some efficiency, goes base, and in the meanwhile, this Crystal Maiden getting ripped off the solo mid XP. Almost level 5. He's living the life.
Getting ripped, huh?
Yeah.
You think she's just like in this lane doing crunches the whole time?
I mean, why not? She's a warrior, Cap.
She's more of a mage. She works out in the library, you know?
I have no replies to that one. If Crystal Maiden wants to get buff, who are you to stop her? Yeah, that's right.
Well, she's done with the mid lane, apparently. It's time to go back to supporting Chidori and helping Moon get this kill on FBZ, perhaps, but he already got some Spirit Siphons, so this is going to make things difficult. Even more difficult when Zephyr hits a 2-man impale. Now the cookie coming in from X-Nova. They're trying to go for Chidori. It's just not going to happen. Instead, Zephyr is going to be paying the price. But, hey, they kept their Death Prophet alive, so that's not half bad.
I mean, FBZ as EXO. This is kind of the move they were trying to make to kill him before he just ransacks the lane and tries to take the tower. Now that it kind of failed, your Storm used
going again. Moon has plenty of mana to work with, so
why not?
Bye-bye, X-Nova.
Pretty decent. They get the Nyx TV back up here.
Yo, go again.
Yeah.
Go again.
That's the power of the Maiden Aura. Level 1, boosting him up.
Yeah.
That said, you are giving a decent amount of space here to these boom cores. Sure, you're killing supports, but you're not shutting down these big cores who I think have a decent window to take this game over. Remember, you're playing a mag lineup too, which tends to be a little slower. Depends how the lane goes, but we'll have to see what this exorcism gets done. Moon is going back top, so they don't want to give this tower for free.
No, they want to keep... I mean, if he pops Exorcism and they manage to kill him, that I think is a huge timing, but it looks like Moon maybe is just going to focus on neutrals.
Yeah, there's no way you're killing him here. He went Strength Treads, Raindrop full wand, all the early tank itemization for FBC. On top of that, Yopaj came up here to secure it. Like, you look at this SMG lineup, you do not have a lot of early nuke damage. I mean, you have the Maiden who can play with the Storm, but until you get the Rubik 6, I don't really see you just all-inning this DP or this Tiny if there's anybody around.
They realize mid one was kind of alone here. Boomy's back, but mid one was pushing pretty aggressively, and Moon was off map the entire time. So understandably, Boom was thinking maybe there was going to be a mirror rotation and they were going to put pressure on the Ursa, but no, not actually the case. So for now, it seems like SMG just content with farming because Moon It's just his idea, I guess, of Storm Spirit is I cannot afford to be super active. I just want to clear through stacks over and over again.
And it's honestly kind of what this hero does. Unless you're getting crazy power runes into bounty runes and just snowballing off the regen, this hero runs out of resources pretty fast, and it's often not really worth the kill. Like even here, he doesn't want to commit into this. He gets comboed once, he's just dead.
Yeah. That is regen rune. It's a great rune to clear jungle with, so.
What better use is there for it than killing the golem families?
That's a little gruesome, but yeah. The 2 golems and their 4 children.
I mean, who speaks for the golems, Cap?
Well, apparently you do.
That's right, somebody has to. I want golem justice. For too long have they been put down, slaughtered.
So you are a fan of Dota moving away from the jungling role? I take it.
No, I think we should bring jungler back.
Wait, what?
But it should be a golem. Justice. FPZ. Too tanky.
This is too many spirit siphons.
There's no damage.
He got all of them off.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, though. You don't have that early single target burst. It's just not what this lineup excels at. You're playing Mag Storm. And now Moon TB's back mid to try and put some lane pressure on here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like in some ways that was kind of worth it. They put pressure and then they just immediately backed off as they forced rotations. Now they've got this mid-wave catapult pressuring the tower.
Somehow this actually kind of worked out. I mean, this should be defendable for sure, but now FBZ has to TP in. Does get the silence. They have a Vendetta here as well.
Oh, Zephyr, he's gonna help burst down the Morphling. Maybe a little bit more, and they've got him.
That's a huge kill.
And FBZ popping the Exorcism, thinking a fight was going to continue here. Might be able to do some damage to the mid tower as well.
I mean, Boomy stole Exo. Something you have to think about in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Try and not give it away. Maybe that dissuades him a little. But also, you don't have this tiny blink yet. I don't know how much you could force the issue here. But that's a huge morph kill. He TP'd into that lane too, so he has to kind of walk out of base for 20, and all this time Ursa's just chilling. Just farming it up. No pressure on him at all.
Mid one, tried to go hit the RP, and actually does hit it, but that makes it even worse. Now you've used your ultimates.
That feels bad, man, RP right there.
He had mech done too. Buckler as well. So we are going to be getting aura items instead of an early blink dagger.
Stolen kisses though.
Ooh, that is a mistake from X-Nova for sure.
Yeah, Boomy is getting the ults early. Moon looking for the free support kill. It's Carapace too.
Yeah, it's going to be underneath the tower too, so it's going to be awkward.
This is just so awkward now.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. These kills, you burn so many resources on Storm to try and get him. Moon's laughing it off, but I don't think he feels too great about it. Like, you kill your map presence with this hero.
What about the shovel? Don't leave the shovel behind.
He doesn't want some rusty-ass shovel.
They could dig up mangoes. All right, well, FBZ found it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
FBZ will take your rusty-ass shovel.
I like that name, huh?
It's good enough for FBZ. I feel like it should be good enough for you.
And honestly, the best spell SMG has right now is his kisses.
Yeah, I want to see them make a move with the
yeah,
Rubik.
you could try and use it, like get a storm jump into them, or I mean, if you had RP, you could do that. But you did max this Frostbite on Afu, so even the Crystal Maiden can lock some heroes down right now.
Oh, I think they're gonna push out mid and smoke. I see Afu has already put the smoke from his backpack into his inventory. So push out mid, back up, smoke with the kisses or not.
Where do you go though? You just collapse mid? This Nyx is kind of breaking your move right now. It's not the worst time to fight, but it's just awkward who goes in first for this SMG lineup. It has to be Moon, right? And he has a very hard time going in first until he has some defensive capability. Now Yopaj has a blink.
They're going to get the quick kill onto the Crystal Maiden. Nothing major out of that. Boomy is going to be caught with the Yule Scepter. Uh-oh. That's going to be chained into the Impale. Now mid one, maybe he can help out. RP goes down. Boomy getting some distance here. Distance is important. Oh no, toss up in the air. No, he gets combo beforehand. Immediately, the kisses come out. Silence as well. FBZ does catch him in the end, and Boomy could not get a good kisses off. because the Nyx Assassin's fight, Carapace stopped him. Yopaj hunts down the Rubik, didn't have the Avalanche ready to go, didn't have the mana for it, and as a result, wasn't able to finish off the Rubik and maybe gonna get caught as the stolen toss from Boomy uses Chidori as a weapon, turns into the Death Prophet, gets a Spirit Siphon out onto some heroes, but the Exorcism returning to the Death Prophet means that fight is a no-go.
FBZ just too tanky, and what a clutch silence on that back end jump from Moon. He might have gotten out of there, but FBZ waiting in the shadows for this Storm to jump, and this is kind of the paradigm right now. Moon has to commit for some support kill, but it takes so much resources. By the time you're done, there's a billion stuns up. Yopaj is still looking here.
The tree toss, not going to be quite good enough.
For it. Trying to make sure Moon back in the river.
On the side, a Yopaj kill would be so big right now, but the Avalanche covers him. Moon's gonna have to dive in deep, and he does get it. Only has a limited amount of mana left, but he's got the rest of his team backing him up, so he doesn't even need to jump away. No need to retreat. In fact, keep the pressure up now with no Yopaj. Take this mid tower. The Stolen Little Shredder will help shred that tower.
Boom linger a little too long, and Moon punishes him and finds another regen rune for his trouble. So he's having a pretty decent early game, considering this is not an easy lineup to fight into early for Storm at all.
Yeah.
Like, I could easily have seen him have 2 or 3 more deaths in all these fights. If you get comboed into an impale once, you're just dead. So all things considered, not bad here for the early game of SFG. You also kind of used a couple DP ults here without too much damage done. And you know, your Morphling, he's going to start farming up now. Got past the early phase, he's pushing towards...
Yopaj going for it! Oh, what a snipe!
2-man RP.
2-man RP gets him down to the low ground, close to that mid tower. Where are the heroes to follow it up, though? FBZ, oh no! Inside of the enemy part of the map, he just pops the Exorcism and chases all of SMG back. Nobody was there to take advantage of that RP skewer back, and Dual Scepter, they're gonna catch Moon. He doesn't have the mana, no Soul Ring, it's on cooldown. The Invis Rune, though! Oh, no detection to find the Glimmer, actually. He gets away off of Frostbite. Holding in, Yopaj tossing him back into the Exorcism. That's dirty. Well played by Yopaj on that one.
Yeah, say hello to my little friend. It's still an XO1, so FBZ making it work in that fight. Nice RP from Midone, but maybe the hero of that entire thing was the Glimmer Cape.
Oh, yeah.
And now you get to re-engage with Moon. Deja back.
Here. Ooh. Yopaj trying to create space, but Boomy covers it once again with the Stolen Avalanche.
That was like eerily similar to the previous fight, right? You use this XO1, you get like a couple of good kills in some weird spot, you get a tower, but then Moon lives. The previous Tiny didn't live, but now he comes back and he gets a big Tiny kill off the back end. So SFG able to find the post-fight openings to make it work, and some big spell steals for this Boomy Rubik. Again, Boom not being able to capitalize on their early strength in these fights is huge for SFG to push into that late game.
I'm kind of surprised that Natsumi, he doesn't have a Morbid Mass, so maybe that's part of the reason, but he hasn't even attempted Roshan, when I feel like there's been a lot of space to do so.
Yes, I mean, anytime Midone uses RP or this Storm dies is probably a decent enough opening to go into it. I mean, you're going to think about it soon here regardless. Maybe he just didn't feel like he has to rush it that hard, but...
I mean, isn't it always faster? Like, even if you don't use the first Aegis, isn't it always better to start that cycle of Roshans?
Yes,
because the Ag Shard is so important?
Yeah, I think they probably could just do it here even, right? Like, Morphling showing bottom. Just go in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a Blink Dagger on Magnus. Like, if you just all in the pit, nothing's going to surprise you, I think.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe they just want to wait for level 2 EXO that just like secures the entire objective and fight. But yeah, it is an interesting idea. I think you could have just gone the mask and forced it earlier here, especially for some mag lineup that, like you said, there's no blink, there's no easy way to contest it. It's a hard fight. Maybe they're thinking about it now. The big question of this game is, it's kind of the BKB rush.
I mean, it's so late. SMG, they can come back from being on the literal opposite side of the map,
it's just so
smoke,
low,
and can get there in time.
And you still have the Stolen Avalanche.
Stolen Avalanche, they're going to go for FBZ. See if they can burst him down. The Cookie's going to be able to separate. Nice jump back from Moon, dodging the Avalanche. The jump back in to be able to finish off 2-man RP. The Kiss is raining in, but they do manage to finish off Yopaj, and Chidori will lay into Zephyr now. See if they can finish him off. Oh, he got bursted down by Natsumi, though. Way too much damage coming out of this Ursa. The Crystal Maiden's gonna get gobbled up. Oh, speaking of gobbled up, the kisses are coming in. Can that help out? What happened to Moon?
Got silenced into the Ursa BKB that got delivered mid-fight there. Natsumi is too big and too angry on this bear. And now he's going back for Roche. Can't decide who he wants to kill first.
I don't think they can really do this at all. They're gonna get caught if they try.
Silence missed, but...
Oh, the Glimmer Cape? No, it doesn't give them time to pop the Greaves. I'm not even sure why they're trying to contest that.
They just don't want to give this Roche to the Ursa lineup that's going to accelerate, but this is just not a contestable fight, I think. The FBZ is way too tanky. If you're not killing him, he's going to destroy the fight.
Yeah.
And it's just between the 3 boom cars, which one do you try and take down first? Between a rock and a bear, I guess.
Yeah, they definitely do keep on getting into that same trap of trying to kill FBZ and not having the damage for it, which you pointed out very early on. You said, like, they just don't have burst damage in that regard.
No, and now he has BKB. He's truly invincible. Unless you're chain stunning this guy off a lift RP or something. The damage in their lineup comes later on when Morph has, like, 2nd and 3rd item. And he can man up, start right-clicking people with the Scotty, you know, reducing some heals, slowing people down, and just getting those huge agi clicks in with Empower to boost it up. That's when the damage will come from SMG, but the rest of their lineup is kind of just some poke nuke damage and how much Moon can commit, which Moon is pushing towards BKB, but he did not have for those early fights. That's another big timing here for SMG, though, is these core BKBs. Like, all this early spell damage from Boom is a lot of spell damage. There's no BKB pierce, right? It is only Abyssal Ursa later on.
Yeah.
So you do have this opportunity where you can go BKB on Storm, this Scotty, maybe BKB on Morph, and you just commit in for a big core kill at the start of the fight, while your mid one Blink RP is kind of waiting in the wings for the committal back. That's the type of fight SMG wants, but you have to deal with the bear in the meantime, and the bear is mad.
Yeah, he's big and he's bad, and he just got a kill on mid one's Magnus. So, we criticized perhaps the lack of early Roshan from Natsumi, but once he did, I mean, he was so focused on farming, and he hit that window pretty early thanks to the Battle Fury and the free farming. Battle Fury, BKB, now he seems unstoppable.
It's just an amazing Ursa game. I just don't see what really stops Ursa from running on the map, blinking on you. He's going to get the basher and destroying you. Kind of have to take the fights, and that's what we're seeing here, but this is only
once again trying to go for FBZ, but what an initiation countered by Zephyr. Gets an opportunity for some kisses and does manage to kill him. Meanwhile, how did that happen?
I mean, Yopaj.
Yeah, it's fresh BKB.
I mean, what does fresh BKB mean to Yopaj? Nothing. He doesn't care. If you don't press it, he's going to stun you.
I mean, he jumped into the enemy team like surely.
He just didn't see him around this corner.
Yeah.
Like, he had this deep ward, but I guess Yopaj too sneaky. Played the tree line and caught him off guard. I was about to say that this fight is predicated on the Storm BKB. That is not a fight you want to have your Storm dying in.
No.
Now you're pretty far behind. You have to deal with this Ursa, who is going to get to his basher very quickly here. And that is just a death sentence for Storm in the fight.
Chidori, keep on looking. I feel like that Scotty just keeps on getting more and more delayed. Second item means so much to a Morphling. But as you can see, just not getting a whole lot of space. No mana now. Oh no. He's dead. Natsumi's gonna catch him here, deliver the damage necessary.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one. You're losing too much map here. Another quick smoke from Boom. They just have no fear. The BKB on FBZ, the BKB on Natsumi. What cuts through this outside of RP and the Morphling damage? Well, if Morph's dead, it's absolutely a free map. You have to dodge these ganks if you're Moon, while still pushing the lanes aggressively so you don't fall behind.
Yeah, and he does do that right now anyway. Does it nicely, pushing in mid, but he needs to make sure he doesn't get caught. Natsumi and Zephyr. Oh, this is going to be a feeding frenzy. 2 supports. They're only going to get one of them, it looks like.
Has his detection this time.
It certainly does.
Can only fool Nyx twice.
Moon managed to catch another wave in mid, so they are, creating a decent amount of space for these deaths.
I like how Boom did not commit everybody in that smoke, though. I think a lot of times you just run your whole team across the map. Even if you get the kill, it ends up being pretty bad. They kept FBZ top, Yopaj and Xnova stayed around mid, which is another very strong kill combo in this game. And then you're just playing this Nyx vision for the Ursa, who now has Basher. It's like some nice mini kill squads going on for Boom. They can control a lot of the map through this. Make it very scary for SMG to show on these lanes. Zephyr's gonna find mid one here. Carapace.
Hits him with the Carapace. Chain stunned.
Too easy. Can't have this detection everywhere. Look at how clumped SMG is now. It's like 2 minutes of playing the map correctly, and SMG are completely stuck behind their tier 2s outside of this Morph, who, sure, he's gonna get something, but maybe not too much if Exo just pushes your base here. And why not?
Yeah, this lineup just really, it feels like it just really lacks damage on SMG.
It's just all scaling damage into the late game fights. Maybe Boomy gets some big spell steals, but it's tough. It is a very tough tri-court to try and burst any of them down. It's just a very tanky 3 heroes, right? You also have this mech built on top of it. For Xnova, he can just go auras. He has Nyx to do everything else for him in terms of initiation, scouting, whatever. So all these aura items that Xnova gets to buff up 3 cores that are already pretty damn tanky on their own. And meanwhile, Boom don't really have damage problems. It's another reason why I thought it was a really good Ursa game. This Ursa can just jump whoever and start getting the stacks up. If you don't commit to him, he's just committing to you. That's Scotty for Morph, though. So this is like the big damage timing, because now you can empower this Morph, bump his damage to almost a little over 300 a hit here. And he has the attack speed to boot, so if you do find a big RP here and you bring him in, you're gonna be able to kill somebody now. But you have to be able to find the RP. It's all in mid one.
It has to be such a perfect initiation from mid one. They see the Nyx assassin, but I don't think that's who they want. They're gonna go for it anyway. Oh no, the Carapace goes off first. And immediately the jump in from Yopaj. They do manage to at least get the Nyx assassin. Can they get out though? The supports turning around, perhaps giving up their lives. Chidori actually still turning into the Tiny, throwing an avalanche down there. He's gonna wants to make sure his supports get out even, but may get caught in the process. Now silence out the physical damage, tearing him apart. Oh, and he couldn't even mid-force staff. He got Yule, so Hafu doesn't make it up to the high ground. Not that the high ground is a defense against Yopaj, who just tosses you right back down.
There is no defense against the rampage that's coming out from Boom here.
Oh, like Boom is desperate. He's desperately trying to cut the waves. Small little jump.
The haste of
jump
hope.
Again. Haste. Giving hope where very little hope is to be found.
An angel from heaven descended and bailed him out. I mean, he's had to go BKB into Yules just to try and stay alive. Like you said, that Nyx is not the target they want to find, especially with a skewer.
Maybe it's going to be a haste of overconfidence.
Not like this.
A haste of hubris, perhaps.
Fly too close to the storm.
Get struck down by lightning.
Tower is under attack.
By a beetle. I mean, ideally you lift the Nyx there. Right. I don't think mid one should be skewering him back. I think you have to just play for the lift so you guarantee like you're not just getting Carapaced off that.
I mean, do you think it was a good idea for them? That it was the only hero they saw. But at the same time, do you think it's a good idea to go for the Nyx in the first place?
I think it's okay if the other heroes initiate on and mid one plays back. Because then if the Ursa blinks in, if the DP runs in, you have that blink RP to commit on the clump and take the fight. If mid one's going in first, they just jump him and there's no RP turnaround. He's the only turnaround.
Gotta be careful of those bashes. Moon gets away, a little lucky to be alive. Afu, he'll be lucky if he stays alive.
Chidori's on FBZ here.
Yeah, FBZ, here comes that damage you were talking about, but oh no, here comes the real damage with the RP. It's just a second too late. Oh, he just skewers away in shame, unable to save his carry in time. A buyback from Afu quickly turns to a threatening dieback will be able to run away from the Ursa in time, but boom, they're coming your way, SMG. They want to push this to a game 3.
That was a nasty impale from Zephyr. Just threw it over the tree line and caught the morph without getting morph off.
Oh, wow.
That's a death sentence. And that's why Mid One had very little time to try and bail his buddy out. Just got caught by a stun and the Ursa jumps you. That's it. Exo running. He does have the damage to kill these heroes now. We saw how fast FBZ's going down.
Yeah,
imagine
just
someone's
by
caught in
himself.
an RP there, right? You're dead for sure. So SMG, they hit their timing. We could see the value in it. Not able to line it up.
I mean, they're coming back together like they want to force a play. There is no Exorcism, sure, but there's also no RP.
There's also a Scotty on this Fuzzy Wuzzy.
There's a really?
Yeah.
Oh, they got the toss on. I'm not letting him get off BKB. The skewer away again.
I don't know if that's who you want to be skewering.
Yeah, I mean, Moon just died too quickly. Honestly, Mid One reacted relatively quickly to that. Oh, Yules. Oh, the impale. Poorly timed. Telekinesis defensive toss back from Boomy, giving up his life to give Chidori a chance to escape here.
Natsumi says, you don't Scotty me, I Scotty you.
Oh, I thought that was a toss onto the Morphling.
He's so farmed on this Ursa.
Yeah.
Absolute insane acceleration. Boom, playing this lineup to perfection. Get the early Roshan, play off the DP ults. Ursa kills everybody. There's not much of an answer unless you play these fights immaculately by SMG, and it's just too hard. This Nyx is way too annoying for the Magnus to find the RPs. Way too many stuns for the Storm to play around. And there just wasn't any early pressure. Like, what was the early pressure lane from SMG that they're playing around?
Yeah,
Morph has to farm, Mag has to farm, he's going to a defensive item in mech. Your Storm got regen runes, but can't fight. The Storm cannot fight early into this type of lineup. There's too many stunts.
Do you think it... I think it's still a problem, but do you think it would have been better if Mid One didn't go the Aura builds and went for an earlier Blink Dagger? Would that have given you...
Maybe in some theory you can get something done, but I just don't see it right.
Yeah.
The only run for your life here.
Zephyr saving Moon because he blinked into the toss on accident.
I think you had to just play really fast with your Rubik Maiden around the Storm.
Yeah.
Just like win the rune fight super hard, kill Yopaj somehow once or twice. Not easy, but I don't really see another means they could have gotten into this mid game on even footing.
Oh no, SMG, they're just playing around their high ground ward here. But boom, they're not even heading towards that side of the map.
Yeah, they have a different high ground in mind.
Yeah, they got this nice ward. They've got Zephyr inside of the base. They
got Yopaj in there too.
They can see Moon, but Moon has an invis.
Somebody's getting jumped here.
I mean, they're not fighting for this. They're gonna let them take a second lane in exchange for an attempted BK. Like, they're not even that close to the BKB on Morphling.
It's a rough rocks to get up.
Yeah.
I mean, the only upside is they used Exo.
Okay.
So you can just wait this Exo and go fight. Don't really have the smokes for it though. And the move is pretty obvious. And I don't think Boom even really care about Exo at this point. Like, you have Shivas on this DP, you have the level 20 Talon, you have Abyssal on Ursa. I don't think you have the damage to bring these heroes down. And the second Moon jumps, he is getting Blink Abyssal. So you kind of lost your main initiator. So your best chance now if you're SMG is a high ground base defense with the craziest RP of this man's life. I wish him the best.
Yeah, it does kind of look like one of those RP or bust scenarios. Chidori just trying to finish up that BKB. Isn't going to get off of this creep wave. Good 4-step away. Crystal Maiden trying to escape with the Glimmer. The Shivas will not quite spot him. Oh, no. Betrayed by his own courier.
That was pretty fast from Yopaj though.
I mean, the courier was leading the way.
Yep,
like, wait a minute, he's still out here.
Definitely had all the info he needed. No mercy. Takes it all.
I mean, if they can hold, if they can win this next fight,
yeah,
Then we can get an Aghanim Scepter on Moon as well, and then we'd have the double RP high ground situation, which gives you a lot more options.
That sounds like some copium, but yeah, in theory, if you can get the Storm Axe here, it's pretty good. And they're not even just going high ground, they're just smoking your base.
Trying to find the opening first.
You still have Aegis.
Get the quick kill, perhaps on Boomy. Oh.
Dire's bottom tower.
They dropped the sentry, get Vendetta on Rubik. Okay, that's something.
Once nobody.
He gets Abyssal. Force staffed away. Kiss is also used. Okay, the Crystal Main might actually die. Mid one tried to interrupt and go for the skewer back onto Yopaj. Didn't quite get it, but the supports did survive. And now Moon trying to keep the Nyx Assassin in place. Oh no, the Cookie grabbed him!
Oh, he got cookied.
Right as he waveformed in, he got cookied.
Chidori.
Oh no, they go for the RP back, but the Morphling isn't alive. How can they do this without the Morphling? What an avalanche tossed in. The whole crew of Boom is showing up right underneath your tier 4s. And SMG just, I mean, speed was the name of the game in some ways for game number 1. They recognized the timing. They hit it strong and fast. 10 minutes later, the game is over. Here, it felt like game 2. The exact opposite. Very slow timing. I don't know when they were going to come online.
That was brutal. I didn't see an answer for the Ursa. I don't think they played to even try and slow him down. Not that it was easy, but they don't have the best tools to slow him down. They definitely didn't really play for it. You're putting a Magnus in his lane. It's not a hero that innately will create the pressure like a Beastmaster or something. You're not going to naturally accelerate the game. So if you're not forcing that counterplay, where's it going to come from? And like we said, I don't even think this Roche was that fast for Boom.
No, that was like a 20-minute road
shot. I think it could have been even faster. So this is kind of like they took it methodically. Maybe they didn't have to rush, but they took it methodically, and they still just destroyed this game in like 20 minutes. The whole map was gone. Brutal. Felt like you could have picked anything last there for Boom. I mean, they took the Nyx, but this was like tiny DP Ursa. And who's answering these 3? Yeah, I think it could have been any sports. Could have been 2 Crystal Maidens they could have won.
Yeah, Boom certainly have a winning formula when it comes to this draft anyway, something that SMG, I'm sure, are going to be planning for going into Game 3, and I'm sure our panel has some thoughts about that drafting heading into the end of the series.
Thanks so much, Cap and SVG. This game, Boom really looked like Boom. Like, they looked like the old Boom. But, like, can I just say, FBZ was so crispy, man.
Yeah.
It was crispy.
No, there were some fights there. He had a really good laning stage, right? So he picked up his items. And then like those silences, like usually you went like 2-1-2. Like usually you greedy, you don't even get the point in silence.
He was saving 1 point, even at level 5, just in case a team fight happened. Then he skilled silence. Remember when the storm rotated up? He skilled his silence after that.
Yeah, no, they tried to gank him with 3-4 heroes, but he would silence, heal up. Like he made so much space, and in every fight, like the silences were just on point. The Yules too, like catching people all the time. So well played.
Every single time.
That silence, for example, where Storm Knight's there, he just the 180, throw it back.
So good. Yeah. Throw it back.
Throw it back. Here we have SMG's like chance to do something in the game, but they kind of overcommit on the Nyx. I think the caster said it. Mid one has to wait. Like he has to RP the DP and him and Morphling kill him.
He's the counter-inish.
Yeah. I don't know if he would have made that difference, but whatever they did there, 5-man, they got ravaged basically by Carapace. That's not good enough.
Yeah, FBC is on fire today. Even last game, I think FBC played really well.
Yeah, on the Mars, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did as much as he could.
Yeah, but looking at the game, I feel like these are kind of the games where I feel like SMG's draft, they are always either a little bit too greedy, like, or somebody's like, you have to play more sacrificial. I feel like the Storm is like, he's sitting around so much and he's taking a lot of farm. And in a couple of like instances in the game, he was just going for like solo pickoffs instead of like going with the team. So I'm not really sure. Maybe the hero is like not even that good right now.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of did what he should be doing. The only question mark was he like did a nice move. He missed the rune. He took their rune, blah blah blah. But then he TP'd top to try to gank the DP.
Yeah.
Maybe that was not the correct choice. Maybe he should go down to the Magnus and try to pressure the Ursa.
Yeah, but then again, if you're playing with such little room for error, it means probably the pick isn't that great.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's our Rivalry MVP, FBZ with 0 deaths.
Yeah.
Flawless game.
Absolutely flawless.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they should be picking this hero more, to be honest.
So maybe, yeah.
DP?
Yeah.
Why is that? Elaborate. Just because they're good, or?
That's a very solid hero. Like I feel like it fits his play style. He wants to be on like a hero that can be very useful in the team fights. You're a frontliner. I mean, it's a little different from Mars where you can initiate, but I feel like because DP is generally a lot stronger than Mars in the lane, I feel like the laning is very crucial. Like whenever FBC gets a very good lane, I feel like the whole team just flows naturally. The moves that they make to rotate to his lane, kill the tower, and after they kill the tower, he's probably going to finish his mag, then they go for the next tower. The transition is very easy.
Right.
So he has to have a very good lane.
I feel like I also didn't see much gaps in Boom's gameplay here. Like, it didn't really look like they were making any mistakes.
Yeah. No, there was like one time Yopash maybe jumped in a little too deep with the Tiny. No, other than that, like they played a really good game. SMG, they said it, SMG's lineup is a little awkward. They obviously they could play better, but I don't think it was that easy for them.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, because they definitely didn't have a backup pick to the Beastmaster. Like they had the same idea, right? They're going to first pick the Rubik, and then bam, mid-one's hero. And I'm wondering, like, Brood has not been banned, right?
Brood?
In this series. So I'm wondering if that's the type of hero they should
But do you think that it's just like finding the right heroes to fit with the Magnus? I feel like Magnus can be, okay, it can't be 100% copy-paste with the Beastmaster's kind of game, you know, but when you pick the Mag, I feel like some parts of the game is going to be similar, but then they have to find the other parts, the other heroes that can fit it.
I guess, but I feel like those heroes are like not similar at all. They're not like even remotely.
I mean, it's hard, you know, like the next thing closest to Beast is like Visage, but you said that it's not his hero, you know? He doesn't play that hero a lot.
Yeah. Now we just want something that pushes. Push hero.
Well, we're back to ground zero. It is currently 1-1, so the stakes are once again very high, and we're gonna have to see who will win this series next game, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the Blame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Ay, nako, we're going to game 3. My pares, my brads. How do you feel about this?
I feel like Boom are feeling good. That's what I feel like.
I see.
SMG are probably a little lost.
Yeah, in one of their experimental games, oh, this hero doesn't work. Okay, let's go. Let's figure out another one.
Yeah, but I just get this feeling that they're like really reliant on Beastmaster. But maybe I'm wrong.
So Boom have the solution. They have the answer.
Yeah, no, because even game 1, they were just playing like way better than I've seen them before. Then they got ran over though. Like SMG did what they were supposed to do.
I mean, as long as they get the right kind of draft, I feel like Boom is going to be the better team. If they can get the right setup, and if SMG figures out, okay, if they're going to do the same thing, right, they're going to put Chidori on a win condition hero, then they have to figure out how to balance the rest of the draft. But apart from the Beastmaster draft so far, I feel like, and maybe the Nature's Prophet draft, like apart from those two strategies, I feel like the rest of the things that they've been doing, it's very unstable. They have to play very well. There's not much room for error. The drafts are very, very one-dimensional. So I prefer to see at least a Nature's Prophet draft from them.
Let's talk about the Beastmaster pick versus the Magnus. I feel like Mid1's impact on game 1 was huge, but on game 2, it didn't really feel like he did as much, or maybe he just wasn't able to because of the pace of the game. But
yeah, it's
what
like
happened?
the lineups too. Like I would think he had a timing where he just finished his mech, but then they ganked him and killed him like right before he got it. So I'm guessing like how you want this type of Magnus to be played is like you sit in lane, like you do well early on, then you get your mech and your team rotates to you. But I don't think they ever got to do that. So
that's what I've been saying. Like the Storm is like, he's farming a lot, and I feel like the other two normal picks that we go for, normally we go with Magnus like Pango, or either the Pango or the Conquer, something like that would have fit that kind of pace of the game more, because Storm is a lot more greedier. I mean, sure, he might have made it work because of certain things that happen in the game because they make mistakes. But overall, I feel like the game was still really hard for them to play. Even with even if the Magnus and Storm, they were able to group up with the Mag plus the Storm rotating to the Magnus lane, you kill the tower, say everything goes according to plan. Even then, you go to the later portions of the game, I feel like you might still run out of damage against the Ursa. You cannot kill the Ursa.
Let's get the draft going. But I have a question. For this game, like it's game 3, right? Would you rather be the team that's reverse sweeping, or would you rather be the team that won first and then lost second?
I don't give a fuck.
Wow! Does it affect you like mentally though?
I think they should both be fine mentally. Like they should not crush SMG. Like they should just feel like, yeah, this was a hard draft to play. They can probably like point to some mistakes.
Like back to the start of the series.
Yeah, so they should feel okay. I mean, hopefully they have an idea though what they want to do differently.
It's the same thing again, right? They had first pick all 3 games, SMG. This time they're on Radiant.
Yeah.
So the plan is gonna be like it has to be some plan they have again, the 8 pick. There's no Beastmaster. I'm not sure if they want Magnus again.
No more.
I mean, you're saying Brood Mother, right? He should be able to, okay, they go Pango. I mean, Pango's not so much like a really win condition 8th pick hero. It's more about just picking a flexible core. You can go off lane, you can go mid. But I'm not sure if it's a mid 1 hero.
No, this is most likely Nana. They're just gonna ban mids, and he's gonna play versus Tiny mid.
Yeah,
that's just how it's gonna be, I'm guessing.
How come they are always running the Tiny mid? How come it's never?
I think Yopaj every game goes like, I want to play the Tiny.
I want this matchup. This matchup's good for me.
Yeah. Because the first game was like a sketchy Tiny mid game. But they like almost pulled it off. So like that's one game where I would expect you to want something else, but like he almost did it. But now you most likely know that you have a good matchup mid, so. Like Pango versus Tiny is completely fine.
So they're probably going to do what you said just now. If you cannot get a good mid 1 hero at number 8, you just pick his hero later. You just see what the enemies show, and then you decide. You don't rush to pick his hero.
But their first pick, right? Like how much are they going to get to see? They're going to get to see...
one more pick.
Yeah, one more pick. So I mean, they're going to get to see...
What I would do is I would leave mid 1's hero to last. I'll pick my other support and the carry right away if there's something neutral, like a neutral carry hero, just strong in the lane. Like the normal Chidori heroes are very neutral, but I know you're not a fan of his.
No, I think you can YOLO. I mean, this is the problem when you pick the Pango and you're like, okay, we're gonna put it mid, and then you're Like you kind of already ban a mid hero, you ban Bloodseeker, and then like if you want to pick your carry, you haven't banned anything for it.
I mean, MP, right? MP is just the only one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you've been saying that they should just 8-pick the MP and just go into the second phase and just ban all the heroes out, and then you're comfortable with the MP. Then if you still want the Pango, then you can go for the Pango.
Yeah. No, I think because they could even play it offlane, right? Like I've seen many, like in Western Europe, they played offlane all the time, and they all played differently. Like Sai plays more of a support.
You mean the Aura build? You just go for Aura item?
I mean, he usually goes Ags first, and then he goes Auras.
Yeah,
but we see Ace too. Ace just goes carry from the offlane.
The other day, Cuckoo went for Pipe first, then Eggs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can, like, it's completely playable. And that's also like a fast tempo push hero, which mid one can dictate the pace with, so.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea for them, you know. It fits their kind of playstyle with the Beastmaster. Even, not as good as the Beastmaster, but similar.
Just do it now, actually. Just pick it. Let's see what Boom picked though, but.
So far they've only gone the MP only one game, right? I remember only one.
I think they played it twice, but I'm no Rain Man. I don't remember stuff like that.
Ursa banned. Is that a respect thingy? You just don't want to deal with it again?
Oh, the Ursa?
I mean, I feel like sure it's a comfort ban, you know. I don't think they lost because of the Ursa. It's more about the whole strategy. Like the whole strategy did not come together. I mean, why not? If they have nothing to ban, you can just ban out Ursa.
Ursa is also, it's one of the meta carries, I think. Very strong.
Well, no MP for you.
But maybe now at least maybe you can counter with something. Maybe there's a counter. Play Bat Rider, I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds good. But then if it's Bat Rider, then they're showing all the lanes, right? Because they have Pango, so the draft is gonna be Bat Rider, Pango, Rubik, and another support. Probably.
Still, you could still go for these Bird Mothers.
Would that be a 1 NP or a 3 NP? Or it could be either or right now?
I think it could be either or. What's the carry?
Yeah, because I feel like if they are picking out at this junction, if the MP is not flexed, then it's bad because they're showing the lane. If the MP is being picked at this junction, it's most likely they can swap to the off lane.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I like that word, junction.
Why?
No, it's just like, you don't hear that all the time. Junction.
Wait, did you say that with it? You said junction?
Yeah, at this junction.
Wow.
Isn't like junction like a
corner? That's like
corner?
English level 5 or something.
Yeah.
It's max level. That's Grandmaster.
How else should I describe it?
But there's like a common word here, right? Like there's a lot of like words like with the feeling of being heaty. That's like a Malaysian saying, isn't it? Like when you feel heaty.
Heaty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds pervy. Heaty.
No, it's like feeling like sickish, right?
Tell me, Winter. She right?
Kinda.
Okay.
I mean, it's
nice. You win.
You've been watching a lot of stand-up comedy, I think.
No.
Malaysian stand-up?
Yeah, why would I watch Malaysian stand-up comedy? Anyways, Marcy Magnus.
A lot of buffs.
What do you think?
Ooh. I don't like it. This is their... I mean, they played Marcy... Alpha's played Marcy every time, I believe. Oh yeah, and they have the Magnus again?
I don't know, man. This looks very, very sketchy, the draft. I feel like that... I mean, if they don't get Slot or they don't get a Life Stealer kind of hero, I feel like those two heroes can only salvage their draft right now. They need like a hero that can deal... A carry that can deal with the bat and works with the Empower. Because I feel like the rest of the draft is... everything is like on one hero. All of their eggs is on one basket. They have all these buffing heroes.
Yeah.
And Pango's probably going to get a hard lane, I feel, at this point.
So it's most likely bat mid, right? And they do Tiny 4.
Yeah, probably, I think. Bat against the...
Maybe
Pango.
it is. We'll see who's the carry.
Oh, I saw this clip once, though. It was like I think like Pango empowered with Swashbuckle and it did like an insane amount of damage.
That is pretty strong.
That's like for real?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like the cooler one is with Slardar. That's like a lot of damage.
Oh.
Too bad Slardar is not the strongest hero, but...
Yeah, why
if
is
he
it
ever
kind of
comes back-
dead right now? I like Slardar, but...
I don't know. I mean, he's
not an aura hero.
No,
yeah,
that's
that's
definitely true.
I mean, if you pick him now, you'll probably pick him like as a carry, like a Night Stalker carry, but you put Slaughter as a carry. But it doesn't work so well.
Yeah, I don't know what he carries.
He's in a very awkward spot right now. He's too greedy for off lane.
Like I feel like the offlane position at the moment is more like team based. You have to be flexible hero. Like a hero can be that that has to have the option of building all the team items. Or if you have a really good game, sure you can be a core. You be greedier. But overall, you need to have that option. And I feel like as Lala, there's only one way of playing the hero. You can't build the hero as a pipe mag hero.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Now then, you're quite useless.
That's good to know. Build team items and you win. Basically.
Dota is a team game, you know. You want to make the game easier, you build aura items. Just to, I think sort of like Tundra started a lot of this, you know. They build all the aura items, like all the small little things, and then when it comes to a team fight, it makes a huge difference.
Tundra tactics.
Viper. They ban on Viper, so it has to be. What's this? I mean, lifesteal. I'm just seeing lifesteal right now.
For SMG?
Yeah. I mean, betting.
I think they want to put the Prophet offlane. I'm not sure though.
You want to pick another carry instead of MP?
I guess it also depends on what they show here on SMG. No, like let's say they pick Lifestealer. Can't you like counter that?
With what? Like just a Razor offlane?
He has Morphling, I think.
Oh, Morphling again? Yeah, I mean you can. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, just your overall composition will be.
Oh, actually, what you could do your favorite Faceless Void.
Void's banned.
Oh, sad.
Silly sausage.
Oh no. No, not this. Not the silly sausage.
You get owned, nerd.
Wow.
SF.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense here.
Does it?
I mean, it's not so greedy, but I don't know about the lane against. I guess so. You see the SF. Do you put the bad off lane, or do you put the MP off? I mean, you're definitely not going to put MP off lane. So MP is carry.
I think you can put the MP off lane
against SF.
Yeah, I think it's completely fine.
I don't know how.
I don't know if you have a carry though that you want to pick up.
I don't know about SMG's draft though. I feel like you're just relying on so many things to go right.
I mean, at least they have some big spells, you know.
Yeah.
They have RP, they have Rolling Thunder. Like with those spells, you can always do stuff. Like it's not hopeless.
Yeah,
it's always awkward though when you don't have a lasso counter.
But if you can kill them in the RP, let's say they have they just need an aura hero. I feel like they can still put the MP as a carry, pick an aura hero on offlane who builds the mag, the Crimson Guard, and everything. And as long as you survive the combo, you're gonna be good in the team fights. Because they are very reliant on. Okay, they jump on someone either with the Rubik, with the Magnus. They have to kill the hero right away with their immediate spells like the roll and the SF ulti. And if you survive, you're gonna win the team fight.
Yeah, but I don't think you survive, do you? Even with team fight items. Like Shadowfiend hits so hard. Okay.
Whoa.
So it's the MP is gonna be probably the offlane.
Yeah.
Arc Warden.
Warden.
Not sure. I mean, the last time I can get it, they picked Arc Warden against Terrorblade. But this game, I feel like, I guess it's more delay tactics. They're gonna be playing like a very split push heavy game with MP, Bat Rider with Travels, and then the clones, the Arc Wardens running around. They're trying to delay the game. Whereas SMG has I feel like they have a very aggressive lineup at this point, and it's much more suitable to their playstyle. And this Arc Warden could be a little tad too greedy here.
Yeah, no, I think a lot comes down to like if FBC can keep doing what he's been doing the entire series, like winning his lane. So like if he wins his lane, I think they have enough tempo to do well this game.
Yeah, but I feel like it's too greedy. Like it's hard.
I'm a little scared. Yeah. I don't know about how good his Arc Warden is either, and the hero in itself is like, I don't know.
Just paid.
Yeah, I mean, I feel Pango is pretty decent against Arc Warden.
Pango is okay, yeah. I mean, they don't have the most amazing. Like, preferably you would want some summons. Like, you would want to be able to pressure towers with summons or illusions.
I'm not liking this Arc Warden so much.
But I still feel like FBC has been so good. Like, he will do well in lane, and he will TP get some kill, and they'll pull it off.
Is this the second time we've seen Arc Warden in the DPC, CDPC? Or?
Yeah, I think it's the second time. The first time they picked it against Terrorblade. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, it was Boom also. Yeah, I can't remember who they picked it against, but they picked it against Terrorblade.
Did they win?
Yeah, I think they won. Probably. I don't remember.
Maybe it was 60 minutes. No one won.
I see. Well, we'll have to see if they win or if they don't win. But let me ask Cap and SVG. Actually, you know, I would ask you about the draft, but I kind of want to know, Cap, do you have any more Dota puns?
Do I? Yeah, I do actually. You want to hear one?
Could you give us one?
Okay, why did Crobulus open up a funeral home?
Death Prophet.
Oh, why? Why?
Because that way, death profits.
I see. Good one. I was Crobulous. Man, that's a boomer alert. But take it away, guys. Enjoy casting your game.
Thank you. It is a boomer alert.
I have absolutely no comment on what this casting duo has degenerated to.
I got a lot more of them.
I see the list. It's endless. It's just flowing over the desk.
What list? I got the Wikipedia open for the teams. What the hell?
The mental list. I can
The
see
mental
it.
list.
I can see how long it is.
All right. I have been hearing a lot of smack being talked about Natsumi. He's washed up. That he got his position because of nepotism. I don't even know what exactly that means, but that he is just a terrible carry, that it got carried in Polaris, that he was never actually that good, that he got overhyped, and now he's on Boom, and now he's been exposed for the garbage carry he is.
Oh, you've been talking to Avo again, huh?
Well, Winter too. But I think this is a prime opportunity for him to shut some haters up or to prove them right.
That's every time you play.
Okay, but I feel like Arc Warden is, in this kind of game, like, this is a game he can carry.
Wait, you didn't shut the haters up last game? When he dropped 14 on their ass and destroyed them
You
in 30
said that
minutes?
was a free Ursa game from the get-go.
Well,
everybody
knows a carry player can't play Dota unless he's in a free carry game. That's rule number 1 of carry. It's supposed to be free. As Zephyr is about to give his life for free.
Yeah, that the old triple raise is causing a real big problem. Quadruple raises. Chidori almost dies in return. But Chidori walking away with the first blood is pretty value, even if Boom got some heavy damage in return. I mean, is he going to head all the way back to base and TP in?
Yeah, that's hella worth. Extra 200 gold. Come to lane with some extra XP as well on a Shadow Fiend? Yes, please. Take another one of those.
I mean, I feel like a creep or two might die, so.
Nah, you're not gonna die that fast. Even if you miss 1 or 2, it's better than wasting the regen to sit there on low.
Okay, so is this a free Arc Warden? I don't think so. It's definitely not free.
I mean, any game's a free Arc Warden game if you're good enough.
All right, so that all leads back to my initial theory about this game. He can prove that he's good enough.
I mean, this isn't the freest Arc Warden.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a free Arc Warden game, and I think he has to like actually step up because he can carry this game, but it's by far from a free Arc Warden game for sure.
I mean, the mag displacement could be annoying later on. Pango is definitely very good versus hero.
Yeah.
Any type of spell immunity is definitely very strong. Gap close is good. I think he does have some decent mid-game matchups that are going to be pretty annoying for SMG. He also has this bat and Tiny to kind of frontline and just run in and cause chaos, which is pretty nice. Think about how the fights are going to go. SMG doesn't have a clear initiator in some ways. Like, I mean, Blink RP is... I don't really view Mag as a true initiator anymore. Unless you're doing the horn toss.
Nice
nonsense.
double stuff.
Okay, that one was a little off.
That was
a little off there, but you know, he's calibrating. He's calibrating the raise cannon. Next time we'll be locked on.
Yeah.
I think if this game goes very, very late, the Arc Warden's going to prove to be annoying.
All right, that's already not going so well for Natsumi.
Yeah.
Come on, man, I set you up. This is the game to prove yourself, son.
You know, I mean, speaking on the topic, I have noticed that, I mean, SCA fans are vicious. I think that's no mystery at this point.
Yeah.
But they are particularly vicious against carry players. Like, I don't think they think any carry in this region is good.
Okay, the skewer back, but leads into a two-man cookie. Xnova is definitely going to be able to get the trade out here.
Decent. XP for Arc Warden.
Yeah. And that, I mean, it's so important for Arc Warden to get near solo experience in a lane, if possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get the solo XP, but he's happy to get the solo XP while these creeps under the tower now that his buddy's dead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I almost wonder if Snapfire delays the TP a bit, you know, just to stay out of lane.
I actually would have. I think it was something Xnova could have thought about. Not a lot of players do it, though, just because it's a natural instinct to just TP, but...
So you're saying because I do it, I'm advanced as a support player?
You definitely don't do that.
What?
I've watched your games.
What? I just suggested it. It means I do think about these things.
No. Cerebral understanding is not the same as a physical habit.
No, that is.
You would have 3 deaths by now, and you would have TV'd bottom and said, I'm done with top because I got flamed.
Well, I don't think Natsumi's going to flame me.
Well, I don't know. Keep saying he needs to prove himself.
I was trying to set himself up for an arc of redemption.
Oh, an arc of redemption. I see. You're just trying to set yourself up for more jokes. That's all I'm getting. I mean,
you really can't get over the joke thing, can you?
I mean, you're bringing our duo down. That's what you're doing.
Am I, or am I trying to bring some levity to your dour nature? Uh-oh, the toss back into the raises.
Can't fight that, son.
So hard to fight Marcy SF. It's just a brutal lane.
Yeah, it really is. He's still got triple mango up his sleeve, so a lot more raises from where those came from. That's the power of the first blood gold. He's got boots and mangoes galore.
Oh, Xnova, he wants to stop the creep wave from being pulled into the hard camp, but it just leads into him getting skewered back, taking a ton of damage, and probably dying for it. As Natsumi can't really do much.
Left the oven open.
He didn't cookie?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just got a cookie, you know? You're like, be cooking them, baking them up for later.
Yeah, he's getting cooked right now.
Just can't help yourself, huh?
All right, Moon realizes, okay, I've used both my mobility spells. I am dead if I do not TP out right now. So, fair play. Yopaj will have the lane to himself for a little bit, which also means he's going to get 6 first.
Yeah, so Yopaj is kind of winning mid again.
Yep.
He's the big winner here for Boom in the early game because both their side lanes are losing by a fair degree. Like, mid one is once again free farming, winning his lane, has headdress, providing some extra aura. Bottom lane, we saw the SF had a pretty decent start here with 2-0. You have a death on FBZ, it's going to slow down his levels. This another game where it kind of falls to Yopaj to fight around him, make some space, and for Boom to identify that. Or he can just run to side lanes and try and bail him out of it, but I don't think that ever feels good when you're giving the enemy mid time to just catch up again. That's a pretty big small stack. What?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, Boomy is killing people in lane, and he got a triple stack on the easy camp.
Why is this triple? I don't think I ever see this triple.
Yeah, whoever triple stacks it?
I don't know. That's some... I mean, that is broken. You start pulling to it, it insta-kills every wave.
Oh, Boomy, barely off the mark there. He hits the rebound, then he would have gotten the dispose, and the dispose would have led into at least 2 raises.
I'm surprised he doesn't want to just pull it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason you never get a triple small. It's because it's insanely dumb. It will pretty much insta-kill every wave you pull to it for 4 or 5 waves if the enemy doesn't come and get tested. If you, like, pull it in smart. I don't know how he got this, but he's definitely be abusing it. Meanwhile, Zephyr
nice toss back into Yopaj, and not even bothering to level up the lasso. Still has the haste rune. Now he's going to level up Lasso. Now he can go for the kill, perhaps, onto Moon.
Circles.
He's going to go for it and pull him away from the tower into his doom. And he still has that extra movement speed. He can run down Boomy as well. Boom. Once, I mean, early rotation, they seem to have SMG's number when it comes to this first 10 minutes of the game. Maybe not necessarily the static laning phase always going their way, but the first rotations always seem to work out better for Boom.
I mean, they're just going to mid. Yopaj is winning his lane. He has the runes. They go there. That's a hasted bat versus a level 5 Pango. You are not winning this fight. There is no world in which that simulation ever goes your way. It's good recognition by Boom and abusing it. Plus, I mean, you didn't want to sit bottom versus triple small camp pull. You got to go somewhere. Now if BZ comes back to clear it. But I don't know if his Treants are not winning this battle.
And in some ways, both these side lane cores would like 1v1s, right? So if you can pull the supports away from the side lanes and push them into mid and just leave Arc Warden 1v1 against some hero, same goes with Nature's Prophet. I mean, those are the best heroes to take advantage of that, right?
Yeah, they want the solo XP a lot. They get solo XP, you get to the Midas on Arc, you get to your first item on NP, you're going to be really happy. Fast level 6 with the Nature's Prophet ult as well. Could be right on time for this next Lasso coming up at 40. You can make another pretty good mid-move here if you're Boom. And again, the downside of this SMG mag lineup is you're a bit slow in the very early game. So you have to play reactionary, you have to read these moves and counteract them well because you don't have the same aggressive potential yourself. And it's another rune going Yopaj's way. Not the best rune he would have hoped for, but
yeah,
it's still rune control nonetheless, and they're going to steal a little stack. Why not?
Very nice.
Almost up the bots already. So again, name of the game, player on this Bat Rider.
Oh, what a great neutral item for Bat Rider. Probably one of the best heroes. Oh, I actually gave it over to... I was just about to say, Tumblr's Toy is so good on Bat Rider and Tiny, and they've got both of those heroes. He actually
that
gives it
item
to the
is
Tiny.
good on everybody, let's be real.
Yeah, that's true. That is... You know, I say the neutral items are like relatively well balanced after all this time, but Tumblr's Toy is still kind of insane.
Because how do you measure a Tumbler Toy's impact, you know?
I mean, yeah, I feel like we've been...
In the hands of a pro, Tumbler Toy looks broken. But in the hands of the public, I've seen some sus Tumbler Toys, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So, you know, if you're Valve and you're looking at the entire continuum of Tumbler Toy usage, maybe it doesn't look that good. Maybe you don't even think it's good.
So you're saying in the hands of a pro, they make it look like child's play?
Exactly. You get like 2 more, and then I'm just leaving. I want you to know that.
All right, that's what I'm waiting for. It's been a while since I did a solo cast. I'm sure Avo will step in for you. Avo appreciates my puns.
That guy's way too hungry for some work. He might try and sabotage me again. I gotta cover my food, you know.
he sabotaged you. He sabotaged Richie. He's probably coming for me next.
Yeah, I'd be worried.
Smoke rotation heading down to the Shadow Fiend lane. The one hero from SMG. Well, I guess the 2 heroes that have gone untouched. But there it is, Tumbler Toy right on top of the SF. Toss him back into the Bat Rider. Again, can hold the lasso if you want to. Decides to use it before too much damage is done.
Pulls him onto that small stack, which somehow got stacked again. I don't think I've ever seen a small camp stack so much, but extra farm for Yopaj. He's top of the network chart here. Having a great
FBZ. Has been killed. This is a weird rotation.
Yeah.
He got the courier, and he's actually got the help of Natsumi, so maybe it's okay.
Illusion
look at that. What? Where did this come from? Oh my god, Yopaj. That would have been so nasty if he managed to pull that off. He's still keeping vision of Boom. He's going to go for it. Flame break, stick an napalm, tick out, tick, 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 not dead.
Yeah, never mind.
Wait, Yopaj, she's like, you're not getting away. I'm coming for you, Boom.
Well, this is definitely not worth it at this point, but they didn't lose this tower while all this was happening.
Yeah.
So I guess that rotation did work out from FBZ. Some nice illusion play flanking from Yopaj. Game's accelerating pretty fast here for Boom, which is what you want to have versus the Mag lineups, right? You take the early towers, it's like some old school formula. It takes me back to the days where people used to pick like Leshrac and just max Edict and mow the towers down. Same idea. You open up the towers, you open up the jungles, and that's where Mag wants to live. If you take away those camps, this SMG lineup is going to have a hard time fighting back and trying to find that early farm.
And opening up the map also means a lot for both of these side lane heroes, right? Arc Warden is able to shove lanes in really deep with the double. Same goes to Nature's Prophet. And
even the Bat with the early dots.
Oh yeah, that's true. They've got 3 heroes just run down lanes.
Yeah, they also potentially are going to have 3 heroes that can teleport into stuff globally.
Yeah.
The MP does naturally the bots on Bat, and Arc Warden is a natural bot spire at some point. His Arc double can TP in as well. So you have 3 global cores who all love to shove lanes deep and fast. Yeah, you lose these tier 1s for SMG, which is already happening. This map could become a nightmare to play. Like, how do you out-farm this Boom line? I am not seeing it. You have to kill them. You have to bait them into fighting you 5-on-5 and kill them.
Well, they're going to try to do that by apparently just bulldozing down mid lane. But you're doing that against an Arc Warden. An Arc Warden that doesn't have Magnetic Field yet, though.
This is such a heavy committal, though, for a tier 1 mid, right? Like,
yeah.
This does not feel good for SMG, I think.
It only feels good maybe if they can get it. Avalanche comes out, but stopped by the telekinesis. Boom does manage to get out the Rolling Thunder. He puts a stop to the kisses, but the damage is already done. Zephyr fighting up against Boomy. Boomy walks away the victor, but not for long. He'll die in the end. Rolled up still. Moon trying to catch up to these heroes, but now they have to retreat. They've used most of their spells.
Oh, this is just a disaster for SMG. You're trading supports 5v3 while both Silings are being farmed and shoved in by a Midas hero and a Furion. who got all the way to your tier 2.
I mean, they will at least get this tier 1 tower. Maybe not the SF off, who somehow manages to snatch away that last hit, but...
This can't feel good if you're SMG, though. I mean, you just lost so much on the map.
Yeah.
Like, FBZ just gets to throw in a global ult. Natsumi just gets to send in a global hero. And you're committing 5. It's just very unnatural. It doesn't feel smooth. I get they wanted to use this mech timing. And again, their lineup is designed to group up as 5. But it takes so long. You trade a support. Not ideal. And now it's a question of where you go from here.
Right.
Which, who might answer for you?
Because if you try and address all these side lane pressure, you're going to get picked off nonstop. But if you stay grouped up, you're going to get way behind in golden experience, right?
Yeah, and it's a hard predicament to be in right now if you're SMG. You have to keep fighting through it and make sure you stay up on the farm. You have to dodge these ganks, which good dodge here from Chidori.
Yeah, but at the same time, boom, even if the smoke didn't connect, the damage may be done. They blocked the ancient camp.
Hey, look at all the sentries on that triangle. Huge contest for these camps. And here's like that 3-man smoke that I think is probably SMG's best answer. Bring these small clash parties.
Oh, he's just outside of range. Couldn't get the telekinesis, and now this roll-in feels a little awkward.
Pretty deep here, though.
They're going to be able to get X Nova, yes. And maybe they'll get everybody out, but I think they really, really wanted Yopaj. They could have delayed his blink BKB timing, rather.
They for sure wanted the bigger target, but they'll take that. Again, at least this type of move is okay because SF gets to go back triangle and mid one got to sit and push in bottom.
Yeah.
So this type of move, you're not losing map control and you're maintaining that net worth differential. Even if it goes bad, it's still a better setup. Those are the type of things they need to look for. I mean, Moon can clear some of this map out. Like, he is an empowered Pango.
Yeah, that is a good point. Swashbuckle becomes a lot deadlier with Empower.
So there are mechanisms for SMG to fight back here. And if they get into that mid or late game, I think it does become easier for a little bit at least. So we're in like super late game Arc Ward and Fury on territory. When we're at that point, I wish them all the best at playing this map. It's going to be difficult. You also have this Ags Rush for FBZ. So he is going that off-lane Fury on control build. Link up for Zephyr as well. Time for Boom to take the initiative, try and find something of their own.
CDR, Chidori, a little bit annoyed, but his ancient stack is opened back up. So I imagine Boom are just going to keep the pressure up and honestly probably keep that ancient camp sentryed as much as possible. Smoke on smoke action here. Boom. They're going to find themselves on the low ground. Being able to get the initiation with the kisses on top of 2. Moon is somehow still not dead, though. The swashbuckle survived. Oh, no, he's stuck. Roll away. Get away from this Furion. Rolls on top of Zephyr for good luck, and we'll be able to finish him off with the swashbuckle. Cookie on in. X-Nova, clean whiff there. They're all trying to run away from this Bat Rider now. Boomy, he's going to be in some trouble. Actually bounces back, hits the stun, and is just trying to do whatever he can to clear some space. Moon going in like a madman, gets that kill. Can he get out? He's got bottle charges. He's okay. And now mid one can go ahead and grab Yopaj with the skipper pulling back FBZ. What happened in this fight? Everyone's dead except for this Natsumi Arc Warden, who will fall as well. How did that go so well for SMG?
Moon is an absolute monster. Well, I say he's an absolute monster. And Zephyr will claim that monster streak, but I mean, mid one just bailed him out. Plain and simple. Blink, mech, RP, buys the time for this Pango to get up to the high ground. I'm pretty sure FBZ missed like 2 or 3 uphill right clicks into the Pango. Who got stuck on that corner. Maybe a little RNG, but very nice execution from SMG to bail their Pango out, and then he just cleans up the fight with Empower. There's no way to take that extended fight once you've blown so much to try and get the Pango kill and he lives. What a nice edge, though. Imagine Pango just dies in that lasso.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got rooted by the Furion ult either. Maybe it was a bad bounce or something. It might have stacked on top of the lasso, but if you get a little bit of RNG there too, he might just die straight out. So taking advantage of the opportunity, because that SMG got caught off guard there. That was a very nice angle with the high ground ward, the smoke pop. Boom had everything going for them.
Yeah, they had a 2-man kisses going on. I mean, that was just I thought they were done so. Getting caught on the low ground.
That was the best part.
Getting AoE ultimated. Yeah, that was... Oh, that was a bold move, Yopaj. You might pay for it. You will pay for it. No Firefly. He's dead. Oh, that BKB getting more and more delayed now. And SMG, they just found a huge pickoff right next to the Roche pit.
His BKB was flying out.
Oh no.
This is like the worst time to die in the worst spot on the map because you're right outside Roche.
Yeah.
You don't have time to respawn. Zephyr.
Really? The double Gleipnirs are coming out with the kisses as well. Okay, Boom had a game plan here. They can stop this Roshan.
Natsumi heard your prayer. Whew. He's here to deliver. Double Midas, double Gleipnir. 18.5 minutes. Gotta respect that without any BKBs.
Yeah, that's 320 damage AoE put to work. The kisses as well.
One way to defend Roche. And honestly, it's pretty low. I wonder if Boom are gonna think about it here. Let's say somebody shows bottom here for SMG, which Moon is. You just go pit?
Tiny's TP in, let's see.
Oh, Moon baited it and insta-TP'd mid, and now they're in a smoke.
Oh, okay.
Fast plays from the Pango.
But they get spotted immediately by the Treant. So good scouting there from FBZ. Watching that fight against. Crazy that Moon went back in like that.
This man has no fear. That's why they call him Madman Moon. I'm just slowly going to create up nicknames for every SEA player.
I mean, I've been thinking about it. We need more nicknames.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they're not going to make them, I will, you know?
At the initiation, finally starting off, the teams clashing inside of the river.
You're gone.
Zephyr is going to drown into the wave of SMG heroes, overwhelming them. Boom are going to give up on Roshan as a result.
This is the BKB timing for Chidori, so they're very happy to just force it here. And Yopaj had those back-to-back deaths into his BKB delayed, and now he hasn't even gotten to use it.
Yeah.
He had such a good early game. It's just gone completely flat here for the Batrider. A lot of momentum lost for Boom. Also, when you go this Ags build on Furion, it's not like it's an all-in build or anything, but...
You do need to get something out of it.
Yeah, I feel like you feel a lot better if those early fights go your way, or you're at least getting some pickoffs with it or something. It's not like it's a scaling item. It's not an aura. It's not a right-click scale. It's just kind of there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And you're giving more credence to this BKB timing for Chidori. Like, let's say he doesn't even have to pop this because he got an early Aegis. If he can save these long BKB durations, he's going to be really happy. Because you're going to have to fight through this Furion Ags, through the double Gleipnir, all the Batrider gunk. These BKBs are really important for SFG to keep up and make sure they get the good fights and the good objectives out of them. It's like Boom want to fight.
Yeah,
they're
willing to hold their jungle area, which, because Moon is showing in the bottom lane, it's a little bit more safe to take a fight like that.
Yeah, I think Boom just want to play the side lanes. Remember, you have the Bat Furion Arc Warden here. You have bots on Arc Warden too now. You can really shove these side lanes deep and force people to always show. Like, Boom should never get caught off in this game in terms of a 5-on-5 fight. The only fight that's ever going to happen is either SMG is forcing high ground or Boom chooses to take it.
Okay, so the heroes naturally want to play that sort of way, that kind of like ratty, ganky style. But what about just in general pushing this game late? Do you feel confident in Boom with the Arc Warden?
Well, after you gave me that Natsumi speech, I do. He's here to redeem.
I mean, all I said is he had haters and this was a chance at redemption, you know?
I don't know.
That doesn't mean I was backing him. I didn't say he was going to carry this.
You convinced me. I'm a believer. I think
it's like you've somehow made this storyline of me being the Natsumi fan.
I think they're okay going late.
Dire's bottom tower.
I wouldn't feel 100% great. I think it's pretty hard to beat Empower Pango and Empower Shadow Fiend when they're 6-slotted.
Okay.
I would not have much faith at that point. But it is an Arc Warden lineup, so like you always have that potential to shove lanes, get a good numbers fight, or maybe Arc Warden just solo kills a support or something, right? With some late game hex shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, they both have like crazy repositioning pick-off abilities.
Yes.
So they're kind of even on that ground.
I think in like the late game straight 5-on-5s, the SMG lineup will prevail.
Yeah.
It's more straightforward and has more firepower, but you might not get that type of fight. You
can see right here, they're going to go for the toss back, lasso back, kisses as well. That's going to be a lot of ultimates for one hero. Chidori's going to comp some damage here, but he does have BKB and an Aegis. FBZ being caught in the middle of this Tauren. Natsumi's going to try and fight it out though. Keep them at a distance and pick out the heroes one by one. And Zephyr takes full advantage of that. He pummels Moon. Now they're trying to keep Chidori back. Yopaj getting away with his BKB, slowing them all down so the rest of his team can come through. The supports are going to get picked apart here. Boomy has no way out. Afu, he actually has Fury on teleport, but they've got the stunts to be able to stop him. So really nicely played by Boom. They just kited out the entire team and kept their distance from the SF.
And there's just no saving this SMG lineup. So if you find a big core, you get that lasso. It's a done deal. Especially the Mag, he's the only turnaround. He's the one with the Grease and the Blink RP.
Right.
So they find that target. It's just a free fight. You just kite it out, right? Play the ranged game. They played it perfectly. Sure, you're going to lose a couple casualties, but remember, that's an Aegis BKB SF that didn't achieve anything for SMG here. So Boom pretty happy with that one. Arc Warden gets to go to work on the map. Natsumi Mightising it up, botsing it up, going towards that Octarine. He is becoming a problem here for SMG. Especially if you don't get the gap closer.
Yeah. Man, that was just so much committal for one hero, but I mean, it is their aura buyer. And aside from FBZ perhaps over-aggressively TPing in here, everybody else, look, on the outer edges of this fight, away from the SF.
They're just waiting for the jump from Zephyr, and you can just wait every tiny combo and go in. Let the Arc Warden poke. I do think that jump was a little bold by FBZ, but
yeah.
He really wanted to halberd that SF. You know, he's like, I have a halberd.
Yeah.
Screw you. How do you like that? And then he got killed, and he didn't like it too much. So
Dire are scanning.
now you can go back to playing this map. Remember, gold lead's still in Boom's favor here. And it only takes like one good jump, one good pickoff to kind of break more of that map open. Which is why SMG very clumped. Did get to bash on Moon, so he is pretty farmed. Like we were saying, Empowered Pango is no joke in this game. He'll shred you.
And if he could get up to like full Aghanim Scepter, blink in, roll around, hop around, and just constantly keep the Arc Warden, especially if you can get him like right as he summons his Tempest Double and just chain stun the two of them.
Is under attack.
That's the dream.
Are fortified.
The other dream is that Boom comes and fights him. They really would like the 5-on-5 right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
of course,
under
Boom does not have to give it to you. Natsumi can sit in base and still shove your map out. That is the Arc Warden Dota. Even Zephyr's taking your bottom tier 2.
Yeah, that's one of the crazy value things about Tiny, aside so many other things. Can hit towers pretty decently, and like, if you catch him, okay, you caught a support.
And look at this, they forced the TP's bottom.
Yep, and immediately go for the catch on the other side of the map. The two supports. Boomy refusing to leave Afu's side, but maybe he should have. As he may just join his support in the grave, is going to be able to get away, thanks to Chidori still hanging around there.
That's 0 hero committal.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. This map is a nightmare to play, especially for the support.
And Zephyr goes right back in. Nope, backdoor protection will prevent that tower from going down, but it'll fall soon enough.
Man, we just seen everything this series. Game 1, some 5-man Beastmaster push strat. Game 2, accelerate the Roshans with Ursa. And now Game 3 is some ultimate rat Dota.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The entire sewer rat colony has come out to play in this one. You like these types of games, or do they disgust you as much as your
I will be super honest here. I was cheering for Navi at TI3.
Wow. So you were cheering against progress, I see.
Yeah, what can I say? You know, and actually that was legitimately part of it. I was like, I kind of wanted to see Navi just win it again.
Yeah, you were just.
But then I was glad I was wrong, because then it became this storyline of like no team could do it twice. And then I was also cheering against OG at TI9 because I wanted to keep that storyline going, you know?
Yeah, well, if I've learned one thing at Dota, it's don't cheer against OG.
No, that is for sure. You only make them stronger.
Early Requiem.
And Zephyr has an Aeon disc?
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't do much for him, but...
No, he still died. But he maybe got a lot out of them.
Why did he want Aeon this game?
I mean, that way he could just blink in, toss back people, and...
Yeah, but the thing about Aeon is Aeon's not good when you're an initiator. Because you're displacing yourself away from the team. And we see like there, like once it gets broken, you're still in there. You can't get out. You're not buying time for a counterplay.
See, what do you think is better?
Like force staff, 100%.
Right.
You can force staff out. You can save other people. Even Yules.
Oh, they baited that one out. The burst damage. Oh, he had roll up. Not good enough. FBC joins in just in time. The two supports are going to go for it, though. They've got the SF TPing in. It's going to be slow. The RP comes in from the side from mid one. Natsumi tries to provide some help with the Tempest double. A block-in Sprout will delay the SF's progression here. The kisses come in. The supports are exposed. Oh, Boomy trying to run away, but cannot get it. The last glob of fire will latch on to him. Mid one slowed down by a crawl, and Zephyr immediately grabs him. The SF tossed backwards by Afu will get away as those last couple of race not quite able to connect.
Saves his buddy by the toss out, but we're starting to see this Arc Warden go to work. These extended fights, people fighting through the race and the Fluxes and the Midases and the Gleipners. It's too much.
Yeah, look at him. He's just using his Tempest double to keep him back while they put the pressure on this tower.
I mean, this is the Octarine completed.
Yep.
Level 20.
That's why he was able to get 2 Tempest doubles in that last fight.
Yep. And he still has another one here. It just doesn't stop.
Yep. And this is before, by the way, you get the 25 Talon. So it's pretty much constantly up, and soon it's going to be even easier.
I was thinking about where is he TPing that Tempest double to, but he'll send it back in. These fights are not getting much easier. At least for the foreseeable future. Again, you have to get to this late game 5-6 slot territory where this Pango SF are just too strong and they just chunk you. But until then, all the spell interaction from this Arc Warden is going to reign supreme.
Isn't it important to get MKB like relatively early on range carries against Arc Warden?
Or Blink.
Or Blink. Chidori's not going either.
I mean... I didn't really think about that one.
He's got the slyest smile on his face right now.
If you don't focus the Arc Warden, then you don't need to hit through the Arc Warden bubble.
I see.
He's just going to kill everybody else.
Zephyr on the high ground, breaking all this, but they still got the initiation onto the bat. Right, and Skewer back as well. Demolished. Zephyr coming in with the 4-man avalanche. Does manage to blow up the Rubik. And with the kisses on top, some decent damage. The Aeon Disc allows Zephyr to reset a little bit, but Moon catches him still with a Blink Dagger and keeps him chain stunned here. Sapphire still in some trouble. Natsumi again trying to come in where he can with the Tempest double, but this SMG wave of heroes just appears to be a bit too much.
Decent smoke. I mean, Booms felt like they were ready for that smoke.
Yeah, they saw it all.
It didn't matter. Just blinked in the river. Maybe some unfortunate blink for Yopaj. You didn't see them all, and then that writes the rest. Now you're in another Roche scenario. You get double buy from the supports already.
Yeah, they did not have the Bat Rider buy, but it doesn't matter.
Got canceled.
A second Gleipnir catches him. A lot of repositioning.
Yeah, but look at bottom lane here. This tower just got chunked by Furion in the meantime. Now he's sending a double down here.
Yeah, the double's going to be able to prolong this life of the siege creep.
I mean, that's why mid one was TP. He's trying to save this.
Yep.
You're getting pulled away from
If you're not
Roche.
careful, if only a support is defending, Natsumi is more than happy to try and challenge them.
Yopaj now looking for the pick.
Yeah, here he comes. Oh, he spotted that. He spotted that. Can he get there in time? He grabs him. Chidori, he's going to try and help out. The Cookie's going to come through. They have the Avalanche as well. And there goes the Pango. Chidori holding off on the Requiem for now, unable to save his brother.
That's that map play game that Boom can always go for. Just abuse the double, abuse the Furion. Someone TPs once, someone shows in the wrong part of the map. Yopaj gets a green light, makes it pay, and now you have the 5-on-4 that you can either commit for Roche or look for more. FBZ pushing bottom.
Gleipnir catching, but he has a BKB on the Marcy. Quick kill onto the Rubik, and Yopaj.
They're going to kite him out here.
Keep his distance. Yep, he's just going to kite out the BKB. They get away too far. Okay, great. We've opened up Roche.
Meanwhile, you have Treant shoving bottom, Treant shoving top. You can send this double to shove mid. You're doing Roche and you're shoving 3 lanes here. SMG just getting pulled apart.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is Shard Roche too. Who do you give it to?
Top tower has fallen.
I give it to Arc Warden here. Use those bubbles? Nah. Yo Posh says I am the boss.
I am a big fan, honestly, of the shard on Arc Warden. I mean, if you can get it for free, that is.
Yeah, I don't think Shard's
it's
that
pretty
bad.
legit.
Like numbers-wise, it's kind of broken.
Yeah.
So maybe in actuality, it's not that good, but if it's broken numbers-wise and okay in practice, then it probably evens out somewhere decent, you know? But the Sapphire one is also pretty solid. So they're going to throw X-Nova's way. Walking around pretty rich this game. Gem, Mech, free Shard from Roche.
I mean, when it comes down to it, they ultimately don't want to have to battle around the bubble anyway, right?
Yeah.
Whatever gives them more mobility is more important, I think.
Look at this double just destroying their smoke move here. Almost killing Boomy. They will find Snap. They don't want
Drop
the RP.
down, RP grabs the Bat Rider, a big kill.
Yes, Aegis.
Dory, can they get him a second time here? The Requiem, line it up. Oh no, the BKB, and now he turns around last and pulls him back into the Tempest double, but they don't have the damage. Chidori's a little bit too much for any one hero to challenge right now. X-Nova, oh, he gave away the kisses. Afu will gladly take that, throw those kisses right back your way.
That's double support dieback from that fight earlier, and Gem. Huge fight for SMG, nice RP from Moon. Or mid one just has to find that Bat Rider every time, and it takes a lot of the control out. Natsumi gonna try and clean up.
He's gonna have to use BKB to stay alive. So annoying.
You feel for them, even after a fight when they have to go back and deal with 3 lanes. But I think something important we're seeing out of that fight is the damage is starting to get there, right? The late game and power damage on this Pango and SF just rips through this lineup. There's not a lot of the natural armor.
And Fedori is closing in on MKB, so the bubble won't even be
He heard you. He heard you, and he's answering your prayer. And, I mean, he went for Satanic as well, which is nice because he can dispel some of these random roots.
Yeah.
Which he's been doing. This is a good window for SMG to try and strike back with both supports gone. He's getting something.
Nice moves there from
and look at these rays.
Natsumi. Actually managed to keep all their buildings intact, despite the double support buybacks like you were talking about.
It's just the power of Spark Wraith. 465 damage.
Yeah.
These are deadly.
And he's going to go for the Scythe of Ice next. FBC being caught bottom lane. Bat Riders coming in as well as the Tempest double.
Forced him over. Save his buddy.
Oh, they really want to catch him. They got him with the telekinesis still. And the skewer back. No, BKB goes off first. But
the right
FBC,
clicks.
oh no, we got bashed. This route goes up. The heal. Oh, the bubble. It saved him just in time.
Where was the MKB? It was on the courier.
Oh no. He still had the Demon Edge to buy. He's going to go for the Dire Secret Shop to finish it off.
That's where you wish you had that over the Satanic right there, but can't predict every one of these weird scenarios. I mean, that's some saving private FBZ there for sure. Yopaj Blink forces him over the cliff. Smooth plays here from Boom to keep this game going.
Well, there's that Aghanim Scepter. So Moon with the 15 talent. Roll it up and just be bouncing around constantly with the shield crash, getting random bashes in all over the place. Boom are going to go for a quick strike here at top lane. They've got the Cookie and Avalanche a little bit off the mark on some of these spells. Boomy's still going to die, so maybe he's not. Saved by Afu just in time. Gleitner going down, managed to get the RP skewer back on to 2. Beautiful stuff from Midwan, caught FBZ. And those heroes don't have buyback. Boomy did die, it looks like, from the Tempest double, catching up to him. Meanwhile, though,
Yeah, there's a basher there, Yopaj.
Still in trouble. He's going to have to use BKB and Firefly to get out of this one.
Bashed.
Oh, bashed again. He just needs the space to be able to get a blink away, but the bashes keep on coming.
Get bashed, son. Where are you going? I don't know what that gank was so weird.
Yeah, why are they going for Marcy in the first place?
I mean, also just the execution on it was very strange.
Yeah, the cookie was real off the mark.
It was like, I don't even know if it hit him, but that just did not line up for Boom, and that is a bad gank to have go wrong, because mid one capitalizes by RPing your back end, and now you're losing a fight where you didn't really have the lane super in, so now you just get to walk down mid if you're SMG here. The damage is starting to come there. This is that 5-slotted SF with Empower. He is hitting hard. Look at the plus damage on this guy.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten to that point where for the rest of the game, the strict 5-on-5 is always going to be in favor of SMG,
it's
right?
Almost impossible. Unless you're... Like, you do have this Hex on Natsumi, so you can kind of just start maybe with some Hexes on a core and toss some people out and play this kitey poke game, you know, but in a straight right-click battle, you're not winning it.
Yeah. It's going to put that...
Elder BKB.
Didn't use the scythe there.
This game, they can always play. I'm not sure what really stops this Tempest double plus Fury on with like a bat bots. It's so scary on the side lanes.
Yeah, I feel like Boom just focused on the war of attrition.
Yeah, I don't think you should be just taking the head-on smokes or the 5-on-5s. It's not where your lineup excels, and you're not going to win them. You want to play for the numbers advantage, and once you have the numbers advantage, then you abuse it.
I mean, the Furion gives you so much information with the Treants.
Oh, Natsumi just ate his axe.
Okay.
Pretty interesting.
So opened up the spot for his Midas.
Yeah, I mean,
so always
of course you got to keep the Midas, Cap.
Well, I'm just saying he wants to have it always so it's up more often, right?
Yeah.
That way he can get the experience to get to level 25, which accelerates things even further.
It's just pretty rare you see a hero eat the Ags like this early in the game.
Oh, the Ninja Gear. Natsumi is paying too much attention to his Tempest double and dropped the Ninja Gear and didn't pick it up.
Well, it's a Ninja Gear, so it's hard to see.
It really is. It's actually hidden behind this rock. If you go up and to the right a little bit there, it's up there in the top right. It dropped off of the hard.
I mean, that one is very hard to see. I don't know. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, he found a better item. Timeless Relic.
Okay. This guy is doing some serious damage. If he gets to 25, I feel for these supports.
Oh, if Midwan can find a big opening here, FBZ. No, FBZ actually held the BKB.
Bad man.
Absolute crazy that he didn't pop it there.
Double is going in, and the double is going out just as fast.
Oh, he's so close to 25 too, but the noose, it's tightening up.
I mean, you have to last with this SF now, right? I don't see any other way you're killing him. Unless you get a toss back on him, but...
I mean, I don't know if you're...
Good luck.
Ever...
Oh, they found the Ninja Gear. Wasn't ninja enough.
Good job. They got it.
Yopaj will take that. I mean, maybe you just play for this arc in 25 too. You're so close to it.
Yeah, I really don't think they should take a fight right now.
It's like one creep off.
Yeah, and it seriously would change so much, but Natsumi, okay, Yopaj is going to be the one that gets caught. Natsumi almost getting caught there. Same goes with X-Nova, but they do manage to get out of there. Big wave coming in bottom lane.
I feel like Yopaj needs a Ghost Scepter or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, he's getting 4 shots.
Right clicks are brutal. Natsumi looking bottom with the Hex.
Okay, so this will kind of give us an idea. That was just one Tempest double. Got him close to half, so you can definitely see a world where with double Scythe of Ice and like one more Disable, Chidori could die.
He's all 25 now.
Mid one. Just held himself right next to that ward and waited for somebody to come for the D ward. Immediately though, Boom, because the SF showed in bottom lane, they want this fight.
Midone just went in.
Midone is stuck inside the Sprouts. He can't get out. He cuts to the leash mechanic. He's going to go for the skewer eventually, but oh my god, the Aghanim Scepter, Spark Race, all just popped out at once. Afu jumping forward. He gets the telekinesis. He really wants to go for this Tiny. Now that the SF is here, they feel strong again.
And that double did work.
Yeah.
Killed like 2.5 heroes. Natsumi was just chilling in the back. And like we said, this is 25 now. This thing is always up. Pretty much 0 downtime. 4-second downtime. Seems good. Seems legit.
He's going to get an overwhelming flank, so a little bit more magic burst damage. even faster creep clearing. And his Tempest double is currently trying to do Roshan.
Hey, he's doing it, yeah. I mean, they have 30 here, no mag. You definitely should just commit, right? Throw some race on the ramps. You can't really surprise him.
Especially since you should be able to get some sort of pick off here as well. The Kiss is coming in. Rubik tossing himself away. Force step out. Oh, Fu! No! Stopped by the Wrath of
They got the Hex on SF.
And they got the Hex on SF. No stuns to follow it up. They're keeping their distance. They just want the Roshan. They're saying, this is good enough, guys. We do not need to be greedy here. Say goodbye to Zephyr.
Saying goodbye to them.
Natsumi's here as well. The real one is here. And trying to bail out the Tiny, but they do not want to go head-to-head against this SF. They want to draw these fights out against him.
And mid one TVing back to the outpost. That's still a Radiant outpost.
They spotted him. They spotted X-Nova. FPC he gets off the BKB. It's okay for now. The Gleipnir. Now the side. Can they do anything about Chidori? No, they're just going to keep their distance. They're going to try and kill the other heroes. With the Tango dead, going back with the lasso, getting them one by one. Ignore the SF. Kill them all. Kill everybody else. And now the SF is left alone. Now they can focus him down, and he's dead.
A disaster of an overextension for SMG here.
Oh, and FPC's not going to let him go. He said this was an all-in SF. Once he's dead, you've got nothing left.
Oh, Natsumi just picking them apart in these fights, man. Beautiful Archorn play. They have to try and commit so deep to find these backline heroes, and still doesn't even feel close. Not to mention that Roshan did work. Yopaj gets a refresh off that, just pops it. Happy to spend the second round on Rubik. Why not? Just no synergy in that endgame fight for SMG. 2 split.
And the worst part about the late game situations against this kind of lineup, your map turns into a nightmare now.
It gets obliterated instantly. All 3 lanes already in. You're already hitting high ground.
And it'll be this way constantly, I feel like. I feel like in many ways it's a snowball effect. It becomes easier for Boom to keep the lanes pushed in.
I mean, Archorn, no mercy.
Yeah. Look at it. It's techies all over again. It's just a minefield out here.
Gotta send somebody in. I mean, SMG doesn't even want to spend the buys. You're just gonna get Megan here, though.
Yeah, they have to spend the buys eventually.
Boone is no buy himself. This is dangerous.
Yeah, fortunately, he got off the BKB before he got lassoed.
That'll force the SF buy, so that's enough for Boone to back off. It's pretty much what they wanted. Like, you kill SF one more time, that's game. I don't think you're ever winning a fight without Chidori here. And it's getting harder to do. Not to mention, you still have Aegis on this FBZ Furion. Didn't even get expended. Still have Cheese on this bat. There's a lot still left in the tank from that Roshan. And that fight did not feel close in the end. Just getting pulled apart by this Archorn. Not enough gap close. You need some kind of... I don't know, you have to find this arc, right?
Yeah.
But how do you do it?
I mean, they've killed him twice the entire game, and I feel like it's been quite a long time since he died last.
Your speech worked?
Balance the scale.
Natsumi, perhaps proving some of the haters wrong, like SVG.
Proving double the haters wrong.
Is that what the Tempest double does for you?
That's right.
It's like doubling down in your pubs.
Yeah, it's like if you have a Archorn highlight, it gets posted to Reddit twice.
X-Nova, maybe just a solitary pickoff here. They actually can't even commit for that much.
The double is killing mid one.
Oh.
He's almost dead.
Yeah, that is maybe why they have to come back here.
And
pull
Boone
back,
has been
Moon
found.
doesn't have the BKB anymore. Well, actually, still had it for a little bit longer.
He's found.
Oh,
You thought Natsumi.
They finally caught him. Natsumi immediately with a buyback. Uh-oh. You got to reset here, SMG, but it does leave them a possibility now. A buyback on Archward. If they can somehow weather through the storm of 3 versus 5, 3 versus 6 with Aegis, 3 versus 7 perhaps with Cheese. Oh, man. I don't know how they hold this.
I don't think you can. You don't have buybacks here. This is Megas for sure. You don't have any displacement or anything.
Careful now. Deal with the Tempest double.
I mean, the Tempest double is dealing with you.
This
thing is just going to get resummoned anyway.
Yeah, it's about to die, but that just means he has another one to resummon.
1 second.
Yeah,
boom, there it is.
Back.
Very bounced.
Mega's back into play. SF gets sight. Toss back. He finally got it. Zephyr got the toss back on it. Chidori, and he's dead again. Dieback. SMG. That's it. They hit their moment, but they could not quite knock out Boom, and now Boom is into full late game rat territory. It's the year of the rat, it seems, as Boom taking over the tier 4s. The supports are the only defenders, and SMG, that means they are now in a very problematic space. Not in this game, not in this series, but when it comes to the DPC, they may be looking at relegation.
For good measure, but yeah, that is a tough series to lose here. As like you said, they're legitimately facing relegation now.
Yeah,
there's not much that can bail them out. And that series, it's another one where like they're so close to winning it. You win this game 1, you look so crisp, and then it just goes downhill from there. Boom also finding some life here in game 2 and 3 for sure. I think they still faltered a bit. I still go back to this game and like the start Yopaj had and how crisp they were playing that, and then those mid 15 minutes just went off a cliff for them until they recovered in the ultra late. I think it's just a hard game in the very late game for SMG playing into this Octarine Tempest double nonsense. I mean, honestly, I don't know what beats this unless you have consistent gap close form. Like you have like a Spectre or some like Swiftblade Blink Juggernaut who can use spell immunity and blink in there, or like a Storm Spirit, or you're just far enough ahead.
Yeah,
I mean, it's always easier said than done. You know, the ultimate thing that beats any strategy is you're just ahead by a lot of gold.
Yeah, and this was the series that ultimately is probably going to determine relegation. So there was so much on the line because both these teams still have one more team in place. They both face the exact same team, which is Blacklist. So the only way that SMG can now keep themselves in the upper division is by beating Blacklist and hoping that Boom loses to them. Then they can go back into a tiebreaker scenario and have one more series to close things out. But Boom, I mean, on that brink, they went from the top dogs in SEA last year to this year looking really rough, looking like they were going to get relegated, but just in the nick of time, it seems they managed to turn things around. Not just in the overall scheme of things, but in this game.
Yes, but the real question, Cap, did Natsumi redeem himself? Did he dab on the haters? Was this a convincing enough game for you and all your hating brethren?
I'll leave that to the panel to answer that question.
Thanks so much, SVG and Cap. What a game to close the series. I thought that was quite worthwhile watching. You know, it really could have been either or, but Boom, they took it home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they picked a super obnoxious lineup, and yeah, you get to see like what Arc Warden does. Kind of throws the game away, like his lowest net worth, just losing his lane horribly, and then his 30k net worth, and you can't move out on the map. So that's how it goes.
He starts throwing it back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Throwing it back.
What'd you think of the game, Winter?
I mean, he's definitely the MVP for sure. Like, I mean, the only issue I had was like you last picked the hero, but he didn't do well in his lane. He was pretty poor after like 10 minutes, but he somehow just managed to drag the game, have his Midas work his magic. Late game is just very difficult to play against Arc Warden. Like maybe SMG had some chances to close out the game earlier, but like overall, I feel like once the game passes like a 40 minutes, 45 minutes, it's pretty difficult for the lineup to win.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get to this stupid point where you're up like 20k gold. You have like Travels 2 on several heroes on SMG. Like you need Boomy to be really fat too. Like you need this Marcy to like be a core really. And then it's whenever Arc Warden is alive, if he has Octarine, like ending the game is pushing Raxus is almost impossible. But I mean, you could see that they had chances. Like Yopaj had a few times where he kind of just showed up and died.
That is true. I feel like everyone on Boom played really well, though. I mean, Zephyr had a couple of like really nice avatosses that just deleted the Pango.
Yeah, I mean, this game, the lanes didn't go that well. It was only Yopaj that kind of salvaged it, like winning mid quite heavily. And they really struggled with in the Nature's Prophet lane. But they had this one move where they like collapsed 4 heroes mid that like brought them back and gave them a lead. And that was like, that was really well played. It's like a level 4 Nature's Prophet TPing in, both supports rotating. It was like really nice. And that let the Arc Warden catch back up because Magnus felt like he had to He didn't manage to turn his lane advantage into a tower.
Mhm.
Like he had to TP mid and sit there.
Yeah, it took them so long to get the tier 1. He TP'd and then I think they did like a 1 minute siege, 1.5 minute, or maybe close to 2 minute siege to get the tier 1 middle, and then the MP sort of got the whole bottom side area farm, and Arc Warden was farming the jungle, farming the top lane.
Yeah. It was really good for them.
But here's our rivalry MVP, Natsumi. You play something flashy like Arc Warden. What did you say, Pai?
I'm saying it's true for pubs and almost every official. Like if you're playing Anti-Mage or if you're playing Arc Warden, like if you win, you're usually the MVP. And if you lose, yeah, it's your pick and it's your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the overall last pick, yeah.
But he did a great job in the late game, though. I mean, that one bubble that he put that just saved FBZ, that was like a butt clencher.
Yeah, and he didn't have many, what can happen for some Arc Wardens is you feed your main hero. Like it's difficult to keep that focus for 50 minutes where you're safe with your main hero, but he did a really good job.
Yeah, I think his itemizations was on point. I feel like he really knew what he needed to do in the game. He bought the items, and once he got to that point, you could tell he's been through that kind of game so many times.
Well, we have an interview coming up with the winners and the carry of Boom Esports, Natsumi. How are you doing today? Hello.
Feel good to win.
Feel good to win.
Yeah, feels good.
Finally, yeah, you get some motivation.
That's 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
2 series in a row.
That's awesome. So tell me about the Arc Warden pick. Is this something that Mushi is the one kind of deciding to pick Arc Warden, or is this a comfort hero for you?
Actually, it's both ways. Mushi also want the Arc Warden, then I can play it. So yeah.
Then I'm wondering. So when you select your hero, how much is your input and how much is the team? Who decides what you play? Is it all up to you or is it the team?
It's Mushi asked me to this hero. If you're okay to play with this, then I get the last decision. I get the last decision.
Yeah. I just one more with Arc Warden. How many pubs have you you look just so comfortable when with Octarine travels. You basically have infinite cooldown, right? So how many times have you done this? How many people have you plagued with this?
Actually, I cannot count anymore. I keep playing Arc Warden in pubs.
Can you play Meepo like this?
I think that's a no.
You guys have more questions?
We'll see.
Yes, actually. No, I'm wondering, you guys, I don't know, I watched, I think, 5 of your series, and you looked, different today, I feel. Your early game was really strong, your rotations. I don't know, do you feel like you guys upgraded? Did you become better the past week?
Yeah, I can say that we become better. We learned from our losses. That time was so hard for us. The last series. The past last series. The 5 games, I think. It was the 5 series.
Yeah.
It was so hard for us. We cannot end the game properly. So Mushi talked to us, discussed to us what's the problem like that. So yeah, maybe we are back.
Yeah, no, because you look like a different team, to me at least.
What do you guys do to stay motivated? What keeps you guys excited? You guys have team huddles or happy dinners together?
For now, it's the Division 1 slot. We're still motivated to win the games.
Do you guys play badminton now?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same. What sport are you guys playing? Badminton or basketball?
Actually, Mushi likes to play badminton.
Yeah, there we go.
Never changes.
You guys have any more questions?
No.
You're all good?
Congrats. It looked really good.
Yeah, you guys did look really good. Fantastic. Congratulations again. You have any last words to your Boom fans?
For the Boom fans, I hope you guys will continue supporting us, even in our losses. So yeah, I hope you keep supporting us.
All right, thank you so much, Natsumi. Congrats again on your win, and we
you.
hope you guys stick around in Div 1. I hope that a lot for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So next, what do we got next? We got Bleed and Execration.
Yes.
That is going to be a very intense series because this could be like a possible major.
For Execration, right? If they win, they're basically guaranteed.
I think. Oh gosh, what are they? 4-1.
Yeah, I think
We'll figure that.
mathematically guaranteed.
We'll figure that out after the break. We're gonna take a quick one right now, so don't go anywhere. Stay cozy.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. As they take up like the Blade Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Delicious. What do we got? Is this sweet and sour pork? Some fried fish? Is that what that is?
Fried something. I'll go with fried something.
Fried something? What do you got, Mike?
Fried SMG.
Oh, wait, huh? That's a bit salty, but welcome back, everyone. We are back with the SEA, DPC, and upcoming. The games are Bleed and Execration. So this is going to be a very exciting match. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, it's another important match, moving forward. Do they still only have 3 wins?
Bleed?
Yeah, are they both 3?
No, Bleed are...
Oh, no, Execration's 4.
Execration has 4.
Yeah,
so Bleed really want to... Like, if Bleed lose this, they're looking not too hot at qualifying.
Yeah.
Because Talon, they're zooming.
Yep.
Talon is 3-2, I think, right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they just defeated Geek Slate.
Yeah, looking good.
Such fabulous performance.
But Execration is what? 4-1, right?
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah,
high chance that they will be going, as long as, you know, you don't do your little curse thing again like you did last time.
Oh,
who did I curse?
Cursed Execration, you're like,
Oh, yeah.
well, actually, I think they're on a string.
Actually, that's my style.
Yeah, you're like,
I am an actually.
No, but they had a good recovery because, you know, coming from that Geek Slate loss,
Yeah,
they looked like
where they looked-
so out of
Yeah,
place.
yeah, yeah.
And then, you know, Blacklist, they were able to not fall for the trap and close it out.
that is true. They did not fall for the trap card. So let's talk about our teams. We had Bleed, who have been kind of, I would even say surprising everyone, because I feel like everyone knows that they're going to do well.
I mean, at least I won't speak for everyone, but I expected, honestly, something like this.
Yeah,
3-2, like
exactly.
looking pretty good. And so now it's, I mean, it's not do or die yet, but it's almost at that point. Like to really feel good about qualifying, they need to take this win. And if they do, then it starts becoming really interesting.
You're talking about Execration, right?
Or
Bleed.
Oh.
For them to like stay in the race.
Yeah.
Execration, I mean, obviously they're looking to just close it out.
Yeah.
Like I think if they manage to get to 5-1,
I think it guarantees tiebreaker.
Yeah, minimum. I mean, and basically it guarantees a qualification, I'd say.
Just looking
with how even all the other teams are.
I think it's really interesting because, like, we always love to talk about the pages, you know, being a first pager and a second pager. All the people on the first page, so the top 4 teams, are all like the new, well, I guess you could call them the new teams.
Yeah, new to the division.
Yeah.
So Bleed have Talon left, and yeah, Execration. So after this is just Talon.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Hard matches.
Yeah.
Bleed really need to step it up. Like, they could just end up being 3-4.
Yeah.
In the middle of the pack.
There's no like risk of them getting relegated, I think.
No. You need to. If you're at over 2 wins, then you should be fine. It's right now SMG are shaking and Fnatic are in absolute pit of despair.
Despair, actual
I would
despair.
not want to be playing against Talon like after that.
No.
Oh,
no,
God.
Talon are. I mean, and Boom are starting to become decent now too.
Yeah,
and
that is true.
Talon are actually looking really good. So these like slightly lower teams are picking up.
Yeah. It's like what we were talking about before when the DPC started. You know, there's going to be those teams that have a rough start, but then they like zoom at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we got for Talon and Boom. Well, I don't know about Boom, but, you know, it's what it looks like right now.
Yeah, it looks like they figured something out.
Yeah.
But for Bleed, they've been looking good sometimes struggling. I don't know if it's hero picks or just they look very stale when they play. Like
stale.
Yeah, it's not very. I'm using very cool words. Dynamic. I'm not seeing the dynamic play stuff from them. It's like very, like you take a tower, then you relax for a long time, then you go for Roche, and you relax. And the problem is if you go for that Roche and then you get wiped, then they're already playing from like very far behind.
Yes.
Because they don't try to push for that extra advantage.
Yeah.
Like somewhere.
I know what you mean. Like they're playing very careful.
Yes.
Like very slow, very calculated, but also not enough risk.
I think in terms of draft, they're very predictable compared to the rest of the teams. Because, you know, like we keep hoarding on this Gordon mid, his hero limitations. And so you just have to expect, you know, Master Ross, he'll pull out either the Timber or a Phoenix or like some kind of strength-based hero.
Yes.
And then for Jackie, he's like the closer and, you know, whatever's available.
Wait, what was that series? Was it versus? Yeah, it was versus Geek Slate, right? Where Bleed kind of looked helpless.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Masros had a pretty good game on Timber, but
yeah, he couldn't solo carry.
Yeah, they had a couple. Oh yeah, when he got bumped into the Aghanim and stuff.
That was when, like, I think Geek Slate looked so clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think all of the cores on Bleed are very, like, they're definitely forces to reckon with. Like, all the cores are outstanding on Bleed.
No, for sure. But it's just like in terms of preparing strategically, they're pretty easy to kind of figure out, and you can have a game plan, you know.
Yeah, I'm thinking like their funkiest is like Dubo might pull out. But at this point, it's not even that. Like, he'll play a Ricky, right? But that's not even that.
I mean, he did an Omni Knight, but it's not like, you know.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the draft. And let's actually chat about Execration for a little bit. Just a quick chat about Execration. What do we think of them? How are they doing?
What happened? They won their last series after I cursed them. I mean, they lost and then they won. What happened in that series they won?
It was against Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah.
they played Brood twice. They pulled it out, like and like Tino, because and I brought up before that they've been ignoring that hero ever since, and you know they've only banned it once or twice, and that's only because the game before the team picked Brood. So now, yeah, I like what they're doing. They're avoiding this Primal Beast, which I felt like was such a debate on their behalf, and now Tino's playing like this actually strong mech carry heroes, and like now it's Visage Marcy, which they have very high success with.
Yes. No, he played it. Yeah, he's played a few cool. He even played Caudal offlane, which is pretty cool.
Against SMG.
Yeah, looking good.
Kit Kat.
And I mean, something that has happened now in C is Rubik is apparently the first pick.
Oh, yeah.
Always first pick Rubik. I'm guessing like flexible hero. We were talking about the shard.
Yeah, it's
decent laner.
It's become more of a defensive support hero now with the mech usually, and like the shard and force staff. And it's just like an initiation hero that has, you know, that long cast range.
Yeah, you can always get that funky lift up.
Yeah. And obviously, every good spell is always a bonus. And you're bound to get like one or two good spells.
I mean, so they have to pick something good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Monkey.
It can do well versus a Visage lane.
Yeah.
But I kind of.
Oh, it's that. Okay, yeah, I get it. But you have to be clean though. You gotta, because you have to dodge with your. Yeah.
But I'm sure Jackie is.
Knows what's up.
Yeah.
Is this like standard to do? Like this?
Like Monkey.
Like Monkey? Like
I wouldn't say it's standard, but it's probably one of the better carries if you can get, you know, your timings right.
Yeah. I mean, I personally hate it. I would not want to play like this because it's like very on the edge, and I haven't seen Monkey like carry games really. Like I've seen him almost carry. Like Yabi has proven that he can almost carry a game with Monkey, but it just seems he gets a billion items and then kind of jumps in, uses BKB, and then
you can really screw up hard with that hero.
Like, a couple of 4-steps, right? And it seems very hard to play.
Right.
But I just don't like. I mean, I'm curious that Execration is not even doesn't really care about Cordon's hero, and then.
Oh yeah, not even Ember being banned out.
Yeah, and then like completely ignored, and then they opt to pick Jackie's hero very early on.
Which is like the only other time they did that was when they did their Lina experiment.
Yeah, and that, you know,
which kind of lost them a series.
But in terms of like first phasing here, I'm more comfortable with a Monkey over, you know, a Lina.
Yeah.
But obviously, Lina was kind of like the trend then.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Bleed also do kind of like whenever they pick the offlane, it's always like last. Don't they always give Masaros like the last pick lately?
It's either Masaros or Jackie.
Yeah. That sounds about right. If you want to get those nice Timbersaw games off, or
nice.
What's the other hero he
owned? A nice blocker. Oh, Phoenix.
Oh no, he did. Did he own it?
Yeah. Well, they lost the game, but he was like owning super hard in the mid game.
Owned it.
He was owning it.
It doesn't matter if you're owning it; it's the win that matters.
I like this though. Now their lineup is like looking a lot better.
This is one of Dubu's go-to position 5 heroes.
Yeah.
Not much dispels that, you know, you get that added strength from the Heavenly Grace.
But it just looks nice, right? For like you have for the arrow later on, and then in lane, like because that's an annoying part if you're Monkey versus Visage. Like he will grave shield you and he can harass, but you just chilly, but he will just remove that, and then you're basically Monkey King has like almost 70 base damage, and Visage is like.
It doesn't remove the movement speed from the Visage, right? It just
I don't think
it just removes it. Okay.
The slow from Monkey, that sounds right. And then later on, you just run around with the Leshrac. Like it's really brain dead gaming. That's super good.
Leshrac could pretty good counter for Visage, but obviously with that shard, it kind of goes like it used to be more one-sided because Leshrac can just run in and like destroy all the cloak.
Yeah, you don't even have time to micro your bird; you just disappear.
And then now it's like you can buy some time and be that kind of tank. You still have the aura, right, when you're in that form. Like
like if you have a pipe, you mean?
Yeah. Like you still give that aura to your opponents.
Bob Ember.
Yeah, I mean I don't think Gordon's gonna play Monkey, you know, because SMG likes to have these kind of like melee matchups.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna. I mean, the Leshrac it's a good matchup for Leshrac.
Yeah, I could see Execration potentially like lacking in damage once they start sticking, like the Omni Knight, and then Playhard likes to go for like these pipes or these mechs, so you know they're definitely gonna have these team items up, and then once they start sticking, it's gonna be a bit hard.
No, I think you're right. I think when this Omni Knight and Leshrac start moving around together, I guess the Rubik too.
Yeah.
Right now it looks, it's not that easy to stop. The Visage does like if he gets to spam some soul assumptions, like that's pretty good damage. But you want something more.
Yeah, but if this Slash is like a boss and you just have like all those, he's not afraid of the chains, arrow. You know, he wants
I mean everything that Execration's lineup has now is kind of, it's pretty countered.
Yeah, negated by this Omni Knight.
Yeah. Actually, it's a little surprising that
they have nothing that kind of goes through BKB. So like once that point Flash opts to go for a BKB, he just runs in, and then you have this Monkey Kings. Yeah, you can. What do you pick for Execration last pick?
The Omni Knight dispel's looking real yummy.
It is a yum for sure.
Hog tasty.
Yeah, I mean Drow is gone. I would want something like that, something that is.
You're talking for Execration, right?
Yeah, for Execration. Something that sits far back and just hits.
And I feel like Natsumi had this issue when he faced up against Bleed with this Omni Knight. He didn't really go for an early nullifier, and I felt like it reached a point where like they couldn't win any fights because it's like the Heavenly Grace and the GA was just doing too much, and you need an earlier nullifier for against a hero like Omni Knight.
Yeah.
What's a Palos hero? What do you think Palos would choose?
Ursa, I mean, it's good against the monkey, but yeah. Oh, and it is a pretty good nullifier hero. But
you can get so messed up with.
Oh no, they banned it.
They even banned it?
Yeah. Ursa's
they did. Yeah, I mean, basically all of his favorite heroes are gone. Like he loves playing Prophet, he loves playing Lina.
Oh, that's such a good. Like, it's so much harder to pick now for Execration.
Yes. Maybe you could. Oh, it's so weird. Like, could you go for like a Terrorblade? But he also, like, he counters Leshrac, but Leshrac also counters you.
I was thinking of that.
Yeah. I mean, Talon pulled out the Terrorblade against these two lineups, but they didn't have Omni Knight, and I feel like Omni Knight, like GA, like what does Terrorblade do?
Yeah, you have to hide, and then the Leshrac is just going at you. Sniper, okay, Sniper, that wasn't bad.
Yeah, that is.
That makes some sense, right?
Yeah, no, you definitely want like some kind of range hero and play the distance. Downside is he's not really a nullifier hero.
No, there's no nullifier being bought this game, I feel.
I think the nullifier has to come from Marcy, if ever it reaches that point.
Yeah, maybe 45 minutes in with the nullifier. Before then, you just have to kite it out now.
Yeah.
They have every hero except Visage is really good at kiting. And Visage can still, when you get the shard right, you can live for a long time.
Yeah.
So they got some stuff going. But for me, like Bleed's lineup just looks. I don't know. I would love to play Omni Knight.
Yeah, because they have so many ways to protect him. Like like I was thinking, like, does the Visage go for Aghanims and try to snipe the backlines? But it's just like, it's still so rough.
Yeah. No, I think you just go the normal, right? You go for like a pipe.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be a Marcy sniper lane?
No. Visage.
Visage Marcy.
Yeah.
I see. Man, I'm scared of this Death Prophet. After seeing FBZ play it, I can't imagine what Masaros is gonna do. He's just gonna silence.
Suck them.
No, the silence.
Oh, he's gonna silence them.
Get your head out of the gutter, dog.
I mean, she does suck.
True that.
But anyways, we got our casters ready to cast the game. SVG and Cap. How are you guys doing?
Good job transitioning away from those goofballs before they went too far with that joke.
Yep. I deal with this every day.
Yep.
All right. Yep. Any more jokes?
No.
While we're here?
Yeah, Cap, any more jokes?
I do have more, but come on, you can't make me use them all.
Joke? Right. Come on, give us a joke.
Okay, fine. What made Kunkka such a good pirate?
He torrents.
Oh, well, you got it.
All right, well, take it away, guys.
She's heard this.
What, you got that one from her? Or what?
Yeah, well, she got it.
Trying to make her look good now?
He has a lot of torrents.
Never make me look good.
You do that to yourself. All right, let's get into Execration versus Bleed, because this is a very important series.
That's right.
Especially for Bleed, who, if they want to be able to have a chance to go to the major, it starts here by beating Execration, and then they need to go on to be able to beat the other team that is also 3-2, Talon, I believe. So it's
uphill.
If they can win both of those series, then they've got a really, really solid chance. They're either, I think, in the tiebreaker guaranteed for the major, or in the major outright. So they can do it, but it's a tough road, as you just said.
Yeah, I feel like Execration is definitely favored here a little bit, just in terms of the crispness of the gameplay we've seen. I feel like this team has looked almost unbeatable in a lot of the games. Obviously, they are beatable. They have been beat. But if they are on the same page, they're all itemizing towards their win condition. I think Palos has had a great season in terms of just consistently carrying the team. Very high KDAs in a lot of their wins. I think this is another game. Last pick for him. There's not much to gap close as Sniper. Unless you're talking about Blinks on Death Prophet and Leshrac and you go in with the Omni Grace. I don't really believe in this Monkey Sniper matchup too much the more I've seen it. If Monkey's super far ahead, sure, but I don't feel like it happens a lot. I don't know. I feel like the Sniper is the king of this game, as long as he gets to his items.
Yeah, it definitely, for me, looks like a game where Bleed need to get ahead on either the Leshrac or the Death Prophet, preferably both. And they get to the certain items that they can get 500 movement speed and just run at the Sniper and be very tanky.
They can definitely be tanky. The Omnia is definitely strong in this game.
Yeah.
They don't have much through GA. The Grace can take off their limited amount of stuns and like chains and an arrow. If that happens, you don't really have a lot of control. So I can definitely see these heroes if they get to their items. You just run at the Sniper, you leap at him, you blink on him, you jump on him. I mean, what's he gonna do? You might just be able to run through all of it if he doesn't have enough damage to kill you on the way there. So I can definitely see the idea here from Bleed, and their lineup is very strong when it balls up.
And they also have, both of those heroes have multiple instances of damage, which allows them to, if they get ahead, run through the Visage, right? Who I think is one of the big barriers to getting to the Sniper.
Right? I think you definitely want to get the Shard at some point, just to help you stick there and not care too much. And then I think maybe the only other thing that helps you stand your ground against that is like the sidekick for Sniper later on. Like extra lifesteal on this hero can sometimes prove to be pretty nasty.
Yeah.
So those are like the two things, but otherwise, yeah, there's not much to stopping Lesh and DP running through with the dots and burning your birds, burning your front line. Ember is not really the best stand your ground hero a lot of times.
Yeah, he's a poke and prod.
Yeah, he's like okay at it because it can be hard to kill him, but he's not really going to deter a Lesh DP with the Omni sustain behind him.
Right.
So it's an interesting dynamic. We'll see how it plays out. To me, it's a lot about how farmed does Palos get and how much damage can he output going into these mid-game fights.
Yeah, because if Palos is ahead, he could just gun down anybody who tries to challenge him before they get on top of him. And I would even say that this is a pretty damn value Shard game. If you can get it for free off of second Roshan, that sounds great, but I even think it's worth investing.
Are you talking about that concussive grenade?
Yeah, the concussive grenade, baby.
Yeah.
I think that's a great item against Monkey King in particular.
I think somewhere Avo just woke up on that one.
Somebody say concussive grenade?
Oh, I smell a grenade.
No, he was already awake earlier from the Arc Warden game.
That's true. Now he's fully awake. You know what I'm saying? So see how that one pans out. I agree. The grenade looks like it could be decent. Like that thing is really nasty versus Monkey. Yeah. They're not BKB'd or something. Even just bouncing out of the ult. And like the panel was talking about there, they were a bit unsure about Monkey hard carrying these games, at least in C. I kind of tend to agree. Like this hero's like pretty good semi carry. He's annoying in the fight. He makes some space. At 6 slots, he's really scary. If he can just stand in Wukong and secure you Roche. But in terms of him jumping these backline like Linas and Snipers, I know in theory you can work out, but I would much rather have the Sniper than the Monkey in that one-on-one. I just feel like it's way too hard to gap close. You get piked once, you get grenaded once. It's GG in the fight.
When it comes to lane matchups here, I think Sniper is going to have a perfectly fine time in this top lane. Can't imagine Masaros doing too much against him. Corden versus Bob mid lane. Leshrac versus Ember Spirit. That maybe is a little bit more interesting to be watching.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty even. All these lanes look pretty even.
Yeah.
I think I mean, it's like Ember just gets out of most everything. I think Corden is favored in this matchup. You can start to spam the level 2 lightning. You'll wear down the Ember's regen. If you ever do land a stun, you actually can kill him in this matchup. But it can be easier said than done. You might have an opening here.
Yep, he used the Slight.
Yeah, he might get a, he has Fairy Fire, though.
Every single time you use Slight, it leaves an opening. He's going to have to pop the Fairy Fire here, but with Corden keeping up the pressure, the lightning cuts through the Flame Guard, and he gets first blood. Corden.
That's that stun land. Like, if you get it, you just get so many right clicks in. You're pretty much dead or you're screwed either way. Huge solo kill. That's double Water Rune on top of solo first blood. And he's not even losing much CS because it went under the tower. So Corden, or
Bob loses a lot of CS.
Yeah, Bob loses like everything there.
Yeah.
Just brutal. Like, look, he has the tower. He has the way back under his tower. He gets flag bear creep. You really cannot ask for a better time in first blood. It's going to destroy this mid lane. Doubles him up on net worth at 2-3 minutes.
Palace is probably already thinking, all right, Bob, you're making this game hard for me.
I don't know if you're already thinking that, but carry players are like that, you know. They hear first blood somewhere, they look at the scoreboard, they're like, all right, time for me to have to carry the game already.
Is Tino doing a little bit better? Not really. It's about even with the Duff.
I mean, he's a Visage.
Big wave underneath tower.
He's a Visage, so Tino's not too worried about his early game here. They'll even have some kill threat later. Like, this is a pretty deadly duel lane. If you're ever out of position, you just get jump thrown back. Rubik's not doing much to bail Jackie out in that scenario.
Yeah, or maybe even easier, just kill the Rubik first.
Very true. You'll have like sidekick bird later too. Just a nice little combo. People forget about that one, but it is something that can help sway a little bit of the aggression that'll come out from lead.
Yeah. Those Visage birds can be pretty deadly when they just get a flat damage buff.
I mean, Monstros went double Wraith Band here just to try and get extra armor for the sniper lane.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Bracers are a little bit out of vogue nowadays.
He's siphoning creeps too. This is a tough lane for him. Double ranged hero, arguably two of the better harassing long-ranged heroes in the game.
Yep.
Just getting right-click down. Dubu's, he has hammer, but not much to hammer. Bob gets stunned again. This is rough. Level 3 stun too.
Now that he's really far behind in experience, it's just going to get worse. It looks like they killed Shanks.
Got him on the side.
That's interesting.
Displaced from the Visage. I mean, yeah, that's not too bad. It's not first blood, and Visage gets solo XP. I don't know if Shanks is too sad about that one, but...
Well, maybe he needed to die. Bob could use a refill on the bottle.
Yeah, he really could. He is very far behind in this mid 101. I mean, the Corden's about to hit 6.
Yeah, 6 with plenty of time where Bob doesn't have his ultimate. A decent chance you can run down the Ember Spirit.
There it is, 6 to basically level early 5. What a beatdown in mid.
I almost kind of wanted to see, I'm not sure how much more Dubu can help this top lane. I wonder if him kind of just enabling the Leshrac to put the pressure on with this Siege Wagon wave would be time better spent.
That's what I was thinking, but at the same time, he's level 2. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. It's
one of those things where you go mid and then mid's like, Dubu, get out of here. You're just leeching my XP. Yeah. You're not even a hero. Go. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. This is one of those awkward games where he's an Omni Knight in the off lane. His off laner wants solo XP and is kind of self-sustaining. His spells don't really help anybody early. He can't do pulls because he's in the off lane. Generally, why you put these guys in the safe lane.
Trying to secure the power rune. Ooh, Bob gets lucky. It's bottom lane. A regen on level 6 Leshrac would have been pretty devastating, especially when he's not close to 6. That could have been. That was one of those situations where you could just straight up potentially lose your life and tower if you don't get that power rune.
Absolutely. That's a very good RNG move. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. You want to win?
Well, trying to catch him here.
Get lucky, man.
But they don't have the mana anymore on Corden, so this is quite the stretch.
Yeah, this is just not doing much. Well, I think Lesh just going base here.
That move would have been sick if they'd done it as the power rune spawn.
Yes, I think he could have died on the rune.
Yeah.
So a little mistiming here for Bleed, but Leshrac is still pretty far ahead. I wonder if he's going to try and TP bottom here and give mid to play hard. There's a small window you could try and play on this Visage. Like, you can also bait the monkey because you know they're kind of going to try and go on in here.
Yeah, and they do. Jackie actually managing to dodge the nuke there of the rebound, but he's still in trouble.
Corden TP'd back mid, so choosing not to go for that play. Can't blame him since he was dominating this lane and probably felt really good about how his game flow was going. It's also a question of, do you want to try and use this DPL? Again, this bleed lineup can use the Omni Knight, they can be tanky early, but you ideally want to try and find stuff with it. So you can play it through the Lesh to try and bully mid and pressure the tower. You can play it through top with Exo, but I think you want to pick something here.
I think I would rather see them get 6 off the Death Prophet and do what Boom would do, right? Which is like rotate Masaros into mid lane. Use the Exorcism on the mid tower instead. And that seemed kind of like the play, right? Of just run a bunch of heroes at mid.
I just feel like you TP the sniper in that scenario.
Oh, and he probably holds it pretty well with Shrapnel.
Yeah, but maybe then you're not even that sad.
Ooh, that's a little sidestep there from Shanks, and he got the invis
Yeah,
rune.
but he knows where he is.
He can jump away. He's out. He's good. Ooh, man, that was a smooth little move there from Shanks.
His courier wasn't so smooth.
Oh, well. It's a bit clumsy. Jackie's going for it.
Why not? Still level 5 on this bird.
Managed to get the stacks of Jingu. Went the telekinesis backwards. Jackie did abandon that kill, but he's going back in for now. Yo, he didn't see that one coming, and Bob is in some trouble. He's got a remnant into the mid lane, so he'll jump back to it.
This is Siege Wagon bottom. This tower is just dead, I think.
Yeah, Siege Wagon done. Ember Spirit has no regen or anything, so he can't come back to defend.
This is just a nice pressure move from Jackie.
Yeah.
Set the lane up, pushed it in, double waved the Visage, dives in with the extra level advantage because Playhard was off the lane. And Tino's going to pay a very heavy price.
Ooh, no, the range creep got it.
Not then, my friend.
Oh, that feels real
he's
bad.
sad. This Visage lost his tower and he's not even 6.
Yeah.
This is just
how did
that's a
this
rough
happen?
one. Just great lane play by Jackie. You just set it up with the double wave flag bearer, catapult, pushed it in real slow, built it up, and then dove him with the extra XP advantage. Made the call. They smoked the Leshrac bottom, gave him the extra numbers to commit. Because imagine if Leshrac doesn't go there, Ember turns it around. So it ended up being necessary and just well executed. Nice little advantage for them down here. Now the Visage will get the lane deep and get his 6, which likely means Monkey's going to want to leave. But now you can make that move top with Exo at some point and not feel too bad about it. Could see some early tier 1s going down for Execration here.
In which case, Palos is where he chooses to fight could be really important, right? Like, if he chooses to defend the wrong tower in the wrong space, like, then he's just sacrificing his farm, but he kind of needs to slow down these pushes like you were talking about, right?
I do think Execration want to think about defending this top Exo push. If you do it successfully, it's amazing for your game. At the same time, if you go there and die, absolutely brutal.
So high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
See what Palos chooses to do here.
You could also just go bottom and push with your Visage. Like, Tino does have Vlads. His game is not that bad. Like, sure, he lost his tower. It was some good moves from Jackie, but he's still doing fine, right? Visage is a hero that generally plays from a little bit behind anyway. So he's still decently strong. You might just go down there and push. Morana can even kill a Siege Wagon top or something. In fact, it's already dead. So maybe this pressure just doesn't exist here. Just get aggressive yourself.
Nice stun. Because of the Ember Spirit, both the fact that he lost the mid lane, but also because of the builds, he needs to go Flame Guard, but it means he doesn't have high level of chains. He's not a very good active hero right now.
No, this is going to be a slow early game from Execration, and they're getting smoked on. This is another death for Tino, probably.
Yep.
Let's see, get some good stuns.
Gets a couple of stuns, and Jackie? Oh, he already used his stun, but they got the telekinesis, so they catch him in the end. Tino will be found and keeps his spot. The bottom net worth of all the cores just being pressured far too much.
I mean, that death is okay. Like, it's 4 heroes committed pretty deep for you. You made him work for it.
Yeah.
Not much else you can do as a Visage at that point. Maybe Execration could have read the move and brought numbers preemptively to take the fight, but again, not the easiest fight to take. Palos is happy to just keep farming up. You don't want to ruin his game. And Bob was pretty far behind. But it does push this Corden Leshrac pretty far ahead in fighting for the rune. Nobody gets. If I can't have it, nobody can have it.
I thought he was
fight for the bounty rune too.
Yeah, yeah. And he clips him. Slight wasn't there in time.
Yeah, this Lesh is farmed. He's going to have a very fast Bloodstone.
Yeah, he seems to be, we were talking about, pressuring some towers and what you can do with this Leshrac, but Corden's opting for a much slower build-up here, which, I can appreciate because, as you said, the Bloodstone timing is going to be fantastic, and he will be very hard to touch at that point.
Just get graced up and walk down the objectives.
Yeah, seriously. You won't be able to keep him stunned long enough to prevent the Bloodstone going off, and once it goes off, he's damn near invulnerable.
I also like that Dubu went the Arcane Boots. Extra mana for this Lesh, which translates to extra damage.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you go Tranks on this hero, but honestly, the Arcanes feels nice. It's just more expensive, but he spent a lot of time just farming bottom, so he's decent level now. He's caught up. He's going to pay off for his cores in this game. Push Corden, the Tormented Soul, into a 14-minute Bloodstone? That sounds ridiculous. That said, Palos is finding his own farm in this game. He has been pretty much untouched, and Sniper, I still think Sniper's king. Cheeky little PA.
Forced Guardian Angel out of Dubu. Not like you typically get a ton of value out of that ability early on anyway, so it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, unless they're going to push a tower, which again, you've had this Exo the whole time, right? You haven't really been able to use this Death Prophet top. She's high level.
I thought Corden would go for a tower with this Bloodstone, but he's queued up Blink Dagger, and I almost kind of wonder if he's like, I really want to play for the Blink Dagger timing against Sniper. I don't want to delay that, or have a chance of delaying that,
Well, maybe. Maybe he just doesn't want to. He's afraid of just going to the tower versus the Visage Sniper. Bob is not afraid of much here.
Hold back. Purification only doing so much. You got chained up straight into the arrow, but...
that's a good stun.
Oh, the stun. Bob, slight, and gets away. They didn't have any sort of follow-up.
He went top. And Masaros is still not Exorcism. This is crazy to me. I mean, you definitely want to use... Like, he has Mech, double Wraithband, Wand, Raindrop.
Yeah, surely
he
you
is
take
kitted.
this tower with Corden, right?
Yeah, he is kitted for the early fight, for the early tower push. Like, you just push past the wave here, kill the next one, you take the tower. I think it's a little too passive on this top lane for me, because Tino is not going to TP up here. There's no way. It kills this game if he does. Pauls doesn't want to come to these fights if he's like the only one with strong enough. So now finally Corden comes up here and commits on us. But now they still get the save Exo, I guess.
I mean, this feels particularly slow, especially after we saw how Geek Slate dismantled Execration and got that 2-0 over. They played it very fast in order to bring down Execration, because we did talk about how there were some holes in their game early on. So I agree with you. It feels a little disappointing that Bleed isn't trying to take advantage of this timing more.
I think you can always do things faster in Dota. There's something to be said about doing things methodically and not making mistakes. I think this could have been faster, but it's also about how you use it, right? Like, they might be thinking about this bottom push that can come from Visage plus 1 or 2, and they just want to have the Exo up, have the TP up to be able to counteract this play and defend Jackie on a gank attempt.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they don't see a lot on the map, right? So this move could come out, and maybe they're playing for that. So they don't want to use this aggressive Exorcism top because they want to be able to counteract this play. Maybe that's lane they're thinking about, and then they're okay just taking it slower.
Nice little double damage for Palos.
He's thinking about it.
What are you going to do with that, though? I feel like he's probably just going to farm.
Probably going to pew-pew a bit, but louder.
Louder, huh? Does louder equal more damage?
Yeah, I mean, when you're double damage on Sniper, you have to scream pew-pew. That way it hits harder. No, that's the American Sniper.
I see.
Well, here's what they're going to do with it. They're going to do a little smoking. Try and find a little Death Prophet.
Oh, he read
out.
it. Oh, he read it and he went mid with this TP.
Yeah, this is good.
If he were to just start going for that mid tower, it would look pretty sick. But I think maybe, no? I thought that maybe it was a smoke from Playhard, but no, they're just going to run down mid.
I mean, they have Blink flying out for Corden. Well, they can get really aggressive here. Just to use the net worth advantage they built.
Force them to hop away.
Like, how,
start rotating back to mid, but I don't know how you stop this.
I mean, what's to stop you just gracing Lesh and he blinks in here? I don't think there's much.
I mean, they have very mobile heroes. This 3-man of Ember, Mirana, and Marcy. So they can get away from the Leshrac, but they can't fight back.
I think they're going to try and jump Palos if he lingers.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Just going to chill. All right, well. Time to chill. I don't know. I think that could have been a really good fight for them.
For who?
For Bleed. Like, you have GA and your Monkey can just... Your Monkey had BKB for that fight, too.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Jackie did not go for, like, a Battle Fury farming build. He went for an early game build. So...
Yeah, I think they were, like, all coalescing to that one tower with all their spells and items up, and GA no pot ult. The Sniper does not have a mobility item yet. He's just a sitting turret. He was showing there with the Shrapnel. I think you just go in. I mean, it's a hard play to do. I think it's scary. You're kind of just jumping in a fog. You're giving a fight to Execration, but like, if you're going to itemize like this and play with it, you gotta just go for that type of stuff, you know? or like smoke flank the tower. Maybe you smoke 2 or 3 people around.
They're going to bait this Death Prophet. They're going to make sure there's no lane wards. So Dubu and Corden, they know they're not spotted. Bob's going to run into him though. He managed to get the chains immediately removed. Jumping forward, Jackie spotting Paolo. So important, but the extra bit of movement speed from Shanks is going to help out here. Paolo's poking at him. Corden trying to close that distance, but the nighttime makes it difficult.
It's not quick enough.
Nope.
There's an arrow.
Nice.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, not that they can fight into that, but...
All right, so now what do you do on the map? Because you're all 5 up here. You just force the Roche. You have Guardian Greaves. You have Omni Knight. You have level 2 EXO with Wukong. Yeah, I think this is the play. You gotta force something here because you know you're stronger.
Yeah. They want to fight into us around the Roshan put. Let them. If not, at least we came up here for an objective. Got something out of it.
Let them come. Then you just put this Aegis on your Leshrac, and then he can go super ham. What is he afraid of now? Tell me, Cap. I'll tell you nothing. You were too slow. You gotta be fast, like Bleed. Just go. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Leshrac is actually going to be quite literally fast soon. Boots of Travel coming in. Just another 450 golds. Execration do have pipe done on Tino.
Yeah, he's pretty strong auras-wise. You have double damage just picked up for Bob, too. So between the double Maelstrom, that DD, and the pipe, 5-on-5 is actually not too bad right now for Execration. It's kind of deceptively good. Because you have a lot of hybrid damage that can cut through the GA. You have some decent extra single target with the DD.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But I don't think there are any rush to take a 5-on-5, right? They'll take it around a tier 2 or something like that.
Oh, Execration, yeah. They don't have any inclination to just force the engagements. They are happy trading farm if they can get it. Every extra bit of farm for Sniper puts them towards those mobility or defensive items that can kite the fight out, which is what's going to ultimately win them those late game engagements.
So Bleed pushing in 2 different lanes at once right now. Kind of need to get a tower out of this.
Another game where like you can just poke the high ground super early.
Oh, I like this. Look at what Execration are doing. They're backdooring the mid tower because they don't want to fight like we talked about. So unfortunately for them, the glyph was up, so they couldn't actually take that tower. They're going to try and poke at it again here. Yeah, they take it so quickly. My God.
Sidekick bird.
Sidekick bird. That's disgusting.
It's a very strong bird.
Radiant's bottom tower
Been lifting those kettlebells.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This is where you just hit top though. Like you have to force at least the Sniper back because there's no other outspam. I think this play is a little underrated. I don't think enough teams kind of do this hard and fast enough. where you get more heroes back just off the plane, you set up somewhere else, because you can do this with 2 or 3 and already be setting up bottom. And it's a pretty consistent way to just retake the map. They're going to smoke all the way down there. But this is a more obvious version of kind of the same move. It can work, and it'll probably work here.
Yeah, run into Shanks. You can see both the supports were moving in a way to be able to run into smokes.
Yeah, I mean, Execration were basically assuming this was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to lose anybody super valuable, and Palace gets to keep his triangle. He's still top net worth in this game. The little Dwarven sniper here, putting work in on the neutrals. So the lead has not grown here in the last 3 to 4 minutes for Bleed.
Lead just, I mean, 5-1. They've been strong for so long. It says a lot that the kill count remains low, but there's still plenty of time to get that big team fight to crack the game open. And they're taking objectives in the meantime.
Even another tier 2 push with Aegis for a minute and a half.
Yeah.
I really want to see them like force this high ground to force at least the sniper back.
Execration actually want to defend this.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
They'll be fighting into the Aegis. I mean, they could just wait another minute and then they'd be good to go. But they've taken the high ground, so this is a good position to fight.
Throw the Mjolnir charge on Bob, but it's going to wear out. Monstros has a Yules anyway. Bob kind of needs to be careful when he goes in these fights. He gets Yulesed up into silence or stun or a lift. He's just dead.
Bleed know they're here thanks to that ward on the high ground. They're going to try and actually kill the familiars, which is pretty interesting. The arrow hits the Monkey King. Execration just resetting.
This poke doesn't matter though. It's just too much sustain. So they're trying to stall out this Aegis here.
Okay, now the Moonlight Shadow is going to go down. 45 seconds left on the Aegis. Are they really going to push out and fight? No. They did stall out Bleed. That's pretty nice.
Got an Observer as well, so I guess that's a win for Execration.
They got to take this triangle away from the sniper.
Yeah, he's getting a lot. Like, remember, this is max sidekick sniper. It's up to Hurricane Pike now. Grove Bow on top.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like, when you go this straight up Mjolnir, like when you have this much attack speed, Sidekick becomes more and more valuable.
Yep. I like this build. Got 290 CS. He has been cranking the map.
Juice in it for all it's worth.
And life gave him lemons and he returned them and got grapefruit.
All right, sure.
Oh, you're the only one who can make dumb jokes now, huh? You got a monopoly on it?
I just knew we couldn't be lemonade. I was just wondering where it was gonna go. Grapefruit.
Wait, you don't like grapefruit?
I mean, do you consider that the more valuable fruit?
I think it's a tier up for sure, yeah.
Over lemons.
I mean, you're not just gonna eat a raw lemon, you eat a raw grapefruit.
I really like sour fruits.
Sour fruits for a sour man.
That's you.
No, you are the sour one. Sour of all these years. Couldn't make it as a player.
You know, I can laugh at that because that is like 12 years ago I couldn't make it as a player.
Well, those are some 12-year-old lemons, and I don't know what to tell you.
They're rotted lemons.
Black. Like your heart.
Listen, I'm very comfortable recognizing my strengths and weaknesses, and being a professional Dota player was not one of those. Monsteros, you are under vision, my friend.
And now under the earth.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of a dirt nap here, and immediately Execration saying, all right, this is go time. We picked off a big core. We're feeling pretty damn good on our sniper. We've been given so much time and space to farm. They are not that much stronger than us anymore.
I mean, the gold lead went down since 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's just not a good sign for Bleed here. The one upside is Bob has gotten kind of shafted on the map because Palos just took everything. This Ember is pretty poor, but he's up to BKB, right? And there's not a lot that cuts through it. He can still do his job in the fights. And honestly, the job for Execration is just to keep Sniper alive. As long as they stall out the fight, he gets the pew-pew from the back. You can't gap close him, he's gonna clear you out.
Is it possible that Bleed, because they kind of have a tri-core setup that all three of their cores are getting farmed too? Is it possible they feel comfortable going late?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I think a lot of these C teams feel very comfortable going late. The thing about going late game is...
is it comfortable with going late, or is it trepidatious about ending it early?
Well, the AI says they shouldn't feel so comfortable, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's
been trending down. So I feel like they were a little too afraid to push the issue with like the early blink lash and this type of thing. You know?
Smoke and Moonlight shadowed. Masaro's showing himself. He's got a Guardian Greaves, he's got a Yule Scepter, but he cannot get either off before the end.
The power of Mirana lets you just take these extra free smokes and find somebody, bypass vision.
Unfortunately for them, Roshan is not going to be up. Death Prophet, revival timer, well in time with the Roshan timer. So.
You also still have 4 vessel charges.
Oh, there's a double damage. Ooh, Jackie wanted that. Bobble. Sneak it away from
like the third DD he's gone.
It's getting a lot of those.
You have 5K on Paulus right now. Thinking about Scotty here. Scotty seems pretty damn good. Kite him out, reduce the healing. Extra tank ability when Monkey jumps you.
They're both going Scotty, but Paulus is going to get his bar before Corden. Being caught, but without the sniper, it's a little hard for them to get this damage out fast enough.
They're melting it,
A little
though.
bit more. They're keeping their distance, but now the Leshrac has an opportunity. He's got the wand, but he doesn't have the Bloodstone. He actually gets away with the Ogre Seal Totem. He drives himself away, and Bob has to escape now. Slight. Oh, nice arrow. Corden going back into it.
What?
He's got his Bloodstone back up. He says, I'm ready to go, baby. No mana, no problems.
How do you just blink, stun, and Ember like that? That was crazy.
Okay. Well,
damn.
They use Exorcism. It's hard to do this against the sniper. Uh-oh. Okay. The Exorcism. Oh, the ghost came back.
They got thrown into the arrow. Okay, they have some. That was pretty awkward.
Play hard, huh?
Why'd he throw him that way?
I mean, that arrow should have done twice as much damage. The speed at which the Death Prophet collided with that.
You still have to care about the sniper for this Roche commit.
Yeah, certainly.
He can guarantee the vision here, and he's going to start. He's going to start.
Yeah, look at him. Oh, what a stun. Two-man stun, but they have to make sure the Palos doesn't get gone on here. Nice dodge to the arrow. The stolen arrow from Playhard.
The quacks.
Yeah, he's just quacking them all day long. Another arrow slips on by. Right between
but now
the two
Roche
of
is
them,
so low.
and now all the heroes are back up on the side of Execration.
Paulus just commits. He's going to get it.
They're going to take it. Jackie can't get there in time.
They had Wukong too.
Oh, no. Bleed once again. Too passive. Arrow lands. Snacks Masaros, but they do have the quick rebound.
Corden, 3-man.
From Corden. What? Entry and the follow-up from Jackie is there as well. My God, can they actually win this fight up against the Aegis? Corden's just getting demolished by this one, and Palos stands his ground and will fight back against Bleed.
3-man stun for what when you can just sidekick a Dwarven sniper? It doesn't mean anything. Gravekeepers as well. This Visage just sits there and tanks it all. Just running out the clock for this Leshrac mana pool.
Yeah, they pulled them right back. Shanks with the psychic Edpan has the super long Mr. Fantastic arms.
I don't know, Cap. If you're not winning that fight off that Earth Splitter,
yeah,
I don't know if you're winning another fight in this game because this sniper is out of control.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree. He didn't have to burn through Aegis. He got Concussive Grenade off of that. He still had Hurricane Pike, I believe. He had so many options.
Yeah, he just stood there. He doesn't even care.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do to me, man? I'm the Quack Master. You can't do anything.
The Grand Quacker.
That's that sidekick sniper combo. It's just what is cutting through that, right? He has Paladin Sword on top. Significant amount of lifesteal for this guy.
Avery.
Yeah.
What's Snaper's favorite kind of oatmeal?
I don't want to say it.
Quacker
I
oats.
don't want to say it. I actually knew that one, and the fact I knew it made it worse for me. That one doesn't even make sense. You know that, right? It doesn't even make sense.
Hey, for anybody who doesn't know, there's a brand of oatmeal called Quaker Oats.
Yeah, how are you
Named
even
after
making
the
that joke in SEA?
Well, Now they know why the joke was funny.
No, now they know why it was terrible. I don't know what came over you today.
Chat, I'm going to go back through this. Type 1 if you appreciated that joke. Type 2 if it was terrible.
Yeah, type 3 if capture retire.
Well, that's not happening.
I mean, if the people vote. Got to give the people what they want. Isn't that what you always said?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No, my career started with the community wanting me out.
That's
I
definitely
succeeded
true.
in spite of them.
They've been voting you out for decades now.
Yeah, but I won them over in the end. That's why they're typing 1 right now.
Who would win in a talent? All right, I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna go back. Oh, actually, we have a pause.
Okay.
Who would win in a talent survivor show? If we took all the talent and put them on an island.
I have not actually watched Survivor, but as far as I understand from my good friend,
I mean, let's pay homage to this stuff.
Yeah, that was sick.
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, Wukong was off here because they'd stunned everybody outside of it. Maybe that didn't help, but like, are you really doing anything to the sniper, man? Jackie hit him twice and is like, I'll take a break. Beautiful. Oh, who do you think would win?
All right, Survivor, the reality show. I haven't watched it. My good friend Hopbit is a big fan of that show. And he says it's a lot like Mafia, which the Dota talent and players are actually big fans of that party game.
It's true.
So I would have to say, I would have to translate the Mafia skills relatively 1-to-1 here. I mean, of the people who I know or who are good at Mafia, most of them aren't actually Dota talent. I actually think I would be a pretty top.
You're just going to say yourself, really? After all of that, some 30-minute deliberation?
You could talk to the people who play Mafia. I think they would agree. I'm pretty decent at the game.
You just got all the jokes today. I don't know what to say.
It's not a joke.
I wasn't
I'm
joking.
not joking.
Oh, all right. I actually thought you were joking there. Look, I don't know who would win it, but I know who would get second.
LD would have been good. LD was very good at Mafia when we played with them. Shout out to that legend.
I think Slacks is second for sure.
No, Slacks actually. Slacks is actually relatively like I think he could be really good if he tried hard. The thing about Slacks, his tell is that.
Oh, I'm not talking about Mafia though.
Okay.
I'm talking about you put people on an island. Yeah, that man is going in the jungle with a machete, and he's not coming out until the final day when everybody's forgotten he's even still in the game.
Yeah, but part of Survivor is certain social games, right?
Yeah. The social game of the machete. Nobody would want to interact with him.
I mean, if we're talking about that kind of survival, I know Lyrical is on my survival team.
Oh,
I would put Lyrical on my survival team. In fact, that duo, Lyrical and Trent, are both on my survival team.
I think Lyrical could just open a coconut. I feel like he might just be able to open one with his hands.
He'd do that thing where he just kind of like casually like hit the coconut tree. A coconut would instantly drop into his palm, and then he would just rip it open.
Yeah, I think he'd be vicious. Can't believe you said yourself.
He's also a cook. I mean, he's strong.
Nobody would want to vote him out.
He's a cook. He's an affable person. He's not somebody you actually want to. You want him to succeed because he's just a great dude.
That's true. But sometimes people vote those people out early.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the group is like, right? The more
and I feel like Lyrical would be fine getting voted out because he's too nice. He'd be like, oh, I mean, if you guys want to vote me out, that's okay. I don't want to vote anybody else out.
Yeah, he
would vote for himself out of sympathy.
Yeah, he would. Maybe that would be his killer move, though. If he voted himself out, but he didn't actually get voted out, then everybody would be like,
this guy's
what a great guy.
Yeah, what a great guy.
I don't want to vote him out. He's a guy who votes himself out. I'll leave him in the game.
Well, you know who Bleed would want to vote out of this game? Paulus right now.
Yeah, Paulus is.
Because he's causing him trouble, and he's still got an Aegis for 2 minutes,
I mean,
and we're
Paulus
back.
has been heading into that jungle. He's got a straight-up machine gun.
He is a monster. He's got another 4K gold.
Blah, 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 blah. Butterfly coming in hot soon.
That's not the sound. It's a
Dire's
whack.
bottom tower has
Well, I wasn't making the quacking noise. It was just
Whack, whack, whack. Maybe next fight you cast the fight and I'll just whack. The whole fight.
You start quacking when he uses take aim. That way we know it's online.
I'll make sure to quack every take aim hit. And this is how we get fired from ever casting again.
Epos, you're cool with this, right? It's experimental commentary.
Well, honestly, I bet viewers would like that stuff. Like when you do the sound. I mean, there wasn't much sound effects to make here.
No, you don't need to
clears out of racks for free.
Yeah, you don't quack on buildings.
All right, what is the play here from Bleed? You gotta flank, right? You gotta wait out the Aegis, take a final smoke, flank, find the backline with your Lesh and DP.
You kill Palos right now while he's all by himself.
Well, he has Aegis still, so.
He's walking away from the rest of his team. The rest of his team like, wait, we gotta follow the sniper.
We gotta catch up here. You gotta sprint over to him.
Oh. He's got stubby little legs, but he apparently is faster than most. How is he only 285 movement speed
Dire's
with
bottom
Tread's
tower
Butterfly?
is under attack.
Oh, Butterfly doesn't give movement speed anymore. That's why.
Wow. Well, he found Dubu.
Dubu's like, oh, please, stop.
Please, sir. I have a family. There wasn't even a ward there. He cleared it? Oh, Paulus just knew, dude.
Paulus is...
Like, I know where you're hiding, Dubu.
Yep.
Stop. Just stop.
He's got heat vision.
All right, Aegis is out. You got to find the back with the massive Wukong. Get the sniper in it.
Yeah. You gotta get him inside the Wukong, and then you gotta chain stun him to make sure he doesn't use concussive grenade, hurricane pipe.
Yes.
And you have to stop Marcy from like grabbing him and tossing him away.
Yeah.
In fact, I agree with Shanks here. I think the Shard is perhaps the most value pickup in this game. Because as long as you get Palos some distance, I don't see how they win on Bleed.
I agree. I mean, you even have another Force Staff on Carlo. He went drum. Your Visage is always going to frontline half the tank items. Yeah, just get some Force Staffs, get some reposition, keep the sniper alive. And
oh, I like this, though. Jackie is going for Nullifier.
Yeah, very necessary this game.
Rune of invisibility.
I mean, you still got to find some good angle. Maybe this tier 2 is the answer. Hide in the tree line, wait for sniper to hit it, and just jump him.
Yeah, but Execration have really good scouting tools for that, like Slight, Shrapnel, Birds.
Yeah.
Arrow.
And you still have two sides here. It's not like the game's over by any means.
Well, tier 2 is going to be given up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, so this is another 4K. Feel like we just said that, and then he completed Butterfly, and he's got another 4K. So he's going Silver Edge next.
Why not? You ever wonder how there's no gun weapons in Dota, even though there are multiple heroes that have rifles?
What? You mean like the creeps?
No.
Don't carry pistols? So like what?
You can go to a shop, a Dota 2 item shop,
those items.
and everything is just a blade or a blink or a totem or like a weird Gleipnir mace thing. But there's no rifles or anything.
Okay, but I would argue that is the only reason the sniper and Snapfire are heroes in the first place, is that they have a technological advantage over other people. Otherwise, they're just kind of whatever.
Oh, you think they just like built their own thing?
Yeah.
Possible.
I mean, Sniper's whole superhuman ability is apparently he just shoots really well. That's the lore. He could just...
Sometimes that's all it takes, brother.
Apparently he's like Bullseye.
Hawkeye.
The Marvel character, or yeah.
Oh, this is a Bullseye of a smoke, though. They hit him here. If only they'd committed.
I mean, Shanks was in front of it.
Yes, haste on Lesh too.
Maybe if they kill Bob, that would be a nice startup. Telekinesis, follow-up, split earth. They got him inside of it. The chain stun is almost there. He's silenced and he's dead. Now, they look to be able to run down more. They got to be careful of Palos, so they're actually going to keep their distance from Palos. Tino, what a stun with the stone form, but they have Dubu protecting them for now, thanks to the Guardian Angel. Palos got to keep his distance. Now he's going to lay into them. Now the Guardian Angel has started to go down with the buyback of Bob. He's going to make sure to catch the Death Prophet here. Masaros will go down next. Bleed managed to get a buyback out of Execration with that play.
Not the worst, right? 2 cores and an Ember buyback?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good fight right there if you're bleeding.
It gives them an opening. It gives them a possibility of turning this game around, especially with the nullifier that they have.
And yeah, that nullifier did work. I mean, this allows you to commit with the Wukong and not have that guy get 4 staffed out 3 times.
Yeah.
I still am not sure what killed Bob in the end, because he had BKB. I think he was only silenced.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out. It almost looks like he was feared or something, but there is no fear. I don't know. I'd kind of like to see a replay of that. I couldn't figure it out.
Maybe he just didn't want to pop because he had buyback.
Maybe, but I think he's still just BKB and running out there. I mean, it's not like the fight is going to develop super fast after that, right? They already committed like Wukong and all their stuns.
Well, stay in the Roshan pit. There it is. It spawns. Oh my
good spawn.
God, Palos.
He's got Witchbane too. So the sniper has a Dispel. He does some extra damage. He's got his full Silver Edge. He can break somebody.
Well, Bob, he bought back so they can give him the Aegis and a refresher. Give the cheese over to Shanks.
Oh, he has Telescope too. Even more range for the sniper. Brutal. What is his attack range right now? Plus 650. He's up to a casual 1200. That sounds balanced.
And he still has another 100 once he gets his level 25 talent.
I mean, unless you take them shrapnel charges, you know what I'm saying?
Please no. All right.
Gotta find it.
Gonna try and catch him from the side here. They want to make a wrap around.
Or just hit.
Scanning.
I guess the one thing is you gave this Aegis to the Ember. So if you do find this sniper,
Oh, here it comes. They go for the wraparound play now, but Execration have put themselves back up onto the high ground. If they can get all the way up on even ground, this could be just a really nice long wraparound play that gives them the positioning.
Who's wrapping who? Santa's workshop.
Execration, I mean, they're going to get that information very soon. If they push up into the high ground, no one's there. It's pretty obvious they're coming from behind.
All those invis, but it's running out.
The smoke is running out. They've only got a few more seconds. Oh!
He doesn't know.
He doesn't actually get on top of them. They're chasing after him now. The BKB goes out. Masaros, they got the telekinesis. They're trying to catch him with the spoiler. He does manage to get the chain stun. They're going out with the Guardian Angel. They've surrounded the sniper. They're going to be able to bring him down. Palos can't fight this anymore. And he doesn't have buyback.
A god has been slain. 90 seconds, no sniper.
Gordon might be able to catch Tino as well. Buyback from the supports will help ensure it.
Got to wait him out, but they're happy to do so.
On the other side, Masaros is in some trouble.
He is gone.
Yeah, he is dead. The rest of the team was so focused on the Visage. Masaros was trying to collect more, but ultimately Execration just turned around and fought him, killed him.
The Marcy effect. I think Masaros was biting off more than a chew. He turned around. Oh, where's my team at?
Yeah.
Anybody here? It's just Dubu. Dubu had to buy back for that. Playhard had to buy back. So you are getting 2 support buybacks for a double core kill, but you do find that sniper, you do kill him. Remember, he does not have BKB. So as long as you get him in the stuns and nullify him, like you commit him to the man fight, and Jackie can take the man fight now. He's able to stand his ground in the Wukong with all the extra armor.
Do you agree with, I think everything was right until the Silver Edge.
Oh, Silver Edge.
That was his last item that he picked up, right? So he could have gone BKB instead of Silver Edge.
I mean, the BKB is tempting, but you got to feel like how this game's been going. They've just never been able to get on top of him. Silver Edge also makes it harder to do that. Like that fight, right? The Lesh jumps him, but he's invis, and the dust came late. So that Silver Edge bought him a decent amount of space too.
Yeah. Oh, that is a good point. Next time they're gonna have Scythe. So they'll have the instant initiation plus the timeless relic for even more stun time. Because Gordon's got that in his backpack. So he's going to pick both of them up.
I mean, you don't need BKB cap. Just get level 25 on Marcy, and then she could sidekick give you those.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. But
I mean, it is
just hit level 20.
If he gets there.
He does have the shard on Shanks. And Shanks is also, he's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll do a little bit of carrying in this game. He's going to try and go Nullifier.
Pretty interesting. Probably for this Death Prophet and Lesh.
Shadows take us.
Trying to remove some of the mobility here. Another Mirana ult.
Taken by the Shadows. Bleed sitting on their ward sentry combo here. Shanks going to walk into it. Immediately silence him and start backing up. No, they want to play for this.
Just gonna smoke into him here. This might not work out too well though, depending on where Palos is.
They see him. Be careful, they catch him. Palos, Scythe, Nullifier, everything straight up onto the sniper, and he just falls like that.
They just had the ward sentry, and he was just sitting there.
And now Masaros, yeah, they didn't even need to use the Nullifier on the sniper, so they can use it on the Visage. So he couldn't even unlock his Eon disc that he had ready to go.
We thought this god was invincible, but he does indeed bleed. You like that one? Now Jackie up to level Jackie up to level 25. This monkey's coming online. He's got MKB, got his own Paladin sword, extra Wukong ring.
Yeah, that extra Wukong ring is pretty important with all the various ways to disengage. My question is, where's the Marcy save? Where's the rebound to get him out?
It just wasn't there. He was too far. And now you have that Hex on Corden like you were talking about. This initiation is pretty deadly. You have a lot of stuns for the sniper who does not have that BKB. Now he's got it queued up thinking about it. Yeah, maybe not having that BKB costs him a lot of these engagements. Now you're going late game versus a Tricor that's pretty heavy scale.
Yeah, we talked about this 20 minutes ago. It seemed like it was Bleed content with just pushing this late.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They knew.
Dire's top tower
They knew it was just 5 slots on all their heroes.
Chop it away, add a tier 3. See if they can get the melee before Sniper can defend. They've got a glyph that force out the glyph, and that'll be good enough.
I would think about going back in, maybe. Nope. Gonna chill. Roche is still a decent ways away here. You have a blink for Jackie. He's looking at Arcane Blink.
Yeah, he wants to be able to get on top of the sniper and get that Wukong's command out instantly.
Wait, he...
Dire are scanning.
Disassembled his...
Wait, what? He disassembled Echo and sold the Oblivion Staff, but kept the Ogre Club.
Yeah, what is he going to use for Aghanim Scepter later on?
I mean, that's super next level if he's thinking that.
But at the same time, maybe it's not that next level because you could just get it from Roshan.
I mean, what else would you use the Ogre Club for, though?
Yeah, no, that really is the only...
Interesting plays. We'll see what happens to it. Definitely some interesting late game itemization here. I like the blink idea, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, part of the reason is he also opened up that spot for the bottle, and the bottle, he was able to grab a double damage, and they're going to try and use that double damage real quickly, but they missed it. Oh, what a fumble.
He's just going to Wukong.
Wukong and maybe just hit the racks. Yeah, Tino, Stoneform in the middle of all this one to get melee.
Not quacking.
He's TPing out. BKB, it's going to last long enough. They will not be able to get a stun off. Can they catch anybody here? The arrow, ooh, didn't quite stretch out far enough.
This game is turning around, Cap. This sniper damage, not what it once was.
Oh, for a second there, I thought you meant turning. I thought it had already turned around. Oh, I feel like we're in full bleed territory for the last 5 minutes.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that, but it's getting there. It's turning around. It's turning around.
Okay, all right. They got 25, so the extra 100 attack range. So 1,300 attack range when he's next to the thingamajig.
I think this monkey is really strong when he has Wukong up. So much of the extra armor and it's hard to commit. But if Execration can catch these bleed cores and start the fight on them, still could be interesting. That said, they might feel like they need a nullifier. Like you said, Shanks was looking at one, but the EHP and saves is getting up there now. Even if you start on one of these cores, Dubu just graces and GAs, and then what, right?
Yeah, they need their own nullifier.
Yeah, they really do. This game, yeah, maybe you said, I think this game is just Bleed favored. I agree. Now that I reassessed it. I doubted it because of you saying it, but
understandable. I'm glad you were able to catch up to me though.
No, I think you were wrong, but game has turned around now.
Shanks! Oh, two-man breaks the smoke. Nullifier immediately going out, but he will manage to hop away. That's because Corden was chasing after the sniper, but couldn't quite catch him.
Sniper is so
and now
far
the
back.
sniper, the Scotty, is going to work, slowing down these heroes. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel. Maybe Dubu holding it, but now he got stunned up. Oh, Dubu, maybe he should have popped it. He is just going to die. Can't get it off, or maybe didn't want to get it off. Corden gets caught for a second here. Telekinesis thrown back by Playhard. Bob striking, turn
Making
around,
him go deep.
the scythe, and now they've gone too far. They have to retreat from the Wukong
They're
spear.
on
They're
the
chasing after the
sniper.
sniper. Nice Hurricane Pike, pushing him back. He still has a grenade as well. He's laying into the Leshrac. The Leshrac is dead.
Doesn't even
Now
need
the
it.
Rubik is going to fall. Quack, quack, quack. Pelos keeps quacking at him, and they're all falling down. Jackie chased down as well. It is turned around, Avery.
Just like I said, this game had not turned completely. Execration finding the fight. Dubu just gets caught in no man's land.
Oh, buybacks galore.
Okay.
They are not giving up this Roshan, it seems. It has a refresher. It has an Aghanim's Blessing.
That was literally just like 6K gone in net worth off buybacks.
Yeah.
They just chunked the net worth lead by 6K off that. That is brutal.
And they can't even like go for it right away because Sniper is so powerful in this area.
Oh, they're gonna go for it, but they don't have Wukong and they don't have Exo.
Yeah, this is scary. It's a 4 versus 5, but if they can vision, I mean, they don't even seem to know. Ember Spirit pops it now. They're charging headlong into it. The BKB is going to go down. The edge will grab. Corden gets it just in time. Palos in the back line starts laying in the damage. There goes the Guardian Angel, though, protecting Corden and keeping him alive for a little bit longer, but eventually he'll lose that Aegis. He's going to get a bit more damage, but finally gets shot down by Palos, who now turns his attention to Mastros. Now goes to Jackie. Jackie getting off the Wukong's man. Slammed against the wall, though. Again and again, the sniper lays into it. He finally falls. Corden, one last attempt. Can he kill the sniper? Can he TP away? He's going for it, and he gets out. He gets away ever so barely. Dubu's gonna get shot down. 2 heroes with no buyback. They got the Roshan, yes, but it left Palos in the perfect position.
Jackie didn't even get to eat this Ags or this cheese. He just has too many slots to fill.
Oh no.
And Palos is just out there pew-pewing everybody the whole time.
Oh, they go for it. A fast kill on the sniper would be massive right now. The scythe, the chain stun, the throw back. Is it enough? They throw him back into the
force him out, grenade him back.
He's going all over the place. He fights back, and look at the sidekick go.
Oh.
Sniper challenges them all, and that's it. Instantly GG'd out by Bleed.
You can bounce him around, but he's gonna bounce you harder.
The little man that could. Sniper.
I don't think I've ever seen a hero throwing around so much. A literal Palos of pinball. That's what they call him, Cap. Didn't you know that?
The pinball. He gets tossed around by telekinesis, tossed around by the Marcy. He's concussive grenading. He's hurricane piking.
Absolutely disgusting in these late games, man. This is the paradigm these sniper Lenas set you up in, though. You have to gap close them, and then you just build defensive to keep them alive. But damn, give it the Bleed for some of those fights. They got on top of them, right? And they were getting the job done with this tricord, the triple blink.
I mean, they won like 2 or 3 fights in a row, right?
Yeah, it's just that river fight went so bad, and then you don't have Wukong, you don't have Exo for the Roche. You're just sitting there, you're getting shrapnel, you're getting slighted. Bob has a buyback, he goes and uses it. Sure, you get this Aegis, but at that point, you're just stuck in the Quacker's territory. And he was mad. You drew blood, he'll draw your life.
Yeah, he just shooting them all down like a carnival. That was one hell of a game 1 here for Bleed and Execration, and we do hope this goes to the full series. This series is super important for both of these teams when it comes to trying to get a slot into the Lima Major. But enough of that. Let's go ahead and head back to the panel. We can talk about this game 1 and upcoming game 2.
Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. Honestly, I thought it was a very how do you say, low action game at the start.
Low energy game.
Yes, low energy. And I really thought that Bleed were kind of going to take it because they were taking quite a lot of objectives at the start.
Yeah.
But
no, for me, it felt like they played like they were supposed to play.
Yeah.
For what, 15 minutes? And then they just stopped doing anything. Like I feel like the lineup, what we talked about, like when we saw the draft, like they did exactly that. But then the next step, when maybe you run after them, chase them a bit, go on them.
Yeah.
You know, I would have loved to see this Lesh just ask for the Heavenly Grace and just blink in and cause chaos.
Yeah,
like, with that first Aegis, I feel like they could just run in and do everything. They had Pipe, they have Greaves, they have Omni Knight to back them up. They're just sitting behind, like they're so scared. Like I get that there's a risk in doing that, but it's like they're so behind. Like,
But we did say this before the game started, that this is kind of the play style that Bleed sticks to. It's very calculated, very safe, not as risky as others would.
Don't think, just do.
Yeah.
Don't think, just do.
And I have a question about like Cordon's like item build. I would have really liked to see an Aghanims pick up. Like it gives him another defensive skill. You know, like he can cycle around within the Aghanims and the Yules and then buy a lot of time. And like none of them had BKB before besides this Ember. Like he could just run in and make everyone go Scepter and I don't know. I felt like that was the picture in my mind that like of team fights.
I mean, that would be fine. I just think it's the second you got Blink Dagger, it should have been like chase them down all over. They have Monkey King with like super early BKB. Just run across the map.
By the time they were blinking in is when Execrations were ready to fight.
Yeah, no, they farm for 25 minutes. And like, I guess that you said that it's a bit of Bleed's playstyle. It's like, okay, we wait for Roche. But then if you lose that Roche fight, now you're losing.
And this 4-man buyback, like they lost the second Aegis exactly the same. Like just a Shrapnel and Ember for like getting all the vision. They don't care if they lose the Aegis. Like Sniper is so free to outside. Like they're never gonna win that fight.
The Giga buyback, that was huge.
Like I don't know.
Yeah, so for me, like when you go into next game, like what do you say after this game? Like, because you can't, like changing stuff like, they basically have to change their entire playstyle to, for me at least, to play this kind of draft. Like, if they want to play like they're playing, they can't pick these heroes. They need to pick Drow Ranger, they need to pick like really hard carries, so you never get out carried.
They need someone that's like a raging potato.
They need to divide.
He's like a hothead that goes in, but you know, like it sometimes you blow up on your teammates, but you want someone to blow up on them.
Yeah.
I just felt like they played so passive and they were just so far ahead.
Here's our Rivalry MVP though, Palos on the Sniper, quacking everyone.
Good job hitting creeps, bro.
Yeah, he farmed.
No, I mean, like, he only had 2 deaths, and these were all late games. So, like, he definitely played a perfect game. He scaled very well, but yeah, I just felt Bleed just played too pussy.
Hey, yo.
Yo. Yeah. No, Execration, they literally just farmed the entire map, and Bleed didn't really shut them down.
Yeah.
So, and then later, like Execration's plays, I think they had a few nice smokes. Like they started getting pickups. Yeah,
times.
Like with the Marcy.
Yeah.
So they did a few nice things, but it mostly just came down to Sniper farming and then Sniper pew-pew-pewing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like they just left Sniper alone for so long just to farm. And that game was 10 kills in 30 minutes.
Yeah, felt like it.
Does not feel like C. Yeah, it does definitely not feel like C, but apparently we have a Palos video that's coming. We have a content piece for you guys, so I guess we'll watch that right now.
There are 2 kinds of Filipino Dota players. Those that have played on Execration and... one second. You know what? Actually, there's just one kind. There's just one kind. Palos is, well, a Filipino Dota player, and he is currently playing as the carry for Execration. Let's take a look at his competitive history. Palos' history as a competitive Dota player is like someone's first fling during university. At first, you just hook up, and it means nothing. Then you try dating for a bit because you like each other, and it should work out, right? But they change. And you aren't ready for that yet. So it doesn't work out. So you try seeing other people. But this only makes you realize that you miss her. And maybe you are ready for change too. So you go back to her and you give it a very good try. But it doesn't work out. This time, you're really hurt. you put your feelings on the line, and she crushed them. So you try to find someone similar, a rebound, if you will. The rebound fades, and you have an epiphany that your original fling was the one all along. And here you are, 3 years later, convinced that this will be the good one, that you're not going to break up this time. In case my analogy wasn't clear enough, Palos is you, and Execration is your partner. Sorry for digging up painful memories. Palos' stint in competitive Dota started as a stand-in/tryout for Execration. He played in a couple of joint Dota League matches with them, and in one tournament called ENG game, China vs. C. After a couple of months, they parted ways. This was an incredibly valuable experience for Palos, as he got to play with some of the emerging players of the time, like Carl. He also got to play with Kimo, one of the veterans of the Filipino Dota scene. After Execration, he got scouted by one of the bigger Tier 2 Filipino orgs at the time, Sterling Global Dragons, and competed in many national tournaments with them, sometimes rebranded as Smart Omega. During this time, he would also get the chance to play with Januel, another emerging player. After this, he went back to Execration, this time as a mid player. Now he got the chance to play with Nando, the biggest veteran carry of the Filipino scene. Unfortunately, this squad did not work out, and Nando left after 3 months. Palos would remain in the team and become its new carry. Since this was the COVID era, Palos did not get a chance to play any lanes. He did, however, manage to gather a massive slew of experience with tons of online cups, something that would really help him grow. Unfortunately, this was not enough for Execration, and he left the team again in late 2020, before the start of the DPC. He joined a new team called Vice Esports, together with his old mid laner from Sterling Global Dragons, Bob. Vice managed to qualify to the upper division in the first season of SCA DPC, but they were destroyed, only winning a single series against their fellow Pinoy team, Execration. Palos felt bad about that victory, so he decided to rejoin Execration once again, leaving his old teammates behind. They stayed in lower division with okay results, while Palos got to stay in upper division. This time though, things changed. Palos truly connected with the roster of Execration, and they were able to qualify to the wildcard stages of the Anime Major. In the Anime Major, they performed pretty well, actually, managing to tie against every single team except for Nigma, who later proved to be the most dominant team of the wildcard stages. They exceeded everyone's expectations, even if they were unable to qualify for the main event. Palos and Execration were unable to qualify for TI-10, but he stuck with the team for a while until late 2021 when Neon offered him a spot. At first, he thought he'd be playing with an old friend, Januel, but he was taken by Fnatic before the DPC started. Neon Esports had completely rebuilt their team, and this new iteration featured Palos as the main carry. This Neon was hoping to find a lot of hidden gems, acquiring diamonds in the rough like Mamang Daya and Hustla. Unfortunately, Neon's run in Division 1 was not as successful as they had hoped. They barely managed to avoid relegation through tiebreakers and had a lackluster performance overall. Neon started to bleed players, and little by little, the roster got reformed. Palos was actually the last one to leave, but he had to. I mean, there was another org that required his services. You know who they are, right? Execration! Of course! It was always Execration! Palos joined the team as a carry and played once again with one of his first teammates, Bob, from Sterling Global Dragons. Awesome, right? Palos back to Execration, everything is good in the world. Except, you know, their results. They, alongside Neon Esports, dropped from Division 1, only winning a single series. In Division 2, though, they flourished. It seems like Execration was in that liminal state where they were not good enough for Division 1, but too good for Division 2. This time, though, Execration decided to play the long game. They replaced only a single player on December 10th, Vincenzo for BDZ, and even hired March as a coach. The recent results from this team look really good. Granted, it's the off-season, but Palos is coming into the DPC hot after winning a BTS Pro Series. This is the longest that Palos has ever stayed on a team. He now comes with solid competitive experience, maturity, and has improved massively since his initial DPC performance.
To try and land the hook, but they'll block that one perfectly is Bob. And Execration will be crowned champions. Third time is the charm
We will see this year if he is able to make this relationship work, or if he will end up finding a hotter new team.
Aw, that was really nice. Paulus's journey kind of went full circle.
Dude, shout out to Avo, man. Those content fees.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Shout out to Avo. But yeah, did you know about this, Mike? About his life and his history?
Not to that detail. I didn't know he was in and out with Execration so much, but I know he keeps bouncing back.
Oh. There's a lot of the Execration guys like on the team. Have a lot of them stuck around on Execration for a while, or?
I mean, Kimo is definitely the standout. He was like the head of Execration for a long time. And I guess his passion for playing died out as you grow old.
Sad. But yeah, so we are back for another game of Execration versus Bleed. This one is going to be, hopefully more action-packed. Last one was a bit,
This one was a little slow.
yeah, a little slow.
That's an understatement.
A little sleeper.
It's what happens when you like the team that's supposed to be pressuring is not.
Right. So let's get our draft going. NP doing his thing, giving us a little shimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Machi
Well,
NP.
got an initiator now.
Yeah. And I mean, Execration, they're doing what they've been doing entire DPC.
Yeah.
Picking that range carry with a Marcy.
It's Apollo's Nature's Prophet, though.
That's good, right?
No, yeah. No.
I wonder how many times Execration has gotten Marcy.
I think this should be their
like
sixth time now.
Quite a lot.
Because on
Shanks.
Friday I recorded 4, so they already had it.
Oh, yeah.
Almost half their games.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just hope they don't pick Primal Beast, because...
Oh, on Bleed?
No,
on Execration.
I just feel it.
It's not been... Yeah, it's been very underwhelming.
I'm sure he can play well, but I just don't think it suits the mech style.
Yeah. Oh, but now they're banning his stuff, man. They got rid of the Brood, the Visage.
Yeah. I'm assuming Execration's last ban is going to be the Pango, just because it can deal with the... I mean, it goes both ways with the level 20 Talon, the leash, but, you know, before that, he can do a lot of... No, he goes for a Spectre. They see it as a bigger issue. Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, just in how Bleed play, like, I think they need a hero like Spectre.
Yeah,
like that, they probably feel so comfortable when they have that Spectre. Like, they have the better, like, the carry versus carry.
Yeah.
You get to have a Spectre versus Fear and you don't have to do anything. You just sit back and wait.
Dude, look at the Bleed bootcamp. It's so nice.
Yeah.
Imagine. Wow.
I don't know.
Oh, what would you do there?
Bootcamp.
Walking closet?
Yo,
Bootcamp life isn't that fun. Like, if the team's not doing good, it could be pretty miserable.
Yeah, like you said, it's like living with your, 4 girlfriends?
Yeah, 4 different girlfriends.
4 different girlfriends.
Yep.
Couldn't be me.
What?
I'm loyal.
Okay.
But yeah, what do you guys think of the Centaur pick?
It's just a counter to the Furion pickup. It does very well in the lane. Masteraz plays it really well.
Stable hero.
Yeah.
I think Furion does fine, though. I'm pretty sure he is farm, right?
Yeah, but like you can eventually just leave the Centaur because, you know, he just gets the creep wave and whatnot.
Maybe you can do some lift plays. Like, the Marcy can kind of save you, but not... It's a little weird, right?
Yeah.
It's not a tiny stun.
The only way I see them really killing the Furion is like they notice Marcy going for the rune, or, you know, those rune timings or whatnot, or pull.
I'm surprised they picked Masteraz's hero so early.
Yeah, I mean, usually they do delay it a bit. But... it was first pick...
Jackie, Monkey last time. And normally he's like later on in the pull.
Yeah.
Was it first pick?
No, I mean, did they first pick Rubik here? Is what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The difference is just Rubik.
Yeah. So then they thought they could, So as you said, it's better to let Jackie's hero be later so they can do their thing, their style.
I mean, like the Monkey, I feel like definitely could have carried the game, but I just felt like they were too passive when they were strong, and they were strong when, you know, it was already...
Yeah. No, they needed to push way harder.
Oh.
Chase them down.
Hunt them.
Their Execration preemptively thinking against this Pango pick.
Bob Puck. I'm behind it.
Yeah.
can't really pick DP because they don't only pick DP mid versus the Kunkka. Say screw it, just pick your Pango, man. Like this series is very important. Like you don't want to hide like your best hero.
Yeah, the other would be is there some amazing carry that they're scared is gonna get banned? Oh, they go
Void.
I mean, it's fine because they see, you know, the it's not as bad as the SF matchup.
Yeah.
But it's still like a Void Spirit, like.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lane matchup is good for Void. He should win the lane. But usually you get coiled once in the game. You die.
Two spells is silence, the coil. It's like you're forced to go for Euls where, like ideally you don't want to.
Yeah.
All right, what are we looking at? Both drafts to close them out.
Okay, Bleed. If I'm thinking, they want a really hard carry. Yeah, too bad they banned Spectre.
Jackie hero. There's still a draw, but the draw doesn't look that good with their lineup.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably playable.
It is, but
I guess you get to see.
What would you pick here?
I mean, Execration are picking first, right? So the Primal Beast. No, let's see.
Brood's out.
Could you go for a Beastmaster? What are they banning? They're banning Void, so probably no Beast. Maybe they would want some more team fights. Oh, what's left for that though?
Execration thinking they can opt to go for Fury off lane, removing the Lina, just because it's last pick can cause a lot of chaos. And then the matchups, the carry matchups are pretty limited.
Yeah.
They remove the Spectre. Execration has so much time. They haven't wasted a reserve.
Yeah.
I was wondering, this draft feels like it's going by pretty fast compared to other drafts.
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
They ran terribly Void. So what are they? What would you pick offlane here? Because I'm thinking, like, if you're picking like a Tidehunter or whatever, you would want to ban like Ursus and stuff, right?
Yeah. Seems like they're not going that route.
So they're just picking something they don't care like at all what he's laning against.
Yeah, so they really feel like it's a.
Okay, what is this? Is this some offlane either Furion or like offlane Marcy?
I would not like to play a Void Spirit right now. Like you have another silence to deal with. Like oh my god! And then the dart, like it dissimulates cast animations pretty bad. Like
no, because the funny thing, I'm looking at Execration's lineup, right? I'm like, oh, they're a little light on teamfight, but let's be honest, it's not like Bleed have some like insane teamfight. They have like Rubik, Crystal, and they have a Stampede.
I think this is a Ricky carry.
You think so?
Like, look at these supports. They're pretty, like, food to it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, sure, like, the safer way. But it just feels weird offlane Ricky. Like, what? I mean, now offlane Ricky seems good because you can just blink.
Oh, okay, Apollo. Yeah, carry Marcy.
Okay.
That's going to be PogChamp.
They're really switching it up.
That's kind of fun.
That is cool.
I wonder what build they will go.
Yeah, Ursa is pretty good, but...
I mean, Ursa is a solid meta hero, right?
Can a man fight a Marcy? I mean, if he gets his enrage off, sure, but...
Yeah. I would feel a little icky though playing Marcy carry in this game. They have so many like casual disables. So like when you don't have BKB going, but the nice part is you have your whole team is very in and out. Like they'll set up the fight, maybe get a pick off before you have to go in.
Yeah, if he doesn't get his BKB off, like a lift stun, remnant.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of liking this Execration. I think it will work out for them.
And Tino's gonna be like scaling too.
Yeah.
I just question this Void Spirit pick because it's like this is the second time he's pulling it off, right?
Yeah.
And the first time didn't really. I mean, he came back pretty well, but.
Yeah, but that Ricky is kind of nasty, right? Like the cloud, just the
smoke screen.
He's gotta go BKB eventually.
Yeah.
And I mean, you have the Ricky Marana combo.
Yeah, that timing will be nasty.
Yeah.
You set up with the arrow, then the like Puck Orb comes. You have Nature's Prophet ultimate.
Oh.
It's a lot of you can just die, and there's no hero within like 2k range.
You just gotta stampede as soon as you see the dart, like further away from the Mirana.
Man, I'm excited. I hope this game is more.
I want a bloodbath.
Yeah, I want some brawling.
Let's go.
Let's go. SVGN Cap. What do you guys think about the safe lane Marcy?
Destruction. There's one man in this region who's played it and shown he knows how to carry a game with it. It's probably Paulos, right? So, I trust that he knows what he's doing. He's gonna have the build. He's gonna throw the punches in the basher back the Ursa's way. Show him who's boss. I think it could work out very nice.
Panel, do you guys agree? One anime girl versus a bear?
Of course.
Yeah,
it could be an anime
Can't go
bear.
wrong with waifus,
Anime
right?
usually wins.
Anime always wins. All right, take it away,
bear.
guys.
Wait, I'm sorry. I said a bear.
What if it's an
They
anime?
all win
It's an anime bear, though.
Too many weebs here.
Yeah.
They all win.
You're in Dota. Where have you been for the last 15 years?
That is true. That is true. I don't know. I'm not super convinced. I feel like the whole point of Marcy is she's like a pretty good like anti-carry, I guess. Like she's so good at just like 1v1ing against somebody, but like Ursa just do that too, but better.
They
Like,
are
specifically the 1v1 aspect.
They are pretty similar carries in terms of how they play the fights, how they jump heroes, how they itemize, BKB basher type deal. Ursa kills Roche. Marcy kind of doesn't, but Marcy's Marcy, man. I don't know. Like, you gonna doubt this hero after everything we've seen?
Yeah, that's true. We are probably the two biggest Marcy haters in the Dota scene.
I also just think their lineup, Execration lineup, is so annoying in the like 15 to 25 mark.
To be clear, when I say we're Marcy haters, we as in we think that hero's busted.
I'm not even sure it's that busted anymore. I just hate the hero, but
yeah,
I have a personal vendetta with the hero.
Conceptually, that hero is pretty insane.
Oh, I just don't like her.
Oh, okay. Well.
I mean, you don't have to like everybody in life, you know?
I guess so. If you try hard enough, yeah.
So my issue is, if you get sleep dart in this game,
The battle begins.
what happens?
There is, I was thinking about this. I think you really need to rush the shard on play hard. Like, you really got to make sure at 15 minutes that he has that. Because then you have an option against the dart arrow, because you have no saves otherwise.
You don't have any saves, and nobody wants to get darted. You don't have any real frontliner who isn't just going to... Like, Centaur, to me, is a fake frontliner. This hero's not really the hero who just runs in the fights and tanks spells. He actually tends to die pretty fast. He's a good early game tank, but you don't really see... He's not Timbersaw, you know? He doesn't just go in and, like, make space, because you can't hit your spells. So...
Yeah, you can't just run up and hit your spells, right?
Yeah.
You're saying you need to blink, initiate sort of deal.
Right. So it kind of comes down to Ursa to just tank the dart, and he probably needs Roche to do that. So it's kind of a race between Jackie and Palos here in terms of getting to their items and making the game hard for the other one. And then how this sleep dart either destroys the Void Spirit or Corden can pop off again and try and destroy Bob first.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like, for me anyway, I feel like the Ursa is going to show the Marcy who's boss, but I am concerned that the Void Spirit's going to have no game whatsoever. Coil, then smoked. Like, you can't even go Yule Scepter because you'll just land back into a smoke. So you pretty much have to go, I don't know, like Witchblade BKB or something? I'm not even sure what the build is.
Ags Rush? It's like normally the puck counter, right?
Yeah, but then that just leaves you even more exposed to...
That's what Stampede's for, Cap. Stop being a Debbie Downer and start being a Ulysses Upper.
A Ulysses Upper? What?
I couldn't even think so.
Urkel!
I mean, you try and think of a name that starts with U.
I just said one, Urkel.
Urkel? What kind of name is Urkel?
A good one.
Like you want your kid to get bullied.
He got lightninged.
Yeah.
Okay, Ulysses.
That's a good name.
Talk about bullied names.
It's a famous name. There's books named after Ulysses.
Yeah. Urkel might be more famous.
Sad that might be true. Jackie getting beat up. Bear ain't having fun in this lane.
No, it's a Furion lane.
With a Blight Orb.
Pretty good matchup against Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, you still have 5 mangoes left on Dubu here. Maybe they just try and go for the all-in kill, trade the Ursa out, have him come back.
Yeah, that does seem like they're going to have to make that move.
He's still a ways off ring. I'd be blinking on him here if I were Shanks. Just mess him up.
Palos has been getting pressured pretty decently, too. They're going to go for the double-edged kill. He's going to die first. Carlo gets the kill on Masteros first, but Palos does fall ultimately to the creeps.
The power of anime.
Yeah. She's going to be taking all kind of animals here.
Every time I hear that phrase, I think of, you know, like The Exorcist.
The power of anime compels you.
The power of anime compels you. And some guy just holding some...
He's holding, instead of a crucifix, he's holding an anime
pillow or something.
Yeah, the anime body pillow.
I mean, that's what I think when people say that phrase. I know that it's probably not what you're supposed to think, and it's probably not what that phrase invokes, but...
So yeah, I just think of I have the power of God and anime on my side.
Yeah, that's probably the more normal meme, but... I'm getting creative, you know. Double Starfall, double hits Monstros, and he loses his courier. That's a rough one. Gotta be careful. This level 2 Starfall's some nasty early damage.
Yeah, the sidekick is proving to... they can't burst the Marcy down, so then she always gets a chance to sidekick and fight back, and that sustain is pretty intense.
I mean, that said, Monstros has a casual like 15 regen with the ring.
Has been killed.
So he's just floating back up there. What a hero. How's mid looking? Corden is pretty even.
I mean, it kind of looks like to me they're losing all 3 lanes. Well, okay, Marcy actually has very little CS because of all this pressure.
Marcy got messed up in the regen department.
Yeah.
They're definitely not. I think Bleed is arguably doing fine in all 3.
Bounty.
Because this top lane was looking rough, but they got through it and they got to the ring. So now Jackie's chilling. Corden is level 5.5. I mean, he's going to be open to this coil kill at 6, but not in a huge window. And bottom is just getting traded out here.
Carlo, leaps away, gets into the trees.
He'll take a breather.
Close one. Another round of Fade Bolts is coming up too, so they can keep up this pressure as the creep wave pushes into the tower.
And next lift, someone might die. This is a tough lane because the Centaur is just out-regenning you very hard over the course of this lane, and it's adding up.
Nice use of the sidekick, though, to give them both some life back. I'm really surprised Playhard went for the hard camp pull instead of trying to keep the pressure up on these two. So
it's a hard dive. You have stick charges on Paulus as well. He has like extra tower armor.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can understand it. Also, Monstros is underleveled. Well, that's maybe the one thing holding him back.
Toss back Paulus.
Yes.
Nice arrow.
The arrow lands onto the Centaur instead of Playhard. Good damage either way. Can they actually finish off the kill? The stomp goes down. Committing. Carlo Starstorm gets him in the end, and Playhard. He takes an extra bit of damage, but will survive.
Damn, just roar that Centaur down. This lane is really not going Bleed's way. Traditionally, the Centaur hero is a hero you want to not have die, just stand in the lane and be a menace.
Hey, the first use of the coil was actually used on Dubu, and he didn't even die. So Corden's going to be pretty happy with that, especially if he uses the regen to get a kill, which I don't think there's a way out for Shanks here. Oh, okay. There you go.
Got to pop a couple mangoes, but Dubu's happy to do that. The wolf is at your door.
And he kept the regen, too.
Yeah, super nice. So Corden's having a pretty good game here. This is exactly what you want for Void Spirit in any of these Spirit Puck type matchups. Have him build the lead and get to his item first. Another quick suicide from Carlo to get back to the fountain.
Better than the last time we saw his Void Spirit, right?
That was a
he
low
got
bar.
messed up in the laning phase pretty hard, right?
He got messed up in a lot of places.
But he showed that he recovered pretty nicely from it, right?
Oh yeah, he's good at this hero. It's just,
oh yeah,
the hero's very finicky, you know? The first 10 minutes are very important. The first item you get and how you use it is very important. So he's looking at Yules here. Yules is a kill item. Like, this is an item you want to go around and set stuff up. That game, he didn't have the best supports to do it with. This game, you have Rubik and Maiden. Probably good enough. They should be able to give you enough follow-up damage. You can kill some stuff. Ostros is feeling it again.
TP's coming in. They're going to go for the kill on Apollos. They've been baited in. Nice rotation. And Playhard's even there to help protect the tower.
Carlo arrowed the melee creep just to send a message, but yeah, the only downside is you have this big wave pushing in mid, but Playhard, like you said, he's happy to clean it up. So Corden's going to run back, try and not miss too much here. That was his teleport. He won't have it for top now, so maybe Execration think about pressuring this Ursa off the lane. He's kind of just chilling up here versus 2.
Yeah, and now he's got the face boot, so he's actually kind of scary as an offensive threat.
The other play is you coil mid with the Furion ult coming up soon, which he just got 6. So this room play...
Ooh, a DD2.
Yeah, Corden might need to be careful here.
Radiant's
He's
middle
being
tower
aggressive,
is under
but this can
attack.
get turned around pretty easily. Wondering where his rune went.
I like that they're giving Playhard so much space because he looks like he's going to get 6 pretty quickly, and also the shard that we talked about. They're going to smoke to the Furion here, so
it's a hard smoke to hit though.
Yeah, but it looks like it's going to land.
You just see this Rubik
It's going to break. As long as he hits this Remnant, it's going to allow Dubu to follow up with a Frostbite as well.
Might be able to bail him out though.
Just barely enough. They get the coil on out, but Jackie's here to be able to fight back. The DD is going to work. They also have the smoke on Corden right now. Oh no, he snapped it. Oh no.
Corden, why?
Corden snaps his own neck on the rope there. Oof.
They got the root. Yeah.
Oh.
Long duration root. Max Frostbite here from Dubu.
Good catch.
Can't jaunt out of that.
Yeah, I forgot you could phase shift through Frostbite.
Yeah, you can phase shift, but you coming back.
Yeah.
So the only glimmer of hope there for Execration is Paulus still gets to sit bottom with some extra space and climb the level chart. But big move for Bleed. Rather have not have your Void Spirit die, but that was like an okay exchange considering the puck had DD and that was your Furion coil combo.
Yeah. Like if Void Spirit's already going to have a hard game, I like the fact that they're trying to set Jackie up for success.
Yes, he can carry the game. Like this is a decent Ursa game. There's not a lot to just sit there and man fight him back. Sure, you have some kiting tools, but who's actually going to kill the bear in this game?
Oh, Shanks hopping away, but Big Bad Bear on his way. Phase Boots runs out though, blocked by the Treants.
It's also not the best lineup to contest the Roshans if you're Execration.
10-minute power rune. Dude, Corden is... Corden's getting a little lucky on these power runes, man.
What is it, Corden Ramsey cooking up some runes here?
Got a regen rune at 6, arcane rune at 10. I don't remember what they... Oh, that was DD for Bob.
Oh, what is that? Haste coming up next? Big one. That's how it works, you know? Just calculate it out. Do the math.
I mean, illusion rune.
It's not going to be... What kind of fool thinks the next one's going to be an illusion? Watch Dota, man.
All right, bet.
You want me to bet?
Yeah.
I got to bet on RNG.
Wait, isn't that the whole point of betting?
Radiant's bottom tower.
You were a gambling man.
I bet Shanks is dead, and he is. Look at that.
The game knowledge off the charts.
I have nothing left to bet. What do you want from me? I bet on Quincy 3 years in a row. It didn't work. I have nothing left.
That really was the ultimate bet.
I said one of these years, it's gonna pay off.
Never did, huh?
Yeah, I mean, one of them I even bet for us to get last, and we exceeded expectations. I tried both ways, you know. It's rough.
Well, you got to be careful with how you're saying that. People might take that the wrong way.
That was the year I wasn't playing, and just for the record. This is a pure hypothetical, just for the record.
Oh, the Frostbite gonna catch Shanks. That is a rough one because they are descending on this tower on a full swarm. So this is going to be maybe just a tier 1 dying. They do have a glyph.
I mean, if Jackie just gets his tower, he is living the life. I don't think you can allow this.
No, Carlo's going to put a stop to it with an arrow.
Still, he is accelerating quite fast here.
Oh, what is this? What is this? This is quite a stretch because they used the orb. Wow.
Just run him down.
Yeah.
All 4 of them swarmed in. The wolf hasted. Gets the freeze. This is a strong early game from Bleed to the lineup that is going to punish you hard if you're behind. I'm a little worried for Execration here.
Yeah, but I mean, Bleed also took a lead last time, and I think our panel agreed with our analysis, which was that, you know, we felt like they could have done more.
Yeah, but this wasn't a lead like this with this type of lineup that is going to just kill you around the map. Like, this is a killer lineup. You have 3 cores that can all initiate, make the play, set it up for 2 supports with high damage, and you have an Ursa who the second you lose one team fight is going to take that Roshan and is already well ahead of the pack. I mean, Jackie's 1,000 ahead of Paulos here, and he is very far ahead of this puck. And this is kind of another Ursa game like earlier that's pretty free. I mean, who is going to man fight him late game? Who's going to stop this Ursa just blink Abyss lane a core and killing him? There's no save. There's no turnaround. You just kind of have to deal with it. And he is going to be a big bear to deal with.
Well, I tried to pose that question at the start of the game, and everyone said Marcy instead of Ursa, so I don't know.
Because the power of anime compels you.
Every time.
Would you ever do an anime laugh? Live on a cast cam?
Live on a cast, I have done
Would
that,
you take
yes.
the hit to your reputation?
What? I'm a voice actor. I have done those before. I don't.
Oh, I didn't know you did that kind of voice acting. Learn something new every day.
Well, I have done that kind of voice acting too.
I don't doubt that.
You know, it's hard to get work out there.
It's rough times. Economy
Sometimes you got to
shambles.
degrade yourself a little bit, you know?
Price of eggs. All right, Palos made the move top, jumps Jackie.
Hey, they get the chains up, they got the smoke screen, but the Stampede gets him out of the smoke screen. He managed to get off the inside, but he's super low. He's hopping away. Look at that freezing field. Oh, but the coil. Carlo goes for it. Why is it the enrage faded away? The Starstorm landed at the same time. Palos, he's going to be dead, and the Void Spirit catches up to Tino as well. Bleed may have lost their carry, but they will make Execration bleed for it.
Corden says, where are you going, son? I'm not done with you. Pulls them back in. Arcane Rune on top of it, so all the cooldowns in the world. That was a nice initiation from Execration. I like that move, but Stampede bailed him out. That's the power of Centaur versus Ricky. If you're not going on him, he's going to save somebody else, and there isn't that many direct stuns, right? If you lead with the rebound, you have a lift, but that's it to keep him in place. You should almost always be able to get out of that cloud.
They maybe could have used the coil
That's what I was thinking,
sooner,
but you might still get out of it, right?
Also, I would point out that Ricky did not go the max out smokescreen build.
Yes, he went blink.
Which, what is it, like, when Dubu was the one playing Ricky all the time, he would go max out smokescreen.
I mean, the raise is the same now, though. It's only the level 10 Talon.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, you have to remember that. I always forget that too, but they did change it now. So they wouldn't have made too much of a difference there, but maybe Coil holds him in, maybe not. Either way, lead with the counter and gank, and like I said, you mess up one fight, Roshan into the hands of Jackie. Now he's just punching down your tower. He is very far ahead. This is going to be a scary, scary bear. I don't know if the anime is enough to stop this right now.
Oh, no. It's not much more of a terrifying force than an angry bear.
Nice. Oh, they found the puck.
Beautiful initiation if they can combo it. Frostbite into the pullback, into the dissimulate. Nicely played.
Jackie even tanks there over his boy. Don't know if that was necessary, but a nice wrap there on the tower with the ward.
And quick to push out the side lanes immediately afterwards, so.
Yeah, you have to quick on this map because Furion will punish you.
And they're going to try and take away the Aegis, but he got off the enrage. Oh dear, Palos. What have you gotten yourself into? All that to try and kill an Aegis? Yeah, I'd be tipping Palos too.
Was that play ever going to work?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it was like we were saying, right? This Urza Marcy matchup is just 100% one-sided.
Yeah. Oh man, Playhard is not gonna go the shard rush. He's gonna go mech.
I mean, they're snowballing, right? They don't have to be as defensive.
That's true. Okay.
Just have some extra. Like this Execration lineup is not nearly as powerful as they're the ones behind because these heroes are tankier. They have natural defensive items. You have the Yules on Corden. The Ursa has the Aegis, the best defensive item in the game. He's going towards BKB.
Sure.
And Monstros hasn't really had to show, so he's just there to bail out people.
Shanks underneath the sentry, didn't know it, but the arrow does connect with the Ursa, stalling things out, so maybe Shanks can get away. They're gonna burn through the Aegis here. Jackie, not able to do much about that. The supports are still able to chase down Shanks.
Solid
they look to be
coil.
able to grab more. Nice jump in from Palos, goes for the supports. Really nice toss back too. Playhard will get bursted down by that one, but Palos cannot handle the power of the bear. Jackie, oh, he gives up on that chase, realizing he's overextending himself off the enrage. He needs to be able to get away from this orb, but it lands, and Jackie will fall as a result. The freezing field goes out, the stomp lands. What a hit. Palos jumping in to put us into that one, but now he's stuck. Yule Scepter and Double Edge plus Corden's nukes, more than enough. In the end, they got the Ursa, but Bleed did make him pay for it.
Man, dude did like 3,000 damage in that fight.
Did he really?
He just sitting
Holy
there
crap, he
channeling, did as much as the puck.
He did 2,993 damage.
Still a decent fight from Execration, I think. You're fighting into this Ursa Aegis. It's going to be a tough one. The fact you get him, Bob gets a lot off that. You're making the best of a worst-case scenario type deal.
Yeah.
But overall, Corden probably the winner out of all that because he gets to clean up and then farm the map.
Yeah, that's
having a great game.
3 for 4 exchange against an Aegis. Not bad.
And this is before that Ursa BKB. Like, this is when he is susceptible to those silences. But once he has that, you're not chaining these silences off any of the stuns, and the stuns are limited.
Yeah, I think that's the scary thing, right? Because Jackie was only playing that aggressive because he had the Aegis. Now he's got to chill out until he finishes BKB, right?
Yeah, you do have your Sleepy Dart online. So maybe you can look for some of these pickoffs now. You have your combo. You can try and punish the fact that Bleed wants to farm up to their next set of items, and they don't have that direct save. They didn't go that Rubik Shard.
Oh, this rotation could hurt real bad. Palos is closing in on a BKB.
He's tanky, though.
He is tanky, but the Centaur is coming in as well, and Palos has already jumped in. Oh, no, the rebound. He needed that to be able to escape. They're going to catch up to him. I like that rotation of the Centaur, that extra hero to really ensure.
Yeah, that tower was dying to treants, so they barely get that play off.
Oh, yeah.
That's another death for Palos here on the anime girl. The power of the bear compels you. It was the truth all along.
$5,000 net worth lead for Bleed, 7-18 in their favor. And Avery's already talked about the fact that it's looking like a pretty good Ursa game. What is with these kind of free Ursa games?
I don't know. Maybe this hero's just good. I like this hero. I always like this hero. This hero's underrated, man. He clear wave, he kill Roche, he kill you, he kill Ancient. He scale, he tough, he bear. What more do you want?
He not anime.
Get that garbage out of here. He's got everything else. I mean, I thought this hero actually looked really good at TI in some of the games too.
Yeah.
I remember watching Skitter play the game that just flowed really smooth, right? Yeah. Like, he's one of these carries that's one of the best killer carries in the game. If you need a hero that can bring down tanky targets or provide you the high single target damage, that's just where he excels. There's not many heroes better.
Palos again. He's got BKB this time, though. This time he can fight back. They're trying to get the force down. What a coil. 3-man coil. Jackie trying to help out here, but he's just like, this is a terrible fight, guys. I'm out.
I don't know if he runs far enough. They're going to chase? I'll find anything.
Shanks close enough. Oh, he's trying to throw the dart over the cliff there.
He can still look for something here, right? 20 seconds with no supports. Shanks finds a dart. It's an arrow guaranteed. You have to be careful on these overextensions. The Furion ult that can come through, it's an Ags. You're going to get rooted. Something else that Corden has to think about. And he's building damage now into Gleipnir, so there's going to be a lot of roots on this Execration side. Only one BKB for the Ursa.
Old and sweet.
Now they're making another smoke play. Remember, this dart is just guaranteed. Whoever they find.
Jackie did not use his BKB in that last fight, so... And look at this, like, play hard, nicely positioned. They go for the arrow, nice force staff down. Corden gets a helping hand, get away from that combo.
What did Shanks just dart?
Didn't he dart Corden? Then the arrow came out. They force staffed. Do it again.
I thought I heard it somewhere else. I guess so.
Lands this time, but Lead more than happy to fight if Execration want to go for it.
All right, ignore me. The power of anime has melted my brain. Happens to the best of us.
What did he dart? Oh, the thing I literally just said.
No, because I was looking. I don't have to explain myself.
Middle tower is under attack.
You know, there's too many audio feeds. It's either the power of anime or 12 years of playing this game. One of the two. I don't have to explain myself to you, of all people.
Yeah.
A man who thought that this bear is going to outcarry this
Radiant are scanning.
girl.
Are scanning.
Yeah.
With fists.
It's looking like it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see in the end. I'll give it to you. It looks likely.
Wow, what a D ward. The health? Oh, yeah, because the Wrath of Nature scattered it out.
Betrayed. Trade by your own spells.
That do happen sometimes. When's next Roshan? Oh yeah, to add on to your Ursa discussion, I feel like this hero is just crazy good late game too, with all the power-ups it's been getting between the talents. The Shard is incredible with the talents.
Just always annoying.
Void infusion.
Like, unless you have ways to just jump and all in him, or like Hex or something, then you can kind of deal with him. But even a carry that forces you to do that, and if you mess it up, just kills you, is still presenting a problem.
Or, you know, they have a save or something for him.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you bail him out, his turnaround is deadly.
See Palos, the smoke is wrapping around. Through the triangle they go.
Astro's gonna try and probably lead here with a stun.
Dire's middle tower is under
Doesn't
attack.
see him. Now the counter smoke.
Oh, they're gonna be running into Corden. Corden, does he react fast enough? Got darted. There's the Force Staff. The arrow isn't gonna land. They're gonna stampede to reset. Oh, the Wrath of Nature actually catching Corden here. Bob on the outside. Ready to go for the coil if he sees the opportunity.
And Corden talked about the dart arrow combo counter.
Is under attack.
Dubu with a Force Staff.
To play hard, it's like, nah, I'm going full out Guardian Greaves. They're just cutting the mid wave over and over again. Daring Execration to come over here.
Another dart.
Astros, you're gonna take the. Oh, they tried to get sneaky with it.
Okay, Dubu, he's just too patient. He knows this guy knows all these games. You know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Played a few of those games himself.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu played in NA, so he's used to people disabling help, so he knows, you know, when to force staff and when it's not available.
I see.
Another one? That one lines up, but do you want to commit?
Yeah, committing for a Centaur. They're going in deep for it. They killed the Crystal Maiden, and they are shredding the Centaur. The coil on 2 in the back. Okay, they got to keep their distance from Jackie. He does have a BKB. Shanks actually getting darted himself, but another arrow lands onto the roof. It quickly kills him. Palos trying to keep his butt away from Jackie at all costs.
Yo, this anime power is looking kind of scary right now. Another sleep dart on Ursa.
Buybacks on both sides, really trying to fight for this Roshan. They burst him down.
Jackie.
Oh, no. It's not the power of anime at all. Perhaps it's just the power, well, I guess of another anime, the Mirana.
I guess so. What can stop the combined anime power of Mirana, Marcy, and the, what is Ricky, a blue demon rat or something? I don't know.
Demon rat.
I don't know what this thing is. That's going to be Roshan. I mean,
it's called a furry.
Oh, okay, Cap. Jackie just walked up that hill. That was a bold move.
Yeah, it seemed like he got frustrated with all of his allies being gone on. He was like, all right, I'm just going to go. I'm going to force the fight on them. And it was a terrible
like
idea.
The one thing that Ursa can't do, because if you get set up on and no one's there to bail you out, you will just get chain stunned.
Tito with the Gleipnir, spotting everybody. The Force Staff gets him away from the arrow. At the same time, Palos starts laying at these arrows. But here comes Jackie. Now with the BKB. Now with the Freezing Field in the back line as well from Dubu. Looking hot. They stop the TP out, and they're going to be able to kill this Fury on a second time.
The bear is mad. He does not care about your anime power.
Gets his revenge. Jackie, tip him back, please.
Yeah, seriously, man. This region is too polite. I don't know. I can't believe I'm saying that, but like, come on, man. Where are these aggressive tips?
It's out of tips.
I'll tell you who would be aggressively tipping people in all these games is the Twitch chat. That's vicious in this one. But all these players are like too nice to each other. They're all shaking. Oh, good game. Good game.
Imagine if the Twitch chat could pull together their resources to tip in game. You just gonna pop up Twitch chat tips.
Yeah, that would be brutal.
That would be messed up. Corden, Yule Scepter back down into the smoke.
Yeah,
this is the problem with the Yule Scepter, but the pipe. Ooh, it saves him, and Corden's gonna go back in for it. Managed to make a quick grab onto Shanks. Shanks does hop out. Masros chasing after them.
Another arrow.
Another arrow is gonna land. Any heroes to help out? Dubu. He's gonna need your help, Dubu. He's gonna need your force tap, but the Gleipnir catches him as well as the coil too. Oh no, Dubu just got himself caught. Oh, they're just getting picked off one by one now.
This Marcy does insane damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's actually disgusting.
It is kind of gross.
Can't believe we ever thought the bear was a better Marcy.
Is he going Deso next?
I think he's going Basher, right? Yeah. He has
Oh,
Basher
yeah.
flying out. So now he's kind of just online, right? BKB, Basher.
Yeah, now you can fight the bear back.
Yeah, you bash him before he bashes you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's the hope.
It's also just this long-range initiation with the dart. Like, there's no answer to it.
Yeah.
So if the fight starts with you getting darted, they can just arrow, see what happens. Maybe the guy gets forced, maybe he doesn't. Maybe they can see who's around, then they can choose to commit. Feels like Execration has all the choice in the world in terms of how these fights start, and Bleed just not finding an opening. It comes down to Corden just stepping in and julesing somebody.
What do you think about Jackie not going Abyssal Blade? He's going MKB though.
Oh, this is one way.
They got the Riki. This is a really nice catch.
Yeah, they need to do more of this. Just go on somebody.
Yeah.
You see somebody, just stampede and jump them. And then at least the fight is starting on your terms.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Anyway, Jackie's going MKB. Obviously, it's for the smoke screen because it's one of those like AoE mischances that you can't just enrage to deal with. But he still has an 8-second BKB.
Yeah.
So I feel like the MKB is good later on when you're down to very few seconds on your BKB.
It's an interesting decision for him. I mean, I guess the other question is, what do you rather go here?
Abyssal? Blink Abyssal on like a puck or something?
I could see the Abyssal being pretty good. It makes you tankier as well.
Yeah.
MKB is a lot of damage on this hero though. Because you can just proc like a monster.
Is under attack.
So like the single target burst when he jumps in, if he gets a bash, is just gonna shred people. So maybe he's just thinking about man fighting this Marcy a bit easier.
Okay.
Having more damage, having more pierce. You know, Marcy's running around with Elven, Tunic 2. There's always like some random evasion in the game.
Yeah, that is actually a point.
Also, Morana ult. You have to remember this spell gives 20% global evasion now.
Oh yeah.
So it adds up, you know, even without the smoke screen.
That's such a wild talent.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of these things you look at the number, you're like,
20%? Why?
Because the power of anime compels you.
I'm
not saying that anymore.
They have double anime heroes, so.
Oh, Jackie's level 20 now. So the damage increase is spiking hard right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is
You win
under
another
attack.
fight, you get another Roshan. You have a good chance to close this game out.
Yeah, they really need that shard for the Ursa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm still interested to see this man fight, though. I kind of want to see Palos and Jackie just square off, you know, like a one-on-one boxing match in the ring.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like there's no doubt that Ursa wins that in a pure 1v1, but...
Yeah, but Marcy fights dirty.
Yeah, she does. And who's to say that he's even necessarily going to be going for the Ursa? Well, that's part of the power of rebound, right? Is being able to jump the back line.
We're going to see it here. Smoke on smoke.
Smoke on smoke.
MKB done.
Who's going to get the jump first? Shanks. Oh, he's going to break the smoke first to jump forward from Playhard, trying to catch somebody. Not quite getting it. The arrow on the Ursa. The Ursa's being burst down. Dying so quick. The arrow was perfect. They caught the perfect hero, and now destruction is going to rain down, even with the freezing field out. They do not have the power to stand up
Radiant's bottom tower
against the
is under
anime.
attack.
Nobody tanked it for him.
Yeah, he just got arrowed.
Nobody forced it. Nobody tanked it.
Oh my God.
Coming out for the quad tip to Mostros. Probably because he dodged that arrow, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, somebody just had to tank it, right? That's such a different fight.
All of their damage is on the Ursa. You cannot afford for this guy to be stunned.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Dire's middle
And
tower
Palos,
is under attack.
that damage is fast, man. He did 4,200 damage in like 2 volleys of his ult, right?
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Yeah, he's got the level 3 unleash, which, I mean, every level of it adds so much because you get the extra strike in.
Yeah.
5 hits like that.
So that's where you have to stop this initiation, because if the initiation hits, then Marcy cleans you up. If it doesn't hit, she can't just go in and pound your Ursa down. He's gonna fight back.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get off in rage.
Weird engagement. Also, there's just no detection on that smoke break for the Ricky.
Yeah, that was
just
super bad too.
That just can't happen. You need dust, you need a gem. Now they have a gem on Corden. Dubu bought it. Dubu's like, all right, I'm done. Time to see things. So now Corden needs to go in. Corden needs to be the one running in, seeing things, starting the fight. He does want to get to this Ags. It's a super big item in this game. The AoE silence is massive here versus everything in this lineup. Sure, you have BKBs and stuff, but they don't last forever. Especially for this puck. He went A on disc. It's very debilitating. So you're kind of stuck between, you want to play and fight for this next Roshan. You also want to get to this next set of items.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, like a normal Ursa game, you'd be getting these Roshans and you'd be moving towards Abyssal Blade, Nullifier, so like some of these later game answers, but instead he has to go back and buy the shard for himself.
It's a rough one. I don't know, man. If you buy this shard, that feels so bad.
Yeah, it does.
Well, dataless for Paulos.
Dude, this shard on Void Spirit is so funny. When it comes to creep clearing.
Like a little vacuum.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, you just lay it out in the lane. The creeps just walk through it and die.
The power
again,
of the voice.
Shanks. Smoke is going to break on him. This time, do they have the initiation? Failed. A stomp that whiffs. The leap is a little bit too quick. Maybe they caught
Now
the puck, though. Corden really needs this one. He needs this puck so badly, but he'll be able to hop away. But they got the telekinesis. Aeon Disc going down. Orb on out. A jump away. Blink out, perhaps.
The stomp not there.
Throws again. A second stomp that just barely whiffs.
It's so hard to land these in pro games, man.
Yeah. Everyone's too fast.
I feel for him. This stun is just... Honestly, I think it's an outdated stun.
It is an
I want to
outdated
say it.
stun,
I
for
think
sure.
this spell is just out. It needs to be faster. How are you supposed to hit this in the current game state of Dota when everybody has some Aeon Disc, phase shift, insta blink, anime? It's just impossible.
Compared to a similar hero, Slardar has a very similar animation, but Slardar has a chance to be able to lead with Bash.
Yes.
And then he can follow up with the Crush.
Radiant's courier.
Plus, Slardar has a lot more late game options as well. I mean, that hero is a carry right now, I think.
And his stun's just brutal. You know, all the time in the world to think about it when he lifts his hoof and spends 15 minutes to stomp you.
Hey, but you can buy a cart. So.
That's true.
That's cool.
You could load your Ursa in the cart.
Yeah, after he gets smoke arrowed. Whoa there, Corden. Careful.
That's true, actually. I thought about that one, but...
Playhard did get the shard, by the way.
All right, so that's very nice, because now you can actually bail someone out.
Yeah.
You might snap a coil, but overall, it's pretty decent if you can interrupt the Marcy sticking on somebody.
Yeah, get out of the smoke screen. I think a lot of big things about that. Okay, that stomp lands. Smoke screen immediately out, though. Riki just really great reaction to Bash even lands, but Carlos still managed to get the leap away. Hop, 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 and he's out. Aver's just choking on that.
What?
What?
I'm fine.
Okay.
What?
It was such an impressive play. He just started coughing a little bit.
It's just surprising that he got out of there. I was in shock.
Agreed. That's what I was saying.
That, and every day I come in here at this workstation, there's more and more of Avo's crumbs scattered around it. And they're slowly making their way into my air pipe.
A small pile of dirty laundry building up in the
socks
corner.
are here. He has bottles. I don't know if he's living here or what, man, but it's getting out of control. Like, this Marcy is getting out of control. Level 20.
Got the
Extra
rebound stun.
Yeah, she is becoming a monster. 3,000 HP. I don't know if this bear is out man fighting her anymore. I really don't. You probably are, but
I think it just depends on whether or not you get off in rage.
Look at this Roche.
Dying so fast. Oh, look at those 950 damage crits. They're coming in soon, but it's going to be too late.
This is a cheese refresher card.
Throws? No.
Man, it doesn't even want the Aegis. This is Tatino.
Yeah, he gave it to Tino last time too, right?
Jeez. That's the confidence this man has.
I mean, Tino is going to turn into another carry. I mean, if he hasn't already.
He's the highest net worth in the game.
Yeah.
No, he is the carry. Still, I just thought Marcy maybe would have wanted it. But I guess Paulus is okay taking a refresher shard here, because this hero is pretty much BKB and ult and getting in there and punching people. So refresher shard is pretty nice on him right now. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the cores on Bleed, I think, kind of fall off.
I mean, they just haven't progressed, right?
Yeah.
Other than this Ags on Void Spirit, I don't think they've gotten anything new.
The seeds of fortune.
And honestly, what does a Centaur get that is good at this point?
Dire are
You just get more
I don't know.
utility. You don't actually get anything that carries the game.
I mean, you can get the cart and carry your teammates. You put the Maiden in it, then you can just ult for free.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
sounds
DKB
hype.
yet.
So, who's going to stun him in the cart? He's moving too fast.
Wow, coil, silence, AoE silence from the Crystal
Look,
Maiden.
man, if I load my 5 Maiden in the cart and she tanks all of that, I consider that a win.
Well, I'm saying just one of those spells.
I consider that a
You could drive her into the smoke screen, and that would cancel it.
I mean,
there's a lot of small.
Just drive better then. What kind of driving is that, man? Go take some lessons at Bonner on or something. I don't know.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of spells that can be thrown around.
Yeah,
here.
well, you know what? All that's happening, your Ursa's not getting Dart killed, so that's still a dub. I'm just saying you consider it here. Consider. Oh, here's the
Stampede, here you go. Okay, straight off the cheeks. Goodbye. Nice two-man stomp there, catching up. Corden, Yule Scepter, see if they can get the silence media lap on Bob. Bob is able to get away. Here comes Paulo versus Jackie. Goes to the refresher. Holy crap! The power of anime indeed. My God.
Just
watch
sent
out.
him to the Netherrealm. Well, I guess we learned who's the better man fighter.
Holy crap.
That refresh did no benefits for Jackie there either, but hey, another XD dropped. Ha ha, says Paulos, I agree. Ha ha. The power of anime.
Oh, whoa, card. Freaking me out a little bit here. Gleipnir.
There's a lot of all
There's the
chat.
dart.
You guys all chatting, man. Your base is dying. I don't know if I'd be all chatting right now.
Perfect time for Execration to be doing some all chatting. They still have the Aegis to work through. I mean, they didn't even touch Tino in that fight.
Nobody got close to touching anything. I guess the supports died, but then Paulo showed up. Dubu flirting with danger.
Here comes, oh, the Yule Scepter goes off just in time. Dubu does get popped. Smoke.
The roots.
The roots. Too much. Oh. I felt that one. that was a shot right to the groin. Good golly.
This is just disgusting. Show mercy, please.
There is no mercy. Execration. And not giving up a single moment.
They did save Ursa buying all this, and he's up again.
Up again, and that'll force Execration back.
Right,
They're going to jump for it, but they don't have all their heroes. Gleipnir's going to keep them at bay, and they still have this Aegis. That's why the Tino's the last one out. He's got the extra life. If they choose to go on him, Execration are willing to fight around that.
Man, Jackie's so frustrating in this game. He's getting darted, getting Gleipnir, getting Furion ulted. A bunch of clouds he has to dodge. Then this random anime girl shows up and punches him in the face. Gotta feel for the bear in this game, man.
They're both about to pick up Abyssal Blade. Paulus gets his first. Jackie getting it delivered now. Heaven's Halberd, big pickup if you can actually get the initiation.
I mean, the Halberd's huge if you can get it on the Marcy, I think.
Yeah. I mean, even the Furion, it lasts longer on Furion.
This Marcy has Abyssal Witchbane now. We're talking about the Ursa getting an Abyssal. He got his, but Paulus is right up there with him. But he did get to this Abyssal on Jackie. He doesn't have buyback, so now the initiation becomes even that much more important. Like, you have to jump sling. And maybe this Sleeping Dart on Playhard helps. He has Stolen Dart.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's pretty big here.
I think level 25, super important for the Ursa.
It's a long way away.
Yeah, the 3 overpower attacks, if you could preemptively cast it, 9 hits, recast it, another 9.
I think anything Bleed can get at this point is pretty big. They do not want to give up another fight into another Roshan or something.
Okay, they're going to smoke up, but I feel like they're just going to run right into Shanks again like they've done so before. They've got the scan on the high ground. They're going to try and wrap all the way through the lane.
Backs off. They're going to get a high ground position.
They are going to get into a high ground position.
They're
going to get the vision on Paolo, so they're going to be able to get the stun out onto him. No, he gets off the BK beams. The bash comes in. The Bielso goes through. Palos jumps away. There he goes. Out of there. Tino turns and fights against them. A Gleitner on it too. Bob coils on 3 as well. Jackie being controlled up by the Sprout. This is problem. Dubu immediately going to be silenced up, and they have to reset with no enrage on. Oh no, another sleeping dart coming through. The arrow isn't going to land on anything, but they're being picked apart. Tino turned back. The puck, maybe it's dead. Oh no, the telekinesis wasn't enough. There was nobody there. Masaru stuck again and again. Somebody help this man out of here. He tries to go invisible. Leave me alone.
He's looking to re-engage. They have all their cores.
Bonatino, Jackie's on his way. No blink dagger back up, and he goes for Paolo. Pops BKB. Oh no, another jump out. He couldn't get another bash. The rebound, he's just got too much mobility, and now the BKB is faded. Now the enrage is faded. There is nothing there to help him. Playhard is chased away. They're going to keep him smoked. They're going to keep him stunned. The bear is dead. The horse is next. All the animals of the zoo are going down one by one. It is an absolute slaughter.
No buyback for Ursa. That's just the game. How did Paulos get his BKB off in that?
I don't know. What happened?
Was that just Hookstop being so slow that he got it off first? I feel like he got stunned by something, though.
I think he got it off the stomp, but I think they got a bash in, but maybe there was no telekinesis.
I mean, also insanely clutch arrow from Carlo there.
Yeah.
It hit the Ursa as he's getting ready to finish off this Paulos Marcy. And yeah, that is a despair right there if you're Bleed, because
and
you gotta feel like
your
you had that game, like
for the major out the window.
Yeah,
right.
That's your mate. That's Lima, and you feel like you were leading that game, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Execration, that probably punches you to the major here, all things considered.
Yeah. Now 5-1.
That's why they were celebrating. I mean, that was a anime ticket.
Yep.
To Peru.
Yep. They're gonna be taking a nice long trip to Peru with a 5-1 score. I'm pretty sure if they go 5-2, maybe a chance at some sort of like 4-way tiebreaker. I don't even know if that's possible anymore with Bleed getting knocked down, but I'm sure our panel can answer all of those things about the stats and the leaderboard.
Thank you so much, SVG and Cap. That was the game we asked for, and it was the game we got. The brawling was intense. Yeah, I mean, we got Marcy, anime prevailed. It's a good day.
Yeah.
Good end to our day.
No, pretty fun. He was kind of getting destroyed early, and then, I mean, you got to see what he could do.
Yeah.
It was that one fight, Radiant, the triangle area, where Jackie just walked up alone.
Oh, yeah.
When 2 of his teammates died, the Rubik walked back, but he wasn't there.
Yeah, I think he was a little frustrated at that point.
Yeah. And then once they started getting ahead, the sleep dart just caused a lot of issues, and they had very crucial sleep into Arrow onto Jackie, where he couldn't pop his BKB. Yeah. I felt he needed an Agatims just to wake himself up, but even if he got that, it's rough. Yeah. And yeah, definitely frustrating to play from that point of view.
I was a believer of the anime. I told you, Mike, I was like, once this Marcy gets the BKB, it's...
I think Bleed kind of did the same mistake as game 1, though. I think they could have pushed harder. And, like, instead of splitting the map, they like run to where the enemy is and they try to kill them. Because I expected the net worth to like balloon up to like 12K, but it stayed at what? They were like 5K ahead.
Yeah, there was like
I think they should be more ahead.
Yeah, there's like a ginormous swing at one point.
Yeah, it should be even bigger. Oh, you mean the other way?
Yeah.
The back, yeah.
I thought it was over with seeing this Orsa like 13-minute phase boots Battlefield. I was like, oh, he's just gonna keep scaling.
Yeah.
But I knew I had faith in my girl once she gets a BKB. But you know, I was surprised because honestly, I thought that the Riki and the Mirana would play more together. But by the time like 14 minutes he got the shard, it didn't really feel like they were together.
Yeah,
like they weren't going out around the map as much as they could have.
This was the fight. Jackie got frustrated and just walked up.
Yeah. And it's at this point, I feel like they've already let a lot slip.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, this is so bad.
If he had BKB, he felt confident, but can't press BKB when you're arrowed, bro.
Yeah.
Taking a nap.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the real after this, it never really felt like
because they
Bleed
got
were in
Roshan
the
after
game.
this, but obviously then Execration threw it back. You know, they went to dive.
This one is like Masaros has to tank that arrow for him, you know. But it's if you're not ready for it, you try to dodge the arrow. That's just in your DNA.
Yeah.
But
And then the mass tips, they all came out.
yeah.
Quite a lot of I wouldn't say BM because I'm sure it's just like friendly banter.
No, Dota's a mental game, right? And OG's done it before, like, and they've won TI because of all that mental game that they play within the game.
Yeah.
No, but all the
This one, like, he ripped through the enrage. Like,
Oh, yeah.
oh my god.
That's a couple of crits.
Yeah, disgusting, dude. Like, Centaur really needed an early halberd compared to the Crimson Guard. I felt it was kind of useless.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the Crimson Guard did not stop Marsday for sure.
Yeah. No, but there was like a couple of XDs and hahas later on in the game. That was
Yeah.
fun.
I can never tell with Pinoys if they're like actually curious with each other or if they're
Because
like,
it all started with Masteros, right? I mean, like, not Masteros. They were aiming Masteros.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they had a bad pub and, you know, like some
no, but
play.
because in the safe lane it was like Masaros tipped Palos when Palos like did an awful go. And
okay.
and then Masaros did something, then they tipped him once, and after that it was like a free for all.
That's why you never trash talk first.
That is true.
Unless you win, but
You wake up
never
with Palos, man.
Yep.
Like, oof.
I take it as loving banter though. But here's our rivalry MVP, Palos on Marcy, an unstoppable force, very terrifying.
Yeah.
I would hate to be punched by an anime girl like that.
Yeah.
Punch is hard. I mean, I think Tino also played super well. But the thing is, if you pick Marcy and you get a couple of highlights like that, you have to be the MVP. There's no.
And he got pretty lucky
Yeah.
with the neutral item, the Brigand's Blade. Like, he got a lot of damage from that, and his targeting was very on point. You know, like from the Centaur, like he knew he could burst him from 0 to 100. I mean, 100 to 0, and just got
Yeah,
the
the
numbers.
Centaur looked like paper when I'm sitting. I don't think he expected it either, like how fast he was dying.
Yeah. Well, now Execration are 5-1.
Yes.
So they almost have a secured slot to prove. I mean, there's like the
99.99.
Yeah, no, because I don't know the matchups between the other teams, but they have to basically win every other game. Like Blacklist go 2-0, but then I don't know if like Talon are playing Blacklist, and then like only one of them can get to 5-2.
And it's like,
and they have to lose versus Fnatic, right?
I hate to shit on Fnatic anymore. Their last game is Fnatic, and so it's.
But we do have an exciting interview with Tino right now. Tino, how are you guys feeling?
Hello.
Hello.
We're feeling good, because it's really close
right?
for the major.
Yeah.
Have you guys done like the calculation? It's like 5-1, right? So
We're still not sure, but I don't know. Valve still not announced it.
It has to be like 99%.
It's just waiting for the other teams that Blacklist has four games only, so you're pretty much there. Like, you're tiebreaker guaranteed.
Yeah.
Tell us, how did you guys end up picking the safe lane Marcy?
Palos is really like that hero, and he's really confident that he can play that Marcy carry.
Does Palos like anime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really likes anime.
That's good to know. You guys?
I want to pick your brain up a bit. Why did you in the earlier weeks you went for Primal Beast offlane? Can you tell me what you see behind this hero and why you liked it as a mech builder?
I think Primal Beast is really good tanky hero, especially when the enemies like Ember, and Grips is really good item for him. I just feel that he's got a lot of impact if you can buy Grips on him.
Okay. I'd argue otherwise, but you're the player. I'm the.
You're just a panelist now. Sorry, buddy.
Guys, support Tino, guys.
Yeah, no, I don't really have much to ask. Like, it looked kind of easy. Like, it was not easy games, but it never looked like you guys were in trouble. I don't know. Like, how did it feel to play versus Bleed? Like, how does their playstyle feel like?
Kinda weird because they play to invade the triangle, but it's kind of okay also for us because they only punishing me, not the other two cores.
Yeah, no, because it feels like you guys fall behind a bit, but then you just farm, and then you're better and you win. I don't know.
Were you guys worried at any point in both these games?
No, we're not worried because in the drop we are confident that we got the strongest drop, stronger.
Sure. Sounds good.
Sounds good. How are you guys gonna celebrate tonight? Are you guys gonna have fun?
I think just a pizza party.
Pizza party?
Whoa. There's some bad history with pizza parties,
Yeah,
bro.
aren't pizza parties kind of sus?
Maybe.
What kind of pizza? Are you getting shakies?
I think just yellow cab.
Yellow cab?
I was gonna say yellow cab.
Yeah, yellow cab's a good choice. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tino, for this interview, and congratulations once again on your 5-1. That's huge.
Thank you.
Yes, have a good night. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically the end of our day. We're going to be closing soon. Good for Execration, man. That's insane for them to go from what they were Div 2 last season.
Yeah.
All the way up to like the top of Div 1.
Yeah.
They have had an impressive recovery after that Geek Slate loss, because I really thought they were like...
Yeah, they looked like they were like exposed.
Yeah.
Like they were done.
So,
but didn't stop them. They kept going.
It did not stop them indeed. And we are closing shop today.
gotta put
Oh,
the
I
stand.
forgot the stand.
Oh my god, this host.
Sorry, I'm a little scuffed. But here's a little sold out. Come back tomorrow, but not actually tomorrow. Come back on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Where we will have more games of Dota, more very exciting games.
Yeah, group stages.
Yeah, group's almost over.
Yeah, it's
What do
only
we
a
have?
couple of more games. We
like-
almost know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, 3 more days, I think. 3 more days of...
A lot is gonna be like you can queue. I mean, you can tell like the standings and who's gonna go like on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, let's check out today's results. Let's see those standings, how our games went today. We had Geek Slate versus Talon, where Talon sweeped with a 2-0, followed by SMG versus Boom, which Boom won. As you can see the joy on Mike's face.
I'm just supporting Natsumi, my colleague.
Yep. And then we have Bleed and Execration as the game that finished off our day, with Execration winning 2-0.
Yeah. No, I would say the biggest, I don't know if the biggest, but Boom for me looked a lot stronger than early on in the season.
Think so?
Boom, yeah.
Boom looks stronger early in the season?
No, it's stronger now than earlier.
Oh, yeah,
They
yeah.
improved. Something happened to them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the standings, who we've got on the first page and who have we got on the second page. So our lovely first pagers are Execration, Geek Slate, Blacklist Rivalry, and Talon. I believe Talon weren't on the first page before, and now they are.
Yeah, no, they started off 0-2, right?
Yeah.
Or they started off bad. Let's see.
I think
it was-
1-1,
yeah,
and then
1-2.
1-2, and then both SMG and them were 1-2, and then
Yeah. And now on the second page, we have Bleed, Boom, SMG, and Fnatic.
Yes.
For Fnatic, I don't think they're going anywhere, unfortunately.
No, and it's like Execration is one of their last games, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, then what would we say? They needed to win both, and they need SMG to lose every other game, and Boom to lose
And then they'll
every
have
other game.
and then they'll have a tiebreaker with Boom.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like they're.
It's a long road of like hard copium for them to make it back.
It's rough.
You gotta plug them in.
And then I'm unsure about like it feels like Execration are gonna go through. I don't know exactly the last like Geek Slates and Blacklist who they're playing, but then there needs to be another one like Talon. Yeah, it would be Talon then. So it's very likely that Execration are going to Peru.
I think so, yeah.
Well, now the biggest challenge. I don't know if like Filipinos have issues with like South American countries. The true challenge of the Pinoy teams.
That's true.
Well, let's take a look at Wednesday's schedule and see who we've got playing. We have Bleed versus Talon, which will be exciting because that is a kind of a decider for Talon, I think, if they could possibly go to the major or if they kind of stay in the middle of the pack.
Scary for Bleed, like with Talon's performance.
Yeah.
But I think Bleed is
I mean,
Because they lost today, I think that kind of...
They're almost out. But I mean, with
Yeah.
3 losses, you can still hope for a
That's
tiebreaker
true.
for the last spot.
That's
Like, there's still a chance.
There is still a chance. And the second series is Blacklist Rivalry versus SMG, followed by Execration versus
Oh.
Fnatic.
Okay, Execration versus Fnatic, because then Execration can for sure just guarantee it.
Yeah.
They can manage to finish off that last team.
I wonder what kind of party they'll have if they win.
Yeah, already had a pizza party?
Yeah.
No, I
Why
know.
not?
Like, it's gonna be more
More than a pizza.
luxurious.
You think?
Pizza party. Yeah, maybe a Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of... I feel like it's kind of classic. That's pretty nice. How would you celebrate?
Me?
Yeah.
I'd get drunk one night.
I'd go to church.
Whoa.
Whoa. I see. There are two kinds of people. Huh. But yeah, so these games are going to be very exciting. I'm very keen to see how, of course, the Blade Talon game will go, because that kind of sets up a lot for who may possibly go to the major.
Yeah.
Compared to, like, I mean, Execration and Blacklist have a higher chance.
Yeah, I mean, we have Geek Slate and Blacklist behind Execration, right? And they only have 1 loss, so teams below them, I mean, they have to keep winning and hope that they drop a game.
But from the showing today, not sound biased or anything. I mean, the way Talon played today versus the way Bleed played,
Yeah.
it's going to be rough.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just thinking back about this series, actually. Like, I don't know. I don't think Execration are supposed to win, but for some reason, it's just...
No.
I don't know. Bleed just didn't...
I know what
think
you
they
mean.
did anything.
Yeah. I feel like they didn't take advantage of, like, their already, like, good start.
Yeah. No, they weren't so
playing
far
to
ahead.
win.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
they're scared to lose.
Rest of our day. We will be back on Wednesday, ready for some more exciting Dota. I believe we only have 3 days left, so I'm so sad. I'm gonna miss you guys. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah,
Can't wait to be back with my dogs.
that is true. Excited to be home. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Tune in Wednesday. We'll see you guys soon, and take care. Good night, everyone.
this crowd. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the flame cloak. Doesn't get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.